looking louder.
Bell gives it off.
Here comes
Sauber.
Pitchy woo-woo.
Aiyuk. Uh-oh. Flip back. This is Mason. Back to a lineman now. Now Sauber. Sauber still on the move. A lineman flips it back looking for Aiyuk. And this ball game is over.
And that's how it ends in L.A. Let's see if my voice can survive today. Let's see if it can survive, because last night, you want to know, baby? Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We might be soon in some trouble around here. Niners lose a game they have no business losing yesterday to the L.A. Rams. The Rams now have life. They get their first win of the season. The Niners dropped to 1-2. And look, we'll discuss Brock Purdy's brilliant play. I thought maybe it was his best game as a professional quarterback. Brock Purdy was simply amazing. Juwan Jennings, equally as great yesterday. But outside of that, there's a lot to pick apart today. And we're not going to play the blame game. We're going to talk about what went wrong. And a lot went wrong yesterday down at SoFi Stadium. We'll get into it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Good morning to all the truck drivers, all the overnight dancers, all the janitors, cops, all the baristas, everybody who had to suffer through what happened yesterday at SoFi Stadium. The Niners lose their second straight game, and they lose to the L.A. Rams, a team that had no Puka Nacua, no Cooper Kupp, half an offensive line, all kind of defenders out, Shasky. And they still a game they have no business winning. No business winning. I'm befuddled right now on what happened yesterday at SoFi Stadium. I still can't believe they lost. Like, they lost that game? They lost that game with the way Purdy played? Wow.
When you don't finish teams off when they're hanging on the ropes and you allow them to hang around, this is what happens. It does feel like even the greatest Niner teams, the best ones of the last 25 years, they lose this game once or twice a year. The disgusting should have won, had opportunities to go up 3 scores over and over and over again. And then you look back and you're like, you let them hang around, and then just gas across the board. I mean, just across the board. Got away from the run game because of the way the game was being played in the fourth quarter. Critical drops that you look back at and seem worse and worse and worse given where you were in the game. Situational breakdowns when it comes to individual performance on the offensive line. I don't know if you know this. Trent Williams, you know how like Debo Samuel Sr.? Trent Williams should put Trent Williams the fourth on the back of his name because he's now Trent Williams IV. I mean, it's like every single week this guy's going in for an IV. No, I'm dead serious. This is ridiculous.
Did you like that?
All these people practice. He's going to be fine. It's Big Trent. I don't ever want to hear ever again. And we're not going to go deep into it. I never again want to hear that practice and holdouts and all that stuff doesn't matter. We're seeing it play out year after year. Yes, the team can overcome it and have a great start, but these guys they've not been ready to go, period. And then I look at Ronnie Bell dropping those balls the way he did. The defense-specific personnel, Isaac Yiadom, they're throwing at Isaac Yiadom all day, every day. A horrific penalty for 50-something yards, 48 yards down the field, just giving them life. Tutu Atwell playing juggles with the ball, making play after play after play.
What did Mark Sanchez say? 2 catch, 2-2? 2 catch, 2-2. I like that.
Devondre Campbell, get off my field. I mean, Javon Hargrave made one play. That was it. Leonard Floyd dropping back in coverage. I don't know why. That's the only play he made all day outside of a hands-to-the-face penalty. Pass rush, non-existent in the fourth quarter. And Matthew Stafford's arm talent is unbelievable. The guy makes, you talked about this last week. I could just go on and on and on. Clock management. He made multiple deep throws that were incompletes that to me were like, oh my God, it's the threat of throwing deep. Now, obviously, he connected multiple times on deep throws. Yeah. He throws an out route that just whizzed by one of our defenders. Dominic Flanagan fouls getting tackled by air on a screen pass. Again, it's getting called back. Our linebacker play, the drop off without Dre Greenlaw is dramatic.
I thought yesterday you could feel the spirit and energy of Dre Greenlaw being missed.
Totally agree.
Not necessarily his play, but maybe his play too. But his spirit and his energy, the tone setter. The Niners defense it felt like they played a bit soft yesterday. Fred Warner didn't have the game that we saw last week against Minnesota, but it's a lot to ask. He's got all kind of assignments here. I got no problems with Fred. But Isaac Yiadom got cooked. Tarvarius Ward did not look right. He did not look right after missing 2 days of practice. George Kittle being out obviously affected the 49ers pass game. But look, yesterday's game's going to overlook what should be a better day for Brock Purdy and Juwan Jennings. We know we have a quarterback. I mean, Brock Purdy just plays sensational football. Sensational football. I didn't count one no throw yesterday. Not one no throw. He was unbelievable. Now, he had a couple deep shots, and you could say the second to last drive of the game where Aiyuk is running down the field wide open. You wish he pulled the trigger on there, but I'm nitpicking here. He threw balls. He put the team in a position to win the football game, and Rodney Bell dropping that pass with Shanahan staring at it, throwing his hands up. It's like, what else can I do? What else could I do? He called a great, and like even Shanahan, for that matter, offensively, I thought Shanahan, for the most part, called a really good game. Oh, I really did. I thought he controlled the game for the most part. I thought he was brilliant, but you got to make plays to put teams away. When you don't stop a fake punt on 4th and 6, and the Rams have no life.
I thought of Jeff Fisher. The minute he did it, I thought of Jeff Fisher, because it was one of those moments, they're at the 45, it's like 3rd and 6 or whatever, and they're on the ropes. It's 14-0. There's about 6 minutes to go. I got so many highlights, but like 6 minutes to go in the second quarter, they're dead in the water. Well, Stafford's got like 2 completions at that point.
Well, it's 4th and 6, 6:20 left, and Rodney Rivers scampers around the edge for 7 yards, so you don't have outside containment. Once again, you blow the outside containment, and that drive got the Rams, gave them life. Down 14-0.
Did you see the sidelines?
They go to 16-play, 87-yard drive, aided by that fake punt, and they eat 7 minutes and 46 seconds left. 7 minutes and 46 seconds off the clock. Shasky, the Niners ran 9 total plays in the second quarter. It was 9 total plays, and the momentum got stolen because you get a sack fumble there by Colt McKivitz not making a block there by Brian Young. Brian Young comes around the edge. He strips. The Niners are going to go up at least 17-7 in that situation. At least. You get stripped for the fumble. Now the Rams go to halftime knowing that we're going to get the ball, even though they didn't do anything at the beginning of the third quarter. But you're up 14-7, and I'm looking around thinking, this should be a 21-7 game minimum.
I know.
Minimum.
I know. Well, the 2 plays prior, Trent goes down on the play Purdy scrambles.
For the IV.
And Jalen Moore comes in, okay? And I'm like, oh boy, here we go. And on the first play, Jalen Moore gets thrown back like 4 or 5 yards. You'll notice it when you watch it back on replay, people. And I'm saying to myself, oh boy, they're flirting with danger here. And then it's Colt McKivitz on the other side. And it's one of those situations where you got to get points there. You needed something to get the momentum back, knowing the Rams are getting the ball to start the other half. And they got the stop to start it off. There were so many little plays in this game where there were certain specific things that drove me absolutely crazy. So, case in point, 21-14, okay? The Niners march down. They have to answer. I needed 6 there. They get down into the goal line. It's 3rd and 1, all right? 3rd and 1. It's a short yardage situation. You take Aiyuk and Jennings off the field. All right. Now, I want to know more. Why did they come off the field? Were they tired? Was it a specific package? You go Brayden Willis, okay? I mean, again, Brayden Willis. If I polled 100 Niner fans, I mean, how many know who Brayden Willis is? And Chris Connolly, and you watch the Rams.
Don't underestimate Niner fans. They know who's on the practice squad.
Okay, you get my point. You get my point.
Yeah, I hear you.
They come flying up knowing there's no way in hell they're running a play action. There's no way in hell there's a threat of a pass here. And they stuff Jordan Mason right there, and they only get the 3 points.
Goal.
And like at the time, you're thinking, 10 points is enough. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, it should have been. It should have been. Against that team, it should have been. You have a 10-point lead. You cannot blow that.
The defense hasn't proved that they can stop the run, and they haven't proved that they can stop the pass.
No, they haven't. But, I mean, the first play right after that drive, they go 15 yards to Kyron Williams to start their drive. It kickstart everything, but you still hold them to a field goal. Now, the 3rd and 1 play, where you go left tackle, you're going to run behind Big Trent. Everybody knows you're running behind Big Trent. Gives Shula some credit there for the defensive alignment, having covered every single gap and said, we're going to have our linebacker one-on-one. He's going to shoot this gap, and we're going to stuff Jordan Mason. Now,
it's predictable.
In real time, I didn't have a big issue with the play call. Now, on the flip side, you could say, well, maybe you run some boot. Maybe you run some play action. You keep the ball at Brock Purdy's hands. The personnel may not have been favorable, but it's 1 yard. and you're the San Francisco 49ers, and you're a running team, and you maul dudes, and for the most part yesterday, Jordan Mason was mauling dudes, you got to pick up the first down.
But you can't. I hear you, and I'm picking one part away. I hate when you take playmakers off the field, even if you know you're not going to throw to them. They need to be out there to create space.
No, I get it.
And it drives me absolutely crazy. And then, I mean, Ronnie Bell catch the ball. I mean, and look, the Moody field goal, we can lose our minds about the Moody field goal late. 55 yards is difficult. I mean, it just is.
First miss of the season.
I'm not going to crush the guy, but the reality is that he is a part of a variety of losses. I'm not saying he's the main reason, but he is a part of a variety of losses.
Whoa.
Now, did Robbie Gould have the leg to go 55? No, he didn't. In the last couple of years, he was not good from 50 plus. Yep. But you drafted this guy with a premium pick in the third round to make those kinds of kicks, and it just sucks.
He's made those kicks before. He made 2 50-plus yard field goals in the Super Bowl.
But he also missed an extra point.
He was perfect. He was perfect yesterday going into that last kick. Now it's tough. You got a chance to ice the game. It stays left, and you miss the damn kick. But how about when you do have a final drive and Ronnie Bell drops it, you punt it, and you give up Xavier Smith making his first punt return, and you give up a big punt return when the Rams are saying, oh my gosh, we're 15 yards away from being at field goal range to win the football game. Special teams have not been special this year. And I'll put this out there because I see a lot of heat for Kyle Shanahan. For the first time under Kyle Shanahan, I'm wondering if losing all of his assistant coaches and all these GMs and all these play callers and all these other coaches is starting to catch up to him because you got a rookie defensive coordinator who seems to be a bit overwhelmed right now with Nick Sorensen. That's a conversation I've told you we're going to have soon. Nick Sorensen and that defense looks pretty predictable. McVay did whatever the hell he wanted to do in the second half. Rams did whatever they wanted to do. Clean pockets, clean passing windows, you name it. They did whatever they wanted to do. Special teams coordinator, what's going on? What's going on with the quarterback coaches? What's going on with the wide receiver coaches? There's just a lot going on here. Little things that should be buttoned up where you look at the Chiefs and you look at the Eagles and you look at the other top teams in Detroit. They're buttoned up in a way where they mean business. Right now, the Niners, it still feels like they're in training camp mode.
Well, I'll tell you, you're paying, okay, Javon Hargrave makes 20-something million a year. Nick Bosa makes 30-something million a year. You get zero pass rush in the second half. Like, don't get me wrong. The corner play is not good at all. You give up 48 yards on a free penalty. I mean, like, I don't care who's pass rush. You can have Lawrence Taylor on one side and Reggie White on the other. Like, you can't do that. But, like, can the pass rush get home once in a blue moon?
I don't even think they played the run well.
Last time the Niners had a free release rusher?
Yeah. Well,
a schematic advantage.
Well, I don't even know, like, in terms of just controlling the line of scrimmage. Controlling the line of scrimmage. I thought the Rams in the second half controlled the line of scrimmage from their end. Kyron Williams just, oh my gosh, he just ran the ball down the drain. And Matt Stafford, give him credit, he balled out yesterday. He had clean pockets. Again, the Reds were down and out. It was 14-0, and you have a chance to go up 21-0 or 17-0. And all game long, I'm telling you, you remember this game because I know you're a sicko like me. 1988, they lost a game to the Phoenix Cardinals. They were up 23-0. 23-0, and they lost that game. And I'll never forget that game as a kid. And it's just like, why is this a game? Why are they still in it? Why are they still in it? I was getting the same thoughts yesterday where even in the fourth quarter, Shask, I wasn't stressed because I'm thinking, Niners are in control.
No,
what is going on here? You have no business losing this football game. And the momentum kept slipping and slipping and slipping and slipping, despite a banner day from Brock Purdy, despite some great scrambling, despite Juwan Jennings playing big like a number one receiver. He made some history yesterday. We'll get into that a little bit later. But he didn't even want to talk to the media after the game.
I don't blame him.
He was over it. He was over it.
Bonte Purdy was outstanding, as you referenced. But, okay, this is not the main reason why they lost. This is not the main reason. But again, timeouts, clock management, certain situations.
Which situation did you have an issue with clock management?
Okay. He calls a timeout on the second down, Shanahan does. There's like a minute 53 or whatever it was, a minute whatever, left the game. Peyton Manning's talked about this forever. If they're going to tie the game and you're going to get the ball back, if that team is marching down, you really only need like 30 or 40 yards, okay? Right? Because you're going to get the ball to 30, right? You only need about 40 seconds with no timeouts, okay? When you call timeout and you give more than a minute, minute and a half, you're also running the risk of, hey, if we get stopped and we have to punt because it's a tie game, you're not chasing. Yeah. It's not 4-down territory. There is the opportunity that you could go 3 and out at some point and you give it back to him. You cannot, in a tie game scenario, leave time on the clock to give it to the other team to give them an opportunity. Now, look, you dialed up a play where Ronnie Bell's got to catch it, right? So it goes both ways. It's not the end-all, be-all. But again, you didn't need to call the timeout. Yeah, let the 30 seconds lick down. Let it lick down. You had 2 timeouts.
I'm going to respectfully disagree.
I'm sorry, clock management year after year.
But listen, I'm going to respectfully. I get that. But in real time, I thought, I'm not mad at the timeout because I do want to preserve some clock. I don't have premium players out there. I know Jelani's having a great day, but I want to be able to have the time in my favor. So when I do, if Ronnie Bell does catch the pass, now the clock's gone. I got control of the game because the Rams had 1 timeout at that point. They didn't have time. They burnt 2 timeouts, remember? They were done. So in that situation, calling the timeout the second down, I wasn't as outraged as everybody else was about it because I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking the same thing.
It's second and goal.
Yeah, but if the Rams run it again and you let the clock run, then the Rams are saying, you know what? Oh, you're not going to call a timeout? We're going to drain this clock. And even if we don't score on third down. You could have used one later.
No, I hear that. If you get under a minute, you're in complete control. At minimum, you've got the ball, and you could throw over the middle, and you could still clock it. You still have another timeout available. Like, it was an unnecessary stoppage. He's going to look back at that. Even McVay yelled at Stafford, why are you burning the timeout on the delay of game penalty? He has learned from his mistakes. He looked at Stafford like, what are you doing? You've been doing this for too long.
It's 2 minutes left. The Rams have 1 timeout. I get it. I understand
I would never have burned that timeout. I hated that.
I wanted to have time. I wanted to have real time because I've seen the Niners in their 2-minute drill situation where they lack urgency at times in their 2-minute drills. They lack the downfield passing attack in certain situations as a 2-minute drill. So I wanted the clock in my favor. I just wanted a chance to get the ball back because there was a situation where if the Rams do not, say if they go to 4th down and they run it out 3rd down, and all of a sudden the clock is all the way down under 30 seconds, right? And now you're playing for a 4th.
But hear me out.
No,
even if they score, it's a tie game. So at minimum, you're going to overtime. You are not giving the ball back to the other team.
I wanted a chance to get a ball to go win the game.
But you don't need 30 seconds. It's 2 plays. It's 2 plays.
Not with this team. 1971. Not with this team in their drop back pass game. We talked about this
yesterday.
They ripped deep balls with Juwan Jennings, but not at the end of the game, and they still had a chance to control the game. I disagree with that. I understood the situation. The blow a timeout right there.
Way too much time on the clock.
No. Well, you know what? You gave a big-ass punt return back, which blew it right there. You gave a punt return. When you put the ball, you pinned him inside the 20-yard line.
All I kept thinking was Peyton Manning and Bill Belichick. You cannot give the ball back to the opponent at any scenario.
They were going to score, Shasky. I wanted a chance to win a game of regulation.
Of course.
They were going to score regardless.
But you also have to minimize the opportunity of the other team touching it.
I did not want to take a chance in overtime. And by the way, this thought also came into my head in that situation. If they do tie it and you don't blow timeouts and there's less than 30 seconds left, what if they decide to go for 2? And steal the game right then and there.
You still have plenty of time to get a field goal. I didn't trust it. You're going to get the ball at the 30.
I didn't like it.
One pass, walk up, spike it, and then another pass, and bang, you're in field goal position. This isn't 1979.
Yeah, but
like, this is 2024. Teams march down. Mahomes has talked about it. Belichick has talked about it. You really only need, with no timeouts, 30 to 40 seconds.
Yeah, but you know what?
That's the modern NFL.
But you know what, though? I wasn't mad at it. Because on 3rd and 10 with 1:02 left, Purdy threw, 2nd and 10 with 1:08 left. Purdy throws an absolute dime to Ronnie Bell. And you know what? He drops it. Simply drops it. So that's your game right there. So you still had a situation, the whole timeout fiasco thing, it wouldn't have mattered had your wide receivers made wide receiver type plays. And now we're sitting here at 1-2, and you got to get ready for the Patriots. Well, what went wrong? 888-957-9570. The fact is, the game shouldn't came down to a timeout in the second quarter. The game should have came down to a Ronnie Bell drop pass. So now, when it does come down to that stuff, everything gets magnified and overexposed. The Niners just simply blew it. They blew it, folks. How did they blow it? What's your big issue right now? We'll talk Aiyuk. We'll talk Jennings. We'll talk defense. We got everything. Nick Sorensen. What do you think about him as a defensive coordinator 3 games in? All that coming up. 888-957-9570 is the number, and that's brought to you by Big O Tires.
Hit the road with Big O Tires.
It should be enough for a first down as Ronnie Rivers got it, ran it, and moved the chains to keep the Rams offense on the field.
Hey, it's Brian from San Ramon. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Shanahan, run the ball.
I'm doing a little chuckle because I already know what today's show is going to be all about. Lines are lit up right now. We're going to get to everybody. 888-957-9570. Niners lose 27-24 in the game. They had no business. And this game should have been over midway through the second quarter, but you heard the fake punt. Adam Amin on Fox Sports alongside Mark Sanchez. It's 4th and 6. Rams have nothing going. There's 6:20 left in the first half. Niners are rolling. It's dominating. I didn't think the Rams were going to be able to move the football yesterday. And next thing you know, Ronnie Rivers with a fake punt to the left, gets outside contained, gets outside the outside containment. Every defense gets sucked in, even though Shanahan said he saw it coming. He said he saw the fake punt coming. Well, they weren't ready for it. They weren't ready for it because they get a first down and end up going on a 16-play, 87-yard drive that took up 7 minutes and 46 seconds left. And they go down 14-7, but it got them back into the game. And it gave the Rams some much-needed life because they were getting clocked in the first quarter. And the Niners end up, that drive that took nearly 8 minutes, Niners end up only having 9 snaps on offense. 9 snaps on offense in the second quarter. Unbelievable.
Well, and look, he's a young man, and there's no other way around this. Like, Ronnie Bell should not have made the team, period. Just from watching what I watched in the last 2 preseasons in the games, this guy had nothing but the drops. I'm not there every single day, so maybe he's tearing it up in practice, but from the people that I trust that go to there, it doesn't sound like he was. And so when you watch these preseason games, the amount of times the ball hit him in the shoulder pads and popped up in the air, the amount of times it hit him in the hands, hit the helmet, and popped up in the air over and over and over and over again. Again, I know he's a young man. He means well, but he's out there on crucial plays, and there were other receivers that I saw making plays. I'm deep as how I found Bethune, the linebacker.
Jacob Cowan.
Well, Cowan is just on a milk carton outside of punt returns. But Bonte, he had, I don't know if they called the one a drop where the guy jumped in front of him and kind of batted it down early in the game, but he had at minimum 2 drops in this game.
Well, he had one on the third. He had one that set up a 3rd and 4 where he runs a little slant, and he heard footsteps from the linebacker. He heard footsteps. He didn't want to catch that pass.
No, and he got hit anyway.
He got hit anyway. He didn't catch the pass. And really, it's unfortunate that the Niners did lose that game because we were all sitting in front of our TVs at 125 seeing what would Brock Purdy do without Christian McCaffrey, without George Kittle, and without Deebo Samuel. And I thought Brock Purdy may have played his best game as a professional quarterback despite not having those weapons. Brock Purdy was throwing dime after dime after dime after dime. He scrambled when he needed to. Brock Purdy was throwing the ball deep. He was stretching it first quarter. Wow, deep shot to Brandon Aiyuk. They get the defensive holding on Tre'Davious White. They don't get the hold. Maybe that's a 70-yard touchdown, and we're discussing Brandon Aiyuk in a different light today. But Brock Purdy, outside of not seeing Brandon Aiyuk on that second down play, on the second to last drive where Brandon Aiyuk running wide open, where Mark Sanchez goes, man, he may have hit his head on the goalpost. I thought Brock Purdy was excellent.
He was amazing.
Excellent yesterday. Unbelievable game from number 13.
How about the 3rd down scramble where there's no play there, and he runs to his left, pump fakes to get the defender to jump in the air.
It stays in bounds.
Yeah, I'm talking about the one
you're talking about where he dove and stretched the ball out.
Sticking the ball. I go, that's like a young Russell Wilson play. Right. He made plays yesterday in terms of foot, moving around the pocket and making plays with his feet. I thought he was brilliant. And I've been screaming, I want him to run more. Yeah. But it was the situational runs, and he did a really, really good job of it. He threw some just perfect layered passes, and I'm watching Juwan Jennings, and I'm saying, and I'm surprised no one brought this up. I brought it up. I did the live stream on 95.7 on the YouTube page, and it reminded me of the Anquan Bolden game where Anquan week 1 against the Packers went absolutely buck loose, 12 or 13 catches, 200 yards. Maybe he didn't get 200, but I thought it was close to 200 yards. And I'm saying Juwan is on fire, and he had one called back. And I'm saying to myself, this guy is rising to the occasion. And I know there's an entire Aiyuk conversation, and I don't know. I don't know where people are at today. I thought early in the game he was good, and then they kind of went away from him, and he had a couple of bad drops that I can't really
but you know what?
defend.
So he had the one drop, right, when he came in on end, and Sanchez was mentioning on the broadcast.
Third down one, when they're up 14-0.
Since I said, man, he didn't. He kind of come back. No, you're thinking about the Tre'Davious White one where Purdy rolled out to his right. Purdy rolled out to his right. Aiyuk was there, but you know what? On that play, I legit give Tre'Davious White credit for playing through the whistle and playing through the football. He went through it. He got physical because he was getting picked on. Tre'Davious White was getting picked on. A young man from Buffalo. He's had multiple ACL injuries. Yes. He's had some unfortunate injuries because he's one of the best corners in football at one point. But I thought he played through the football on that one. I'm thinking about the other one where they're going. I think they ended up scoring a touchdown on it, but it was a little subtle in route. And it was kind of behind him, but Aiyuk's got to catch that one.
Around him.
And then Adam and me said, that's one Purdy wishes he had back. That's one Aiyuk wishes he had back. So Aiyuk was, look, you want a little more? I know it looks straight. Look, he created the holding penalty on the deep shot that would have been a touchdown. He's running wide open. The game looks different. That was Jawan Jennings' game, and it happens like that. Jawan Jennings went out there and showed out. He showed out yesterday, but my big takeaway is, damn, Purdy played a hell of a game yesterday.
But
that quarterback can play.
It's unavoidable. They gave this guy $30 million, and him and Trent, they both held out, and they both looked suspect, through the first couple weeks. The crazy thing is Aiyuk was good early in this game, but as the game went on, to your point, Jennings did get targeted, and rightfully got targeted more.
He was fine.
But I keep going back to, and this is a team building, did it make, and I think it's a fair conversation, did it make sense to pay one guy $30 million and your other receiver making $25 when another guy making $5 or $6 million had a game that Aiyuk's never been targeted like that? That's just not how they play football. So
Aiyuk got 10 targets yesterday. He got 10 targets. Jawan Jennings got 12. So Aiyuk got force fed.
I mean,
he got some targets yesterday. So
it's the energy for me. We could talk about the drops, and I agree with you. 50-50. You got to make $30 million guy. You probably got to make those plays. But and I don't want to sound like I'm defending him, but at the same time, it's the energy for me. He doesn't. The energy from last year where he'd make a first down and he'd do the, the shoulder thing, or he'd do he's shooting the bazooka gun off or whatever. He's just the aura, the charisma. It's just not popping off.
He's not there yet because he's
disconnected.
He's not there yet because he's not football shape yet. You know what I'm saying? And so now the heat is getting on him. The heat is started up on Brandon Aiyuk. Let's get to Derek in Austin, Texas. Derek, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Thanks, guys. Love the show. Shasky, you are all of us, my man. I love your passion. Talk about passion. You got it. Three things for you guys. Yeah, no problem. Three things. Ronnie Bell should never see the field again. Special teams coordinator, I don't know what the hell's going on. We got the worst special teams the last few years, and it killed us yesterday and the week before. And then lastly, and this is something that I think has not gotten enough, is Sorensen is not the guy. We all knew Shanahan and wanted Steve out from last year, but Sorensen is not the guy. And I don't know what we're going to do, and I'm not like a knee-jerk, we got to fire everybody, but my God, he's just not the guy. And that's all I got. But thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
My question is, do we give Sorensen the amount of leeway we gave to D'Amico Ryans? Because D'Amico Ryans struggled his first few games, first month and a half, as a defensive coordinator with the 49ers, and then all of a sudden they got their act together. Same thing with Robert Saleh. Are we going to warrant that to Nick Sorensen? Because so far the reviews on Nick Sorensen, 3 games in, I'm definitely not impressed, especially with all the heat coming off of Steve Wilks. I don't care about Steve Wilks. He didn't know the scheme. Whatever. You move on from him. But right now, Sorensen does not look creative whatsoever. The blitzes don't look creative. The stunts don't look creative. The fronts don't look creative. The situations he's putting players in, Devondre Campbell, whether he's guarding Kyron Williams or Parkinson, not good. He's not a pass cover linebacker. It's a reason why the Green Bay Packers let him walk. You know what I'm saying? So having Jarvis Ward out there, he's got to make – I don't know. I don't know about Nick Sorensen.
Is the personnel as good as last year? Without Dre Greenlaw, I have a hard time saying it is.
It's not.
Okay? That is true. Simultaneously, you know what else is true? Dog, I'm seeing nothing creative. It's so predictable. Nothing. Second week in a row, there's a couple things. Details matter to me, okay? It's the little things. The little things matter. When you listen to Belichick, we were talking about special teams. Belichick had a Hall of Fame special teamer. His name was Matthew Slater.
Yeah.
They were always buttoned up on special teams. How many games in the margins did the Patriots win over the 25 years because of little advantages in special teams?
Special teams are huge.
Okay, Tom Coughlin and his special teams. They won multiple Super Bowls because they were buttoned up that way. We've seen it with Kansas City. Whatever you say, Harrison Butker, the guy makes field goals. I never worry about their punt return situation.
He missed an extra point yesterday, but for the most part, you're right.
You get what I'm saying. He's a reliable player. But The special teams is okay. Then I go to the defense and I say the details. They had 3 D tackles on a short yardage situation, and it's 4th and 1. And they run a stunt with a guy who weighs 350 pounds where he has to go around a guy. It's a smash play. We're going forward. What are we stunting for?
I did like the 5-man front defensive line, though, when they had 3 D tackles out there.
Okay, can I get a free release?
I was respecting that.
Can I say, then the bigger one to me, 2nd week in a row, Diamond Lenore coming in off the slot.
Yep.
2nd week in a row. It's so predictable, okay, because you only run it so often. They run a screen to the opposite side and gain 15 yards. 2nd week in a row, the other sideline, New York blitz from the inside was coming and threw a screen in the other direction for a big gain. I'm telling you, the league knows. You're asking me, am I in or out? I'm already out on Sorensen.
Oh, wow,
already
that was fast. That was fast.
888-957-9570.
9570. 888-957-9570. So it's okay to overreact about Nick Sorensen. Let me get that straight now, because I brought it up.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
I brought it up week 2. Nick Sorensen, it's out on him. Now the spotlight's even brighter now, and it's happened quicker than I anticipated. We'll break here. We'll take all the calls. Chris, Gabriel, Rio, we're going to get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. What a disaster for the 49ers yesterday down at SoFi Stadium. More coming up. By the way, don't miss the kickoff show next Sunday live, 2 hours before the start of the game. Hilton Hotel, Evan Giddings, Low Neal, presented by Haven's Law. You've been wronged. Haven's Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit havenslaw.com. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Nick Sorensen. What do you think about him? What do you think? And then we'll get to Kyle. We'll get to Purdy. We're going to cover all bases here on the Morning Roast.
You might wonder, John.
Play fake. Another deep throw. Looking for Tutu. Down inside the 5.
Hey, it's Verducci from EDH, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Sprinkle me, man.
Let that baby rock, baby. Little Kanye West blame game because, that's what happens after a loss. Figure point. You get all kind of text messages, Shasky. I do. Messages on Twitter, personal text. It's Shanahan. It's Sorensen. It's Aiyuk. It's Big Trent. It's Brendel. It's McKivitz. It's the lack of running in the second half. It's the defense. Where's Nick Bosa? Where's Leonard Floyd? Where's Javon Hargrave? Where's the coverage? Where's the pass rush? Where's the run defense? Monday morning quarterback, baby, where we played the blame game. But what went wrong yesterday? Because I swear to God, even on the final possession, when the Niners had the ball, and before the Ronnie Bell throw, and I'm not blaming Ronnie Bell, he's got to make the catch, no doubt about it. That's a big-time play. You want to earn your spot on this team, you make that play. Now on Wednesday, he may be looking for a new roster. That's a fact. He may be looking for a new roster. But I'm thinking to myself as I'm watching that entire game, I'm saying to myself, why is this game so damn close? Why is it so close? Now, I know why. You left a lot of food on your plate. You played with your food. But why did you play with your food? That's a game the 49ers last season put away. Now, obviously, it's a whole new team. It's a whole new season, and there's going to be a clunker like that here and there. But did you know, since Shanahan was hired in 2017, there's only one other coach who's blown more double-digit leads in a football game. That coach is John Harbaugh in Baltimore. Shanahan is second. Since 2017, when he was hired by the 49ers, only Jim Harbaugh is ahead of Shanahan when it comes to blowing double-digit leads. John Harbaugh, not Jim.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I've had this philosophy or a theory a long time that Shanahan gets a little tight in certain situations, especially late. And then we had all the rhetoric last week about his drop-back passing game, third down passing game, vertical passing game, where it's a little behind the eight ball there. It hasn't been revolutionized yet within the system. But all kind of weird things happen, whether it's a blown 3rd and 15, whether it's a pass interference, whether it's a special teams play, whether it's an interception. It's just they don't execute when you need them to execute at crucial periods of time. Yeah, they're front runners in terms of they get a big lead, they could blow you out. But when they're in a dogfight and they're in a game that comes down to the last possession, things go awry for the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan. And he's won a lot of football games. But the execution in crunch time under him in tight ball games, it leaves us all scratching our head.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about the big picture because I think we could pick apart each of these different losses where they've had like this. And it's a variety of things like every time. But I'm just looking at the defense. And like part of what made them elite was a fearsome front seven.
Yep.
Their front seven is 2.5 players. It's Nick Bosa, who I don't think is playing great. I don't really know what's going on. And then Fred Warner, who's awesome. We all agree. He's awesome. I didn't think it was his greatest game yesterday. No. He's lucky his leg didn't get snapped off by, Jair Brown on that play. It was, oh my goodness. And then the half of guys, Malik Collins. I think Malik Collins is a solid player. Javon Hargrave's giving them nothing, especially if you look at bang for the buck.
No.
Garbo. He had the big sack yesterday. That was it. Leonard Floyd made 2 plays. One was a hands to the face penalty. The other one was him dropping back in coverage and tackling a guy on a 5-yard gain. Outside of that, Leonard Floyd has been a big dud. And then I look at the other 2 linebackers playing alongside Fred Warner, who play way too much for my liking. Dominic Flanagan fouls. He ate turf yesterday. Yeah. I don't know if you saw it. There's a screenplay. He just fell. He just like the sniper got him. And then Devondre Campbell, you and I have been all over this for a month. Yeah. Get Devondre Campbell off the field.
You know what, though? I'm looking at my big money players. And it starts with Nick Bosa, number 97. Why isn't he getting consistent pressure on the quarterback when the Rams are going out there and they're trotting out dudes from the UFL, the XFL, the CFL? They got no offensive linemen. You couldn't name a Rams offensive lineman. Couldn't name one. They had a dude coming back from suspension yesterday who hadn't played. Why isn't Nick Bosa getting consistent pressure? He's making $34 million a year.
I don't know. I really don't know. But it does feel like to me, the thing that I saw McVay do yesterday, we could talk about the passing concepts, but the run game, run it up the middle, or we're going to stretch it deep to the outside. right?
Yep.
How many times did you see
stretch
Stafford
run to the right?
Right?
Stafford's running out there. Balls all the way out there to stretch play.
It was one or the other. Right up the gut or way to the outside. So are they not setting the edge? Do they not have the linebacker speed? Like, someone who has a more sophisticated football mind can explain it to me. I'm not trying to pretend that I'm Baldy. So I don't know. I don't understand.
Right.
He's too good of a player, and you're spending way too much money to get this kind of production.
Yeah.
I'm at the point now, though, where I'm just, the way I view this defense is like they need a complete overhaul of the front seven outside of the 2.5 players I named.
This team's going to have to win some shootouts here. That's basically what it is. Let's get to the lines.
Just real quick, how come when I watch the Chiefs games, and Spagnuolo's a brilliant X's and O mind, we know that, but how come Chris Jones either gets used as somehow they get a matchup and a miscommunication, free rush, or the matchup that they want where it's one-on-one and he eats, or they use him as a decoy and someone else gets a free rush.
Right.
When was the last time the Niners, not a safety, not a corner, when was the last time a defensive lineman made a miscommunication and the Niners had a free rusher at a quarterback?
Would it have it? Who's the guy? I don't want to botch his name.
91 came out of
91.
nowhere.
That's what I'm saying. He had free rusher.
This young man.
Yeah, he's got a long name.
Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, no, I'd never heard of him until he made the play. Well, he was when you said Scott Free, a rusher coming in Scott Free. He came in Scott Free, had a big time sack, which forced the Rams into a field goal. It forced him into a field goal to make it 24-17. But when I start with Nick Bosa and you bring up Chris Jones and I'm watching TJ Watt just having a phenomenal start to the season, I'm looking at Nick Bosa and I'm saying, okay, you've been solid, but $34 million a year, solid ain't good enough.
If we're going to critique Brandon Aiyuk to the degree that we're going to critique him, then Bosa deserves to be critiqued simultaneously.
I need more moves. I need stunts. I need something. I need you to force turnovers. I get he almost forced a turnover last week against Minnesota. But Bosa for getting paid what he's getting paid as a highest paid defensive player in football, it's just not good enough. It's agree. Not. Let's go to the line. Let's
before
get to
you go out there, their top paid players, Warner's really the only guy living up to it this year.
Yeah, that's it. On
Trent
defense.
Trent Williams? I told you. Debo Samuel says Debo Samuel Sr. on the back of his jersey. It should say Trent Williams the fourth, as in Trent Williams IV, because every game he's going to get an IV.
Wasn't that funny? Yesterday, Christina Pinky goes down. I'm thinking, oh, boy, Trent's down. And she comes back and goes, oh, Trent's going to be fine. He just needed another IV. I say, okay, IV scoreboard. That's 2 IVs. That's 2 IVs for Trent Williams.
Trent Williams, this is the cap hits. Trent Williams, 22. Charvarius, 18. Those are your top 2 guys. Are they playing great?
No,
okay.
Absolutely not.
Nick Bosa, $15 million. He's not playing at what we think he can play, even though he's a good player, not playing great.
I don't want to hear about holding calls either about Nick Bosa.
Well, he did get held on, but he got called.
But everybody gets held.
Yeah, but he got a call. But like Aiyuk, Kittle, Hargrave, Debo, these are all your highest paid players, and they're not showing up. It's just
let's get to the lines. I'm going to get to the lines, Shasky. I'm going to get to the lines.
My head is going to explode.
Chris in San Jose. Chris, what's happening?
What's up, Chris?
We're going to get to everybody here. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, morning, gentlemen. I'm not on my speakerphone riding around the bay this morning.
Good.
I want to talk about a few things, I guess, because, I mean, we can go up and down the list like Shasky was about to do, talking about the mediocrity on the roster, people not showing up. Let's just start with Bosa, since that's who you're talking about. How many? Let me pose this question to you. How many elite defensive linemen, not just ends, how many elite defensive linemen do you think there are in the league?
A lot right now.
Do you think there's one on every team?
Yeah.
Do you think, maybe 15? Because Bosa is not playing at an elite level. I'd take Hutchinson over him.
Yes.
I'd take Garrett over him.
Yes.
I'd take Will Anderson Jr., that guy that the Texans just signed.
Dexter Lawrence.
TJ Watt, Crosby. I mean, the list goes on. That guy... And, we hear him talk. It's, he's kind of monotone, It's like he's brain dead. I got to rush the quarterback. All these other defensive ends, they're nuanced. They rush, they stop. They go around. This guy just wants to bull rush and spin everybody. Other guys are getting sacks because they pull off of their linemen when the quarterback is trying to go up in the pocket, find some space. They pull off, they make reads, they make a play.
It's an astute point.
Bosa is not playing at an elite level, nowhere near it. He's not even a top 10 defensive end in the league right now.
Wow.
Trent Williams, I have said this since last year. I don't care about the PFF grades. Purdy made him look a hell of a lot better last year. And now what's happening here to me is a culmination of chinks in the armor. Kittle's getting older. Debo's getting older. CMC's getting older. All these guys are heavily used. Aiyuk, you paid the man. You wanted to bring him back. That's fine. He has amplified the pressure to such an extent where I'm not sure if he can handle it. You wonder he's not coming out with the energy. He's not going to come out with the energy until he goes out there for 100 yards and a touchdown.
Yep.
Then he'll bring I'm back. You know what I mean? Now let's talk about Kyle. How many geniuses do you guys think are in the NFL? Because this term elite and genius gets used lightly. Because guess what? He ain't even the best coach in his damn division.
Wow.
So you talk about him being a genius when he constantly shrinks up in the games that he should beat McVay. In the games where we are favored 6.5 points going into that game.
Yep.
I know you're on the road. I know everybody's banged up. It's a toss-up. But every game we are supposed to win, we lose. And that is an indictment on Shanahan. Special teams. I know he's not the special teams coach. Guess what? You're the head coach. It's your responsibility. It's been crap for the entire 7 years that you've been here. I'm not out on Moody. He did make 2 big 50-yarders. Guess what? That's your third-round pick that you took.
Yeah.
High draft capital on a kicker who's missing kicks, who could also attribute to winning the game. So it's a whole culmination. You got chinks in the armor. Everyone's getting older. The NFC, Lions, Packers, all these upcoming teams, guess what? They were still upcoming, and we struggled. We got lucky to beat them. Now they're coming in full force.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. I see chinks in the armor. I see A's.
Great call, Chris. Great call. Since you're listening, hold on, let me get to legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. This segment is sponsored by Go to St. Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit Go to St. Lumber. Chris in San Jose hit on all the points, man. It's a lot of points. Not saying, though, that, boy, he's not even the best coach in the division.
Well, I mean, look. It's early, but if you were to pull a Minnesota Viking fan, would you trade Kevin O'Connell for Shanahan?
Probably not.
I don't think they would this morning, right? This morning.
No, they love Kevin O'Connell up there.
You know what I mean?
They love KLC.
That's I think where he's going at, right? So anyway, point being is I think the bigger takeaway, they are an old version. Whatever their age is, a lot of these guys have more wear and tear. Forget the 2019 run because that was so long ago. You played 3 extra playoff games in 2021, 3 in 2022, but here's the thing, B. I look at Kansas City.
Yeah, exactly.
But hear me out. They've played a lot of playoff games, but they've infused the roster with a ton of draft picks. When you made that Trey Lance trade, it did deplete some of your draft picks, and you're starting to see some of the misses come to light and some of the not having those draft picks in the cupboard. Not having Ricky Pearsall right now is affecting them. I know it's not their fault.
We don't even know who Ricky Pearsall is yet, but I hear you. I hear you.
Okay, again, when they moved off Tyreek, they used that to get themselves a center. They got themselves some defensive players. They got Chenault, and they got all these players, and you're seeing a younger roster. You have to play some of the younger guys. For example, they're playing Isaac Yiadom. Isaac Yiadom sucks. He stinks. Renardo Green made a penalty in the end zone. I'd rather see Renardo Green. But just play the young man.
They are playing younger guys, though. We see Tig Brown. We see Diomeder Lenore. They tried on Ambry Thomas. Ambry Thomas just wasn't good enough. Just wasn't good enough. Defensive line, that's where the biggest misses have come to me, is on the defensive line. The defensive line has been an issue here. Let's go to Gabriel in Orange County. Gabriel, what's happening?
What up, Bonte? What up, Shasky?
What's up, Gabriel?
I'm pissed.
Bro, straight up. I know you're livid. I can hear it, Shasky, but look at I'm going to start off with a note of positivity. What did I talk about last week? That great Gatsby moment, we're all holding our breath right before the game started for Brock Purdy. He balled out.
Yeah, he's great.
I'm so proud of him. I mean, he balled out. Him and Jennings had career games, and I think we're gonna see more and more of that because his confidence level is at an all-time high right now. You can see the way he moves in the pocket, the way his instincts. It's incredible to see how he's developing even more now. And go back and watch a handful of Ronnie Bell drops. He does this stupid little hop. There was nobody on him. Why did he hop on that 40-yard pass? Why did he do that little hop? The ball in his face, and it wasn't even that high. And go back and watch it. He always does that. You know what it needs to be? It needs to be a Ronnie Bell hop at a hotel somewhere. I don't want to see him on the field ever again. That guy is gone. And then Campbell, he doesn't even know where he's at. He doesn't know where he's at. Look at him. He looks lost the entire game.
He's not good. Mark Sanchez said it over and over. His specialty is not playing against the pass.
Here's what I don't understand. And I always hear you're not the coach. It's if I can see it, how can they not see it? And that's the question that I ask. And, like, I get you don't want to play young guys. I understand. Like, hey, you got to earn your spot. Well, you're playing Dominic Puni, all right? And he looks like he's better than whoever else you had at right guard the last couple years.
Aaron Banks, left guard. You've invested in him.
But, like, why not play? I don't know. D. Winters got hurt in this game, I guess. He came out or whatever. Play Bethune. Stop playing Devondre Campbell.
He's not good.
Right?
He's not,
and here's the funny thing. You had an opportunity. You know, Al-Shaair could have been had by anyone. He went back to the Texans.
Right.
You went for Devondre Campbell instead of Al-Shaair? I would have just gotten him.
Al-Shaair was there last year. He was in Houston last year.
No, I know, but he was also free agent 1 year.
I know.
We're going to renege him and allow him to resign. And I'm saying to myself, like, why are we doing this? Why are we going back to this guy? He's not good. Devondre Campbell's not good. He hasn't been good in preseason. He hasn't been good in regular season.
Well, you got no options right now. Obviously, D. Winters getting hurt before the season opened. It hurt D. Winters. It set him back. It set him back getting hurt in training camp. So Bethune, maybe he's not ready. Maybe they see something in Bethune right now that we don't see, and they're like, well, I don't know if he's ready. But the overall theme I got yesterday, it may be the last 2 weeks, the spirit and energy that Dre Greenlaw brought every single week to compliment Fred Warner is sorely missed right now. I totally agree. They miss Dre Greenlaw. There could be good news about Greenlaw, though, because I heard he's practicing. Once he's ready to go and he's cleared to go, he could be in this lineup right away. We may be seeing the Seattle game on Thursday night. We may see Kansas City, but Greenlaw, the return is coming very, very soon. I want to squeeze in another call before the break because, look, it's unfortunate they lost. Juwan Jennings became the second player in franchise history to register 10 or more catches with 150 more yards and 3 touchdowns. You know the other guy to do that in franchise history? Jerry Rice. Juwan Jennings was special. Let's go to Rhea in Lancaster. She was at the game. You know she was at the game, and I know she's ticked off right now. What up, Rhea?
Good morning, hon. Yes, I was at the game. Vibes were great. Everybody's high-fiving. We're getting along. Everything is fantastic. And then Shanahan decides the field goal before the missed one. He decides to, kick the field goal. I turned to my friend and I said, that was a mistake. We needed to be up more points. I didn't feel comfortable with that.
So you would have gone for it.
You mark it.
Not to cut you off. You would have gone for it on that 4th down after Mason got stuffed.
Yeah, what were they, 4th and 1 from the goal?
About 4th and 2.
Yeah, give or take inside the 10.
Hey, listen, I'm not mad at it. Rhea, I'm not mad. They went for it last week in Minnesota.
It just felt like the defense was on their heels, didn't it? Like our defense, and they weren't getting stops. Like they had no momentum.
Exactly. So I just you needed to go for it and you needed to get that score. You needed to get a field goal was not enough. So then also Trent is going to run out of veins for all these IVs that he's needing to get. And Ronnie Bell can't catch a case. Why are you depending on him when Juwan Jennings is so good through this whole game? He's climbing over his defender and getting the ball. You know what I mean? Like he's making catches that are amazing. Why are you picking Ronnie Bell for a situation like that? He hasn't been good for several seasons.
Yeah, ever.
Yeah. So I want to also point out, Brock, this was the most comfortable lately that I felt about Brock. I loved Brock yesterday. Shanahan needs to be okay with him scrambling and stop making him stiff and in the pocket.
Totally.
We need him to scramble every now and then. And I need Shanahan to be okay with that. I love you guys. Have a good day.
I thought his scrambling was magnificent yesterday.
Dude, he was sitting in that pocket.
So good.
There are times Mark Sanchez like, he can get a cup of coffee right now. Dude, Purdy was superb. Yes. You know what it is, too, about Purdy? And it is, and I don't think we've ever discussed it like this.
What's that?
He's a fun watch.
He's a gamer.
So he's not only a gamer, he's got pocket presence, but he's fun to watch. Like if I was a casual fan. So D. Wright was at the game, Darrell Wright.
Yeah.
And he's asked me, he's like, are you down here? I was like, nah, I didn't make the trip. And he goes, hey, man, this quarterback is good.
He's fun.
He goes, I don't get the rhetoric around Brock Purdy. The guy's a good quarterback, and he's fun to watch. He's entertaining.
How about the scramble going into that field goal possession where he scrambles and slides on his butt inbounds?
Inbounds
and I'm
to
like,
keep the
this
clock
guy's
running.
IQ is through the roof.
He was throwing dimes yesterday.
I'm telling you, the play for me, he had a couple really nice scrambles, but the play for me, 3rd down, where he pump fakes, he's rolling to the left, he dives in midair. I said, Bro, if Mahomes did that play, sticking the ball, it would have been on every single highlight package today. He was awesome.
Purdy,
he's a gamer.
He's so fun to watch. I thought that. I think I tweeted that. I was like, hate him or love him. The guy just is a gamer.
100%.
He feels it. He's a damn good quarterback, man. I had a lot of fun. All right, we're going to get to Bay Rob coming to Bay Rob. I see you out there. Say a whole Robinson, Bruno. We got Rocky and Vallejo, Rolando and Napa, Maurice and Sec. We got everybody. We're going to get all your calls. Everybody. 888-957-9570. We're going to play a soundbite from Dante Whitner on the other side. And is this situation critical? Is this situation critical? Look, I'm not overlooking the New England Patriots next Sunday. We're not there yet.
How can
but I'm
you?
not overlooking them. And all of a sudden, I'm thinking I may need to be at that game because the hell, we thought losing to the Rams was one thing. Well, we haven't even got through an hour and a half of the show yet. We're just getting cooking here on the roast. More coming up. Brought to you by Save Mart in Lucky, California.
It's your last week to play the Savings Road Trip game of Monopoly.
2 seconds left.
I thought special teams was a huge edge for us today. I mean, for Josh Carty, for Ethan Evans, for Alex Ward to be able to, make their kicks in crunch time, the extra points to tie it up, the field goal to ultimately win it. What a cool deal for Xavier Smith. Great job aggressively fielding that thing, got some blocks, got to the sideline, got us in, good field position right off the jump, and then Ronnie Rivers converting on the fake punt. I thought that was a real difference for us.
What up? What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Man, that was Sean McVay right there. Shout out to Big Pun. Shout out to everybody. We went to movie night in Burlingame, Friday night Burlingame. And I met my guy Kevin, who's driving Samtram, Shasky. Big Kevin driving the Samtram saying, I listen to the roast all the time. And he was chilling next to his family. I forget their names. I think Nancy was one of them. I forget the guy's name. But Little Sweets, they were serving out snow cones. Right? And we're all feeling good about the Niners. Everybody's out there Niner gear. Saying, gotta have this one against the Rams. You could bury the Rams. You could send them to 0-3. Now you give them life. Now they bye a week without Cooper Kupp, without Puka Nacua, without all their offensive linemen, and now they're back in the race. And now the Niners, not only do they lose to the Rams, you fall 2 games behind Seattle. And I don't know if Seattle's a fraudulent 3-0 or not, but they're 3-0. And they play in Detroit next Monday night. And if they win that game on a Monday night stage, then all of a sudden we got a new contender in the NFC West. And all of a sudden Seattle Seahawks are for real. So it's a bad loss. He gets Xavier Smith, Shasky, the 38-yard punt return to get him in the field goal range. Special teams. The great equalizer in the NFL.
I don't understand. There's so many issues. So, okay, great example. Great example. They're depleted. So that is a reality. You are hurt. But the Rams are more hurt.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't think it carries a lot of water.
No,
but on the final punt, your starting tight end in this game, Saubert, is running down the field on punt coverage. What are we doing?
God. And he misses the tackle.
Someone needs to explain that to me. So the guy who's been out there running routes over and over and over, blocking his butt off, he's now going to run down on punt. You have that few bodies? That's on you. That's on you as an organization on picking who you dress and who you don't dress. And when a guy doesn't see the field and then you're forced to have your starting tight end try to chase someone after playing 40-something, 50 minutes of football, 60 minutes of football, there's so many little roster decisions that just drive me nuts. And I know that the little things bother me. That 3rd and 1, seeing them take Aiyuk off the field, Jennings off the field. I want an explanation as to why they weren't on the field. You bunched it up. You had Conley out there with Braden Willis. Braden Willis is not
a good football player. He's not a good football player.
And it was so predictable.
It was predictable. But,
and of course you got stuffed.
What? Now that I'm thinking about it, when you run a play like that, in my head, I think, okay, maybe it's 2-down territory here. Maybe you are going for it on 4th down. You're going to run it here to see if you can get it. If not, you line up the shotgun on 4th down, get a little quick out or a quick slant or whatnot, and get the 1st down and get the touchdown and put the damn game away. That's my problem. When you have an opportunity to put games away, you have to kick the door in and put the damn game away. But you kick the field goal, and the Rams are feeling good and said, we're still only down 10 points. We're okay. We're not out of it yet. And Ray in Lancaster makes a good point. I didn't think about it too much yesterday in real time because I was just like, damn, we got stuffed on 3rd and 1. Should have scored a touchdown. You're on a long drive here. You stabilize the game in the 3rd quarter. Anyway, let's get to the lines, man. Bay Rob in the city. Rob, what a disastrous loss, man. That was bad. Bay Rob, what's happening, man? Long time no talk, Bay Rob.
What's up with my guys, man? I miss you guys. I know baseball season was long, so I kind of quieted down. Went to the game last week. I was frustrated about that. That's why I didn't even call y'all, but I didn't take it for too much. But this week now, don't worry. This stuff with Shanahan and all this stuff going on with this team, it don't even make no sense, man. Our main players that were supposed to come in and be on point with this team, they not doing their job. Aiyuk, he's not doing his job. Jennings look like our number 1 receiver. That don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? For the money that he's making, but he looks like our number 1 receiver. Your boy, he held out. Trent, he held out all his long. Now look at him. He IV every week. IV Trent. That's what we gonna start calling him. And the point that we heard already in the defensive line, Hargrave is starting to remind me of the dude that our boy that just left that was in the middle. I can't think of his name.
Kinlaw. Javon Kinlaw.
I've been complaining about Armstead. That's Hargrave. He our new Armstead right now. Can't get him to do nothing. It ain't making it no better for Bosa. What Bosa doing? Come on, Bosa, you want this money? Hey, man, I'd be so excited when I see T.J. Watts. It don't even make no sense. T.J. Watts over there causing hell by himself. By himself. Like, I'm just frustrated. And then Shanahan making me even more frustrated because I don't know whether he know or not, McVay and all these other coaches in these leagues that came from up under him and they done went to other teams now. Yeah, they taking this stuff personal. They taking it real personal. And McVay showed it yesterday like, yeah, okay, I'm going to show you what time it is without my two top wide receivers. So Shanahan better get his act together. And y'all know how I feel about Shanahan already. I'm trying to keep this simple. It's the beginning of the season. But you better get us up on our horse, man. That's all I got to say.
Hey, Rob.
Get us up on our horse. We all frustrated. We all feel like we getting poked with the same thing like there's a voodoo doll because we all seeing the same thing, man. And it's frustrating us and driving us crazy. So he ain't got too long with me, man. You already know what I feel about him. And I'm still frustrated because we don't got no deep threat. We don't got no deep threat. Everybody else got one, but we don't got one.
Wow. Bay Rob bringing in the heat here. You know, Shasky brought up Javon Hargrave, and I keep going back to this name, Gabe Wilkins. Gabe Wilkins. 49er fans, look up Gabe Wilkins and the money he signed with the 49ers at the time for the Green Bay Packers. And this at a time where the Green Bay Packers were at the height of their powers. And when the Niners signed Gabe Wilkins, you're thinking, why would they just let Gabe Wilkins walk if he's any good? Oh, wait, he's not good. And he stole money from the Bartelos. Well, Javon Hargrave, I was thinking to myself, now, Philly had a surplus of defensive linemen, I get it. But Howie Roseman doesn't let good players get out the building. He's proven that over and over and over. The GM of the Philadelphia Eagles, general manager, GM, is short, right? In case anybody forgot. He let Javon Hargrave walk. And we signed him. We thinking, boy, why would Philly let him walk? And right away, my buddy Philly said, Hargrave, we got Jalen Carter coming up and Fletcher Cox. He's okay. And he was right. I don't even know if Hargrave's just okay. It's been Did you watch him mic'd up last week? It was the most uninspiring mic'd up segment the 49ers.com website has ever put out.
How many times in the second half? I'm watching the game on 95.7 The Game. We did like a YouTube watch with bullshit.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I saw that. That was pretty good.
I'm going, he's got way too much time. I'm talking about Stafford. Yeah. He's got way too much time.
The pocket's clean.
Look how clean that pocket is. Way too much time. Way too much time. And the amount of times that the Niners defensive line gets stonewalled and just gives up drives me crazy. The part that I have a hard time understanding, there have never been more athletic freaks on the defensive line and an outside linebacker available in college. It feels like right now more than ever. Maybe I'm just a prisoner of the moment.
No, you're maybe a prisoner because we have some athletic freaks. Derek Thomas, Lawrence Taylor.
No doubt, but I'm saying like the plethora of them coming in the league. And the Niners never draft any of them. And so there's two areas. We could talk about deep threat and let's see what Jacob Cowings. I don't know why he wasn't a part of the game plan yesterday. You did a pop pass to Aiyuk, which went nowhere. No one fooling anybody. That should have been Cowings' play, just to get him a touch. But, you have never invested in a ball hawking free safety. You always love the box safety. Right? That's what they love. They love the box safety. They don't like the free safety who's a ball hawker, a guy that's going to cover. Yeah. Jimmy Ward's really the only guy that they've played who's a cover safety at that position during their tenure. And then they don't have the athletic linebacker, outside linebacker, D-end. They have old guys. It's just, let's go after old guys.
They seem stiff, methodical, robotic, right?
Predictable.
The safety's position, Tick Brown is playing his ass off, but he's not a free safety. Hufanga is not a free safety. Mm-mm. So now you don't have speed.
I don't know if Ward, Mustafa is either.
Malik Mustafa, he's a hitter.
He's a hitter.
He's a run guy. So I don't think you have a free safety on this football team. And that's a problem as guys go over the top. You bring up Hargrave and the clip is out. Moody misses the 55-yard field goal, Shasky. And we've all seen the clip now. First play after Moody misses the 55-yard kick. The effort from the defensive line.
It's so bad.
These are high-paid guys. Now, these are high-paid guys. And I heard from multiple people. The effort on that play and the effort. I got a text from somebody. I'm not even going to say their name, Shasky. I'll tell you during the break. But the text was, Jordan Mason, Purdy, Juwan Jennings, Pooney, Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw. Spacebar. Those may be the only guys who really give a damn to win. Bosa was omitted from this list. Aiyuk's omitted from this list. Obviously Kittle and Debo are hurt, so he's not going to put him on this list. I think CMC's a guy who does care about winning. But think about that. A takeaway from a guy who played in this game. Mason, Purdy, Juwan Jennings, Pooney, Fred Warner, Drake Greenlaw, the only ones who give a damn about winning.
And finally, I don't ask people to, be out of character, but just show me that something affects you. And finally, Bosa at the podium yesterday was like, we need to kind of wear this one. And it was like, about time you show you have a pulse, dude. Like, again, he's one of my favorite players, and he also drives me crazy because there are times where he's very indifferent in post games. And the fact that he finally said something to me, like, that resonated.
I think we have to feel the loss for sure. We can't just move on and act like it's fine. You feel the loss and you just start stacking week by week.
When you are
it's definitely a rough start, but there's a ton of football.
When you're a young player that's coming into the league and you're quiet by nature, I don't expect you to walk into the locker room and be a leader. When you're 5 years in and you won a DPOY
and you got
paid $120 million,
and you got the C on your chest,
you better start acting like one. Now, Patrick Willis was a very quiet guy, but by year 4, 5, 6, 7, he became the team leader.
He started breaking the team down.
Absolutely.
He started breaking the team down, saying, we got to have it, we got to have it. And he became that inspiration, that emotional leader. Bosa may never be that. Because Joey's not that.
But you can still pick and choose your spots on when to be vocal, and I think that this team needs to hear from someone like Bosa today. The other thing I was thinking about, and I just, the reality is here. We're here with Aiyuk. Like, last year was a great year. Was it a career year? Is he even going to come close to that?
Well, here's my philosophy with the whole wide receiver position. Because I want to play this Bosa cut. Bosa said, and this is why I'm not going to panic, because they're 1 and 2. Because they have been here before.
Yeah, but it's two
definitely
bad
a rough
games.
Start, but there's a ton of football to be played. We've been through some tough stretches before, but we just have to stay together. We have the guys to do it. So
I know it was different when they had Garoppolo at quarterback, but the sky was falling when they lost 11-10 to Denver, and they were 1 and 2, and then they dropped to 3 and 4 after losing to Atlanta and the way that they lost to Atlanta that season. What was it, 2021 or 2022? The year, obviously, when Purdy's coming out party and they traded for CMC. And they went into the bye week at 4 and 4. They went into the bye week at 4 and 4. Now, if the Niners can get to 5 and 3 before the bye week this season, I feel really, really good. So I'm not going to panic too much. But when you talk about Brandon Aiyuk in the wide receiver position, here's what I don't get. You draft Ricky Pearsall in the first round. And now some people may assume that was Aiyuk's replacement. The Niners were fielding calls on Debo and Brandon Aiyuk. That gets lost in the sauce. But number 2, when you had Juwan Jennings coming off of that Super Bowl, where he did score 2 touchdowns, and he has made big plays on third down over and over and over again, and you draft Ricky Pearsall, well, I don't know what Ricky Pearsall is. Well, boy, with that pick, Ricky Pearsall may not contribute at all this season. We have no idea. When's he going to get on the field? How many times did the Niners run 4 and 5 wide receiver sets? Or is Kittle going to be part of that equation? You get what I'm saying?
It was a luxury pick considering the other needs on the team.
You had a lot of other needs on this team.
If you weren't going to move off of both receivers.
Right, but you didn't move off both receivers. You give Aiyuk the money. Debo's still here. You have Juwan Jennings. You get Jacob Cowing, and now you got Ricky Pearsall. Where's Ricky Pearsall going to play? So now all of a sudden you got a first-round pick. Well, I don't know if he's even going to play, so if things do go awry, I would not rule out. Now, I don't think the Niners season is going to nosedive. But who's to say Aiyuk doesn't get traded in the offseason or Debo gets traded in the offseason? I don't know because Juwan Jennings is coming on. Again, he's the second 49er ever to have over 10 catches, 150 yards, and 3 touchdowns in a single game. The only other guy to do it in franchise history, the great Jerry Rice.
It was a signature game.
It's unbelievable.
It was a signature game. I would say, and then again, I think Debo's had some big games. The playoff game against Seattle is one that comes just off the top of my head, over 150 yards and multiple touchdowns. He was dynamic. Can you think, I mean, honestly, B, like off the top of your head, not going to deep dive, can you think of a game that has even come close for Aiyuk?
The Detroit game, NFC Championship game. He made the Ladybug catch and he scored a go-ahead touchdown on third down. That was huge. He had a big third down catch against the Green Bay Packers in a nasty game where he was getting doubled and tripled.
Couple of plays.
And Purdy, but those were massive plays. Massive plays, game-clinching plays.
I mean, Jennings was going to be the Super Bowl MVP. You know, like I don't know. I'm just saying, like the way that this team, and I think it's more about team building for this squad with this coach.
Right.
It was poor allocation of money if you're going to use him this way and you're going to spend that much money. I don't think it's arguable.
Well, if you were this is the Niners' mistake. This is why I get on the front office where before the draft, you knew that you didn't really want to go there with Brandon Aiyuk when it caved into money. They just move off of him before the draft and get a player. Instead now, and you knew this was coming, every catch, every reception, every drop is going to be magnified when it comes to number 11, Brandon Aiyuk. Now, he got the targets yesterday. I wish he got the same targets in the Super Bowl. But I kind of take a step back with the Super Bowl because I say, boy, I have to watch a Baldy's breakdown with it. Oh, okay, he was getting bracketed. Okay, Kansas City was paying attention to him. Oh, wait, when he saw one-on-one, he did win his one-on-one matchups. Right now, he's just not in football shape. It's not good. It's not good at all. He's got to get the swagger back. He's got to start making plays. I wish the deep ball was connected with him. That would have just calmed the waters tremendously. But now when you get a loss now. Now it's like, I told you this on Friday. He said, what does his stat line need to be? He's got to go for at least 100 yards.
It feels
he didn't come close to that.
Every ball thrown his way, I hold my breath right now, and maybe I'm over-exaggerating it. I hope we're not going. It's got a Jordan Poole feel to it, where it's just like the guy's confidence looks shot.
It's not.
He made plays, but his confidence looks shot.
It doesn't look the same. It doesn't look the same.
Like he was an energy player, and he doesn't have the energy right now.
He's got to get the swagger back now.
He had last year, guys, by the way, not to cut you off, 7 games in which he had 100 or more receiving yards.
It was second in franchise history.
First game, obviously, 8 receptions, 129, a couple of touchdowns against the Steelers.
One second. He was averaging like 18 a catch. So
it was second in the league, yards per catch.
You catch 4 or 5 balls, you're right at 100. You know,
second in the league in yards per catch. So he's getting the chunk plays, and again, he had 7 100-yard games, and now second only to Jerry Rice in franchise. This franchise has had nothing but great receivers, littered with great receivers in the history of the 49ers, and he was second in franchise history with 7 100-yard games in a regular season.
And he missed week 3, obviously. He's inactive against that Thursday night football game against the Giants, and basically didn't play in the last game of the year because it didn't really matter that much.
That's unbelievable. Monster numbers. All right, Dante Winter yesterday. Before we get to the lines, we're going to get to Rocky and Vallejo. Just hang on tight real quick. I want you to react to this. Dante Whitner, 49ers postgame, ABC Sports Bay Area. Here's Dante Whitner. Is it a code red? Is it time to panic?
Code red. I'm ready to hit the red button.
Ooh.
And mainly because they're not doing anything well. They're not stopping the run. They're not setting the edge. They're not getting consistent pressure on the quarterback. They're not stopping the explosive plays. They're not tackling well. They're not communicating well. They're not playing leverage. They're not doing anything well right now. And the margin for error is very slim in the National Football League. And when you're not right where you're supposed to be, you don't have the continuity on defense, it's easy for teams and quarterbacks like Matthew Stafford and of his caliber to dissect you. So they're going to have a players-only meeting this week and get back to basics and get back that championship DNA and identity and play physical within the trenches.
Week 3, we're talking about players-only meeting.
Did you order the code red?
Hey, well, Coach Pagano, who's always on the Pat McAfee show, said they asked him about players-only meetings. This is hilarious soundbite. But he goes, when I heard that they were having a players-only meetings, I went back to my office and I called my wife. I said, hey, let's just go ahead and put the house on sale. Let's go ahead and put the house on the market because we're not going to last long if we're already having players-only meetings. Now, I don't think Shanahan's going anywhere, but the fact that Dante Whitner is requesting a players-only meeting after week 3 is alarming.
Outside of Fred, and I would throw Kittle in the mix as well, who has excelled since signing their contract?
Jawan Jennings signed in at Cinder.
All right. The mega deals on this team.
Mega deals with Trent played well. I know it's not popular to say right now, but Trent, when he did get his money, he played at all-pro level.
Well, he looks like right now he's on a farewell tour.
Right now.
It looks like he's ready to go to Arizona.
But you asked me, though. He played well when he got his contract a couple years ago, and he threatened to go to Kansas City. He should have had to get on the phone and say, hey, hold on tight.
I'll give you that.
Jimmy Ward, I thought he played well when he had signed his contract.
Okay.
He played well. Now,
it's going back 5 years ago, but you're right.
But that's what it is. Eric
Armstead was up and down.
Yeah, I don't know.
I would say more, not even close to what we're expecting. Debo, hasn't been as good as we wanted, even though we all love Debo. And I still believe in him, but I don't think it's been as good as I would like. And then I'm looking at Aiyuk early on. It doesn't look great. Bosa hasn't looked great since signing his. Like, there's a level of, hey, I got mine. And it's tough to see as a fan.
Well, Bosa's got to get going. And Nick Sorensen. Are we sure Nick Sorensen's going to end the year as defensive coordinator? What is going on? I mean, we talked about Steve Wilkes. And trust me, I saw on Twitter yesterday, our boy BPA was spamming me, and all of a sudden, Bonte, I'm winning. I saw the tweet. He goes, I'm willing to admit that Wilkes is better than Sorensen.
I have a big mouth sometimes.
Do you know what people are calling him?
Who, Nick Sorensen?
Yeah.
What are they calling him?
Colt Seavers, the fall guy.
Oh, well, I mean, Steve Wilkes was. He was the fall guy last year.
You know. You didn't like that, Fidel.
Shanahan was at the Chris Carter forum where you have to have a fall guy.
Shanahan was my favorite. Is like, Shanahan, we knew it was coming. You knew the fake punt was coming, and yet you looked like you never knew that the fake punt was coming. What are you talking about?
Let's hear from Fred Warner before we go out to the lights. Let's hear from Fred Warner on the fake punt.
But at the end of the day, sudden change, you're going to be in those situations throughout a game. Obviously, you don't want to be in that situation, but defensively, we can't give up 7 points or 6 points right there. We got to hold them either to a field goal, get a takeaway. We had no takeaways today. Usually, if we're minus in the takeaway margin, we're going to have a hard chance of winning.
Diamond Lenore on the special teams miscues.
With the new way that they have to play special teams, it's kind of difficult. So, it's kind of everyone getting a feel for it, I would say. I don't think it's I think it's just a learning curve, we're going to try to be better, next week, to capitalize and finish the game. I feel like that was one of our goals this year, is finishing, and we're doing a pretty bad job at finishing.
Okay, it was a punt, not a kickoff, and it wasn't the new rule. It was something we've been doing for 60 years, which is a normal punt, and we didn't cover it well. Now, the finishing part, 100%.
Purdy on his pass to Ronnie Bell before we get to the lives.
Oh, Ronnie Bell.
Look, this is leadership right here from Brock Purdy. Leadership.
He had a double move, and that was the look we wanted, and he got his guy. And, by the time I got to him, I think I was just trying to give him a chance, and I don't know if I had enough juice on it, just from where I was at in the pocket. So just try to give him a chance, and obviously I think I could still give him a better ball and everything. So, but he's a young guy. I love him, man, and we all got Ronnie's back. So we're going to continue to need him and build him up, and we're all in this together, man. It's a team sport, man. So it's not one play here. It's all of them.
Leadership from Brock Purdy, who played. I thought if you looked at his, 31st start yesterday, I thought yesterday was by far, it was the top 3 performance from Brock Purdy. I was blown away, and it was a lot of fun watching him do what he did yesterday. That's what we wanted. We wanted to see him play without those guys, Shasky, and he played exceptional football without those guys.
Brock's too classy, so I'll say it for him. Ronnie Bell's got to catch that damn ball. That ball hit him in the face mask. Well, He has. It went right through both hands. Catch the ball, doggy. Well, make a play.
He doesn't make plays. Let's go to Rocky and Vallejo. Rocky, what's happening?
Marco Luciano thinks
hey, man,
that
you guys are on fire, man. Great show, dude. It's very therapeutic. Okay, I want to mainly focus on the defense. And these are small changes I personally would make. Number one, I would put Hargrave only in on third down. Bring in Jordan Elliott. He's a big boy. He can stop the run. Hargrave only on third down. 2, number 45, Flanagan Flowers. He only plays 10, 12 plays a game because he's a strong side linebacker. But, man, that guy cannot play. He fell down, like Chachki said earlier. Bring in Curtis Robinson, the preseason stud. And then lastly, Yadam number 22, got to go. Let's go with the young guy, Green. I know he got a flag. He only played one play. Let's go with the young guy. Let's see what he got. And I think the bad cuts, I wanted to see Jalen Graham. Man, they let that guy go. Sam Womack, let him go. I put those on Lynch, man. Lynch. You know what? Hate to say it. I'm not the biggest fan of Lynch either, man, to be honest with you. But that's all I got. I'll take your guys' comments off the air.
You wonder, Shasky, real quick, when he talks about Lynch, and I think Lynch has done a superb job. But I had this thought go through my head yesterday after the game. When does it catch up to you when you lose all the assistants on the coaching staff and the front office? I wonder. Now, it feels like this draft has been really good. So far, so good, right? But I do wonder, how much does that hurt a team? Do you recover from that? Maybe it's a minuscule thing. But I do wonder, losing all these guys they've lost in the front office and the coaching staff, if it's starting to catch up to them because guys are in a position they don't need to be in. Nick Sorensen's not ready to be a defense coordinator. He's just not.
Okay. You could have hired anyone from outside the building. Anyone. You could have hired anyone. So I get your point.
Yeah, they try to get Spagnuolo, right? Yeah, they try to get Spags. They try to get guys.
So Spags is going to leave Andy Reid and Mahomes to come to you.
But they try to get him. They try to get him. They try to get Belichick to call the defense.
Belichick is not
I hear that.
For Kyle.
But to your point, they tried to get these guys. They tried to get these guys.
Like
so all
Joe
I'm saying
that he's trying to get a date with Halle Berry.
Relax for a second. I'm just saying, losing all these guys, what does it catch up to you? They tried to replace these guys. They couldn't. They couldn't replace these guys. You lost Adam Peters to Washington. You lost Rand Carthon to Tennessee. I mean, Greg Carthon may be getting fired soon anyway because Tennessee doesn't look like they're ready to play. But you know what I'm saying? You lost a lot of guys. When does it catch up to you? At some point, they tried to get guys to come here. And they come here. They didn't come here. They said no.
Bonte, the team themselves wanted to play a certain way. They allowed the players on defense to dictate it. And I get when you have high-paid players that you really like, but this is the bed they made, and they have to lay in it. The players were adamant that they didn't want a scheme change. So they went with Sorensen. Yes, they sniffed around other people. I don't think they ever had intentions of actually getting a different scheme in here unless it was Spagnuolo. And Spagnuolo was never going to leave Kansas City.
No, he's not leaving.
I mean, that's like, hey, it's the mid-2000s and we're the Giants. We want to get Joe Torre. You're not getting him. Like, no, he's not leaving that situation. Why would Spagnuolo? And I get, like, we tried.
He didn't leave. No, but if you're saying getting in some other coaches, like, well, they tried. That's all I'm saying.
What
they
other
tried to
team
get
in the
other
league
coaches.
was going to elevate Nick Sorensen to DC?
No, nobody. That's my whole thing. That's why I said be careful what you wish for when it comes to Steve Wilks. Because Steve Wilks' defense never gave up 20 points in the second half.
You know what's coming.
They gave up 6 in the second half to Minnesota. They didn't give up much to Cleveland. All right, Cincinnati was struggling to the picks. Just saying. We gave Steve Wilks a lot of heat. And I don't even think he's the greatest defensive coordinator in the world. It's the reason why he's well-traveled. But we just elevated Nick Sorensen like it was nothing.
Well,
like it was like D'Amico Ryans is one thing because he played at a high level middle linebacker, Robert Saleh. But I'm willing to give Nick Sorensen the same grace we gave D'Amico Ryans or Robert Saleh. I just don't see anything from this game. I don't see anything from this defense. I don't see any creativity, and I see a lot of slow, unathletic players on that end of the football that really don't know what they're doing. It is a problem defensively.
They have no other choice but to see if they can turn around. So
you may have to promote Brandon Staley at some point. Oh God, dude! Kevin O'Connell undressed Nick Sorensen.
Yeah,
and this is a week after George Odom was playing press man on Justin Jefferson for crying out loud. And then this week, Sean McVay was in his play sheet saying, "I'm so far ahead of this guy, Nick Sorensen. They couldn't be stopped."
What is good on the defense right now?
That's what I'm saying. Fred Warner?
They don't stop the run up the middle. They don't stop the run to the edges. They give up big chunk plays on 3rd and long. They can't get to the quarterback. So I thought the secondary was going to be a strength. It's not. Charvarius has gotten cooked. They run these rub routes and these little pick plays over and over and over and over again, and there's miscommunications, or guys are slow getting out of these combination routes. They don't have any 2 high safety looks. They always have a box safety in, and so it's one single high safety getting torched left and right. They tackle guys after they get beat, like Isaac Yiadom did on the 48-yard play. Yadam, it doesn't matter. Make a play.
No, put some respect on his name, man.
I mean, again, another veteran third corner who stinks. They've done it year after year. So there's not an element outside of Fred Warner that is elite on this defense. There's not one element.
They missed Drake Greenlaw, that's for sure.
Massively.
They missed Drake Greenlaw. Let's go to Harmon in Danville. Harmon, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Good.
All right. Well, hey, tough loss yesterday. I got 2 quick points here. So it's around the trenches on both sides, man. The offense had a chance to put their foot on their throat yesterday and end the game with a touchdown. They couldn't do it, settled for a field goal, man. You let stuff like that happen, and teams think that they can stay with you. Teams think that they could continue to play the game, man. Brock had a good game. He had some pocket time, but you couldn't finish the game in the trench when we wanted to. And then, look, on defense, man, you said it. Front 7 hasn't looked good since D'Amico Ryans became the Texans head coach.
Yep.
54 is inspiring. Nick Bosa will have games. But, man, John Lynch always says that the defensive line is the equalizer in sports. the high school down the street from me, San Ramon Valley High School, currently has a better defensive line than the Niners, man. So I think that we're going to be good, but geez, we got to turn the urgency level up. So appreciate you guys. Thanks for all you do for the community. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Harmon. Thank you for the call, Shasky. This is the thing too. The Patriots are going to come to town next Sunday. We know what they do. They don't have a lot of talent. One thing they're going to do is they're going to try to control the trenches, and they're going to run the football. They're going to run it with Stevenson down your freaking throat. And at this point, it's a matter of pride and will. When I saw the most disappointing aspect, when I saw that effort after the missed field goal, because I saw it in real time, and I went back home and I watched it about 5 times, and I said, I cannot believe that was the effort of the pass rush from Nick Bosa and Javon Hargrave on the first play of the possession after you missed a 55-yard field goal to save the game. This is what defenses want, right? You want a chance to close a game. It's your time. And Stafford drops back with the cleanest pocket in the world and drops a dime to two-catch Tutu Atwell. And we laughed at Tutu Atwell last week. They could throw the ball to Tutu Atwell? Yeah, okay. Well, and they did.
He's got the Teddy Ginn Jr. He's open over the top all day. It's 50-50 whether he's going to catch it. I mean, the guy, he killed him. And he dropped multiple balls yesterday.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, Stafford should have had more yards and more catches from his wide receivers, and they were dropping balls. I thought the tight end...
Corby Parkinson.
Parkinson dropped multiple balls.
Yep. I tip my hat to Stafford. The guy is playing some good ass football look, at 36 years old. He's playing some damn good ball.
Your point about like the DC and like hiring from within. You can only hire from within so many times, right? And so eventually you have to get outside influence. To me, when you run the same thing for 6 or 7 years, eventually it just gets stale. And you need to upgrade personnel. Like we could talk scheme till we're blue in the face. I don't think the personnel's that great. So that's another conversation that goes hand in hand. But like I look at the Packers. LaFleur had his buddy as the DC. Yep. Everyone said the DC wasn't good. They had to go outside of the building to go get someone. They got a guy who was running the Boston College for multiple years. He got fired. Obviously, they have Bill O'Brien now, Boston College. They brought in a completely different guy. It's early. We'll see what it looks like. But they went outside the building. He brought in a whole new influence. Let's see it. Philadelphia went outside the building to go get Vic Fangio. And they brought in some new influence, all right? The Bears, who fired both coordinators. This is Eberflus, who cuts his teeth on the defensive side, all right? That's his puppy. He went outside the building to go get someone. Now, I'm not saying you got to do it every time, but when you've hired from within over and over and over again, and you had the situation with Steve Wilkes where you went outside, but really you wanted him to do what you already were doing.
You went outside and didn't allow him to hire one of his assistants. You basically say, Steve Wilkes, you're running our defense, call the plays. And he's sitting there thinking, well, I've never run this scheme before. And he told us midway through, and it's like, I'll never forget the drop. Well, I'm still learning the defense. It's like, hey, Steve, we're in week 9, buddy. We're still learning the defense. This isn't good. So to your point about going outside.
That's all.
Because you know what? Another point, too, Shasky, about that is that now these teams, whether it's Seattle, whether it's Detroit, whether it's Philly, whether it's the Rams, no matter what, they see the Niners at the top of the end of the sheet for so many years. Oh, that's their scheme? Let's start the draft and build our teams in a way to beat this game. So now when you look at Detroit, Montgomery, and Gibbs, you're going to run the ball down your throat. The Niners couldn't stop Detroit. Detroit really blew that game. Niners couldn't stop Detroit. You look at the way Minnesota's running the football. Oh, we could run football against that scheme. They did it against Houston and Niners back-to-back weeks. So to your point about hiring outside, and get somebody else, the wide 9, tuck it in, because Bosa's not a speed guy. So, like, don't you get frustrated with the wide 9, too? Bosa's lined up so far outside. It takes him 1,000,000 years to get there to the quarterback.
They run these stretch plays to the outside, and they have no speed on the edges. They don't set the edge with either D end, and then their linebackers within space. So when you don't have Dre Greenlaw covering up a lot of these holes from the D line, everything gets exposed. The other element, and I'm telling you,
think about that.
Look around the league. We spent all week last week. What did I bring up to you before it even got said by Mel Kiper Jr.? The whole league is not allowing big plays because they're playing 2 safeties deep. The Niners do the exact opposite, and they give up big plays left and right.
Well, think about the wide 9.
They go single high, and they're getting abused.
Yeah, they're getting abused. Whether it's too high, single high, they get abused.
Well, because they have box safeties. They don't have a free safety.
That Mel Kiper Jr. take is not aging well whatsoever. I saw a lot of deep shots yesterday, or teams at least taking shots. It's nothing wrong with too high. You just adjust. The whole wide 9, think about that. The defensive ends are lined up outside of the tackles by about 2 yards, and you're still losing outside containment. Like, you're already in a position to set the edge. If anything, the run play is going to get funneled back into the middle of the field. And yet they're still getting outside. And you got T. Higgins at the hash marks. It's unbelievable. What's going on here?
Is stuffing the run better than my two linebackers.
Yeah, but you know what?
Not named Warner.
But you know what, though? The Rams made a subtle adjustment. Oh, you're going to be in your nickel?
Exactly.
We're going to run at De'Amon Lenore. You're going to take one of the linebackers off the field? Let's squeeze in one more call before the injury report. Let's get to Adam in the city. And then we're going to get everybody. This is your show, 888-957-9570. Adam, I know you were at the game in L.A., and I know you're highly disappointed about the outcome of that game down there at beautiful SoFi Stadium.
I'll give the credit that SoFi is a great stadium, really easy to get out with cars in the parking. I'll give them the credit for that. But my God, after seeing what the Vikings did to the Texans yesterday, I wasn't as mad about that loss last week. That defense in Minnesota is real. However, so then going into this game against the Rams, they're down all their wide receivers. You're up 14-0, then you're up 21-7. I mean, that drop by Ronnie Bell is I was up in the nosebleeds, but I saw that pass. I'm like, what a throw. And you just dropped it. It's like, why is this guy still getting playing time? He hasn't had a catch or made an impact since Giants week 3 last year when he had that touchdown catch. And the defense is just bad. It's is it Yadam? He's not a good cornerback. He's getting torched on every play. The special teams, yet again, is costing us the game. What's new? It's just like a rinse and repeat of what we continue to fail at year after year. We don't address the issues, and it just keeps playing out the same way. And it's just that was one of the worst losses I've ever seen. And I mean, you guys got to get right and fix it up for the Patriots because that's not going to be a cakewalk.
Nope.
They run the ball well, and there's just a lot of problems right now.
Man, this is a tough stretch. Good call, Adam. Good call. This stretch: Patriots, Cardinals, Seahawks on a short week. Is it Chiefs then Cowboys, or is it Cowboys and Chiefs? I forget, but that's the stretch.
The Cardinals put up 40-something on this same Rams team. I don't know what happened. It's like that. I'm telling you, go back to that McKivitz sack. That McKivitz sack strip just felt like it changed the game.
It was so huge before halftime.
I know everyone goes to the Aiyuk drop. To me, it was the McKivitz because they were going to score a field goal before the end of half.
Yep,
they were primed. They were marching.
Still the momentum back.
Purdy made a great scramble run to the right side. He got a first down. I'm like, all right, here we go. You're at the 45. Trent walks off the field. I go, oh God, Jalen Moore, and it's McKivitz on the other side.
I guess it's appropriate to say that division games are just different. Because that division game played out so damn differently than I thought it would. I honestly thought the Niners were going to roll. I thought they were going to beat down the Rams, man. I was completely wrong about that. 14-0. Commanding lead, even commanding lead in the third quarter. Yeah, control of the football game. Unbelievable. By the way, River Islands guest line, we're going to go guest free today, but shout out to River Islands anyway, out in Lathrop. I wanted to be out in Lathrop yesterday, just tuck away and get the hell out the Bay Area for a second. Is it a time for you to discover the islands in Lathrop? River Islands in Lathrop, man. It is awesome. All right. Who's injured? My psyche?
Ow! He's a high-level loser, bro.
Oh, TC at Sacramento. How's he feeling? How's Robinson Bruno feeling? How's Robin feeling out there in the city? Tony, Clark the Shark, can't open the
downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Oh, boy, it may be. Kyle Shanahan announced a pair of minor injuries yesterday after the loss to the Rams. Javon Hargrave, slowed down by a tricep injury during the game that Shanahan called a contusion. D. Winters, he was forced to exit yesterday's game with an ankle injury. So, best ability is availability, and D. Winters has yet to be available for the 49ers this season. Both injuries are not expected to be serious, but they got to get some other guys back. George Kittle. Is Charvarius Ward 100%? Where is he at right now? It's a bad, bad loss, and this Monday stinks. It does. It's a very stinky and smelly Monday after the Niners lose to the Lambs 27-24. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Girls in Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Shasky, you want to switch gears and just talk about the sweep that the Giants just laid at the heads of the Royals? I'm kidding. We're going to stick on this. Niners
I'm not going to
lose.
sugarcoat it.
Not going to sugarcoat it. Wait, can you give me the full job, please?
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
That's not what we're going to do with the 49ers. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We can sit here and do a sugarcoating job, but we're not going to do that. Your call's coming up next on the Roast.
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
I would rather be the White Sox.
Did you know when you purchase lumber?
the same distance he hit from in the Super Bowl to set a short-lived record. To make it a 2-score game. Mooney, it is no good!
Oops.
Mark Sanchez, man. You can isolate that. Oh, it goes left, and you knew it was going left. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I don't have a long one in me. I don't. Yesterday was deflating. It was draining. And boy, is that the worst loss under Kyle Shanahan? Let's take away the first season where it's an expansion team. In 2018, the quarterback goes down, Jimmy Garoppolo in week 3. But since 2019, is that the worst regular season loss under Kyle Shanahan? There's been some bad ones. There's the 11-10 game in Denver where Jimmy threw the pick 8. There's the Cardinals game at Levi Stadium where Colt McCoy looked like Roger Staubach and James Conner looked like the second coming of Earl Campbell. You've got some bad regular season losses.
On 2nd and 5, this is Eno Benjamin. A little hop step, and he trucked Drake Kirkpatrick and takes it in for the touchdown. Oh my
goodness. Kevin Kugler.
The Ravens game on Christmas was pretty bad.
But they were a really good team. When I think of bad,
but they got thumped.
But you know what? When I think about
mean bad loss? Like
bad, this is like a bad loss.
Okay, Seattle. This okay. You want to know? I know you brought up 1988, and this reminded me of the Seattle game. Okay, the one they went to overtime with, and there was all these clock issues toward the end of the game where they were speeding things up when they had no in that game. It was either you walk away with a tie or you win the game. You cannot give the ball back to Seattle and lose the game. It's either tie or win, and that's it. And that's why I look at the situation yesterday, and I know you and I just disagree, and that's fine. There was no need to call a timeout with 1:54 left on the clock. I would have allowed it to get down to 1 minute. Once it gets down to 1 minute, you can burn a timeout. Fine, go right ahead. That would be 2 play calls that they would call. It would be 3rd down. They're probably going to throw it multiple times in that situation because they need 7. The last thing I am doing is allowing enough time on the clock because if I do, it's not 4-down territory. When you're chasing, it's 4-down territory, meaning you're going for it on 4th down. In a tie game situation, you can always punt because you could get stopped. And that sack that they had after the Ronnie Bell drop, it was a disaster. And I get it. You got to make plays. You got to make catches. But you also have to insulate yourself from mistakes that might happen on the field. And I just thought the clock measure, it's on the list of things that were wrong. It's not the top, but it's in there.
I think it's all the way down on the list because I had no problem with calling the timeout because I did want more time for the offense to operate so they could take their time in a 2-minute drill. Hey, let's call a play.
That's where
hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. You're losing it. No, it's in there. No, so what? I don't care. It's 2024.
It's a 1-minute drill. Peyton
I disagree.
It's a 1-minute drill.
I don't give a damn about what Peyton said. I don't care about what Peyton said yesterday. I don't care about that. Call a timeout there, 2nd down. My offense is in control. Because if you don't call a timeout and you only get 30 seconds back and you say, well, it only takes 2 plays to get in the field goal range, now we're asking a team that's not really accustomed to stretching the field consistently like the 49ers and their vertical passing game being picked apart and being behind the times. I want as much time as I want, and I want control of the football game. At a minute 53 with a team with no Debo, no Christian McCaffrey, no George Kittle, and I call up a perfect play to Ronnie Bell to get myself in the field goal range and control the clock. That situation would have been completely irrelevant if the players made plays. So, yes, I do disagree with that. I had no problem with them calling a timeout to conserve time, saying, okay, if we get the ball back, we have our chance to just kind of ease into a 2-minute drill. If we want to run the ball in a situation in a 2-minute drill, if we want to get close, we can do that. But we have control of the entire football game instead of risking, hey, if we stop the Rams on 3rd down, what if they throw a pass, right? Because they may throw a pass.
Okay.
You tackle them at the 1. Then what are you going to do? You're going to let the time even roll?
You blow a timeout under 1 minute. You still have plenty of time to work the whole field.
I had no problem with that timeout.
Belichick's talked about this over and over. Peyton Manning's talked about it. Tom Brady. I had no problem with that timeout. Everyone said it's not a 2-minute drill anymore. It's a 1-minute drill.
Yeah, but I had no problem with the 49ers in their vertical passing game.
They moved the ball
need all the time we can get.
But they moved the ball well yesterday.
They did. But in that situation,
this coach still time and time again doesn't understand clock situations. So that That to me is on the list of many items. Defense as well. Like you're not stopping a nosebleed. You turn the ball back over to them and you give them any time on the clock, you are losing that game, which they did.
It wasn't that egregious to me. And then, by the way, that point is moot if you make a freaking tackle on the punt team. And Xavier Smith doesn't return the punt. He fields at that 15.
So you felt good giving them the ball with what it was, 40 seconds? They were going to win that game.
They should have never had the ball back.
The minute you punted it back to them, they were winning that game.
I don't think like that. I don't think like that. Now, I'm thinking ahead of the game. Hold on, let me finish before you cut me off again. I'm thinking to myself, I'm going to get in the field goal range and control the freaking game. Nah, you blow it. I don't factor in the drop pass. Like, I'm calling the play of saying my player's got to make a play. You make a play, Ronnie Bell, we're in the field goal range. We're taking a couple of these or a couple of run plays. Game's over in the regulation, right? They don't touch the ball. They don't touch the ball again.
You gave them the ball back at 42 seconds. Baked into throwing
well, if you make the tackle. You make the tackle. You make the tackle at the 15-yard line, Shasky. You make the tackle at the 15-yard line like you're supposed to on special teams.
So you think they were stopping them? After they gave up a 50-yard PI.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I have faith in that defense stopping them. So that's you. Do you think they were going to stop? Well, that's you.
Zero faith.
And you're a rational fan sometimes.
No.
You're irrational
it's the reality of this defense late in games.
I'm doing that thing, and so I'm calling the timeout, saving time for Brock Purdy to do what he needs to do if he needs to scramble. Because all of a sudden you get the scramble drills, and you got less than a minute, and you don't have and you got the timeouts, now you got to burn them? Nah, I'm good off that. I want a minute 53. I want as much time as I can to operate down the field and get myself in the field goal position. At that point, you make a tackle on special teams, they got first and 10 at the 15. They still need about 45, 50 yards with no timeouts left. You get one sack, that's 20 seconds.
They weren't getting a sack. They didn't get any sacks yesterday. There's 45 seconds on the clock. It's a clock game. This is the modern NFL. Every week we talk about this.
Out of all the things to bitch and moan about this morning, I'm not going to bitch and moan about a timeout. No, that was like 2015 on my list with a timeout on second down. That didn't change the damn game. Right. The game got changed because you don't make tackles. To me, it was the same loss. Whatever. We can nitpick about that, but it's one of the worst regular season losses under Kyle Shanahan. I think we both. I was watching it on YouTube. I was watching it on the YouTube stream, and there's 3 minutes to go. I'm doing the live video, and Garendo goes out of bounds, and there's a penalty. I'm like, what are we doing, guys? What are we doing? Then they throw a pass to Juwan Jennings, and the throw takes him out of bounds. What are we doing? Why are we stopping the clock? With the final 6 minutes of a game, the clock is as important as play calls. The timeouts and when you use them and how you allocate them are as important as any play that you can call. And so all of these things, when you lose a game, come back to roost, and you have to reflect on them. And it's week in, week out. We can nitpick a timeout here, a not burned timeout there, and we say to ourselves, God, if they just had one more play or this play. And I'm going to hyper focus on the timeouts. Yeah, I don't think the timeout is a big deal. With this coach. I'm not going to hype, about time, because Super Bowl 54, I'm sitting here talking about the clock. The whole damn thing's been like that. So I'm over the clock management. Kyle's not great at that situation. He's not great in clock management. But that position, I understood why he's called a timeout. He's thinking to myself, I need as much time. I can't let the Rams bleed the clock down to give myself, I want to give my offense and Purdy an opportunity to win the game at the end of regulation. So we can disagree on that. To me, it wasn't the biggest issue in the world. There's a lot of other issues. Special teams, outside containment, not converting on third downs, drop passes. How many drop passes yesterday? 6 or 7? I mean, come on, man. Penalties. You're 7-11 on penalties. You're 7 for over 100 yards in penalties. There's a lot of things that went wrong yesterday, and I'm looking at that tight end, that timeout, saying that's not one of them, in my opinion. That's just me. That's just me. We disagree on that one. And the reason being is because when you're it's a 3-down situation because it's a tie game. So if you punt the ball back to the other team, if you're chasing, you get 4 downs, right? And it doesn't matter. You turn it over because you're chasing the lead. When you are in a tie game, the last thing you can do is give your opponent the ball at home with an opportunity to march down. And so to me, this is very 2 minutes is 1980s football. We are in the 1 minute era. We watched some of the great quarterbacks. Kirk Cousins last week on Monday Night Football had 38 seconds and marched the distance for a field goal. Yeah, but that team played with super soft. Timeouts. That Philadelphia made a philosophical disagreement. But they played. It's not a 2 minute drill anymore. No, it's not I understand that. I understand that completely. We've been saying that for years. It's a 1 minute drill. I think I coined that on this station. They played soft Philadelphia. That's one thing. Vic Fangio played a prevent defense. But here's the other thing. We can't go back and say, boy, 1 minute drill, that's plenty of time. When all last week, what did we discuss last week? The vertical passing game is out of touch. They don't take deep shots. They don't do this. They don't do that with their passing game. It's outdated. They don't throw outside the numbers. Everything's in the middle of the field. So if 30 seconds are left and all they do is throw over the middle of the field, who the hell knows if they're even going to have time to even line up for a field goal?
They were gashing them in the middle of the field yesterday. You throw a 15-yard slant or an in route of some sort. You gum up, you spike it. You got 25 seconds left. Like, again, Peyton Manning went through this entire operation. He's like, look.
I don't need Peyton Manning to tell me how to run a damn 2-minute drill. I've been watching football my whole damn life. I'm watching football my whole life, and I've been watching this head coach for his entire career with the 49ers. In that situation, when I got Juwan Jennings knowing that, okay, I got him cooking, but I got nobody else in the passing game cooking, I want as much time as I can get. I got control of the football game. At the point, even though it's a tie game, at that point, I've got control of the football game.
You don't, though, because you only have 3 plays.
They did. If Ronnie Bell catches a pass, if Ronnie Bell catches a damn pass, this entire conversation, we're not even having it. We're not even having it. So what? But he's hit him in the head. He's on the field. I got to trust him to make a play. That's on him to not make a play.
That's on him to not make a play. Important here.
So he doesn't make the play, and you have control of the entire football game.
He's never made a play. He's never made a play in a game, preseason or regular season.
No, he has made a play.
He has
made a play. He has made a play. He made a couple plays. He's made a couple plays last Thursday Night Football against the New York Giants last season. He did make plays. So to say he's never made a play is factually not correct. That is inaccurate. He has made plays. He has made a lot of plays.
5 drops in preseason alone this year. He's done nothing.
So how about this, though?
And you have a $30 million receiver. What's the point of having a $30 million receiver?
This is another reason why I agree with the timeout. So say if they don't call a timeout and the Rams on 4th down. Say it gets to 4th down and there's about 40 seconds left on the clock,
well, there wouldn't have been. There would have been 50.
About 50 seconds, right?
Plenty
what if they do? What if they do
and
score?
Have 2
what if they do score? What if they do score?
Okay.
They do score, and they go for 2.
You're in the same situation. You're going for a field goal. Like, you're only down 1 now. Like, again, you're in the exact same. Now you have 40-some-odd seconds after the players run. You have 2 timeouts. This is part of it. The game is over with a field goal, whether it's a 1-point lead for the Rams. And in that situation, I actually like it better because you know it's 4-down territory because you're chasing a point. In a tie game, the last thing you can do with only 3 plays is pump the ball back to the other team with time, knowing that your special teams is putrid.
We're basking in with 40 seconds left, basically 50 seconds left. We're nitpicking. We're now saying that that's enough time when Brandon Aiyuk is on the milk carton. Ronnie Bill can't catch a cold. You've got no tight end, and we expect the Niners to get in a position to score.
Brock was cooking yesterday, and their offense was moving the ball. They were moving the ball.
But that's not good enough.
If you get the kickoff at the 30, and you have 40 seconds with 2 timeouts, if you can't drive with this coach and that quarterback in that game, because the game matters, in that game where they were moving the ball, I'm saying, like, what are we doing here, guys? We can't get to field goal range?
What critical play did they make in the 4th quarter? When they needed to make a play in the 4th quarter, what play did they make in the last 5 minutes of that game?
Brock scrambled and made a humongous first down where he slid down.
And what did that lead them to?
To get to first and goal.
What did that lead them to?
A field goal attempt, which they nailed.
A missed field goal.
Okay.
A missed field goal. They didn't make enough plays critically. So to ask them to make a play with 40 seconds left, no, come on, man.
What do you mean,
that 20-second down play, that timeout had nothing to do with anything. I'm totally in agreement with the timeout on 2nd down to give my team enough time to roll, to have control of the football game. That ensured me that, you know what, if we make enough plays on the stretch, the Rams won't get the ball again. Well, they did, and you missed the damn tackle on special teams, and you gave up a 34, 35-yard punt return. That wasn't baked into the equation. How about you make a tackle? I got a lot of confidence, even though the defense was struggling yesterday, with 40 seconds left, and the Rams having no timeouts. I have confidence in my defense to make enough plays to send that game to overtime. I do.
But
that's me.
So the offense that moved the ball and scored and had a historic day from a wide receiver, okay? You had no confidence in them to score late.
No, I did have. No, I didn't say that. I said no. See, now you're parsing my words. Now you're parsing my words.
I'm not. I'm listening.
I don't have enough. No, you're interrupting me left and right. You don't have enough playmakers out there with 40 seconds left to make enough plays. If Aiyuk is not making plays, Ronnie Bill can't make a catch, and you got that much time, I don't believe. We just had a conversation all last week. multiple guests about the vertical passing game and how they don't throw outside the numbers. And now we're expecting them to do something different at crunch time?
No, the game matters. The feel of the game. Had you only thrown for 110 yards in that game, my opinion would be different. You were gashing them via the pass with Jawan Jennings. In fact, it was so good, it was one of the most historic days a 49er wide receiver has ever had. So, yeah, and I thought that Purdy actually had pretty good pocket feel and was scrambling and moving around. So, I said it in real time on the stream. I'm going to go to my dying bed. You don't need a full 2 minutes in 2024 with one timeout or even no timeouts to get into field goal range.
But with Shanahan and his offense and his philosophy, I think you need all the time in the world. I think it's been proven that his 2-minute drills, it leaves a lot to be desired. So if it was Andy Reid coaching, sure, I'm with you. If it's McVay coaching, but we're talking about Kyle Shanahan, and we've got numerous data, a ton of data that proves that, oh my gosh, Shanahan in 2-minute situations, it leaves a lot to be desired. I don't know. I called a timeout. I have no problem with the timeout. That to me was that's not even in the top 10 of my blame game list of what went wrong yesterday for the San Francisco 49ers. I want to take a quick call. Let's go to BPA. He's been on hold the longest.
Yeah, I think you guys are arguing about like pretty small things. And
it's a minuscule thing.
Bigger
Very
picture
minuscule.
is, I think Kyle butchered his defensive coordinator hire for a second consecutive year. He didn't fire a special teams coach who might be the worst special teams coach in the NFL, with plenty of evidence and sample size to support that. And he's really got there's no one to blame except himself. And I'm been a huge Kyle supporter. And when you butcher your D coordinator hire in consecutive years, that's bad. It's bad. It's a bad look. And Sorensen is terrible. I mean, that was one of the worst coach defenses I've ever seen from the 49ers in the Shanahan era. They had no idea what they were doing. They just rushed for, no disguise. And really, Shanahan's adherence to the scheme, thinking that's more important than the coach. The scheme is archaic, man. It's run its course, basically. And you look at Spags and Flores, and the best defensive coordinators in the NFL are showing a lot of different looks and pressures and blitzes. You can't just rush for if your defensive line isn't very good.
Hey, BPA, how many times and I thought the secondary was going to be improved. How many plays on the ball has the secondary made through 3 games?
Yeah, look, I've said this all offseason. We have terrible safeties. Terrible, slow, can't cover. Jair Brown is very good. Hufunga is essentially a linebacker. And so, you have bad safeties. I think we have a couple good corners. Who's the third corner? That's scary right now. But
get them.
Yeah, they don't look coached up. They don't look.
He doesn't deserve to have his name pronounced properly. The guy stinks.
That's disrespectful, man. Put some respect on his government. His mama may be listening. Robin.
Oh my gosh!
Robin in San Francisco. Robin, what's happening?
Hey, sweetie, I was going to not call but you called me out. I said I wasn't going to listen. Me and my friend Dean, because we didn't want to hear the whining. And it was just so gut-wrenching. But here's the deal. What you've always, and maybe I've been saying it wrong, what you've always disagreed with me. And I said, the problem I have with Kyle Shanahan is his selection of personnel. That, to me, that was a collective loss yesterday. I think Brock Purdy did good, and of course the receiver, but Jennings, who's a flat receiver, really. And but he did really good. They did good, and the bottom line is that he won't. His philosophy about getting the rush from the line so that the secondary doesn't get exposed. But that's been going on for years. When the last time you did tell me we have a good secondary after
I thought we were good. Robin, I thought we were going to be good. I don't mean to interrupt you. I thought we were going to be good, and I think I'm way off on that.
Lott and Hicks. But here's the deal. The secondary really sucks, okay? To me, they were like the worst out there besides all the little mistakes. And nobody's talking about the penalties. It's almost as if they were not prepared. I don't understand it. That was a mystery yesterday. That's all I called him to say. But that personnel, that secondary sucks. I'm sorry.
Well,
Dante Whitner even.
Well, you know, it goes hand in hand with a pass rush, right? Secondary, a great secondary could use a great pass rush. Pass rush can help out a secondary. So you don't have a pass rush. And Matthew Stafford's back there, 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, let me let it fly. He had all the time in the world. It's hard in this league, and I'm not making excuses for these guys. I'm not. But it is hard in the NFL to cover for 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 seconds at a time. It is really hard. Now, with that said, Charvarius Ward probably shouldn't have played. If he's out there with soreness, with a hamstring and knee, he obviously was compromised a bit. I'd just rather not see him play. Because you're hurting your team by not being 100%. And he got smoked on a deep ball by Tutu Atwell and put the Rams in position to tie the football game at 24 a pop.
The deep ball was one that's going to stick out. To me, it's all these bunch formations, and sometimes they have guys in movement, sometimes they don't, but they just cloud it up, and it's a version of a pick play, and it's a version of a rub route, and then they just bring a crosser across, and they're like, we don't think Charvarius Ward, we don't think Tig Brown, we don't think Hufanga and all the other guys on this in the back end of this defense can cover on a crosser. How many crossing routes yesterday? Whether it's tight end, wide receiver, etc.
Second level throws, third level throws, it was all over the place.
And to your point about Stafford, he watch how many times he gets back to his back foot and is like, I'll climb in the pocket comfortably.
Very comfortably. Now I want to go back to the situation there because we brought up the deep ball. So say the 49ers don't call a timeout on second down. All right? 40 seconds
so
going to elapse.
There's
154. 40 seconds elapses off the play clock. It's 114.
Okay.
Let's say the Niners stuffed the Rams on third down.
So now I would probably call a timeout.
Okay, so you're going to call a timeout?
Yes.
About 1:05 left.
The goal is to not allow them a possession after the current possession they have. But that's the goal.
Okay.
It's called playing the percentages.
Okay. But on the flip side, they did call the timeout. If Ronnie Bell catches that pass, the Rams, you're basically ensuring that the Rams don't touch the ball over, right? So Shanahan, hold on before you cut me off. Shanahan is basically having confidence in his offense, saying, okay, we got enough time. We dialed up the plays. We don't have to rush it in initial 30 seconds. Call a couple plays, quick cuddle, boom, boom, we're out of there. He catches that pass, Ronnie Bell. And I'm not blaming him on losing the game because there's a multiple things. But with Ronnie Bell, if he catches that pass, you ensure that the Rams don't touch the ball again. So it does work out when you call the timeout because you're like, all right, cool. Now we stabilize it. We got the ball inside the 30-yard line. I got a timeout to play with. The Rams are going to have to burn theirs. We're back in field goal range, and they're not touching the ball back in regulation.
To me, it's about playing the percentages, and it's very simple. I am not allowing the Rams, after they're at the goal line with close to 2 minutes left in the game, and it's basically a first and goal situation, I'm not allowing them to have another possession. If they're going to score a touchdown here, they're going to score a touchdown. I want to give myself about a minute. Okay. About a minute is what I'm looking for.
But Ronnie Bell
just hear me out, so that I can
Ronnie
give
Bell
myself.
Catches the pass, they're not touching the ball again.
But he didn't catch it. And when you throw the ball, the clock is going to stop. So when you have a minute and a half, what you're saying is, even if I score quickly, I might let time on the clock for them. I have to execute brilliantly. And in a tie game scenario, as opposed to chasing, you have 3 plays, not 4. This goes back to the overtime. When you are going for 3 plays, meaning first, second, and third, and you're not in a 4-down situation, you're limiting the margin of error. And 1 sack in that situation, you're screwed. 1 drop ball, you're screwed.
But you, as a coach, you don't coach like that, saying, boy, if my guy drops a pass, he's got complete confidence in his players to make a play. And Brock Purdy threw a perfect throw to have the confidence to get a first down and get in the field goal range. So with that, if he just holds on to the damn football, the Rams are not touching the ball again.
But he doesn't.
So it works out.
But he doesn't.
But you know what? You got to play with the guys out there. You can't just go out there, well, Ronnie Bell's going to drop a pass, so why not just throw it to him? He made the great throw. It was a dime, hit him right in the numbers. And Shanahan said, oh, damn it. So that's all moot if he catches a pass and the Rams don't touch the ball again. I don't know, man. We disagree on that one. But look, what we don't disagree on is this is one of the worst losses under Kyle Shanahan, and we're going to continue to talk about it. 888-957-9570. That's coming up, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance.
Sam Lubman here, inviting you to
I thought we had every chance to win that game. Also, we had a number of times in the game where we had opportunities to run away with it, especially early in the game, having that 14-point lead. And they hadn't really moved the ball on our D and starting with that fake punt. I think after that, I feel like he went like 8 of his next 10 or something like that. So that got him back in the game. There at the end, we want to go in and score on that drive. Obviously, a touchdown. We ended up getting a field goal. I believe it made it 2 scores. But then they went right down and answered with a field goal. Thought we had a chance to make it a 2-score game. We ended up missing that field goal. And then I think they got a bomb where they went down there right away. Didn't even make them really work for it. They got a big chunk. Got behind their defense too much today. Gave them some easy ones in that way, and we saw what happened at the end.
If you love Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
She's feeling good. Philadelphia's feeling good. They got a big win down in New Orleans, 15-12. Saquon Barkley looks amazing in that uniform, and he is running hard. He's running like a man possessed right now. He made up for that drop pass on Monday Night Football with a huge run to give the Eagles a lead, but you heard from Kyle Shanahan, he's right. That fake punt flipped the game. Momentum was all on the Niners sideline, and Rams were dead. It's 6:20 left in the first half. They're facing a 4th and 6. They've got nothing cooking, and they run a fake punt. Nobody sets the edge. Ronnie Rivers gets 7 yards, and Stafford ends up going. And Shanahan's right. Stafford ended up going 8 of 10 on that drive for 80 yards. They go on a 16-play, 87-yard drive that nearly took 8 minutes off the clock, and they got back in the game. Now McKivit's got to make a block. You get the sack fumble before halftime. Niners are up 14-7, and we're all thinking at halftime, I know you're thinking it, I'm thinking it, every Niner fan out there is thinking it, how the hell is this game only 14-7?
They should have been up so many more.
They should have been up so many points. So then we run 9 snaps in the second half on the offensive side of football. They ran 9 offensive plays in the second half. Second quarter. They
had full control for the whole first quarter, and they ran, a handful of plays the Rams did. They had -9 passing yards.
Yeah.
He didn't have a completion until his 4th series or whatever it was. And the worst part about it is that there were some big bombs. Tutu made plays. They made a couple of acrobatic plays. One they dropped near the sideline. But you gave up 75 yards on penalties in the second half. 75 yards on 2 pass plays. And we talk about stretching the field. Those are the kind of plays. And he actually had 2 or 3 that were airmailed, where he's just stretching the field. Those are the ones where it bugs me that we don't do more of them, because I know they can do more of them. It just feels like they don't dial up those types of plays.
Well, you do it in the first quarter to Brandon Aiyuk. You dial up a deep shot. I'm like, wow, look at Purdy. And he had that baby in the air for about 55 yards.
He actually left a lot of air under it.
He get a penalty, and the whole, that would have been a touchdown.
Yes.
It would have been a touchdown. Aiyuk runs a great route. Tre'Davious White is beat, but you force a penalty. That's why I love the deep shots. You force a penalty. Now, the deep shot on the second to last possession on second down. Purdy was looking that way. Aiyuk's running down the seam, wide open. That's the one play.
When you look at the back view of that, though, and I'm not trying to defend him, he missed him. There's no other way around it. But, I could see where he thinks the safety's going with him. It's tough to tell the safety depth. I don't know.
On that play,
it's a tough play.
On that play, it wasn't the safety to me. It was Tre'Davious White.
On the left side?
Because Tre'Davious White on the left side, he was looking at him, and Tre'Davious White is like, oh no, Aiyuk's open. So maybe Purdy's thinking maybe it's too late. Do I put under? And he doesn't, and that's a tough play, but he is wide open. That changes the game. That changes the conversation for Brandon Aiyuk. That changes the conversation this morning. Now we're all of a sudden talking about what a win for Brock Purdy. Oh my gosh, he won without the Avengers. Oh my God, give him all the money. Instead, we're having conversations about special teams, about missed field goals, using a timeout. It is just unbelievable. The punter.
I've seen people criticize. I don't even know. Criticize the angle of the punt that he kicked. Well, Mustafa just whiffed, and then a bunch of other guys whiffed.
Adam Mean did say they probably wanted more air under that football, but you give up a 34-yard punt return. You can't do that.
And then they go right at Devondre Campbell.
Right at him. Devondre Campbell, who can't guard. Oh my God, Devondre Campbell. Shanahan on the special teams.
Today, that fake punt, it's just the momentum in the game. That's where I thought we had a chance to run away with it, not give them any hope, and that gave them a lot of hope, got them back in it, and obviously would love to make that field goal. And then that punt return, I didn't really see it. They got to the left on our side. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but those are 3 big plays in the game.
Huge plays.
Kyron Williams killed them.
Kyron Williams killed them,
I don't think we've talked enough, because Stafford had moments in this game, and
Kyron Williams controlled the game.
Tremendous leadership. Kyron, 24 for 89, and that's not going to pop. He was better than those numbers.
Yeah, 3.7, and he started falling forward. You know what I'm saying? There's a running back when, who's that?
He had a 4th and 1 late in that game to put him at the goal line. It was a beautiful run.
Who's the running back for the Kansas City Chiefs now replacing Pacheco?
Oh, the white guy.
Steele. So Collinsworth made it a point, him and Tirico said, look how dirty his jersey is. It's like he's playing outdoors. And Collinsworth's like, it's a lot better to see dirt on the front of the jersey than the back of the jersey because he is mauling dudes and trucking dudes and moving forward. So that was just J.P. Mason had another good game. He's going to get overshadowed. I think he's running hard. He's making some catches out of the backfield. I think J.P. Mason's having an excellent start to the season. But when you lose, we don't even, people are even nitpicking the lateral at the end of the game. Were Brandon Aiyuk targeting? He got smoked on that play. There's no doubt about it. He got smoked, but I get why a referee wouldn't throw a flag on that situation. It's a scramble drill. It's like rugby out there.
I saw people say if he catches it, they score. I don't know. I think that's easy to say. I think it's a lot harder to execute. The final play, whatever. It's just, it shouldn't have got to that.
No, it shouldn't.
It shouldn't have got to that. And we can nitpick a million different, like the 3rd down drop from Aiyuk early in the game. Yeah. That's so early in the game. It's tough for me to say that's the moment. The one for me is the one before halftime because it's a turnover, right? It's one thing to allow another player bat the ball out of your hands. All right, 50-50 ball, whatever. I thought it was slightly behind. Maybe he should still make the catch. But the McKivitz sack where he goes right around him and then strips Purdy, that felt like an opportunity to get 3 or 7.
Yeah, you steal the momentum back.
Exactly.
And the Rams were getting the second half kick. But you were able to say, even with that said, Chowski, that was a tough play. But even with that said, in the third quarter, you watch it back, Rams basically punt. Niners get the ball. They got stops. And the Niners go on this 11-play, 91-yard drive. That took nearly 7 minutes off the clock. Look at 11 plays, 91 yards. Juwan Jennings make a play after play after play.
Actually had some runs.
Garendo had to play. But the Purdy, we haven't even talked about it. Do we have the highlight? Purdy to Jennings for 31 yards. Let me know when you cue that up. Let's get David Frisno real quick. David Frisno real quick, and then we'll cue up that highlight because I want to break that down because that was a beautiful throw, beautiful route. What up, Dave?
What's up?
Dave, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Hey.
What's up? What you doing? Is that your kid?
You guys been saying.
Is that your kid?
You guys been saying all day who the fault is, and you're beating around the bush. It's Kyle Shanahan. You want to blame the coordinators? You want to blame Corbell? You want to blame the special teams? Why not blame the guy who makes those decisions?
Well, you know why I'm not blaming Shanahan? Let me explain why I'm not blaming Shanahan. When I see 6 drop passes, I see 7 penalties. I see missed tackles. I see these guys not setting the edge. I see lack of effort on pass rushes. It's hard for me to blame a coach who's not suiting up and playing a game. Players play, coaches coach. Players they got to freaking execute. Enough with the blaming the head coach for every single loss. He's not playing a damn game. It's the players on the field who are not getting pass rushes. I'm about to lose my mind right now. When he dials up a play to Ronnie Bell and he drops it. When guys commit penalties on first downs. Stop blaming the head coach for every damn thing around here.
You gonna let me finish, bro?
Yeah, I'm gonna let you finish right now, Dave. I had to get that off.
Okay. No, I hear you, bro, but he makes those decisions. He's a de facto in charge of this whole franchise. He makes all the decisions, the personnel, the coach's decisions. Ronnie Bell was on the field way more than Calvin. Calvin had a way better preseason. Everybody can see that. It was his decision to have Bell out in the first place. It's his decision to have McKivitz out there. It's his decision to have Campbell out there. Yeah, you say players got to make plays. Why don't you put the correct players on the field? And also with the whole play, the clock management, that's also been a negative on Shanahan. So, we blaming Sorensen. He's the guy that hired Sorensen. And we want to blame him? Come on, dude. You guys put him on his pedestal, not me. So he needed to be treated as such.
So let me ask you. You want Shanahan gone?
No, see, that's so lame. Stop doing that.
No, you're blaming him. You're saying he's picking everything. It sounds like he's not a great coach.
We're criticizing him. I think we're criticizing him. I think it's different.
No, it's hey, hold him accountable.
Exactly.
Fix it. If he can't fix it, then he has to go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Well, and I would say this, to your point, do players have to make plays? Absolutely, right? Absolutely. Bosa, you need to play better. Okay, Brandon Aiyuk, catch the ball. Ronnie Bell, catch the ball. But let me play the big picture here. Clock management continues to rear its head. Whether we agree, disagree, it seems at the end of the game, there are, even in victories, there are wow, there's a lot of things we can nitpick. Now, maybe that's every coach in the league, and I'm just focused on Shanahan. But he does have control on that. he did hire the DC. He did. And so, yeah, he does need to be held accountable to a degree for that. Special teams, it's been a bugaboo of theirs his entire tenure. Now, they've been decent at times. It's also cost them a lot, right? 3 different mistakes on special teams ended up, any one of them could have cost them this game. Penalties. I don't know where I fall down on penalties. Some of these post-snap infractions are just guys who aren't good, which brings me back to personnel. Like, why are we playing, Colton McKivitz at right tackle? You could have invested a pick into a right tackle. You haven't done that, right? And so when we have penalties and when we have big gaffes by specific players, Ronnie Bell, I do question why he's on the roster because he hasn't looked good in preseason to the fans, right? Now, maybe he's doing things in the film room that I don't see, right? The contract holdouts, I don't know how much Kyle has to do with that, but it has leaked over into the regular season, and now it's affecting the team. Right? And whether that's front office, whether that's Kyle, but he's a big part of this organization. So he's not the reason that they're all of these things. But like the totality, somebody's accountable. Yeah, it does come back to the guy running the show.
This is a team-wide loss.
Agreed.
It's a team-wide loss. Out of all and trust me, I've been labeled a Shanahan hater. I 3 years ago, I heard from somebody from the Niners said, man, you got something personal against Shanahan, don't you? I said, no. But if we're going to call him a genius, then we need to hold him accountable and put him on a pedestal. Be a genius then. If you're going to be called a genius, be a genius. And he's not a genius. Nobody's a genius. But yesterday, when I look at that game, and out of all the people to blame, like, sure, Shanahan did hire Sorensen. Sorensen stunk. Sorensen stunk yesterday. But Moody makes a field goal. You're winning. You're going home. McKivitz makes a block. You're going home with a win. You know what I'm saying? Ronnie Bell makes a catch. You're going home with the win. Mustafa, Saubert, they make a tackle. Maybe you're going home with the win. Pressure. Javon Hargrave, hey, get some pressure. Stop the run. Maybe you get a win. Players at the end of the day do have to execute. They have to be. We can't just keep blaming the coach. Going, the coach. He's not missing tackles.
No, but
he's not getting called for holding plays. You know what I'm saying? He's not going in for IVs like Mr. Trent Williams. You know what I'm saying? He's not setting the edge on the punt. Like that. Come on, man. Out of everything to blame yesterday, we're going to go straight to Shanahan. I get it. He's the coach, and he's a lightning rod, and he hasn't won the big game, which is the Super Bowl. But yesterday, when I look at it, players are failing him. Him.
He dialed up, like, for example, one of the best plays of the game, which we haven't even talked about, was the fake toss, fake slant to the throw back over to Jennings, which reminded me very similarly of the Seattle play on Thursday Night Football when Brock went up into Seattle and they did that play to George Kittle over the middle. That was a brilliantly designed play.
The screenplay.
Brilliantly designed play.
Did you play that, Spadone?
Fake it to Mason. Purdy. The shuffle. The throw. Jennings up top. Oh, my goodness. Did he just make that catch? And then he gives the Sinat celebration.
That was the jump ball.
That was the jump ball. The Randy Moss
jumped over the guy. That was a great play.
Here's the touchdown.
5 in the pattern. Purdy stepping up. Launching it. Jennings again. A 3-touchdown performance. The day of his NFL life.
That wasn't it either. That was the rollout.
Are we looking at the first one or the second one? Just tell me which number.
It was the first touchdown to Jennings.
The first of his career. Fake toss. Purdy looking. Wide open man. It's Jawan Jennings. It's a San Francisco touchdown.
That was brilliantly designed play.
But the route by Jawan Jennings, the safety, and Mark Sanchez highlighted it, the safety was playing on Jawan Jennings. They were sitting on the quick out, because Purdy was killing them with the out routes and the slants, and the safety jumps to out route, and Jennings just turns it up on a beautiful route. Purdy throws it right and straight, a beautiful spiral, 31-yard touchdown. It's 21-7, and I'm thinking order has been restored. Order's been restored. Niners are up 21-7, 11 plays, 91 yards. But what do the Rams do? Kind of like we talk about it in baseball, right? Shutdown innings.
Yes.
The score, you don't get the shutdown inning. All of a sudden, the momentum goes back into the other clubhouse. Well, the Rams, to their credit, get the ball down 21-7, and they go right back down the field in 6 plays and 70 yards. 6 plays, 70 yards, touchdown. Now, all of a sudden, it's 21-14 again. And I'm thinking to myself, why is this game so damn close? Now, you had the pass interference for 48 yards on a deep shot. Isaac Yiadom. He gets called for pass interference, and it flips the momentum again, just like that. And they came out and it was desperate, too. It was think about that, 1st and 15 at their own 25-yard line. Niner fans are barking at SoFi. You can hear them through the TV screen. 21-7, everybody smelling blood. Put the Rams away, drop it to 0-3. Stafford drops back, deep shot to Tutu Atwell, 48-yard pass interference. And then it's like, here we go again. So to Dave and Frisco, I like Dave because he calls us a lot, and I like Dave. I don't want to get on this bumper. But players got to make plays. You get called for a 48-yard penalty. Is that on Shanahan? Or is it on, well, let me guess, Shanahan picks the players to play? Isaac Adams got to make a play.
Well, he does, but has third corner been a problem for the Niners for a couple years?
Well, it seems like they do miss K'Wan Williams.
Now,
K'Wan Williams wasn't healthy at the end of it, but K'Wan Williams was a very good nickel corner.
Maybe the argument is, Joe, there's no good three cornerbacks in the league, which I'll listen to. Okay, that's a fair rebuttal. Like, how many teams have 3 really good? It's like saying, how many teams have 5 great offensive linemen? Not many, right? If any. I don't know how many teams have 3 great DBs, but I do know that third DB has been a big problem for them. So we could argue about how much control he has on that. Right. But like spending a 3rd-round pick on the kicker, that's every time, and it's fair or not, every time Moody misses a kick, that gets brought back up by a lot of fans. Like, oh, you spent a 3rd-rounder on him, right? And it's hard to defend that when he misses a kick. But like, again, Justin Tucker, one of the best kickers of all time, is having a bad year.
Yeah, he's missing a lot of kicks.
He's having a bad year. Maybe he's on the decline. I don't know. Kickers go in and out. The penalties, to me, it's not like team-wide, like 11 penalties for 200 yards. Right. They're not that undisciplined. It's the situational penalties where what I call great coaching, McVay and Kevin O'Connell identifying weaknesses in your defense. We are going to attack Devondre Campbell and Yadam.
Which I would like to see Shanahan do more of, attack teams' weaknesses. There's a lot of weaknesses on that Rams defense. Keep attacking it. But at the same time, players have to you get 6 drop passes in a game where Brock Purdy has been excellent with his accuracy, with his scrambling, with his pocket presence. Guys let him down. Guys didn't make plays when you needed them to make the plays. Let's go to Leland in the 916.
What's up,
Leland? He's been on hold for a while. What's up, Leland?
Hey, good morning, guys. A lot of passion today, and I appreciate it. You know, there's 2 arguments that you guys are hitting right on the head. First of all, let me say, totally agree with you that coaches do not play. They don't execute. Players do. I get it 100%. But the focus of my argument today really is going to be on Nick Sorensen and on one specific play to Tutu Atwell. How did they get that open over the top? Charvarius Ward was the defender, and if you go back and look at the replay, he had a 2.5-step lead on Charvarius Ward. That can't happen. You know, all throughout the conversation, we like looking at a lot of the holes in the Swiss cheese, you know, the left guard, the right tackle, subpar performances of the defensive line. And there's like key moments in 3rd quarter, 4th quarter, that if one little thing would have turned out different, that could have, you know, affected the outcome. But my biggest complaint as a fan is that Nick Sorensen, I think, is lost. He doesn't know how to adapt. If you look at what the Rams did, they held them for the first 2 drives, and then from the rest of the game on, 2nd quarter, 3rd quarter, 4th quarter, they earned their 27 points. Nick Sorensen doesn't know what to do. He cannot adapt. I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Good call. Go ahead,
The
Jessica.
adapting is very interesting because I thought that McVay, what he realized was like, oh, you guys are going to play man on us? Well, we're going to do a bunch of bunch formations, meaning having multiple wide receivers playing very tightly on each other, and we're going to run a bunch of rub routes and crossers because we don't think that any of your DBs can run with Tutu Atwell. Not that Tutu Atwell's some genetic freak, but he's fast.
Speed, though.
He's got speed. But that's playing to a guy's strength, right? You're playing to his strength. What's crazy to me is that I thought that McVay adapted really well. Kyle came out, and the game plan was brilliant. I mean, look how many yellows. Yellows are good. Look how many great plays early on. They marched right down the field. Brilliant play call to get them 7, go up 7-0. And then the second drive was like, it was perfect. It was a great drive. And there were some bad throws from Purdy on that drive. But Purdy dime. I'm looking at a pick play.
I charted every one of Purdy's throws yesterday. And in parentheses, I'm like, great play design.
Yes.
Perfect throw. Pocket presence. Great catch. But to your point about McVay adjusting, they came into the game and they threw up the graphic early that the Rams had played in 11 personnel 100% of the time this season. 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. They adjusted and went to a lot of 12 personnel with 2 tight ends, 1 running back, and 2 wide receivers. And they committed to the run game. And they got adjusted, and they adjusted very, very well to what Kyle Shanahan and company were doing defensively.
It just felt like after the Niners' third drive, when Purdy rolled right and threw the ball to Aiyuk and it got dislodged by White, which was,
White.
It's a 50-50
It's a 50-50. I gave the credit to the DB on that one, but I understand why fans will come down Aiyuk's road, because when you hold in, and you get all the money, and you want to get paid like a top 5, top 10 wide receiver, those are plays fans expect you to make. And 100%. There's too many plays that's been 50-50 that Aiyuk hasn't made so far in the first 3 weeks of the season. So I get why fans want to get on Aiyuk.
But that drive right there, this was where the game flipped. They got this crosser on a first down on 3rd and 8, all right? Then you get the intentional grounding from Stafford. It's second and forever.
I know.
Second and forever. And they chip away. They get down to 4th and 6, and they run that fake punt. And from that moment on, it just felt like, oh, my God, we're going to be killing ourselves for not getting that field goal attempt at minimum on that 3rd drive. And it sucks because it felt like you were chasing the missed points the entire time.
Even on that fake punt, D. Withers got hurt on the play. That's when he got hurt with the ankle injury. But the direct snap on 4th and 6, and they were just going over it. It's just, like Mark Sanchez was talking about the play, like, oh, man, you hold him out. And then it goes fake. And it's fake. And they get around the left end. It's just unbelievable how that could flip. And they end up, again, that was a 16-play, 87-yard drive. And that ate up nearly 8 minutes and sucked the life out of the Niners offense.
And the way Kyron scored that touchdown, flipping over the defender, was pretty sick.
How about this one?
It was incredible. He jumped in the air and did a full flip.
Well, he did the Texas right against Devondre Campbell.
That was a great throw by Stafford.
650. We hadn't discussed this. Before we go back out to the lines, we're going to go to Alex in Atlanta next. So we got everybody, the heavy hitters are out today. 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. With 2:47 left in the game, Niners up 24-17. I hadn't thought about this. Why does Shanahan go for a 55-yard field goal? They punt, pit inside the 10-yard line, the game is over. Now that's counting on Wisnowski to pit up inside the 10-yard line. But I understand that philosophy.
So that whole drive, the plays leading up to that, Garendo going out of bounds and getting the penalty, the clock was stopping. It was like, oh my goodness. Yeah. Like, I hear you on that one. I thought why you drafted Moody, so this is how I view it.
To make those kicks.
To make a 55-yarder.
And
that's why Robbie Gould isn't on this team.
Right.
And give Purdy credit. He scrambled to give you an opportunity to get that field goal.
He's got to make that kick. He's got to make the kick.
I'm kind of with you.
He's got to make the kick.
Can we also acknowledge 55 is not. I don't. What do you think the percentage is? I don't even know. What is the percentage?
It's well, for Harrison Buckner it feels like 100%, but
for
no,
kicker.
it's low. It's 55 is a tough kick.
I don't know what the numbers are.
55 is a tough kick. 55 is a tough kick.
And
I don't care what the numbers are, Shasky. 55 is 55.
But that is
That's
a
long
point.
Field goal.
That is a good point that I hadn't thought of because you get the ball to 45. 45.
There you go. That's what I'm saying. This guy made 650 makes a good point there. I hadn't thought about it.
It's a good point. But right tackle, one last thing. I'm watching this game, and as Trent Williams goes out of it, and then you got Jalen Moore in there for just a couple plays, can you get me David Bakhtiari? Can someone sign the man? I'm watching Judon. You didn't make a move for another defensive end, and he's making plays for Atlanta. The right tackle spot will rear its ugly head and sabotage another drive somewhere soon.
Is Bakhtiari any good anymore?
I don't even know, but
because
I know Kansas ain't great.
Because Kansas City needs a right tackle. They need tackles. Don't you think kids
like the Rook?
You know, I don't know if Bakhtiari's any good anymore. I don't know if he's got any juice left.
I mean, we were crushing two guys that are literally coming off the street, and Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams, and now you're bringing David Bakhtiari, who's also coming off the street. I don't know what shape he's in.
That's a problem.
Really quick, he's played 13 games over the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, I don't know how good he is. I don't know how.
Do you trust Jalen Moore at all?
Look, man, they made enough plays to win a damn game yesterday. They got flaws. I'm sure Kansas City doesn't trust their left tackles.
I hate them.
They're gonna figure it out. They're gonna figure it out. They look sick in the all white.
I turned that game off. I was like, I hate you.
I watched the entire game.
No call DPI that time too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Of course.
But they figure out ways to win those games.
Did you see the new uniforms for the referees? They're going to get unveiled?
No. What uniforms?
Oh, they're red and yellow. They're chief color jerseys for the refs. I don't know if you noticed that.
That's a 3.
I hate them.
They didn't get, but the Falcons were getting some calls yesterday. Falcons were getting some calls on Sunday Night Football.
Kirk Cousins.
Not enough.
Alex in Atlanta, the unofficial statistician of the Morning Roast. Alex, the floor is yours.
All right. First of all, gentlemen, I got to agree with Joe Shasky's point on the whole time management thing in the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. Bonte, I get it. If Ronnie Bell catches that ball, we're not even talking about this. But in terms of percentages, I always lean towards the side of playing the percentages.
I don't follow spreadsheets. I don't follow spreadsheets. when it comes to
I
football.
completely get that. I understand. I mean, just because something happens outside the realm of, probability, you run into confirmation bias at that point. But that aside, I agree with Shasky's point, too, that you can't always expect someone to make a 55-yard kick on the road. I mean, Jake Moody made a 55-yarder in the Super Bowl last year, and that was a Super Bowl record. You can't expect those to happen every game. I get it. That's why you drafted him. But I would imagine the percentages of making that type of kick on the road are probably just a little bit better than a coin flip. So not going to blame him on that. The biggest thing I took away from yesterday's game was actually in the press conference after the game. And it was very telling to me how Brock Purdy handles questions in a press conference where he feels like he takes on more accountability than he should. And then when I hear answers from Kyle Shanahan, it seems at times, and I go back to the Steve Wilkes situation last year, where he doesn't take as much accountability as he should for bad decision-making. I know it's a team sport. Players got to make plays. I'm not trying to blame Kyle for the loss in particular, but I'd like to see a little bit more personal accountability from him on decision-making moving forward for the team. That's all I got.
It's interesting because, my takeaway from this game, even though it's a loss, how could you not feel better about Purdy? Like, even if you're like a skeptical Purdy fan, which is fair, I get it. Like, he's never won the big one. How could you watch that game and he made throw after scramble after scramble after slide and like evaded so much pressure and still be like, I just don't know.
Well, not only that, he showed leadership in defending Ronnie Bell. Yesterday, he threw a great deep ball. And so after that game, and I went down a rabbit hole. I was like late night. I was like, I need to go to sleep because I started thinking, what if this team does flame out? Now, we've got a long way to go. But if you do reinvent the team, I now feel comfortable saying, you know what? Build an offense around Brock Purdy and give us some playmakers who can go deep, give us some speed, give him something. Because he was such a pro. I mean, it was unbelievable the way he played yesterday. I was like, wow. And he's, again, I'll say this again. We talk about entertainment because we are in the entertainment business. Like Patrick Mahomes, entertaining. Lamar Jackson, entertaining. Kyler, entertaining. Jared Goff gets it done, but I don't think he's entertaining.
Kirk Cousins doesn't do it for me.
He doesn't entertain.
Yeah, I agree.
Brock Purdy entertains the hell out of you with his scrambles, running around like he's Doug Flutie, but he's bigger than Doug Flutie. Brock Purdy played his ass off yesterday, so I feel really good about him. And he's playing well. He was locked in. I charted it. I'm going to watch it again for the third time today. I didn't chart a no throw. There was not many no throws yesterday.
I thought the two worst throws of the game, and this is, you want to get nitpicky.
Right.
Brandon Aiyuk gets like kind of tangled up, and instead of throwing a back shoulder early in the game, he throws it a little on the inside. Okay, whatever.
When Brandon Aiyuk tried to draw the pass interference.
Whatever. The only other one was the Jennings telegraph pass underneath that got him a little blown up. But it wasn't an no throw.
It was a delay slant.
Exactly.
The delay slant that Jennings dropped, and it was like, that's a tough play.
It's just a tough play. It was just a security
blanket.
He made some throws to Saubert that were just perfectly timed. And I'm like, as long as the guy runs the route the right way, he's going to hit him.
The first and 20 for 16 yards right there. Saubert on the sideline. It was great. It was awesome. Let's get back out to the lines. Mike in Santa Clara. Mike, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Wish I could say it was a happy Monday, but, I know just like every other Niner fan right now, everyone's really upset about this one, like I am. My main point, a couple points before I get to my main point is, what Alex said earlier on the call, it's a team sport. And it doesn't matter if it's whether it goes all the way up to the coaches, all the way down to special teams. It's a team sport. That was a team loss at that point, whether it was the player personnel that was chosen or the players not making plays, etc. It's a team sport. It's a 49ers all-team loss on that one. Other thing I want to say is we got to cut Ronnie Bell's ass, man. You cannot be dropping balls like that at that point in time. But the positive, I took some positives out of it, and Shasky, you kind of hit on it at the beginning. The first one was Brock Purdy. I was going into it a little nervous about seeing him play and just how he would play. But, man, he did everything in his power, whether he was scrambling or just throwing perfect passes to the receivers, whether they were caught or not. He did everything in his power, and I am a true believer in Brock Purdy now after that game because he had three of his top weapons out of it. Yep. Man, he played out of this world. The other one, Juwan Jennings, wow. I never actually said this unless you were Marshawn Lynch, but that guy went beast mode on everyone during that game. Up to mossing the guy, everything. I'm just happy that we finally got to see the potential that, I've always wanted to see out of Juwan Jennings, and it makes me feel more comfortable knowing if Debo or And, even Aiyuk, even though he's still not quite there yet, out of the lineup, man, it gives me a lot more confidence in him being out there, being the second option, even if Kittle's out as well. So that's all I got to say, guys. Have a great day.
Good call, Mike. Yeah, those are a lot of positives as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Some people were ticked off that Jennings didn't talk to the press afterwards. Look, man, I'm not one to talk. Whether it was Little League, high school, I didn't want to talk after losses. I'm a sore loser. I'm not going to lie. I'm a sore loser. So I don't blame Juwan Jennings for not wanting to talk after that game. What's there to talk about? You want to, I had a career day, but we lost. That's the definition of a team player right there.
He's a stud.
So I'm not mad at him not speaking to the press afterwards.
You know, my big takeaway on Jennings, he's very good, right? He's a very underrated, good player.
Yep.
Boy, it's different when you have a 6'3", big-bodied wide receiver who can kind the manhandle some stuff, huh?
It's been a while.
I mean, I've been asking for this. You and I have been asking this forever. On
so
the
he fell in love with Jalen Hurd.
The guy, I'm going to get deep here, but the guy who I thought outplayed him in all the preseason games was Tay Martin. And I thought Tay Martin has more juice.
And they cut him.
And now he's on the practice squad for the Titans.
Yeah, he's in Tennessee.
I would claim him and put him on my active roster. Unless you think Pearsall's coming back at some point, I would do that yesterday.
Or how about this one? Esau Winston Jr. got released from Seattle.
I'll take him.
He was in the running for the Tennessee practice squad gig. Tay Martin beat him up because Tay Martin's taller. Esau Winston Jr.'s out there. I'd rather throw him down the field than Ronnie Bell. Esau Winston Jr. go make a play. I know he'll make a play. Ronnie Bell said that's why the timeout does an hour. I don't want to go back into that, but he's got to make the play at the 25-yard line. It's at the 25-yard line for the game.
He dropped 2 earlier.
He's a hero.
He's so bad.
He was so close to being a hero, and he dropped that. And I said, oh, boy, they're going to really lose this game. So, for example, when you talk about the timeout, because I've been thinking about it, say the Niners, they go to overtime, and you're saying, did you have any faith in the defense stopping them? Well, what changes in overtime?
No, it doesn't. You just hope you win the coin toss.
You just pray that you win the coin toss. You don't win the coin toss, you're going to lose the game anyway.
At this point, I'm just not giving them the ball in regulation.
I hear you.
You know, I feared Stafford. More because I didn't trust our secondary to not commit an egregious penalty. And what did they do? The linebacker commits an egregious penalty. The other thing I was thinking about, they played this guy Tonges, who I'd never even, I didn't even know how to pronounce his name.
It was Tunges, I think.
Tunges? I don't even know how to pronounce his name.
Somebody corrected me last week because I said something there. It was like Tunges, and I forgot who it was. I want Sam to read the super chat in just a second, but vertically it was 6-3 yesterday. He goes, boy, it's going to be record listeners and callers tomorrow on the road. So it's like, well, yeah, it's going to be, I told you business there, Bonte. Those businesses booming today. Doom and gloom. But how about this? He sent me this nugget. This was the Rams' biggest 14-point comeback since 2012 when they did it against the Washington Redskins. On that Washington team, McVay was the tight ends coach and Shanahan was the OC with his father, Mike, being the head coach.
We've gone this long. You were up 10 with I don't know, there's probably less than that, but I kept going because I looked at the clock. 12 minutes to go. You're up 10. I go, and I said it to the stream. Boy, I'm feeling like the NFC Championship game. You can't lose this one. You cannot lose this one. Okay? And they found a way to lose this one. Yep. There is something. I don't know what. I don't know what it is, but there is something to all of these blown fourth quarter leads.
Again, since he's been hired, he's blown the most double-digit leads in the NFL outside of John Harbaugh of Baltimore.
Possibly.
He's second in the league. Shanahan, Kyle.
What is it? But what is it? What is that?
High-level loser, bro.
Is that offense? Is that defense? Is that play calling? Why? I don't have the answer.
We don't have the answer. Loveman, read this super chat.
Really quick, solid super chat coming from 300 IQ Gaming. Dropped $9.99 to say, fun fact, Steve Wilkes was ran out of town for his defense, averaging 17.5 points a game, and a defense that held Mahomes under 20 in regulation. Meanwhile, Sorensen has averaged 23 and looks worse.
Nice uptick.
Nick Sorensen.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
Later on in the week, we're going to talk about Sam Loveman winning the MVP of Stephen Langford's wedding.
He was amazing out there.
By the way, shout out Stephen Langford.
Shout out Stephen Langford.
Congratulations. Beautiful wedding.
For sure, Mrs. Langford was the MVP.
Yeah, Mrs. Langford. Mrs. Langford.
It is Sam Loveman.
Dude, hey, it was a beautiful, and they're a beautiful couple, man. It was good to see everybody out there.
We had a good time.
Yeah, I tell you who was not the MVP. our former good friend, Alexander Scott.
Oh, don't be mean.
No, that's my guy. I love him. Even though dude,
I'm not going to sugarcoat.
the handshakes is Alexander Scott. I never got it. He holds on to the handshake multiple times. And
Doesn't break your hand.
Yeah, I was like, dude, all right. Okay, let's go, dude. I need my hands. I've got to hold babies.
Doing the dead fish handshake.
No, but you know what, though? Joe Lacob's handshake, when he came on the pre and post game, said, it was a lot better. I had you in mind, and I couldn't wait to tell Spinoni. He's like, actually, his handshake's not
improved it
bad.
after I gave him some constructive criticism, and he came back. And,
Can I ask you guys, we're in the middle of it. You're watching from afar, non-Niner fan. Okay, you watch every game. What is it about these blown leads? Like, obviously, you have to be good to be able to blow a lead. Like that we acknowledge. But what is it about the blown leads?
It's just, that comes down to little things. Like teams that aren't buttoned up with the little things always end up losing. The teams that are buttoned up, like the Chiefs, like you saw yesterday, like they end up winning games like that. The Falcons aren't buttoned up like that. The Niners, for as much as we love Shanahan, he's been amazing. He has never, ever had a good special teams coordinator or special teams at all, ever, right?
If I were to say these names to you, Blake Costanzo, what do you think of? As a Niner fan.
Special teams.
Yes.
Great special teams player.
Who was it? Omari Spellman? Not Omari Spellman. What was the other guy? Spillman. These were guys who made the Pro Bowl at special teams during the Harbaugh era. For all the things that I know Kyle Williams, it didn't age well, but their special teams was good. Yeah. The 2 times it wasn't, Kyle Williams game, Jacoby Jones return. And they lost both those games.
I mean, this is bad. Yesterday was all-time bad. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get to everybody, including Ryan in San Bernardino. My guy down to San Bernardino. Ryan, what is happening, man? Hopefully the Wolverines are doing better down there at San Bernardino Valley Junior College. But, of course, we're not talking about that right now. What up, Ryan?
Hey, speaking of Wolverines, the Michigan Wolverines beat USC, and I'm a Notre Dame fan, so that was a good weekend for me. Hey, my friends, I was just going to say, I think it's common football knowledge that, either you're getting better or you're getting worse. You're never staying the same. And the 49ers, you look at the contracts, bringing back Aiyuk, bringing back Trent, just trying to get everybody back. It's like we're shooting for the status quo, hiring Sorensen, keeping it within the same system. You guys spoke on that earlier, doing everything the same. The league is catching us up. The league is catching up to it.
Oh, boy. That was a good call, Ryan. Ryan, call us back if you can. Call us back. We're going to get to everybody. Schlep Rock, I see you. Telmo, I see you. Wow, Telmo's calling?
Yeah.
That's how you know this is a big loss. Ryan in Irvine. Rudy in Riverside. I don't know if I want to take Rudy in Riverside. We're going to get Rudy out of here. We'll get him out the way on the other side because I already know what he's going to do. And then Jan in Mountain View. Oh, Jan's on. Wow. The hard hitters are out. People are not happy. We're going to be talking about this loss all week long. We won't get to the Patriots till Friday.
I'm not optimistic.
Oh, boy. That's what's coming up. Your phone calls brought to you by Shane Company.
Clean it up, Ante.
At Shane Company.
Well, I think it's being able to commit to a process, and we've got some better overall athleticism. I think Chase has done a great job, bringing in Scott Frost to be able to help out. But we've got some continuity with the specialists, obviously adding Josh in the mix as a kicker. But you're looking at Ethan Evans take a step as a punter and then obviously as a holder. I think getting Alex Ward back is big. We missed him towards the latter part of the year. It's a big thing people don't talk enough about. But really proud of Chase Blackburn's leadership. He's done an excellent job. That's been a strength of ours through 3 weeks.
Hey, yo, it's Zuski, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
Adam Amin on the call, Fox Sports. That was Sean McVay, the head coach of the L.A. Rams, a Super Bowl winning head coach. Sean McVay, that is, and they're reinventing themselves in L.A., and their season was saved with a big win yesterday over our 49ers, 27-24 down at SoFi Stadium, and what was an unofficial home game for the San Francisco 49ers. Nothing but red in that building at SoFi Stadium, but that's a tough loss. Tough loss. By the way, the most wanted tickets in the Bay Area, if you want to go listen to some hip-hop, some great hip-hop. Tickets are here in the Bay Area. It's Hip Hop Made the Bay, starring Too Short, Ja Rule, Bone Thugs, DJ Quick, Friday, November 1st.
Where is Ja?
SAP AP Center. I think I might have to be there for that. The Warriors don't play that night. We're probably going to need a Friday night off just to get our heads clear and get ready for another NFL weekend. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. Again, the Bay Area. Tickets in the Bay Area, most wanted tickets in the Bay Area. Ticketmaster.com, Ticketmaster.com. Tickets are selling fast. By the way, a couple quick shout-outs. Burlingame Park and Rec Department, Burlingame Community Center. A lot of roasters, Shasky. Oh, boy, Kevin from the Excelsior. And Kelvin from Washington, D.C. played against Kevin Durant. Those guys were cooking Friday night. It was movie night in Burlingame at Washington Square Park. You had the campers out there. People was paid to spend the night at Washington Square Park. They had a great movie Up playing. Burlingame got it cracking, man. Call me Burlingame Bonte. We got Sausalito Shasky. We got Burlingame Bonte. But shout out to them because that event, all the kids running around in the playground, it was safe. Yeah, police there. Just a good, fun family night. We had a lot of people out there. Got some pizza, got our blankets. It was a lot of cool. But I want to shout those people out, the people that do the real work. We were just talking to Jaw Jack about sports, Shasky, but these people out there working behind the scenes, making sure the community's safe. A lot of good times out there, including my boy Kevin, who was writing on Sam Chan's there. But anyway, we got to get back to this loss, man, because it's a painful one. It's a painful one. I never, Shasky, up until that punt return, I was like, damn, the Niners are going to really lose this game. They're going to lose this freaking game to the L.A. Rams, who have nobody playing.
I must have said 50 times during the stream, can't let these guys hang around. Can't let these guys hang around. Can't let these guys hang around. And they let them hang around and hang around and hang around. And it was like you allowed the run game to stay in it. When you're only down 2 scores in the NFL, right, in the modern NFL, right, you could still run the ball.
Yeah.
When you're down 3 scores, you can't. And now you're one-dimensional. At no point in the second half did it feel like they were heating up Stafford. What did we say Thursday, Friday? Got to heat them up.
Got to heat them up.
This defensive line, and they showed the graphic throughout the game. Oh, look at this lineman's out. This lineman's out. This is how many different combinations of Rams linemen have played this year. And it looked like the 49er defensive line couldn't push a bunch of fourth graders.
The effort after the missed field goal. The effort, the game is on the line. And the video of Bosa and Hargrave and that entire defensive front trying to get at the quarterback, that was piss poor, man. They're not going to watch. These players this week are not going to want to be in a film room watching that effort. When you got former players, oh, man, I don't know if they really want to win. Like, what? How can effort be questioned in a 24-17 game to improve to 2-1 against a divisional opponent? And now, look, we are scoreboard watching because there's only one bye week in each conference. One team gets a bye week. You want to win a division to at least get a home game in the playoffs. Well, now you're 2 games behind Seattle because they're 3-0. You don't have much wiggle room here moving forward, Shasky, because Seattle's stacking wins.
The defense looks slow and old. It's pretty straightforward to me. Like, they look slow and old. Right now, what is the strength of the defense? Like, Fred's playing his butt off, but is he stopping the run? No, you need other guys up front.
You hear that silence?
Yeah. Okay. Are they making plays on balls down the field? No. Are they open field tackling well? Are they collapsing the pocket on the quarterback? Are they stopping the outside run?
Not doing anything.
How about the inside run?
Not doing anything.
Okay. How's their third down conversion rate?
This defense, this may be the worst defense they've had since 2018.
But see,
this may be the worst defense.
Okay.
And that was pre-Bosa.
But there's too much money spent on that side of the ball
I 100%
to have
agree.
those results.
I 100% agree. So what I do is I start with the big money players. Now, is Fred earning his paycheck? Fred Warner's earning his paycheck, right?
He's the best player on defense.
Right. I'm liable to say, hey, let's rip up your contract, give you new money. Like, if there's anybody who deserves new money, it's number 54, Fred Warner.
I'm with you. We agree there.
Javon Hargrave. I mean, come on.
Since about midway through last year, I've been out on the whole Hargrave thing, and I told the money allocated to him and the lack of impact. And no, he had a sack in this game, and most people forgot about it because he didn't do much else.
Well, we had him on. Remember in the offseason, we did like 21 minutes with Javon Hargrave. I was like, I like this guy. I'm rooting for him.
Great nickname.
Gravedigger. Yeah, but, not sure how many graves he's really digging out there, if you know what I mean.
His own career grave. I mean, like, the guy, they're like, he hurt his tricep. Like, what, begging to come out of the game after getting stonewalled? So
you got Javon Hargrave. I got number 97, Nick Bosa. He's got, 2 sacks on the season? He's 25th in the league. Now he's got to ratchet this up. Now, the film will tell you, well, he's doing what he's got to do. He's creating but you know what? I need stats from him. It's not good enough. Solid for Nick Bosa is not good enough when you get paid that money. And when we think about the $120 million you got guaranteed and you held out and you blamed, he was the first to the trough to throw Steve Wilks under the bus. So what we going to do now?
Well, I need leadership from him. I mean, and it starts with him owning up to his own play. There were 2 plays in this game. He had a couple of nice rushes, but there were 2 plays that stuck out to me. One where Diamond Lenore sticks the rusher, and Bosa misses the tackle, and then he cleans it up afterwards. But to me, it's like, hey, the elite players don't miss that first tackle. And I know you made the play, right? You ended up making the play, and you were lucky to make that play because Diamond Lenore kind of stopped the gap there. His inability to shed a block in the run game really frustrates me for how much he's being paid.
Oh, my gosh.
We can talk about sacks and pressures and PFF ratings and all that stuff.
It's alarming.
But are you a complete player? And right now, he doesn't look like a complete player.
He's just a power rusher. And so when he's lined up in the wide 9 and he's lined up so far out, he's not beating guys with speed. He's beating guys with power. So by the time he does, like the quarterback's already in the pocket for 4 seconds by the time he breathes on them. I need more from Nick Bosa. I'm putting it, and I'm just going to stop right there. Let's go to the lines. I need more from Nick Bosa. All right, before we get to Slap Rock, let's get the Rams fan out of the way. Rudy in Riverside. Make it quick, Rudy. Long time no talk. I missed you.
How you doing, fellas?
Not good.
I got to tell you, before I get to what I want to say, I want to just tell you this, that there is actually Niner fans that are Rams season ticket holders. It was amazing. So they were giving away the Sean McVay bobblehead yesterday for Rams season ticket holders, right? If you're a ticket member. There were Niner fans in line to get a McVay bobblehead. Embarrassing. Can you imagine a Rams fan
shut
in line?
up. That's not true. I don't believe you.
No, that's true. Okay, you can look it up. Okay, now before I get to that, okay, props to Brock Purdy. He was able to get some passes off with scrambling and all that, but the Rams are missing 2 of their best secondary guys in Darius Williams and Johnny Johnson III. At times, he had all day to throw and couldn't find guys. Props to him. This game came down to Stafford versus Purdy. And Stafford dropped the dimes. He showed you the difference between the 2 levels in quarterbacking between the 2 teams. Now, also on the offensive line, we don't even have Steve Avila. Yeah, we don't have Jonah Jackson.
All right, this ain't the Rams. Bye-bye. Get the hell out of here. I give you time. This ain't the Rams. Go call Kirk Morrison. Go call Kirk. Call wasn't good. Contact Flowing Water Plumbing at JerryTheFlowingWater.net. To hell with the Rams. I gave Rudy, I just want to get him out the way because Rudy's a roaster, but damn it, to hell with you. I don't care about what the Rams got cooking. See you guys at Levi's. Pay back some mother. You know what? Slut Rock at Fremont. What's happening?
Rudy. Here's the thing, guys. I got 3 things. It just looked like, I'm not going to say they got out coached or whatever, but when it comes to the 49ers, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not a Niner fan, but I enjoy the entertainment watching them on TV. When they're leading the game and it goes to halftime, it seems like they're failing to make adjustments, and the other team makes adjustments, and then they come out, and the next thing you know, the Niners are losing that game because it seems like no adjustments were made, whether they're winning or losing, or the adjustments that they did make don't pan out. And they tend to lose games when they're ahead. So that's confusing to me. That play, Bonte, when you said Aiyuk was wide open late in the fourth quarter, he was open quick. And I think Purdy missed it. Purdy should have went there, got the ball off quick, and then Aiyuk is running for a touchdown. I think he was open, but he wasn't wide open.
Yeah. Right.
And I'm coming down your side of the street when it comes to the timeouts late. I think with a squad like the Niners have, missing a bunch of their key players on offense, you want to have as much time at the end of the game as possible. So I'm coming down your side of the street on the timeout thing. So that's what I got, guys.
Good call, Slut Rock. Good to hear from you, Slut Rock. Remember, he came up with the Looney nickname, come on, Windex Looney, because all he does is clean up the glass. That was a really good nick. By the way, Looney looks like he's in phenomenal shape. He does. His body went through an entire transformation. We'll get to the Warriors at some point over the next couple of weeks.
Will he be at training camp, though?
Yeah,
will he be in game shape?
Oh, yes. He will be in Hawaii. Now, Hawaii scares me. Hawaii does scare me. You could get into a lot of fun out there in Hawaii. I'm buying stock in Andrew Wiggins. Yes, I am. But by the way, shout out to the Wiggins family. He lost his father, which we didn't touch on. And I know that we don't need to speak about it on this show. We know who we lost, Papa Shasky, rest in peace. But Wiggins lost his father, Mitchell Wiggins, who was fighting a battle with sickness for the last couple of years. So shout out to Andrew Wiggins. Hopefully he's doing well. Back to the lines. Let's go to... You know what? I'm going to get to Jan. Then we'll get to Telmo. Jan in Mountain View. Long time no talk, Jan.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
The point I want to make is like in basketball, you win the quarter and you play one quarter at a time. Well, the Niners, they come out in the first quarter and the defense is stacking Stafford and getting after him and everything. And then what's happening the rest of the team? They're kind of laying off and they're not getting after the quarterback. They weren't paying attention to that fake punt or nothing. They're just, they just kind of lay back and let them do whatever they wanted. And I'm like, where the heck is the defense?
I'm with you. The defense is not there, Jan. What happens now? Is the season over for you, Jan? Because there's a lot of doom and gloom right now. There's a lot of football to be played, but how can they fix this defense, Jan?
Well, I'm not giving up on them, but they need to make adjustments and they need to get on the right side of the track and win these games. I mean that game could have been won, and they just gave up and. Lord have mercy. I thought, they could have, after Purdy did that scramble and in the fourth quarter and tried to get closer to, even though he didn't make a first down, they didn't make a first down and the kicker missed that field goal. Where the heck was special teams and trying to stop that,
punt
Ram
return
from running it back like he did.
No, Jan, it's very frustrating, Jan. Thanks for the call.
Good call, Jan.
One play that's going to get overlooked because I'm just looking at the game log and I'm replaying all the plays on my head while I'm listening to the callers here. And Jan makes a great point about the special teams and the defense now making adjustments. But the plays like this, Shasky, that get swept under the rug, that don't even come up. It's 2nd and 1, right? Mason gets the 4-yard carry. Now it's 1st and 10.
Is this the fourth quarter?
Fourth quarter, 1st and 10 at the Rams 42. Yeah. Isaac Grando gets 5 yards. You're on schedule, but Kyle Juszczyk gets called for holding. And now all of a sudden you're facing the 1st and 20, and now you're kind of in pass mode there. Little penalties like that, the situation where, and it was a questionable hold. Juszczyk kind of looked at it and was like, but they're going to call it on the edge there whenever they see the jersey gets pulled a little bit. But all of a sudden, you're facing a 2nd and 5, and the situation's different. Now, maybe, a couple plays later, you don't have Moody out there kicking a field goal. You don't have him doing anything like that. So I just, little things like that, Shasky. Little things like that. Situational football and penalties at the wrong damn time. That holding call put them behind the 6. I remember I was like, damn, 1st and 20. Now all of a sudden, you got to work harder for all that yardage and the percentage of converting a first down, facing a 1st and 20, the percentages are probably low.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's why I'm a big stickler on all the details, whether it's a timeout allocation, individual plays, penalties, etc., how to play things. Like, there's no foolproof plan. Anyone can convert anything at any time, right?
And it stops the clock, too, by the way.
That's the bigger thing. And, like, the clock stoppage is so bad. But, like, there's certain situations. So, you brought up all these, like, fourth quarter spots. Like, 3rd and 1, all right? Earlier in the third to last drive, 3rd and 1, you take Aiyuk off the field and you take Juwan Jennings off the field. And it's like, all right, you go with Conley, which I like Conley. They're not going to try to game up the pass at all in that situation. They know you're going to run it. And it's a predictable Mason run that gets stuffed at the line of scrimmage or behind it. It's one of the worst runs of the game for him, really, because I thought he was like breaking tackles and making plays happen. There was one play where Ronnie Bell completely whiffs on a block and he cuts upfield and turned it into like a 12-yard gain.
Yep, no doubt.
I thought Mason was awesome. But in that situation, to your point about maybe they go for it on 4th and 1.
I thought it was shootout territory. Okay, you run the ball there, 4th and short. Last week in Minnesota, I know it's only a 3-0 game, and it's a different situation, but you elected to go for it. You elected to go for it. So in that situation...
And they went for a 4th down after the Purdy fumble play where the ball got kicked out from one of the line. Was it Aaron Banks or whatever kicked it out? And so whatever. The point being is all these plays do add up. And that's where I'm at. But like the number one thing, and that's why I go back to that play, Aiyuk and Jennings off the field on a game where you don't have a lot of playmakers.
I know.
That's where, as you talk about timeouts, whatever. Okay, those are the situations that if I do need a guy to catch a breather, that's such a crucial 3rd and 1. I might waste the timeout to get that guy back out on the field because I go back to the Pete Carroll USC play. Reggie Bush cannot be on the sideline, even if you're going to hand to Lendell White. You need to have the threat of that guy on the outside touching the ball. And when you don't have the threat of Aiyuk on the field, and you don't have the threat of Jennings on the field, they're not going to honor the pass. They're going to have all 11 guys stuff the run. Now, you're going to say, Joe, you're hyper-focused on one play. Well, it ended up being a one-play game.
Well, not only that, but it's such a good point because I look at it from this angle. Okay, you bring Aiyuk and Jennings off the football field, right? You take them off the football field. You've got a lot of guys in and out of the lineup. So how much continuity does your backups have together on a crucial 3rd and 1 down? How many times are these players in that situation in practice, let alone a game? Is Braden Willis on the field in the 3rd and 1 situation? And you know what I'm saying? like Chris Conley, you got so many guys in and out of the lineup. Aiyuk's just now getting full reps. He's even so you put these guys in that situation at that juncture of the game, they may not be ready because of the lack of continuity in practice. You're running too many damn combinations. So to your point about the Rams, they filled every gap with their defensive linemen. They filled every single gap, and the linebacker was untouched. So Trent's looking around saying, I got to block this guy and that guy. The linebacker shot right free, and it was unbelievable. But in that situation, I'm thinking, okay, maybe they're going to go for it. And they sent out the field goal unit. So
And you know what? I probably would have kicked the field goal too, I guess. I probably would have. But so on that play, right? You have a quarterback and you have a running back. So take those 2 players off the field. Now I'm blocking with 9 guys against 11. Well, they're going to be free. I mean, unless you have, an opportunity where you jam 2 with 1. But those are the little plays. I'll go to another one. This is where the Sorensen, I want context on this, and maybe I'm making way too much. They went 3D tackles on a 4th down situation, and I was like, oh, okay.
Well, they were running a 5-man fronts early in the game because Sanchez pointed out right away. I was like, that's what the Eagles did a couple years ago when they had Reddick and Fletcher, Cox, and Hargrave. I was like, wow, I love the 5-man defensive front on early downs. You force the team to pass it and get out of their elements.
And they run a stunt with a 350-pound guy. And I'm like, on a 4th and 1, it's a jam play. There's no opportunity you don't have enough time to go around a guy to rush. It just didn't make sense to me. I want to hear from a sophisticated football mind because I was like, what are we doing?
Well, last week, Baldy said you had Charvarius Ward guarding, or De'Amon Lenore, Charvarius Ward guarding grass on a 97-yard touchdown to Justin Jefferson. Again, George Odom playing press man at the safety spot with Tig Brown backing him up. Tig Brown's not a free safety. He's a strong safety. You know what I'm saying? And he starts to get picked on in the pass game. Teams are attacking number 27. They are. So now you got George Odom. George Odom didn't see a snap yesterday. I don't remember George Odom playing yesterday.
Special teams only.
Only special teams only. But think about that. Yeah. He goes 1 week playing press man on Justin Jefferson to not even playing on defense against the LA Reds B team. Nick Sorensen has got to get it together in a heartbeat. We have to be consistent. If we're going to give heat to every other defensive coordinator we've had here in San Francisco, then Nick Sorensen is probably the rawest of them all.
Look, I'm not going to run him out of town after 3 weeks, but you have to acknowledge it looks horrible.
This looks like
what it is.
This looks like the worst defense they've had since 2018.
And I would listen to hey, the personnel isn't great, but when I'm paying premium players, they got to play premium football. Like Charvarius Ward, you brought up, maybe he shouldn't have played in the game. B, I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. But if you go out the week before and say, I like to man up the best man, and you throw your DC under the bus that way, you better show up against Tutu Atwell.
And then you get cooked. You get cooked.
And over
the
on
first play after change of possession. Dave Wan said, I got the 30 for 30, Miami, Notre Dame. Catholics versus Catholics. So Dave Wadsey was the D coordinator of Miami. They turned it over. He goes, change of possession. Look out for the deep play. The deep play. And they got hit with a deep play by Ricky Waters. Well, that goes through my head every time. Miss a field goal, turnover, change of possession. And the first play, Stafford chucks it deep, a beautiful deep ball. Tink Brown's not even close. Travis Ward's not even close. And Tutu Atwell first to goal. I would have rather him just scored a touchdown right then and there.
I know.
You
Well, that goes back to the clock thing. Belichick's talked to his team like, hey, in some situations, it's actually better to just let him score. Because, but this goes back to understanding, time, but whatever. Stafford's arm, I underrated how good he was. I've actually been hating on Stafford for many years.
He threw that out route to DeMarcus Robinson.
He threw a bunch of...
Dude, that out route when he had him stretched out,
he's a great player.
Damn.
No,
Even
he's a
Mark
great
Sanchez during the throw was like, wow.
I'll tip my cap. I was wrong.
Yeah, he was
Stafford's
tough.
a great player.
Let's get the lines, man. We got
let's
15 minutes left in the show. Let's get everybody on here. Let's start with Telmo in the city. Telmo, long time no talk.
What's up, fellas? I've been on hold so long, I thought I was going to talk to Guru. Hey, man, this was a rough one, and you know what, Shasky? I found out we got a friend in common because I was my 2-year-old's birthday party yesterday at the house, and Officer Guerrero's my neighbor.
Oh my God!
So he was over at the house. And it was the fourth quarter, and we had little OJ's pizza, and we had Round Table's pizza because we got different tastes in the house. But we were feeling good. We were hanging out. They were up by 10. Me and Officer Guerrero, we threw back a little gold bar. Feeling good. Next thing we look up, and it's all falling apart. And it's one of these things. It's like it's multiple games now where it's little mistakes, where it's penalties. And it's the defense giving up big plays just over and over. Special teams, just they got to really get it together. And I don't think it's an offensive problem. And to the caller earlier from whatever SoCal, the Rams fan, Matt Stafford didn't outplay Brock Purdy. That's a casual take. Brock Purdy went for 300, three TDs and no picks.
And ran.
And he had a great game. And he did that with nobody. He did that with Juwan Jennings, who I said from the beginning, we shouldn't have paid Aiyuk $30 million. That's a big mistake. That's going to cost the roster for years to come. And Juwan Jennings could have just put more on his plate because he's capable of it. Well, last thing, the thing about Shanahan and the blown leads and everything, I think he's such an offensive-minded coach that he does that. But, these games have been lost on penalties and special teams and defense. And I honestly think he's had a run of bad luck because look at dropped interceptions with just missed field goals, just holding penalties. Going back to the Falcons when there was a third down where they picked up the first down, that would have been game in the Super Bowl, and they got called back on a penalty. Yep. That's outside of his control. Yep. So there's something to it. Because you're the head coach, so you gotta die on that hill all day long. But man, he's gotten some unlucky plays at crucial moments with drop like yesterday. The Ronnie Bell dropped pass touching his hands on the 25-yard line. Purdy threw a dime. It's just like, man, things like that are so frustrating. But it's good talking to you guys.
Good job,
I wish it was under other circumstances.
Yep.
Have a great day, man.
You too. Let's get to Ryan and Irvine. Ryan and Irvine, what's up? We're gonna get everybody on here before we end the show and get to Fast Five. Ryan and Irvine, what's happening?
Hey guys, thanks for taking everyone's call this morning. I know we're all frustrated. I have a little bit different take than the previous caller. You tell me how I have 3 points, and you tell me how all three of these don't just land at Kyle's feet. First of all, the defense. He wanted this coordinator. He stayed in-house because some of his players wanted that continuity. They wanted that familiar face in the room. Well, tell me this. Do corners get faster as the season goes on? Do strong safeties somehow become free safeties? Because by my count, we literally don't have a free safety on our roster.
I completely agree. They're all box safeties.
Yeah, exactly. So 2 weeks in a row, the playbook is out on our defense. Chuck the ball deep. Our corners and our coverage linebackers, they get cooked. They get grabby. It's just like a free 40, 50-yard, if not touchdown play, right? But remember, Kyle wanted this defensive coordinator. That's first point. Second one, these special teams issues have been there for 7 years. You've had different special teams coordinators, the same result. You drafted this kid in the third round. He's a liability. And then the last point, I can't think of a better opportunity for Jacob Cowing to get into this game and use him for his strengths. This is the difference between Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan. Andy doesn't have trust issues. He'll look at a rookie and say, hey, Xavier Worthy, you're just a speedster. You can't block. You can't do anything. You're a one-trick pony. I'm going to use that trick to beat teams.
100%.
Kyle's like, you don't know my whole playbook. You don't know every single assignment. I can't use you. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ronnie Bell has had dropping issues since he got into the league, and yet you use him over Cowing, our only fast guy on our team. It's ridiculous. This is all on Kyle.
I'll take it a deep step further. What about the young man they just claimed from Carolina? I'd rather see him. Terrace Marshall Jr.? The young man from LSU who's in Carolina, basically he's an outcast because they have no players out there. I'd rather see him than Ronnie Bell. He's like 6'2", 6'3", and he's got speed. He could high point a football, I'm sure, over Ronnie Bell, but that's the point. You put a player in a position to make a play, he doesn't make a play. And now it's like, Ronnie Bell, what are we doing? We're playing. If you're going to cut Sammy Womack, you got to cut this guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so many things. Like the thing Bill Walsh used to say, I don't care if you can do everything. Can you do something special? That was his way. And like every coach looks at it different. But I remember I was out on Chip Kelly because he was like, I will never use a fullback. Right. It's like, well, wait a minute. I give you Mike Allstott in his prime. Yeah. You can't find a way to scheme it up. Yep. I'm out on Chip, right? Like, so my point being is that, like, you do have to evolve a little. There was a pop blast play that they did for Aiyuk early in the game. Now, I like that they were trying to get Aiyuk involved. Yeah. They were trying, and I like that. So I don't want to say, like, this is some indictment on it, but can you get Cowing one of those plays?
Right.
Like on
guy
the
with
edges?
some juice. Yeah, guy with some juice.
Let him feel good. It's a simple play. He touches it. He uses his speed. He gets to the outside. Like, look at that being said, they finally used Garendo. I think he had 4 or 5 carries in this game.
Garendo's not bad.
And look, but you got to get him acclimated so that he can help you moving forward. You can't just ice guys out.
Yeah, I didn't get to Jacob Cowing when John Lynch last week said that Jacob Cowing is going to get plenty of opportunities this week.
How many
John
routes
Lynch was on record saying that.
How many routes did he
I didn't see many routes with number 19. I didn't see many routes.
He did catch the ball.
He caught the punt return, had a nice little return, but that's it. I thought Cowing was going to get the opportunity. I did not expect number 10, Ronnie Bell, to get that many reps, that many routes run, and how many passes thrown to him. Poor guy, man, just dropped multiple passes. Oh, my God. You're at the 25-yard line. Game over. Game over.
And then the other element was just special teams. When I think of like the really good teams, all right, whether it's the New York Giants of the 80s or the New England Patriots or the Buffalo Bills, and I know people, the Bills didn't win anything. There's a guy by the name of Steve Tasker. Like I immediately think of like Marv Levy was going to be buttoned up on special teams. Who's been the best special teams defensive player on this team in the 8 years? Raheem Mostert for 3/4 of a season until he became a running back as a gunner? Like, that's to me, like, you've got to shore that up.
Yeah, special teams were awful. Again, but I look at Shanahan and the whole Sorensen hire. They tried to get other guys. They did try to get other guys. Sorensen was just a guy. It's like last resort. You know what? Here, the job is yours. At this point, I guarantee you there's people thinking right now, and they won't say it out loud, but I guarantee you there's some people who woke up this morning or who've turned off the game last night saying, might as well have kept Steve Wilkes. At least we know he's got experience. Because right now, the lack of experience from Nick Sorensen, it's alarming. The lack of experience. Sean McVay and Kevin O'Connell back-to-back weeks undressed him. Yeah. Now, I don't know who's running the show in New England land, but they're looking at the film saying, we got some plays out there. And you best not sleepwalk at the start of that football game against Jacoby Brissett and company. Because they just got embarrassed on national TV. They want to get that taste out of their mouth. I would not be overlooking the New England Patriots. The Niners aren't good enough right now to overlook any football team right now in the league.
Well, we can get to the passing. They got to stop the run.
That's what I'm saying.
Inside, outside, Rashawn Stevens is going to kill them.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, with the New England Patriots, you bet not overlook them because they'll run the ball down your throat, and they're going to bring a physical attitude to Levi Stadium. Let's get these calls real quick, Jasky. Shay in Annapolis.
What's
Shay,
that?
then we'll get to Duke, and we'll get to Bill. Shay, what's happening? All the way in Annapolis, Maryland. Good morning or good afternoon.
How you doing, gentlemen?
I've had better days.
I would like to talk about, I know everybody's been talking about the defense. I would like to talk about the offense. I think the problem with this team, and it continues to be the problem, is that this league is about quarterback play. This league is built for the quarterbacks. And I believe in that game against the Rams, Brock Purdy got to deliver. He got to do more. He's got to do more.
I don't.
There's going to be times. There's going to be times where the defense is not going to play up to par, and you might have to you might have to shoot out with a team. And I got to tell you something. This team is not going to win a Super Bowl unless Purdy and CMC play at a high level, because all them other players like Kittle, who's the other one? Aiyuk. I think they're just Jags, and I'm very disappointed in Kittle. Because I think he has regressed year after year.
Wait a minute.
Year.
So you just think they're just another guy? Kittle just had over 1,000 yards last year.
No. What I'm saying is, I don't think if I'm another team, if I'm the opposing team going against,
you call him a Jag. What's a Jag mean? Just a guy.
Just a guy.
I can't say that about Kittle. I can't say that about a Kittle and Debo. That's like, dude. Shay, hold on. Let's Shay hit finish. Hey, Brock Purdy played at an extremely high level yesterday.
But hold on. What I'm saying is, in situations where you see the defense is struggling, you're going to have to match the performance. You're going to have to match point to point with the other quarterback. What I'm getting tired of is that Brock Purdy is developing. He's getting better. But in order for them to take the next level, Brock Purdy has to take the next level.
That's your takeaway from that game? He ran for almost 50 yards.
Shay, I love you.
He threw for 300.
Shay, I love you.
That's your takeaway?
Shay, I love you, man.
Impressed with Purdy?
You need to contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. He threw the ball to Ronnie Bell to hit him in the numbers at the 25-yard line.
Come on.
He matched throw for throw with Matthew Stafford.
To a bunch of guys, as he says. Throwing to a bunch
Kittle's
of guys.
just a guy.
Yeah, then come on.
Kittle's just a guy.
Come on.
This is ridiculous, man. Out of all the things that I can't speak highly enough about Purdy this morning.
He played great.
And he's a fun watch. He's entertaining, and he made play after play after play. Can you imagine if Jimmy Garoppolo's quarterback in that team with those weapons?
The diving play for first down was the best play Jimmy would have ever made. And I'm not trying to rip Jimmy, but he dove for a first down.
This guy,
that play was
afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
But this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Holy smokes.
I can't believe that.
I lost brain cells this morning.
How do you like that, Mr. Bunte?
I mean, good Lord. I don't know where to start, man. Go ahead. You start, Shasky.
Okay, that's a really frustrating loss. There are two players on the planet who I'm not pointing the finger. Actually, three. I'll go three, okay? Three on the planet I'm not pointing it at for this loss, for this game. Jordan Mason, Jawan Jennings, and Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure there are other people when I watch the film over back. There's going to be other guys. If you didn't think Purdy was outstanding yesterday, then you're just not watching the same thing I'm watching. I mean, the guy is a freaking gamer. He reminds me of Garcia, where I'm like, I want him to run a little more. I like when he runs, and he's so smart. How about the slide inbounds?
But what about
are we doing?
But he throws a pretty ball, and the deep shots that I was begging for, he went deep. He hit Jennings in stride on a 31-yard, out and up. Oh, it was beautiful. Purdy was fine. But my final takeaway is Nick Sorensen and his defense best get it together. They best get it together. And I'm being hood here when I say it like that, but they better get it together because I'm looking at the schedule. All right? You got the Patriots next week, which you can't sleepwalk in. Then you welcome in the Arizona Cardinals. And you don't think they want to make a statement? They got Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride, and Kyler Murray, and James Conner. That scares the living daylights out of me. Then on a short week, you go to Seattle on Thursday Night Football. And they're chilling at 3-0. And then you can play Kansas City. Are we ready to play Kansas City right now? If you had to line up against Kansas City right now, it would be problems. It'd be big problems. And then you got the Dallas Cowboys. And then you come out of the bye week, you got Tampa, you got Seattle, you got Green Bay, you got Buffalo. So if Nick Sorensen and this defense does not get their act together, no matter how well Brock Purdy plays, it may not be good enough. And we better stop talking playoffs. Let's just win a freaking game right now, okay? I don't want to hear, well, when the playoffs come around, McCaffrey be fresh. We may not get there. So take it week by week and just win a damn game next Sunday to stabilize this season. Oh, man, that's so frustrating. They lost to the Lambs yesterday.
My takeaway from just watching the early slate, the afternoon slate, I don't care what the quarterback is or who the quarterback is. It could be Andy Dalton. It could be Bo Nix. Or it could be a really good one like Matt Stafford. If you don't pressure any of those guys, they're going to eat you up. You saw that with the Bucks. They clearly slept on Bo Nix and the Broncos. They didn't show up. The Raiders didn't show up against Andy Dalton. And the Niners, they showed up somewhat, but at the end, they didn't against Matt Stafford, and he killed him.
All right, I know we're very football focused today, but I want to zig while everyone else is zagging here and
Florida
highlight
State?
a positive
Florida
that happened.
State?
No, I want to highlight a positive that happened yesterday. Guys, Macklin Celebrini lit his first professional NHL lamp last night. His first goal in a 4-2 loss to the Knights. We won't talk about that.
Is that a real game? A regular
season game? Preseason game, but his first professional NHL goal. He also got an assist in just under 19 minutes of ice time. Guys, the Macklin Celebrini era is off and rolling.
Hockey's starting way too early.
Already made more plays than Ronnie Bell.
How about the WNBA starting their playoffs yesterday in the football Sunday?
At 2 o'clock.
And then announcing that Asia Wilson and Caitlin Clark won big-time awards, Rookie of the Year and MVP, and nobody knows about it because it's a football Sunday. We got to do better, WNBA. We have to do better. That was Fast 5, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Baldy will be on the show tomorrow at 7:30. I'm sure he'll have a lot to say. We'll continue to recap this loss. It's a bad loss. Bad loss to the LA Rams. And I'm sure Steiny and Guru will spend 4 hours talking about how the Niners blew another double-digit lead, this time to a division opponent that was wounded, yet they gave them life. Have a good day, everybody.
Deftones. attrition.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I'm out.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Purdy, comeback, complete. Rams win, taking the lead with 2 seconds left.
There it was. 49ers get knocked off in L.A. 27-24.
Wow.
Where do you want to start, buddy?
Because it's hard. All right, let's. I don't want to radio fight you because I'm trying to still compartmentalize and process everything. But Steiny, do you have an issue or anybody out there with me calling this a collapse? I don't care who was not there. The way this game played out, the Niners had it in their grasp. This, I call, Steiny, was a collapse and the worst loss under Kyle Shanahan I can remember. Call us and let us know if I missed her. This is the one. They dominated, Steiny. Offensively, they did whatever they wanted. But score?
Oh, by the way, that was Adam Amin of Fox.
Oh,
on the
okay.
call.
All right, my
on
bad.
The call.
All right.
On the game winner.
Yeah.
On the game winner.
Wow.
No, I mean, I never thought they were going to lose that game until the punt return, essentially.
Not even the fake punt? Because that was big. You stopped that.
They're still up 2 scores. They're still up 2 scores when the 4th down gets converted, and they're still at midfield. I mean, there was so much going on in that game. It just felt like they couldn't stop the Rams. After the first quarter, it just felt like the Rams got in a groove, and the defense couldn't stop them, and the offense didn't do enough, and their great players didn't do enough, and their special teams weren't good. They just didn't finish that game at all.
No doubt about it, Stoney. And, Matthew Stafford didn't have a completed pass until late in the second quarter to let you know just how ineffective the Rams were offensively. But we got to put a couple rats on the table, and I'm going to start with what happened last year here in the Bay Area. We ran Steve Wilks out of town because of what happened in Minnesota Monday night. But when it was all said and done, they were a top 5 defense when you looked at the numbers. But, Stoney, through 3 weeks, I know it's a short sample size, this is not going to get it done. The DBs were lost. The tackling was sloppy. Outside of Fred Warner, I don't see anybody causing ruckus up front. And for most of the day, Matthew Stafford, Steiny, was comfortable. And he went up top after missed field goals or every opportunity that the Rams could get. They tested the Niners secondary, all of them, Ward included, Tutu Atwell. I'm thinking he's Henry Ellard. He was getting behind him. So this has to be a bad loss, and I'll leave you with this one. The fake punt. Mm-hmm. For Kyle Shanahan after the game to say we knew it was coming. What do you mean you knew it was coming? How did you know it was coming and it still worked? And it was a direct snap to Rivers. So I would have held on to that. I wouldn't have told the public that because to me, that's scary. I know something's coming and we're prepared for it, but yet we can't stop it. That doesn't sound like Kyle Shanahan to me, Steiny. What do you mean you knew it was coming?
Possibly.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't believe he said that. Oh, we knew it was coming, Steiny.
I thought it was a great call because he might have expected it. I wasn't expecting it. But you know what?
Desperation.
Then after they pulled it off,
boy,
that's when I first started thinking, okay, McVay knows they're a huge underdog in this game. And he's not just going to punt and try to keep it close and get beat 30-20. He made a decision at that point that they had to make.
Wow.
They had to take some risk, take some gambles, and they took that one. And it wasn't just that they got the first down. They got to hold the ball for the rest of the first half, essentially. And then they make it 14-7, and then the 49ers go down and turn the ball over before the half. And instead of going in 14-0 up 2 scores, you're only up 1 score. And you got up 2 scores again. I don't know what you want.
Yes, you did.
So you got to finish a game like that, and to me, it's one of those games, and doesn't make it any more palatable. But 6 things go a different way yesterday, and they end up winning the game. They had to make a play or two, and they win that game, but they couldn't make a play. Every play that was a 50-50 play they needed, the Rams made it in the fourth quarter, and now they're 1-2. And
I'm taking nothing for granted moving forward. And I'll say this to that. I left you Friday. Kittle was questionable.
Mm-hmm.
I was shocked he didn't play. But I know you had talked about it. Hey, you want to slow play this. So you're without, they were without Deebo Samuel, McCaffrey, and George Kittle. That's like, to me, 80% of your guys offensively. But yet Brock Purdy was spectacular. I'm calling him spectacular, Stoney, because I thought he was. Okay, and then we got not Brandon Aiyuk, who the streets wanted to see put up numbers. Are you telling me Juwan Jennings joined the great Jerry Rice to be the first receiver, Stoney, to have over 10 receptions, over 150 yards, and 3 touchdowns? They were phenomenal. And I just don't know how the Niners offense as a whole, along with J.P. Mason, who averaged 4 yards a pop, Stoney, how they only mustered up 24 points. But they did. Again, I'm blaming the defense and special teams. I don't know what's going on with the special teams. You came in here last week, starting Monday after the Jet game, and you said they got it right. I'm not mad at Jake Moody. I know if he makes that 55-yarder, you're up 10, misses happen all day, every day, Sunday. But the bottom line is you give up a punt return to a guy, Xavier Smith, the first time he touched the ball in his career, and he goes 37 yards to the outside to put the Rams in position. Things like that cannot happen. And Stoney, this defense, right now, they're trash. I'm going to call them trash, Stoney. Nick Sorensen, I'm not hearing his name enough, but whatever's going on with this unit, it's not right, Matt. I'm calling you Matt. You know I'm serious. It's not right.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers lost yesterday, 27-24. When a team plays pretty well and loses, I usually say they got beat. But I felt like yesterday the 49ers lost that game. Now, the Rams did everything they needed to do when they needed to do it. But the San Francisco 49ers are up 21-7 midway through the third. And the next thing you know, it's a one-score game, and they get the ball back with under 2 minutes left, but they can't have the last possession. They forced a punt, then they can't make a play on special teams, and the next thing you know, you're getting beat by a field goal down in L.A. The Niners are now 1-2.
Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number, and we're going to talk about this one for a couple days, that's for sure. And I'll throw it out there. What are your thoughts after yesterday's game? 49ers were up 14-0. They were up 21-7, and they get beat 27-24. And it was a fake punt midway through the second quarter that kind of changed this game. The Rams didn't have much going, and they looked to punt the ball around midfield. They ended up going for it. They got 7 when it was a 4th and 6. And then just the Rams made every play they needed.
And Ronnie Bell, you got to catch that ball.
Absolutely. You got to catch that ball. 888-957-9570 is the number. By the way, Brock Purdy was terrific yesterday. There's no doubt about that. Just one fumble, which happened late in the second quarter. It maybe prevented him from getting a field goal. But other than that, Brock Purdy was pretty good. There's no doubt about that. 22 for 30, almost 300 yards. But the 49ers get beat. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was also brought to you by Habas Law.
first 2 seasons in the league. Creep up there. Could not hang on to that ball that hit him in the hands.
See, here's where I'm different, Goo. When you lose a game like that, I tend not to look at
Talk to me, baby.
Moody, Bell, guys like that. I look at the big boys. I look at Bosa, Charvarius Ward, Brandon Aiyuk. Those are the guys. Trent Williams, obviously.
Had to go get another IV, Steiny.
Yeah. Should call him Ivy.
I think
like
Shasky
Poison
said
Ivy.
His jersey should read Trent Williams the 4th. It's pretty good.
That's not bad.
But hold on, real quick.
Fred Warner wasn't
There's
great
one guy
yesterday
responsible for personnel. Ronnie Bell, who I've been asking for, Steiny, since last year. All he did during the preseason was drop the ball. But if my coach puts me in the game, what about Conley? What about Cowing? All these guys we heard in the pre. So I got to put Ronnie, you got to make that catch. You just do.
I know.
And then I would say this, because I know this is not how football works. A Monday morning overreaction and Monday morning quarterback. I got my helmet on. Steiny, where was Aiyuk on that play?
Probably not
why
open.
is the... Wow.
It's probably not open.
Jawan Jennings is incredible. Steiny, over 10 catches, 150 yards,
I know.
3 touchdowns. The one he went over the DB and caught it. In a crazy way, the streets wanted Aiyuk to have those numbers.
Well,
and we would feel better. I don't know how good this defense is. I that's what's bothering me.
Well, I
don't recognize
this
Aiyuk
defense. Or the defense?
No, I'm not. It's the defense. Okay, something's going on. And I don't hear people calling and asking what's going on with Nick Sorensen like they were doing with Wilkes. This defense, what was that?
Not a great effort. Not a great effort. Kyle Shanahan said Ronnie Bell had a great week of practice. He's looking forward to playing. Just didn't come up with that catch. Purdy put it right on the money.
Oh, my God, it was right
He just put it right on the money. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Sam in San Leandro to get us started. Hey, Sam. What's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
What's up, Guru? What's up, Steiny?
Talk to us.
Man, I'm just going to make it quick, man. It was a frustrating loss. I turned off the TV right when Ronnie Bell dropped that catch because I knew what was going to happen. But I completely agree with Guru, man. The defense was awful. And one thing, man, I feel like we made a mistake with Brandon Aiyuk's contract, brother. He's not doing anything. He missed all of that training camp. And it's frustrating, man. We got to step it up. And that's about it, brother. I hope you guys have a great time, brother.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Sam. So the one thing that I wasn't crazy about was the run-pass
I had
ratio.
that down. Okay, go ahead.
I don't think they ran it enough at all. I don't know why you're throwing so much when you're up at least 2 scores in a big chunk of the game.
Wow, man.
So here's what I'm looking at. Brock Purdy threw 30 times, and they ran it 34. So that sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
But if you take out Brock's scrambles, which are really passing plays that broke down, that number goes up to 37 or 38 passes, and the runs go down to 28.
Wow.
And Purdy did a great job of escaping the pocket.
Steiny, he looked like Fran Tarkenton out there.
But I just don't understand why they didn't go to Mason more.
It's the second week. He had 12 rushes Mason did in the first half, Steiny. You know how many he ended up with? I think you do. 19.
Yeah.
He had 7 in the... Why?
I don't know. Because
that's on the play caller, which is Kyle.
I mean, at halftime, they're up 14-7. He's got 12 rushes. They score on their next drive to make it 21-7. In that drive, Mason's got 2 big runs for over 15 yards. You score to go 21-7, and now I'm thinking,
bleed this baby.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm watching the game, and I'm thinking to myself, Kyle's just like, he's not, it just didn't feel like it was good enough for him to run some clock, maybe, maybe have to punt here and there, but use up time, give the ball to Mason, and it just felt like Purdy was dropping back every single time and midway through the third to the fourth, and I just couldn't understand it.
No, I appreciate that. And also, too, I'm going to say it, nobody else will, Steiny, as raggedy as this defense has been playing, or they look, right now, if I'm playing the Niners, I'm going up top every time hoping to get a flag, not just a completion, but you think Kyle would want to run and bleed the clock more to keep his defense off the field, and I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's real. I thought Armstead leaving this team was going to be a nothing burger. I already told you I was scared about Greenlaw. You got Hufanga back, Steiny, but that didn't change what was the aerial attack by the Rams. And I am with you. Maybe Kyle will speak to it. I don't know what's going through his mind of why Jordan Mason, who just is a punisher when he runs the rock, and give the Rams credit, Steiny. They started, stopping them in the second half, but to look at this discrepancy with the pass-run distribution like you talked about, it's a head-scratcher. It just is.
Let's go to Dennis is in San Francisco. Hey, Dennis, what's going on, man?
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I give the special teams an F and the defense an F.
Wow.
You look at Purdy and he was 22 with 30, like you just said. How many drop passes do they have? They must have had at least 5.
Yeah, 6. Yeah.
Bell dropped 2. I think Aiyuk dropped 2. Aiyuk, since he signed a big contract, can't catch the ball anymore. But to me, Sorensen, like you were saying, Guru, you need, this all starts at the top. It all starts with Kyle Shanahan. You have a Super Bowl contending team. You've been contending for the last 5 years. Your window is still open, and you go and you hire within when you had defensive problems last year. I would have thought that they would have gone out and got a good defensive coordinator. Why not? You've got the team, but what bothered me about the defense that they didn't really address, they did, but they didn't get the right guys. The 2 defensive tackles are non-existent. That contract for Hargrave is horrible. He can't stop the run. Neither can the other 2 guys, Collins or Elliott. I mean, when I'm looking at, I played defensive tackle in high school. I'm watching those guys on the game day, and they're going backwards. Take a look and see if you see any penetration from the defensive tackles. We need somebody like Justin Smith. You know what I mean? He was great, and but they don't have it. And I thought they needed safety help, and they didn't get a linebacker that could replace Greenlaw. And now they're in the position they're in, and I'm not looking too hopeful going forward.
Man, appreciate it, Dennis.
Yeah.
All right,
man. Yeah, I mean, it feels like their defense is they're just out there. Like, I don't see anything special.
Wow.
They're not really getting a lot of pressure on the quarterback. They're getting beat in the secondary. They're not explosive defensively, it doesn't feel like.
And there was no Nakua. There was no, what's my other guy's name? Donnie, my man on my fantasy team.
Cooper Kupp.
It's just like Tutu Atwell is giving you the business.
Or
DeMarcus Robinson is giving you the business. Kyron Williams running the ball. I know he had 24 for 89, Stoney, 3.7 yards per carry, but it felt like he was leaning forward when he got tackled. Stafford just back there picking them apart. And this was Brock Purdy's first loss as a starter to an NFC foe. So just think about that. But, you talk about morale, Steiny. I have no problem with the offense, just why they went away for the run the second week in a row. You look at what happened in Minnesota. This defense is getting hit by superstars and non-superstars. Tutu Atwell getting behind you. Ward is your guy. He had him on the carpet.
Yeah. The 48-yard penalty didn't help either on Yadim, if I'm saying that right.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Those are killers. Those are absolute killers. After the 49ers got that field goal to go up 24-14.
Up 10 again in the fourth. I didn't want to throw that to you early. Just another 10-point lead in the fourth.
Well, they had a 14-point lead.
Yeah, but it was 10 in the fourth.
It was?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what but I ain't going to, not today.
Well, want to bet?
Now, let me ask you this about Brock Purdy's 10 runs for 41 yards. A lot of that was by necessity. Do you think a guy like Steve Young and yourself, Steiny, who wanted to see Brock run more, is that what you had in mind? Because that's 10 is too many. He was running for his life, doing a great job of it, still making plays, but 10 totes?
Well, he had a couple quarterback sneaks maybe, at least one. Yeah. I know that they got, but no, I mean, he had it like he shows he can run and he can evade, which he did, but no, I don't want him running 10 times at all.
Isaac Guerrero had 5 totes. We talked about the backup to the backup, but I just can't. We cannot underestimate in a loss. I'm going to just find the positive again, Steiny. Juwan Jennings, that was incredible. 11 for 175, 3 touchdowns, man. 12 targets. Like, what? I guess in the grand scheme of things, what does that mean?
About Jennings?
Yeah.
He's good. He's really good.
What's up with number 11, I guess I'm asking?
Juwan Jennings has always been really good.
Yeah.
Aiyuk, I don't know. Probably still rusty. Heck do I know? I don't know. 5 catches, another couple drops. 5 catches for 48 yards.
Yeah.
Maybe he's feeling the pressure of that contract. He should be. He should be because they need him. Let's go to Patrick's in South City. Hey, Patrick, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
Enjoying the sunshine?
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I want to throw a couple of things at you. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Until Kyle Shanahan gives up the reins of calling the plays, San Francisco 49ers will never go to the Super Bowl. And I'm going to tell you why. Number one, this guy chokes in big moments. That's a fact. You can go into history, the last 2 Super Bowls. In big moments, when it counts, most of the time he makes the bad judgment decisions. Number 2, where's the creativity on offense? I see all these teams fronting us with their 7, telling the 49ers, I dare you to beat us. There's no flea flickers. There's no end arounds. When's the last time you saw this team throw a screenplay or a halfback option or just something to loosen up the defense? There is no, and most of the time in critical situations yesterday, if you noticed, he was running the ball up the middle. They were expecting it. It just happened play after play after play. And I just really think if they brought in a very solid offensive coordinator and he gave up his type A control, the team would start winning more, and I think they could win a Super Bowl. Number 2, the Aiyuk contract was a mistake, and I'll tell you why. They should have invested that money in the backfield. Our backfield's getting smoked game after game after game, and I really think that they should have used that money to strengthen their backfield. That's what I had to say.
Well, I mean, they got the best running back in football, or one of them certainly.
Yeah.
And then the backup comes in and rushes for 100 yards in each of the first 2 games, and he was good again yesterday. They just kind of went away from him a little bit in the second half.
So do you think his point is, Donnie, and, just in regard to Kyle, I know he can dial it up with the best of them, but as far as the feeling for the game or the time or what to do, I guess I don't want to throw you in on the train with me, but this is the second week in a row I can question, why did you kind of go away from Mason? So if that person that he's talking about, the caller, is maybe looks at it differently, maybe they're running Mason more.
And who knows? Maybe Kyle's got to be cognizant of that because McCaffrey's out. He can't get Mason hurt. And maybe he's kind of limiting his touches to about 20 a game after the 28.
Did you hear what Kyle told his team, Steiny, going into the game? Can I read this to you? Don't give them any second chances and take their hope away. And the Niners did that between getting in the end. Like, the game was 14-7 at half. How? Felt like the Niners were up 21, 24 points. They didn't take advantage, but that fake punt, I'm tipping my cap to McVay because you're at the 43-yard line, Stein. If you don't get it, the game essentially could be over. But he was willing to take that risk, and I can't remember a fake punt, a direct snap. Like, I always think of a fake punt, somebody tossing it to the other. Oh, you tricked us, you caught us. But a direct snap to Rivers and Kyle saying, Steiny, we were ready for it. That's what would concern me if I'm a diehard Niner fan. Like, what does that mean? How were you ready for something and your defense was ineffective on stopping the play?
I guess the last caller was talking about the defensive backfield.
Oh, okay. That's what I was thinking too.
Oh, yeah, I must have misinterpreted.
Steiny, I'm telling you, they can be had right now, man.
This is Shanahan on the special teams.
Today, that fake punt, it's just the momentum in the game. That's where I thought we had a chance to run away with it, not give them any hope, and that gave them a lot of hope, got them back in it, and obviously would love to make that field goal, and then every punt return, I didn't really see it. They got to the left on our side. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but those are 3 big plays in the game.
So that was Kyle Shanahan talking about the special teams breakdowns. Moody, do you have any problem with Moody trying to kick a 55-yarder? Would you think maybe it should have been better to try to pin him back?
Nah, he's earned that, Steiny, and I got friends, 49er Frank. He said, oh, he missed the extra point in the Super Bowl. He's unreliable. Nah, man, you got to give on the season. Moody's done his job, man. And the bottom line, to put another rat on the table, Evan, this shouldn't even came down to that field goal. I don't know why the Niners offense didn't put up more. But then I guess Steiny, am I fixated if I keep asking, how could Bell drop that? You or I or Evan or Spadoni could have caught that. So he should not get any more chances for the next couple games. Like, this ain't tryouts.
Well,
like, damn, that ball was a perfectly thrown ball, and it's over. You catch it.
The thing I have an issue with is, okay, so you're missing Kittle, you're missing Debo, and you're missing McCaffrey. All 3 of those guys can catch the ball. But you try to throw it plenty yesterday to guys like Bell, and I don't understand why you have Jordan Mason back there and you're winning the game, you're controlling the game, and it just felt like I kept watching Purdy drop back, and it was on early downs. And I'm thinking, I don't get it. I don't get why they didn't just continue running. And if you're worried about Mason, keep Garendo in there. He was fine. But I just thought you're
trying to get out of there with a win is what you're saying.
Well, no,
keep the clock ticking.
Exactly. I just think they're up 21-7, and it just didn't feel like Kyle. I don't know. I get it. If he runs all the time and they get stopped, then everybody criticize him for getting conservative. But the reality is that you're up 21-7. You got a quarter and a half left to play. You can start thinking about the clock a little bit there. I'm not saying you're a slave to it, but
this is the second week in a row, Steiny, the money drive. Remember last week against Minnie, they're down 6. Defense finally gives you the ball in your hands, and you can't take advantage. You score a touchdown, you're up 1. They didn't do it with Debo. That's last week. Forget that. Who cares, right? And then this week, tied up. And I don't know what you thought about the play calling, but Brock Purdy wasn't a sack. I guess it kind of was. A guy caught him from behind. But I'm sitting there like, damn, this is when you need Aiyuk. And if it as great as Jennings has been, those 175 yards, damn, you needed 10 more to get a first down to keep it going. But when they punted that ball, Steiny, I said, oh, my God, this is the epitome of how you outplay a team but don't earn it. And then we see Xavier get the punt, get to the outside. First time he touched the ball in his career and returned it 37 yards, man. I'm shocked, Steiny. Like I said, this is the worst loss in the Kyle Shanahan regime since 2019, I believe.
So the one thing I was thinking about Kyle Shanahan, and I can't, I guess it's a hunch, but it's the way I feel about Shanahan. It's like you come into a game against the Rams, and you're missing Debo, and you're missing McCaffrey, you're missing Kittle, and it almost feels like he's too much into the game within a game. And what I mean is that he's missing some offensive weapons, and it's almost like he wants to say, I don't I don't care who we're missing. We're going to throw a lot today, even though you were missing a lot of your throwing components. But I just feel like sometimes he, I don't know, goes out of his way almost to prove that he can win games any number of ways, depending on what he's thinking on a given Sunday, instead of just playing the game. I'm not saying you don't have a strategy, but then at 21-7, I don't understand why you don't kind of readjust and start playing a little bit more conservatively.
Yeah, maybe he was going for the kill. But even then, I think, like, I hear you, Stoney. I feel you. But my takeaway is I've been on that train questioning Kyle Shanahan's play calling or timely manner of it. But yesterday was about the defense, Donnie, not being able to stop an inept offense, what was supposed to be inept. You did it the first half, and yet you're only a touch. Like, there's nobody that watched that game at halftime that thought the Rams even had a chance or, were going to even hang in there. But the Niners defense allowed them with blunders by everybody in the secondary, shiesty tackling or their lack of. And I'm like, man, if you can lose that game, Stoney, the Niners can lose any game moving forward.
I do feel like no NFL offense is inept if they have a good quarterback. And Stafford's a good quarterback.
He'll be in Canton.
They're missing their top two receivers, and it didn't look like it. And
the way he throws the ball and reads and distributes, Tiny, damn.
Yeah.
I hadn't even heard. You think I'm playing here, but I'm sitting there like they get the ball back off the missed field goal and go up top right away.
Yeah, and got that penalty.
Man.
And got that penalty. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see Ken, Michael, Rich, Antonio. I see you all on the
I lost big money, $2,000 of our show money. I took the Niners.
Oh.
Who'd you have? There's a little controversy earlier.
Yeah, I
haven't had it. He's the recorder. He got it.
For some reason, I said the wrong team. Right. Like, I know you're not going to believe this, and I checked my text. I know. I said Miami, but the whole day I'm watching games thinking I had Denver. And I was like, great pick, Steiny. Denver's going down there and handling Tampa Bay.
Well, you're kicking my ass in fantasy by 45, so there you go.
Yeah, I for some reason, I thought I had Denver. That's all. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk more 49ers on the other side. They fall to 1-2 after the Rams rally in the fourth quarter to beat them 27-24. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
has he hit from in the Super Bowl to set a short-lived record?
Love him.
To make it a 2-score game. Mooney, it is no good!
Was Adam Amin from Fox Sports. 49ers get beat yesterday 27-24. And there's a lot to talk about, for sure.
Yeah, real quick, Stanley, how were you feeling? I don't know why I say that real quick. How were you feeling at halftime? Like, I felt like that game was 24-0, or it should have been. It wasn't, but 14-7, I felt like, damn, the Rams are. Like, my eyes were telling me I'm watching a blowout. You know, Stafford couldn't do diddly squat, but the Niners didn't take advantage of their opportunities, and they were gashing them, but they couldn't get the ball in the end zone. Like, were you saying, oh, my gosh? Like, if I'm a Niner fan, I wasn't feeling too comfortable.
14-7, I think I was thinking what everybody was thinking, and that is they probably should be up more, right. But they got a hold on the first series. Then they score to go up 21-7, and you're starting to feel pretty good again. Problem
Purdy's
is
looking
right after,
great. Jennings looking great.
Problem is you go up 21-7, and then you give up a 48-yard pass interference call, and now all of a sudden they're down at your end of the field without doing any work. You know, that play was a killer. Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Palo Alto. Hey, Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey.
How you doing tonight?
Talk to us.
You know, man, so, look, I'm not surprised whatsoever, and I'm really not trying to oversimplify this, but, I mean, this is what happens when you have a disaster of a training camp with ugly public contract disputes. And, I mean, coming off the Super Bowl loss, combined with this terrible training camp, I'm really not surprised. And everyone was feeling themselves after, Jake Moody kicked 123 field goals in week 1. But, I mean, come on now. And I'll say this. I wasn't expecting the defense to be this bad, but the writing was on the wall this summer for me. And Ronnie Bell, by the way, he should never touch another blade of grass again. I mean, he's terrible. That's all I got, guys.
Appreciate the call, Michael.
Yeah, and I think that's fair to whatever adjective comes to your mind about the Niner defense under Nick Sorensen through 3 games. Steiny, like, I'm worried for him. There are, I thought Armstead, addition by subtraction. I told you what I thought about with Greenlaw, but man, this secondary and the inability to get home and cause ruckus up front with Bosa. And I know Hargrave got a sack. I know he left the game. Something about, I don't know if you heard Kyle at the podium in regard to Hargrave as I bash him. I know he had a sack, Steiny, but they were talking about a peck. So hopefully he's not out. But this defense looks porous right now through 3 games. They don't look physical. They don't look menacing. They look like you can. And then I'm like, Hufanga's back. It's all good. No, Goo. I'm not saying he didn't help, but they got we had a super chat here from Bill M. Okay.
And it's on the YouTube chat, $5. Steiny's absolutely right. 3 minutes left, and Kyle throws 3 straight passes and took 16 seconds off the clock. Yeah. Run the ball. But
one of those passes, Bale catches it. Nothing to see here.
Well,
you know what I mean? Like, I can't blame Kyle for that. I can't blame Kyle for DBs. If I'm New England just coming into the game, Steiny, I'm going to test the Niners secondary D. Why not?
Because you can run on them too.
Well, wow, man.
Don't overlook the Patriots. They had a long.
I'm done overlooking.
They had a long week.
Pockets on hurt.
Played on Thursday.
Pockets on hurt.
Let's go to Rafi in Berkeley. What's up, Rafi? How you doing, man?
Good, guys. How you doing today?
Doing well.
Just one thought and then one question.
All right.
My thought is that, kind of every time I think people come down Kyle's road, a very common response on this particular radio station is a lot of defensiveness. As who would you rather have right now as a head coach? And if we fired Kyle tomorrow, there'd be 30 teams waiting to pick him up. And that's all fine and good, but I do think that it's kind of a perspective that really abdicates the responsibility that in the NFL, it starts with your head coach. And I feel that it starts with your quarterback, but I mean, on the field, but as a whole, I do think that, as we kind of see these lapses, especially in the fourth quarter, especially with kind of odd choices about passing and running splits, I do think we need to start interrogating Kyle a little bit harder, and not in the fire Kyle right now kind of perspective, but also just really in the what is going on here, and is he equipped to really manage every aspect of this program at his age? And then the question I have for you is, I'd love to hear your commentary on the real impact of all this attrition from the Niners coaching and coordinator staffs over the last couple of years. You've got Saleh leaving, you've got D'Amico Ryans leaving, you've got all kinds of assistants leaving. And I think it's really gutting the team. And I think that not enough attention is paid again, on the coaching side, to how much of the brain trust we're really losing. And I think that's harder to replace than a defensive end.
Interesting.
And I'll take your thoughts off the air, guys.
No, it's an interesting thought. I mean, they've gone through defensive coordinators for sure.
2 of them got head coaches' jobs, and their jobs that they did. Go ahead, Stan. They were positive.
Yeah, and so
you brought in Wilkes. You should have known better. Then you bring in Sorensen in-house. So right now, this is on Kyle. To that caller's points, Donnie.
Yeah, I mean you can't blame coaches getting head coaching promotions.
Right.
But it does take a toll. It absolutely takes a toll.
But we can't question the hire.
Why not?
Steve Wilkes. You guys should have known he wasn't a fit, right? But some people still feel like he was the fall guy. He was okay.
Maybe he was.
But when it was all said and done, he was one and done, Calipari. So that means that was a bad hire.
Well, maybe Sorensen's a worse hire. It's possible.
Or has the talent around him eroded?
I don't know. To the 49ers, I was listening to somebody. I was listening to Shasky this morning, and he was talking about the team's personnel. And now I'm starting to hear stuff like, well, maybe they're not good enough. Well, what happened to this team being the most talented team in football? What are we talking about? We're talking about personnel, and I get they were missing 3 of their big boys on offense, but defense, the only guy they're missing is who? Greenlaw?
I mean, that's
this
big,
point.
Yeah.
So
what about Armstead to stop the runs?
He's not coming back. So,
but do you miss him? I would think you could say yes to that right now.
I mean, it's easy to say yes to it right now.
You weren't supposed to, but you are.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, man, that was such a horrible game. I thought we had that game won up by 10. It's come on, pass rush, get home, man. Yep. Nick Bosa's early in the season. You shouldn't be tired at all whatsoever. And, of course, I expected Moody to make that kick. I know it's 55-yarder, but he still got a strong leg. That's why he was drafted early. But you got to keep everything in front of you, man. You can't be having Stafford just, throwing that ball. And Juwan Jennings, he was freaking amazing. I haven't saw a Niner receiver play like that from a physicality, dominant standpoint since T.O. You know what I'm saying? He had a T.O. game, and it was spoiled by that, man. Brock Purdy was running and throwing. We got Jordan Mason, baby Marshawn Lynch. Kyle Shanahan should have been running him like crazy, man. But I'm so damn mad right now. But it's early in the season, and I'm not really concerned. So at the same time, I'm still pissed off.
Fair. Yeah. Antonio's usually in a good mood.
Remember, he called Friday like that was the mattress bet. No way the Lambs win this game.
This is Kyle Shanahan on the opportunities squandered.
I thought we had every chance to win that game. Also, we had a number of times in the game where we had opportunities to run away with it, especially early in the game, having that 14-point lead. And they hadn't really moved the ball on our D and starting with that fake punt. I think after that, I feel like he went like 8 of his next 10 or something like that. So that got him back in the game. There at the end, we want to go in and score on that drive. Obviously, a touchdown. We ended up getting a field goal. I believe it made it 2 scores. But then they went right down and answered with a field goal. Thought we had a chance to make it a 2-score game. We ended up missing that field goal. And then I think they got a bomb where they went down there right away. Didn't even make them really work for it. They got a big chunk. Got behind our defense too much today. Gave them some easy ones in that way, and you saw what happened at the end.
Kyle Shanahan on all the opportunities the 49ers let get away from them yesterday, and they ended up losing to the L.A. Rams 27-24.
Yeah. I mean, Steiny, they dominated the first quarter. You're up 14-0. I think the message was sent. I know I got it like nothing to see here. This is going to be 35-7, and after that, I guess the wheels just fall off. So it is kind of just puzzling at how, from a statistical standpoint, you could dominate the Rams, but not, muster up
as much as you should. You left meat on the bone. How about that?
Of course.
Yep.
Usually do.
And the bitch in the ass.
Kyle Shanahan on Ronnie Bell.
I mean, there's 5 in a game. We're rotating a lot of guys in there, and no, he was the guy out there. You know, Chris Conley got that earlier in the game, but those 3 receivers we have up, Ronnie's been having a hell of a camp, had a hell of a week of practicing, but he's got to come down with a catch.
There you go.
Can you you tell me if it's too soon? But when I saw Bell drop that ball, can I tell you the first thing that I thought about? Ricky Pearsall. I'm like, maybe that's Pearsall in that situation.
Yeah, I forgot about him.
Yeah, and hopefully he gets back, Stoney, but again, that ain't on Kyle. The play was there. Purdy looked great, man. I can't hate on Purdy yesterday. And we did not even bring this to Stoney. Were they pushing the ball down the field? Had they been listening to us? They don't throw it deep. Your boy was going up top a few times, Brock Purdy. They made, I believe, a conscious effort to throw the ball deep. I saw it. I'm like, this is what it looks like.
I still think there's a difference between like the way the Rams throw it deep and the way the 49ers throw it deep. I don't know if it matters or not.
What if you see it more? Then maybe you'll be accustomed to it because maybe that threw you. But I was like, he's putting the ball in the air. I liked it.
415 on the Xfinity mobile text line. The secondary keeps letting players make big plays by getting behind the whole defense. Justin Jefferson last game, Tutu Atwell this game. Yeah, it happened. It absolutely happened. Ward got beat on the one side for a big play, obviously, and Yadam got beat on the other play on the other side of the field with the pass interference. And pass interference was a killer.
Dude, Stoney, I think it's worse than you catching the ball. You know what I mean? You catch the ball, it's like I just got beat. But when the technique is not there, it's like, damn. And then Tutu Atwell. Then when he got Ward and dropped Ward, Stoney, I'm like, they might actually lose this game. But the third down efficiency for the Niners defense, I told you guys they'd given up 13 out of 22 chances on third down against the Jets and Vikings. Rams just 5 of 12.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Here's a different perspective from 408. Bell's drops are on Kyle. Bell was what we thought he was. When has he ever not choked?
Wow.
Why even have him on the field? Why throw him the ball? All on Kyle. I mean, if you're a receiver, you got to make that catch.
That's all I'm saying, Stoney. Yeah, in that situation, too.
For sure. Ken's in San Francisco. Hey, Ken, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing well. Thank you.
Listen, I just wanted to speak to the secondary. I think that the athletes that they have in the secondary might be lacking a little speed. I wanted to ask you guys, when is the last time that the 49ers drafted an elite athletic shutdown corner? Would that be like, who would that be?
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going back to Lod Hicks.
I got to believe there's not a great one out there right now. 925 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm hoping that someone asks the players on defense what's going on. Last year they called out Wilkes. And if they don't have their trust in him.
Well, Bosa did that for him. Bosa, alluding to, hey, we weren't prepared.
Bosa stinks. He stinks.
If we're going to be on Aiyuk's head, we can be on Bosa's head. That's all. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to see more. But you are the anchor of this effing defense, man. And you are not out there disruptive at all, Stoney. So I get it. But, man, when you played the San Francisco 49ers or you saw them on the schedule, you just heard the name. You knew it was good. You had to bring your lunch pail on both the trenches, the offensive line and the defensive line. And right now, teams are just running it down their throats, Stoney.
I'm looking at their leading tacklers yesterday.
Secondary.
Charvarius Ward, Hufanga.
That's not good.
Yadam and Brown.
That's not good.
Javon Hargrave. 2 tackles, 1 assist. Nick Bosa, 1 tackle, 1 assist. Malik Collins, 1 tackle. Leonard Floyd, 1 tackle,
the invisible
1 assist.
Man.
And here's the other one that hurt you a little bit yesterday. And it's too bad because he's been great. Fred Warner, 1 tackle, 3 assists. So the one time, obviously Fred Warner's been their best defensive player, and somebody else chiming in 8 drop passes. Well, I don't know if it was 8, but they dropped some passes for sure. Let's go to Daryl. Daryl's in Alameda. Hey, Daryl, what's going on?
Hey, morning, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, you got to put this on the coaching staff. Literally, Kyle, defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator, they all fail. These guys don't even look like they're prepared for a game. The players don't even look like they're on the same page a lot of times on the field. And one of the things two things I want to point out. One thing about Kyle, you guys were talking about, hey, Brandon really has to show out this week, this, and that.
Brandon Aiyuk, right. Oh, thanks, Daryl. Somehow. No, this does not look like a buttoned-up football team. They've been mistake-prone, been a little bit sloppy. Special teams have been very mediocre. So, I don't know. Can you just blame it on a bad training camp?
You better hope you can, Stoney, because Fred Dean's not coming through that door. And we saw last year when they brought in Chase Young and they brought in Randy Gregory, and I thought the strong point or the part of your team that was the strongest was the D-line, but maybe they saw something then to where they felt like they needed help. But right now, this is not cutting it. It really is not. Floyd's giving you a nothing burger. That's 2 weeks in a row, Steiny. And if I'm going to call out Bosa, he may say to us or anybody that's asking he needs to do more, I need some effing help.
Bosa's making too much money to beg for help. Right. He's making too much money to beg for help.
I get it.
He's got to.
But I'm just pointing out, nobody on the line is doing nothing.
But he's the best player on the line. And I have not noticed him in games. I haven't noticed him running quarterbacks down. I just haven't noticed him.
Did they even blitz yesterday?
On defense.
Did they even blitz Stafford, who's a statue?
Well, that's part of their strategy. They don't want to blitz a lot because they think they can get home with 4. But
sometimes you got to manufacture pressure, Stoney.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Jeff's in Marin. Hey, Jeff, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So, a couple things. First of all, they did blitz a couple times, but what blows me out is this is supposed to be a weakened offensive line for the Rams.
Right.
It didn't look that way, did it?
No,
they
it did
ran
not.
On us, and, our defense is like, I don't know what it's doing. It couldn't run defense last year, and under Sorensen, they're doing the same thing. The other comment I wanted to make was about Ronnie Bell. When Ronnie first came in, I thought, maybe he's going to be kind of like, Deebo Samuels. It's going to be the rack yard. Well, you can't have rack yards if you don't catch the ball. The dude has got brick hands. He keeps demonstrating that. So you've got this rookie kid Cowling, and why not put him in? He can at least catch the bloody football. Yeah. And so I agree with the other caller. That is on Kyle. He's putting Bell back in. Oh, well, he dropped that first pass. Let's put the kid back in and give him an opportunity to make it up. And on the critical play in the game, hits him in the hands, and I could have caught that pass, and I'm no athlete.
Yeah.
He's got brick hands. He should be. I was surprised, frankly, that he made it out of camp because he looked crappy in the preseason. So, again, buck stops with Kyle on that, I think.
Appreciate the call.
Yes,
well,
Donnie.
I got to point out, and I'm not saying you're wrong, but, there was a play yesterday where the Rams threw it to Atwell. He dropped it, and they went right back to him the next play, and he made a big play. So maybe, I get the plays weren't back-to-back with Ronnie Bell, but it just felt like the way Kyle was using his receivers, that was the play. That was the point in the game where it was simply Bell's turn. Yeah. And he had an opportunity to make a big play, and he didn't make it. The one thing that, and listen, you guys know me, I'm not a X's and O's guru on football, but I watched the 49ers play the Vikings last week, and then I hear Brock Purdy talking about how their scheme is very deceptive. And
he called it crazy.
They camouflage a lot of their defenses, and it caused a little bit of confusion for Purdy last week. And again, maybe I'm wrong here, but it feels like the 49ers defense, it's just defense. 4 up front, 3 linebackers, 4 in the defensive backfield, and then they go play football with no force to try to make the offense do something they don't want to do.
But it used to be that, Steiny.
Well, maybe
so
because
their go ahead. I'm sorry. It used to be good enough.
Well, maybe their personnel isn't good enough to do that anymore.
Sounds like you're describing lack of sophistication too. But maybe they never needed it. It was just we show up, we got 97, we got Hargrave, we got Armstead, here we come, get out our way. We got Greenlaw, we got Warner, we got Ward in the backfield, we got Lenore. They look basic. And that was a team with, let's be honest, with C pluses and C minuses at some places. And you talk about getting too technical. The Rams never run 12 personnel with 2 tight ends, Donnie. They started the game with that. So they knew that they were lacking. They knew they had to change it up and try to tap into something that they normally don't do. But watching that game down 14-0, and McVay, you are a Jedi of the guts of a burglar. You don't get that fake punt. It's pretty much he's saying it's a wrap. I see what's happening here. My team needs something, an infusion, a jolt. Shout out to the soda. But it worked. And they go into halftime 14-7, get the ball, come out, Niners stop. Then bam, Joe Montana and Jerry Rice hook up. It's 21-7, nothing to see here. So how does it just fall off from that point, Steiny? That's what I don't understand. And you might want to throw something at me. As great as Kyle is, it feels like we watched this same movie over with leads because it was 14 in the second half. Then it was 10 in the fourth, and they just wilt away. I don't get it.
Well, they're not finishing games, obviously. Again, when you're up 21-7 midway through the third quarter, it's not like you have to play perfect football. But you also can't make 6 to 8 noticeable mistakes from that point on and expect to win the game.
What about the Purdy fumble? I mean, he didn't do it on purpose. Do you look at the old, get the guy off of him? Because that was his only mark on the day. Is that a byproduct of the old line just getting whipped or what?
I mean, the play to me that was the biggest joke of them all was when you had 3rd and I think 8. It was before the Moody field goal attempt. And Purdy scrambles to his right, almost loses 12 yards, then goes all the way to the other side of the field. Looks like he's going to lose 7 yards.
Yeah, right. Go ahead.
Then he ends up getting, I think, 3 on the play.
Yes,
but,
and man.
I mean, that play just went absolutely haywire. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers lose to the Rams 27-24. Next week, the New England Patriots come into town and take on the 49ers, but we'll be talking about this one for a little while.
Yeah.
650 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Steiny, you're blaming Bell. Bell stinks, has always stunk, and will always stink. But Shanahan's ego is big enough to think he can make something great out of garbage. The loss is on Shanahan, period. He had a hand in it. There's no doubt about that.
And do you have a problem? I'm just asking you, Steiny, personally, on the day, Jordan Mason only had 19 carries.
I mean, my biggest critique of Shanahan is I felt like he passed when he should have been running for the most part. Or not for the most part, but I thought he should have run the ball more in the second half. Now, the play to Bell,
I can't put
make that catch,
doorstep, man.
And the other thing is they're down receivers, so he's got to play. He's on the roster. He's got to make that catch. I don't care if you're first string, second string, or third string.
Now, what if real quick here, what if the greatest football mind of them all said, those are the money downs. That ball, even if it was a different route, should have been thrown number 11's
Well,
way.
then that's Purdy's fault. Then that's on Purdy. I can't blame Brock Purdy for throwing a strike to a guy who's wide open and puts it right in his hands and he drops it. Download the Odyssey app directly. from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Adam Amin, courtesy of Fox Sports. 49ers get beat 27-24. They were up 21-7 midway through the third. They had a 2-score lead in the fourth. Couldn't put it away.
You want a positive, though? We got to keep it real. That's what we do tend to do. Brock Purdy, Stoney.
Yeah, him too.
I mean, man, 22 of 30, 292, 3 touchdowns, ran the ball twice, quarterback rating of 137.1. But, man, Baldy did a breakdown. I don't know if you caught it, and he was giving kudos to the defensive line of the Rams for collapsing the pocket and making it difficult on Brock Purdy, who still was able to ball out. But, Stoney, they had the ball 24-24, and I go, here we go. Even though, and, you know, they caught Purdy from behind, which was initially a sack, but it's like, could anybody else make a play outside of Brock and Jawan Jennings?
Not yesterday.
And I didn't see
Mason,
Brandon Aiyuk enough in money time, and maybe he's not open, but he dropped 2 balls in the first quarter to start his day. But another ho-hum day for him.
From the 510, did I miss something with all the Kyle slander? The Niners were coached to a position to win, and the wide receiver couldn't make a catch. Aiyuk disappeared, and the defense was MIA.
And the kicker missed a kick.
That too. It's up to you guys on how much you want to blame Kyle and everybody else. Head coach is always going to take the heat. There's no doubt about it.
Let me just flip it on you real quick.
He deserves some for yesterday.
Do the Niners currently have a good defense in your estimation, Stoney? Because I'm leaving Kyle alone, right? This is on the defense. I think they're porous right now.
Not right now. They're not good. They're not good right now. 888-957-9570. Let's get moving here. Let's go to Patrick in Stockton. Hey, Patrick, how you doing?
Always an absolute pleasure to talk to you fellas.
Thank you.
Hey, that voice.
Okay, thanks, man. Hey, listen, let's go back a little bit. You had a caller who said, hey, have the Niners drafted any shutdown corners? Well, the last 2 first-round draft picks, without the help of Google, was Ahmed Plummer and Mike Rumph. I've always had concerns about our secondary, especially when you take Trey Lance and pass up on Sauce Gardner. I knew that would come back at some point and bite us in the butt.
Yeah, it did. It did, Patrick.
That hurt hearing that. Like, damn. I'm just saying, Stoney.
Yeah.
Sauce he's the boss.
This from the 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. The 3 main players that got paid are not performing. Brandon Aiyuk is dropping passes that a player that is getting paid as much as he should be catching. Uh-huh. Trent Williams is getting penalties called on him and then getting cramps at crucial times. And Bosa is just a power rusher with no speed. He creates no chaos within the pocket. I wouldn't have paid none of these guys.
Wow. But the bottom line and the reality and the rat on the table, Stoney, brought to you by Atco, is you did. So Nick Sorensen, that's my biggest concern. Maybe we could throw that out to the fans on Overreaction Monday. What's your biggest concern? Is this nothing? Is this something? Guys will come back. It's all good? Because let me tell you who doesn't play defense. Debo, McCaffrey, and George Kittle. They don't play D.
They don't.
They were a 7-point favorite on the road. And I guess for much of the game, it looked like they were going to handle business, right?
Yeah. Mad Dog in San Mateo. Hey, Mad Dog, what's going on?
How's it going?
Mm-hmm.
Goose, Steiny.
Let us hear, man.
So, yesterday I was lucky enough to be able to lay in bed and watch all the games. I got a new bed, and
nice.
And the thing is, what I saw from the Niners, their D-line could not impose their will when they had to at the proper time. Kansas City, they did, like in the fourth quarter, their D-line showed up. And the Niners were playing against the second-string offensive line. So we're not imposing our will. I mean, there was guys taking plays off, I didn't know Hargrave got hurt, but they're paying those guys a lot of money.
Yeah, they are.
They weren't showing up.
The defense. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just at the key time, they got a sack here and a sack there, but like late in the game when they had to make a stop, you know what I mean? They weren't there.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, I didn't see Stafford pressured very much at all, Mad Dog. Good call. 888-957-9570.
Another thing that bothers me, and you could probably, I know how you think, Stoney, you'll be like, well, Guru, actually look at it the other way. The Arizona Cardinals beat the Rams by 31 points. And to start this game with a 14-point lead and have the Juwan Jennings and Purdy connection going and Jennings running, it hasn't just registered that they choked this game away, because that's what that was to me.
Yeah, they needed to make up one play.
And Bosa and the rest of the defensive line couldn't eat against that porous, injured, slashed offensive line. Like, if you can't eat in that game, who are you going to eat against?
Well, that's the thing to me that's why I always tend to talk about the big players in a loss rather than Ronnie Bell. I mean, okay, Ronnie Bell has a ball that he's got to catch, and he drops it. Okay, so he missed an opportunity to make a big play. How many times did Bosa, you think, miss an opportunity to make a big play yesterday? I don't know the answer to that. I just know that I didn't really I didn't notice Nick Bosa in that game.
He needs another move. It's everything is trying to get to the outside, and then if he does, the quarterback just scoots up in the pocket. You're a non-factor, but it's like, man, maybe we need to diversify his portfolio in regard to give me a bull rush. Straight up, I'm strong. My arms and legs are big as tree trunks. Put somebody on their ass. But he's always going to the outside, and I guess when it works, it's good, but it's been too quiet on the set for me with him, because it starts with him.
Yeah. Bobby's in Los Altos. Hey, Bobby, what's going on, man?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking the call.
Sure. Man,
it is indeed an overreaction Monday. So, just side note, I know it's bad for Guru when he starts using that term, Shanahan regime, because we know that word is only reserved for ownership you don't like, because we know it's the Johnson regime for the SF Giants, but ain't nobody ever said the Lake-up regime for the Warriors, at least not yet. So I know he must be disappointed. Or I know you're disappointed, Goo. Look, I don't know what frustrates me more, to be honest, the game or the callers we've had so far. This whole concept of we can't get anywhere with Shanahan. He's too old. He needs to give up coordinator responsibilities to someone else, and we ain't going anywhere. Look, I'm not an apologist for Shanahan, but I believe we've been to the conference final, 4 of the 5 last year?
Yeah, 4 straight.
Or 5 or 6, something like that.
4 straight.
We're 3 games in, man. We lost 2 road games. So it's overreaction Monday, but damn, last year after we started 5-0, we lost 3 in a row, right? Yeah. I'd love to compare the tape of that Monday after we lost to Cincinnati, that 3rd game in a row, to today. But where did we end up? We ended up at the Super Bowl. Do we got issues? Of course we got issues. Of course we got issues. But it doesn't mean we're not going anywhere. It doesn't mean we're not going to make noise in the playoffs. So, Guru, look, I know after
Bobby, hold on real quick. Bobby,
you need to wake up.
Bobby,
I know you're going to say
don't assume playoffs with the defense playing like this, brother. That's all I'm telling you. And I know that's an overreaction. I picked the Niners in the SEC championship game. We all did. But that defense is lacking. So I hear what you're saying. Be patient. But I was just going to ask you, man, be real. What are that's not good enough, Bobby.
We're not pretending like that was a good game and they just got beat by a better team. Of course. But we got torched by the Vikings last year. First of all, how do we play 2 road games at Minnesota 2 years in a row? I don't understand that. We got torched last year in Minnesota. We got torched by Joe Burrow at home. And I'm sure a lot of the same sentiment was on the calls back then a year ago. Right. And where do we end up? Right. We end up with the Super Bowl.
Thanks,
I got
Bobby.
you, Bobby.
Appreciate the call.
And I just owe it to this man. I don't know him, but I don't feel like I'm hearing the same energy around coach, defensive coordinator, defensive coordinator for the Niners, Steve Wilks, as I'm hearing for Nick Sorensen through 3 games. This is his unit. This is his baby. And I feel like passes galore. What's going on?
I don't know. Tough questions to answer.
Bosa ain't calling him out.
Not yet. Gary's in Daly City. What's going on, Gary? How you doing, man?
Every day is a good day when you wake up. 3 things, you guys. I've been a fan since the 60s. One, if just say Shanahan's ego wouldn't allow him to hire Rex Ryan or people like that because they're smarter than him. He would have found places for Bosa to rush the passer instead of one move outside right.
Wow.
2, I want to ask you guys, he wouldn't have done it. He's a head coach, so he could have checked Shanahan, but you want somebody like that maybe to bounce that's smarter than you. Because we all do. You want somebody that's been through it.
Yeah.
In any walk of life. But number 2 things. Right now, let's just trade coaches. Would you take Mike Tomlin right now with the 49er coach? And how would Shanahan do with the Steelers? Match their talent. One coach is a coach of all the team, and the other coach is just an offensive coach you see in his head, in his little playbook right there.
Okay.
You take Tomlin every day of the week. And I think the media's been easy on him and Lynch. Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Brian Sabian, even the late, great Bill Walsh for 9 years took more heat than these guys have. They've gotten away with a little bit of, soft toss. And I've been here since the 60s. And but we're stuck with Shanahan right now and Lynch. But you think the owner's sitting there writing those checks to Brandon Aiyuk saying, and Gravedigger saying, what did we do?
Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't look good now.
Yeah, have a great day.
Yeah,
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate the call.
And I was going to say I wouldn't trade Mike for – I know today's not the day, Stoney Kyle for Tomlin, but Tomlin's got a Super Bowl, but Kyle's been there twice. But do you feel like Kyle's getting a pass? Because you get called out when you don't win. This regime has been right behind the Chiefs. There's no trophy for that, but I just want to tell people that's what makes it more maddening is they've had more chances than anybody except the team that's got it done. But Stoney, I'm worried about Bosa. If I can leave Nick Sorensen's name out my mouth, and I will, Bosa's not getting, and Stoney, it's one move.
As for Kyle, yesterday's game to me, I just hate saying,
I got you.
Oh, he was terrible.
I got you.
He was outcoached. He didn't make any adjustments, all that kind of stuff. But I didn't like the way he coached yesterday.
Huh?
I just didn't.
Coming from you, that's heavy.
I just didn't like it.
But they went away from the run against the Vikings, but he kind of got a pass. But he did it last week when I said, why'd he only get 20 carries?
Well, I can understand last week. They played from behind most of the game. But this game, they were up most of the game. So that's when you want to use some clock and try to grind out some first downs. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking 49er football. They got beat yesterday 27-24. They're now 1-2 with the Patriots coming in next week to Levi Stadium. Let's go to Julie in Concord. Hey, Julie, how you doing?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hi there. I just wanted to talk about training camp, and you may have already touched on this. I'm sorry, I just got to turn on the radio now. But Trent Williams said that, he realizes how much he missed when he didn't go to training camp. And I'm sure that Aiyuk is feeling the same way because they didn't do what they're supposed to be doing on the field.
Yeah,
neither of them.
Yeah, I saw Trent Williams making a reference to that too. And so I guess the question I'd have for you, Julie, is shouldn't we have expected a slow start from the guys who didn't have training camp? But does that make it okay?
Expected them to be there. No, they doesn't make it okay at all. They should have had their asses in the training camp during the training camp. They shouldn't have been rewarded with, huge paychecks when they didn't do the due diligence of being where they should have been with all the rest of the team.
But Julie, I'll say this, not to pour salt in the wound. And you and Steiny, you guys are the guys that held out are on the offensive side of the ball. And yesterday, that wasn't the problem. They could have did more, but the defense, That's what has me concerned, and they were all systems a go, except Greenlaw. How worried are you about the defense?
Well, yes, they should have showed up a little bit better for the team. They definitely, held out and didn't do their best. But Aiyuk should have been catching some of those passes.
Yeah.
And again, he wasn't practicing. He may have been doing whatever strength training and all the other things that he was saying he was doing outside of training camp to keep himself going, but he wasn't practicing with his team. And I think that has a lot to do with it. How can you catch your own ball if you could do jumping jacks or run sprints, but you can't practice catching the ball in the air in a run?
Yeah.
You're not doing your training camp.
Thanks, Julie. But I'm going to take it a step further and say, well, I blame everybody for that. I don't just blame Aiyuk for holding out. I blame the 49ers for letting it get that far, too. And ditto with Trent Williams. And I'll tell you what, right? It doesn't even matter if Aiyuk's gotten off to a slow start because of training camp. That is the narrative. And so we saw it with Bosa. And
as we discuss the 49ers into the future, it will now just become a fact that him missing training camp hurt him. He wasn't ready at the start of the season. There's no other way to interpret it. But his teammate had his back yesterday in a major way, Steiny.
Who?
Jawan Jennings. They didn't lose this game because of Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, I know looking down the road, we all want him to put up numbers, but this game was lost on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, I mean, look.
I know I keep sounding like it, but that's what I saw.
Look, you got a quarterback who you say you're going to pay $60 million to.
He looked every bit of it yesterday.
You've got a wide receiver that you paid $30 million to. You're missing two of your weapons. And Brandon Aiyuk caught 5 passes for 48 yards.
But you were up 14 in the second half and 10 in the fourth.
So what are you saying?
No, that the offense was good enough. Even though those things, you're
Brandon
right.
Aiyuk's not good enough right now.
Well, I'll give you
He's
that.
He's not good enough.
But the team was good enough to still muster that lead where they should have closed it. And now we're just questioning the coach, like, why are you not running the ball a little more? Bleed the clock.
I mean, is 24 points enough?
Well, going into this game
against that team?
Well, I'm just saying this about the Niners defense. That's why I keep saying it, Steiny.
It's about everything, Goo.
Yeah, but
it's about 3 phases of the game.
Yeah, and 2 of them, they were bad yesterday.
If Bell catches that ball and they score 31 points, and everybody's saying, man, Brock Purdy with 4 touchdowns, no picks.
And if Mustafa doesn't miss a tackle on the punt, could you believe that punt return? The fourth quarter one, Xavier Smith. First time he touched a rock in his career. You're going to give that up in that situation? Game didn't even go overtime. Just like, wow.
Yeah, it ended in a hurry.
Let's
go to Dan in San Leandro. Hey, Dan, how you doing?
Doing good. How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Good. So I'm one of those guys, a Patriots fan, born into a 49er family.
Okay.
And I like to remind these guys that I've seen this movie before with Kyle Shanahan. Not to go back to the Super Bowl in 2017 against the Falcons, but Kyle Shanahan was the O coordinator who had a 25-point lead with 3 minutes and 24 seconds left in the third quarter and continued to throw the ball instead of running the ball. So I agree with you. Not running the ball yesterday was a problem, but he's done this before. He's done it in the Super Bowl. And secondly, when did the Patriots game become such an important game on their schedule and a must-win against the terrible Patriots team, I must say. So have a great day, guys.
Appreciate it, Dan. Thanks for the call.
You never know. But they need, the Patriots don't got a quarterback.
And the 49ers don't have their top running back. We'll see about Kittle. We'll see about Deebo Samuel. Obviously, Deebo and McCaffrey going to miss the next game at least. And we'll find out about George Kittle. 415, run the ball and burn the clock. Get a field goal, you win like the Rams did. No, I'm with you there. How do you get the ball with under 2 minutes left?
Talk to me.
And give it back to them with about a minute left. That's just
ridiculous. Wow, Steiny. That's strong coming from you.
Let's go to Bob in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Great show as always.
Thank
Love
you.
it.
Appreciate it.
Okay, four quick points. Bosa has a new move, and that's to tackle people with his back, right? How many have we seen that 3 weeks in a row?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's that. You can't blame him if he's getting blocked, but, he's doing what he can, I suppose. Okay, so the three other things were, number one, the organization's a little dysfunctional, it seems like. They got to get that front office in shape because they got to get these signings done during the off season so everybody can report. They can't be having these holdouts the last minute, right? This is crazy. Then number two, the tendencies are starting to show with Shanahan. Like you guys have admitted that he hasn't run enough. And one will scratch his head and say, well, okay, but you're right. If the other plays work, then, we win the game, but they didn't work. So take time off the clock. That's the next best thing, right? And then the third one was just a great show overall. I love you guys.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it, Bob.
Man,
makes my day.
Yeah. And then when just speaking of Aiyuk, I'm looking at his day when he would catch a pass, it'd be an ineligible receiver downfield or flags or whatnot. But 6 drop balls, if not more than that, Stoney. I don't know what to make. And again, we've seen this movie before. I'm going to say with better caliber defense in the past, where the Niners got off to 3-5 under Kyle Shanahan. But you got a wounded Ram team. They just lost, and the Cardinals just gave it to them. And then they come home and get down 14-0. Then I don't know what they did after they got the lead, Stoney, and I'm not saying they got comfortable, but
they did.
Or
they got
did Kyle get comfortable? Did he get too pass happy? Like, that's the meal. Like, somebody asked him why you went. It felt like you went away from the run. And for what you just said, those 3 passes to give them the ball with enough time to do something, my goodness.
Yeah. I don't know why they didn't run the ball a little bit more. Maybe Shanahan will get asked that today or tomorrow. But they were up 2 scores for a good chunk of that game. But it felt like in the second half that Purdy was dropping back left and right.
And doing those runs that you talk about, they were incredible. Stoney almost felt like he ran a mile.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Muhammad's in San Jose. Hey, Muhammad, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Love the authentic banter.
Thank you.
What I wanted to say here is I feel like everybody's talking about the tactical things, right? Should have run the ball more, better coaching. But I feel like there are 2 things that complement each other here that maybe we should be talking about. This is a team that has ran deep into the playoffs multiple years, many years. You got players, right, who have played hard that now have been compensated. Maybe, just maybe, what we're seeing here, and I don't know if the other equivalent team we can pick here, is a high-performing team that just hasn't gotten to the end. But now, after several years, maybe we're starting to see some diminishing returns here, and the other teams are just playing a bit harder than us because we're thinking we'll make it back again. Just my thoughts there. Love your show.
Thank you. It's possible.
Is that what you dubbed the what did you call it, Stoney, when you go to the Super Bowl? And
it looks like they're hungover.
Yeah.
Looks like it's a Super Bowl hangover.
Wow.
It looks like a team that knows they've got to go a long, long way again, and they got to start from scratch. And maybe they're trying to, I don't want to say mail it in, but just punch the clock early in the season and see if they can get to a point where maybe midway through the season they can start looking at the standings and then start thinking playoffs. But it does feel like they're not playing with a whole lot of intensity right now.
I got a question for you on the other side. Okay. You tell me if I'm crazy.
All right. The number here is 888-957-9570 is the number. And, Goo, is today the day we do one big thing? Or is that Tuesdays?
That's down the week.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's today.
That's what I said.
Okay. Yeah. We'll do one big thing at noon. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Lucky, California.
fake. Another deep throw. Looking for Tutu. Down inside the 5.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's Adam Amin, Fox Sports. 49ers get beat 27-24 at SoFi Stadium. They're now 1-2. And coming up in 10 minutes, it's your opportunity to weigh in on one big thing. What's your one big takeaway from yesterday's game? Just one big thing, the thing that's sticking out in your mind the most.
Wow.
And there's a lot to pick from, but what's the single biggest issue right now with this team? Or what was the single biggest issue yesterday in that loss? Goo, what's your one big thing? 888-957-9570.
Before I give it to you, I want to tell you, you were supposed to ask me, Steiny, my question for you. Let me, can I just tell you a theory? You'll probably throw something at me, but you tell me what you think. So you're telling me, and I'm going Monday morning quarterback, Steiny. That means after something happens, I'm like, oh, you should have knew what was going to happen. If Jawan Jennings was capable of doing this, what he put on display for the world to see, not last year's playoffs, that too, but yesterday, and I hope Ricky Pearsall recovers, Steiny. God bless him. But at the end of the day, did you really need a receiver? Because it looks like now you need help in the secondary, and maybe the Ricky Pearsall pick you picked offense, it should have been defense. Your thoughts with that? Knowing you got Jennings who went Jerry Rice.
I don't know if that was the sentiment at the time they were in negotiation with Brandon Aiyuk. It felt like for most of the summer, everybody just said pay him, that he was worth it. Even if he wasn't a top 5 receiver, just pay him. Just pay him. And they just paid him. And he clearly is not in early season form. I think we can all agree on that. Is that the biggest takeaway from the game yesterday? I don't know. What's your biggest takeaway coming up in 10 minutes? One big thing from yesterday. One big thing that stood out yesterday in that game that might have been the reason or the biggest reason for the Niners to lose 27-24.
Yeah.
I mean, the way I look at it is I just don't think the biggest takeaway I have from not only yesterday, but from the entire season is I don't think their star players have played like stars. And that includes their head coach, if you want to put him in that category. I mean, Bosa hasn't done much. Trent Williams, not off to a great start. McCaffrey, obviously he's been hurt. Aiyuk, shell of himself. Leonard Floyd, he hasn't done much. I mean, the stars aren't playing well. And the coach is among their stars. I mean, if you're going to say you have the best position players, you have the best offensive tackle, you got the best defensive end, you got the best linebacker, you got the best running back, well, and you also have one of the best coaches, apparently. But he didn't look great yesterday, I don't think.
Yeah. For a short time, they all did, Stoney, because they had the lead and they had the game in control. And I know we talk about files. I brought it to the program, but at the end of the day, this was another squandered 10-point lead. A different list of reasons, but it matters. You got to be able to close out games. And for so much of that game yesterday, I feel like I was watching the Detroit Lions roll out to a 24-7 lead and do anything they wanted on the ground and in the air in a playoff game against the Niners. And I know it's a new season, but Stoney, I'm starting to put the pieces together. Like maybe that was an anomaly, that game against Detroit, and how they just ran roughshod over the Niners in that first half. That's what they're starting to mimic to me now. So I'm just wondering who's walking through that door, because it looks like right now they need help.
888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in 5 minutes, one big thing where we give you the opportunity to jump in here and tell us your biggest takeaway from yesterday's game. 49ers lost their second game in a row yesterday. Man. And here's Brock Purdy on the high standards that this team has.
It's pretty high with all of us and the standard that we have of, obviously winning and closing out games. And when you got a 14-point lead, obviously anything can happen. But for us, it's like, all right, we have the momentum. Let's run with it. We have a good enough team to finish out a game, pretty early and put up points every drive offensively. We're all pretty frustrated. So we just got to watch the film, get better from it. And we win and lose as a team. Everyone has their moments. But, man, more than anything, I just feel like it comes down to complimentary football, man. Once the defense gets a stop, we have to score. And we have to be hard on ourselves with that. And just everything all together tied in. So it's 4 quarters of that. You miss out on an opportunity and give the other team life. It's the NFL, man. The guys on the other side are really good, and they'll make you pay for it. So we had to learn the hard way today.
Brock Purdy on learning the hard way after losing 27-24.
Yeah, he did all he could. And the team, starting the offense, that is, 2 or 3 in the red zone. I'd been harping on that. And he was phenomenal. That was his best game of the year by far. And, they outgained the Rams in the total yards, 425 to 296, if you're into that. But guess what, Stoney? The Rams didn't turn the ball over once.
No, they didn't. No takeaways yesterday for the San Francisco 49ers. No takeaways. Here's some more Brock Purdy. This is on some of the plays the offense didn't execute.
I feel like there's some third downs and stuff just to stay on the field early on in the game. And then the 2-minute, right before half, there's just plays, for me where it's like, all right, as an offense, we got to execute and stay on the field, especially when we have momentum. And then you let them play around for a little bit and give them life. And then it comes down to a close game like that. Like anything can happen at that point. So, but yeah, there are some plays for sure that I can think of myself where I still need to be better.
That's Brock Purdy taking on some of the blame, even though, to my way of thinking, he deserves less of it than other players. But he's the quarterback. And
who had a good day.
The Niners got beat, though. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to do one big thing in about 3 or 4 minutes, and that's when we give you the opportunity to tell us your big takeaway from yesterday's game. And if you want to make it a bigger point about the 1-2 start, feel free. The 49ers now wait for the New England Patriots. New England Patriots in town next week against the 49ers.
Let me just take your temperature on the loss in its entirety, but the fact that they were without the big three, Kittle, Debo, and McCaffrey. Before you answer, normally that's huge, but when you're playing the Rams and all their ailments and what they were without, that's why I feel like this was a brutal loss.
I mean, they're missing their top 3 receivers. Kupp, Nakua, and their tight end Higbee didn't play either. So both teams were banged up. Were they banged up more? Were the Niners banged up more? I'm not sure. But
well, the Rams didn't have a $30 million receiver on the field.
No, they didn't. All right, let's get into it. Let's do our one big thing. We do it on a Monday.
The big game is over. Win or loss, what is Steiny and Guru's one big thing?
All righty, let's go through it.
All right.
My big thing, Goo, stars haven't been stars, and that includes Kyle Shanahan. You?
Mine is preparation. And the reason I bring up the word preparation is that's what this team has been for years, right? But for Kyle Shanahan to go to the podium and talk about a play, which I'm about to mention, the fake punt, which gave the Rams life, but for Kyle to say they were ready for it, they knew it was coming, I don't think that's good enough. I need more of a breakdown into why it was successful and why you guys were unsuccessful at stopping it. You stopped that play, Steiny, this game pretty much would have been saran, a wrap. But to say we knew it was coming and couldn't stop it or defend it better, I guess that's bothering me. So now I'm questioning the Niners' preparation.
Niners preparation. Is that a part of it? 888-957-9570 is the number. All right, here we go. Let's go to Fidencio and Rodeo.
Oh.
What's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Doing well.
How you guys doing?
All right.
My one thing is the defense. This defense is so pathetic. I mean, there's no scheme. There's no nothing. I mean, I'm seeing a four-man rush over and over and over. Can we change it a little bit? Get me a little scheme, get creative or something. I was so pissed off yesterday. I didn't know whether to scream or cry. We gave everything away. We made me, oh, my God, I just couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a tough one. It was a tough one.
Stoney, they got no reinforcements coming back on the well, I don't know what's going on with Greenlaw. If you could get him back, obviously that would be huge. I don't know. But right now it doesn't look like, again, Aldon Smith before the problems is walking through that door, or Justin Smith.
Let's go to Michael in Lemoore. Michael, what's going on? What's your one big thing from yesterday's game?
My one big thing from yesterday's game is the whole Brandon Aiyuk contract saga. If Bill Belichick were the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, do you think he would have caved to Brandon Ayuk's agent and paid him $30 million, or the way he handled the situation during the offseason and not showing up to practice or training camp? Because his players that he coached, they took training camp seriously, regardless of their contract situation. They took practice seriously, and they took preseason seriously. And with Brandon Ayuk's situation, if Bill Belichick were the head coach of the 49ers, would he have caved, or would he have showed Brandon Ayuk the door?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. It felt like the 49ers. I mean, let's not forget what everybody was saying during the summer. And that is, well, this is our window. This is our window. This is our window. We got to get Trent Williams. We got to re-sign or extend Trent or redo his contract. We've got to pay Aiyuk. Then McCaffrey wanted money. They paid him. And it was all under the auspices of this team was going to be good and this team was going to make another run. They can still do both those things, but the season's not off to a great start, and it's not hard to make a connection between the bad start and their training camp.
Yeah, but to me, what's funny is, it's not even funny, but the irony of it, Steiny, is all of a sudden now you sign Aiyuk, and the reason you signed him is you were scared that you weren't going to have much on the outside when Debo went down, and we found out Kittle wasn't going to play. And all of a sudden, Jawan Jennings, who is a lot cheaper, is more effective. So I'm not going to ask you or ask the people, is Jennings a better receiver than Brandon Aiyuk? Because the bottom line is, since you've inked that deal, he has been. And I'm talking about Jawan Jennings, and it makes you think, man, what could you have done with that other money? And I may be way too premature, too soon, but let's put the rat on the table. Every time I see Jawan Jennings ball out and catch balls, I'm like, oh my God, maybe they didn't. But see, we didn't know, right?
Well, I mean,
everybody was scared about, and I get it, life without Aiyuk. But Jawan Jennings is showing us he's done something Brandon hadn't even come close to yet.
I mean,
I know that's recency and quick, Steiny, but man.
It is, because during the offseason, when you took Aiyuk out of the equation and people said, well, who's going to catch the ball? Right. And people said, well, you got Debo on one side and you got Jawan Jennings on the other, and then you'd bring Pearsall along. That wasn't good enough. That wasn't good enough for a lot of 49er fans. And maybe it wasn't good enough for the Niners either. Let's go to...
I'm going to relax. Carlos Austin telling me it's 3 games, Goo. Relax. I get it. I am.
Larry in the city. Hey, Larry. How are you?
I'm all right, fellas. How's it going?
Hey.
Hey, my biggest takeaway is Sorensen. I do not think he can compete with the offensive minds in the league. He is bland. Like, we blame Wilkes, but like Wilkes, that Super Bowl wasn't his fault. This is on Shanahan and John Lynch to say, okay, we can take this guy and he can be okay, and we have no evidence. In the Minnesota game, he got out-coached. This game, he's getting out-coached. And so I am very, very concerned. And I want to make one comment on the Jawan Jennings.
Sure.
Remember, he's not a number 1 receiver. When he becomes a number 1 receiver and do that, then that's one thing. When the focus is geared toward him, is he getting down like that? So let's cool our heels a little bit.
Well, let me say this to you, because I love that point. Are you looking at Brandon Aiyuk any different because he signed that contract? I love Aiyuk, but now people are like, I want big-time numbers like Jennings put up yesterday. Where do you come out on that? If Aiyuk, thank you. If Aiyuk continues to be pedestrian, Steiny? Because I don't think that's fair.
What's fair?
Oh, you got paid now. I want to see you go Jawan Jennings yesterday against the Rams every Sunday. That's not reality.
Yeah, he's got to be better. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Those are facts.
But, I mean, if you're 2 wide receiver, how many balls did Jennings catch? 10?
Out of 11 targets.
I mean, if you're 2 wide receivers, you're catching 15 balls between them. That's pretty good. So I'm not as concerned with the distribution because for all we know, one of the reasons Jennings had a big game was because there was attention on Aiyuk. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait for the all 22 on that one, but we'll see how it shakes out. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Lars. Lars is in Pacifica. What's up, Lars? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I'm doing great, even though we had an absolutely nauseating loss yesterday. My big takeaway here is that Devondre Campbell is borderline unplayable. When we think about the strength of this Niner defense is speed. What is Devondre Campbell? He is not fast at all. Like, this guy is getting burned in Minnesota. He's getting burned yesterday. And it seemed like Sean McVay was just waiting till the end of the game when all the chips were on the table to throw a ball to Parkinson, and then they got the PI call on Campbell, and that pretty much iced the game.
Yep.
So it's like when your defense is built on speed, why do we have a slow guy? I'd like to see D. Winters in the game instead of Campbell next week. It's like we got to get faster.
Appreciate the call. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This ought to be a fun one right here.
Who we got?
He's Kyle Shanahan's biggest hater. He's from Boston.
Oh, boy.
His name is J-Dog. What's going on, J-Dog? How you doing, man?
Oh, please, Steiny. First of all, get your fingers away from the red button and let's talk facts, man. I bet you're loving Eric the Mailman now, aren't you? I mean, I got to tell you, man, what kind of genius comes to the conclusion that Colt McKivitz is a starting right tackle, that our special team coach needs to continue to be our special teams coach after we've had the worst special teams for at least 5 or 6 years. Ronnie Bell deserves a spot on this roster. Crowder can't even get no playing time. I mean, give me a break. Kyle Shanahan's running the San Francisco 49ers. He should be front and center. Hold him accountable, Steiny. Hold your man accountable. I know you're on the payroll. You blow me up every time I call about your boy Kyle Shanahan. Hold him accountable. You know, this is ridiculous, man. You know what I mean? We should have blew the doors off the Rams. We should have won the Minnesota game. We got all this talent. Like, what do you want? Thank God. Thank God the football gods have sent us Brock Purdy, because where the hell would we be without Brock Purdy? I mean, this is ridiculous, man. I'm so sick of it. Shanahan is the reason. I'm done with him. I want him out of there. I'm done with it. I want him out of there. But that's not going to happen. That's not realistic. As long as Jet George Washington is bowling balls, that's not going to happen. So I don't have to have it my way, but something needs to be done. It starts with Shanahan. It ends with Shanahan. That's the bottom line. Trade off from Boston. I love you, faithful. Pay attention. Take the Stevie Wonder glasses off. Look at things objectively. Just be objective. I mean, look at this talent. Look at this. The Rams just got the doors blown off from last week by the Arizona Cardinals. Give me a break.
Thanks, J-Dog. Appreciate the call. I mean, I think you missed the boat, though. I mean, if you want to rip Shanahan for yesterday, why would you rip him for playing Ronnie Bell when guys are hurt, and Colton McKivitz, who just happens to be on the roster because he's on the roster. I mean, he's your starting offensive lineman.
But go ahead.
I mean, if J-Dog was going to come down Kyle's road, this was the day to do it on a play calling.
Yeah.
And some other things, clearly. The punt on 4th down. Nobody's saying that Kyle Shanahan was in his bag yesterday. That's for sure.
Yeah. And Kyle didn't draw. Jay has been consistent, right? And there's a mob of Niner fans that aren't Kyle fans, but I don't think anybody's calling for his job besides Jay. But to his point, Steiny, I'm being real and I'm growing up, man. Did Kyle miss a kick yesterday that would have put him up 10?
pretty much they win the game. Did he drop the pass that Bell did? Now he's in control of having Bell out there. And I'll say this to the injury thing, Stoney. What about Cowing? What about Conley? Guys that we saw. You know, why wasn't that ball? And again, that's a Purdy issue maybe. I'm throwing to my money makers. If I'm paying somebody 30, I get
you can't throw it to them if they're not open.
Well,
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm dialing up the best play in the book for Aiyuk. The best route I think he runs, that's not being thrown to Ronnie Bell, who ain't did diddly squat.
Let me ask you a question. I'm being serious. Why would you said you throw to your best receiver?
Yeah.
Aiyuk's not your best receiver right now. He's not. Jennings is better. He is. Juwan Jennings is a better receiver than Aiyuk right now. And
well, that's got to get fixed.
Okay. Well,
and hopefully it can. And I get it. It's not a video game. Hey, I'm throwing to receiver A. Hit it. No, but damn, Steiny. I'm mad at. I get Kyle being questioned on why you would trust him in that situation, and he threw your trust off the bait.
He trusted him in that situation.
Great play call. Great throw.
He trusted him in that play apparently because Ronnie Bell's had a great training camp and a great week of practice. Cowing's a rookie. We know how Kyle feels about rookies. And he went with a rotation, and I guess it was Bell's turn, and I'm not making any excuses for him, but the play worked. And any receiver in the NFL's got to make that catch. Anybody.
And I'll just say to the practice portion of that, Steiny, it's like, oh man, Steiny was hitting every 3-pointer in practice. Okay,
well that's how
you get out there.
That's how it's determined who plays.
All right.
And maybe Kyle thinks that Ronnie Bell was better than Cowing last week, and that's why he got first crack at it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Robert in San Jose. Hey, Robert.
What's up, guys? First-time caller here. Love the show. 2 points I want to make. The first one is, Steiny, I agree with you. The Stars are not playing well right now. And so that needs to be fixed. The second thing I want to mention is, Gronk, I heard you guys bring up the Gronk quote where it's like the team doesn't have an it guy. Mm-hmm. Other than CMC, I kind of agree with that. The reason for that is because I think the scheme is what prevents the guys from being it guys. I don't know if you remember, guys, but during the AFC championship when Patriots faced KC, they went to that overtime, and that's where Mahomes never touched the ball, and then they made that new rule. But during the final drive of the Patriots, they lined up Gronkowski as a wide receiver out to the top, and everyone watching that game knew the ball was going to Gronk. KC knew it. Patriots planned for it. They couldn't stop it. Where is our it guys? And I think that's what Gronk was talking about, because they're so reliant on the scheme to get open that they're not fighting hey, give me the rock. I don't know your thoughts on that, but
good call.
Love to hear it.
I'll say this to that, Steiny. You got me thinking now. I'm being real. I like Brandon Aiyuk. I do. But are we so sure he's a star?
No.
Then why did they give him star money? Because if now we're saying the Stars aren't playing, let's start putting that on the table. He's a good player. I like Brandon Aiyuk. Is he a star? And maybe Gronk was on to something.
I mean, but during the offseason, if you said maybe this guy's not a star, a lot of Aiyuk fans said, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. So they re-signed Aiyuk for big money, and he'll likely get better over the course of the season, but right now he's not very good. 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
as Ronnie Rivers got it, ran it, and moved the chains to keep the Rams offense on the field.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's Adam Amin from Fox Sports, and that was the play that changed the complexion of the game midway through the second quarter. Fake punt by the Rams. It was 4th and 6. They got 7. They kept the drive alive. And then they used most of the clock at the end of the second quarter to get on the board at 14-7. And they did leave the 49ers a minute, but The 49ers couldn't do anything in that last minute Purdy. That was his fumble. And, Kyle Shanahan got Kyle Shanahan a little bit there with you score on almost the last possession, and then you get the ball to start the second half, even though the Rams did not score on that first possession of the third quarter.
The double up, Steiny, is that what you like to call it?
Yeah.
The double up. But I'll say this about anybody wants to know the definition and the importance of what you call a fake punt. It was on display yesterday. When Team A is down 14 points, the game just looks like it's about to be over. They're about to punt. And boy, you could dial up some trickery, Steiny. And I'm sorry, it changed the complexion. It's not why they won, but it gave them life.
No doubt. This is Brock Purdy on the pass to Ronnie Bell that Ronnie Bell dropped. Listen to Brock Purdy.
He had a double move, and that was the look we wanted, and he got his guy. And, by the time I got to him, I think I was just trying to give him a chance, and I don't know if I had enough juice on it just from where I was at in the pocket. So just try to give him a chance, and obviously I think I could still give him a better ball and everything. So, but he's a young guy. I love him, man, and we all got Ronnie's back. So we're going to continue to need him and build him up, and we're all in this together, man. It's a team sport, man. So it's not one play here. It's all of them.
To me, the interesting thing he said there was we got the look we wanted.
Yeah, I bet. And he delivered a beautiful ball, and I was like, holy hell, dude is what? Some coaches give up on old Ronnie Bell. I hear
Maybe.
Purdy saying the presidential thing to say, but there's some coaches is like, son, that was that's humongous. That was game, you think.
Yeah, they would have given him the ball.
Run the ball a couple times, burn the timeouts.
They might have tried to throw into the end zone, though, on the play
right.
after it. Who knows?
I'll give you that one.
Will's in the East Bay. Hey, Will, how you doing?
I'm doing well this afternoon. How you doing, gentlemen? Take the show.
Sure.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, try to stay with me on this thought. I'm still expanding it, but Brock Purdy in that offense got him out to a good lead in the beginning, and they were in a position to really step on the head of the Rams, okay? But what I saw, when I just was looking at things from kind of a broader lens, I just saw this kind of apathy or indifference. I saw an offensive line that looked like Swiss cheese. I saw a defense that wasn't getting home. And I'm watching these players, and you rang the bell when you gave out those defensive stats. It's like our stars are not putting it out. And my thought was, is this apathy, because, hey, we got the bag, these big guys, they got the money, and we don't want to get hurt. But then you got your supporting players that are going, hey, we got a quarterback here. This kid's balling out. He's going to get the big bag, and he wants to win. But when it comes down to it next year, that space's going to be empty. You got your stars that are comfortable, that want to stay healthy. What's in it for us? Or is there going to be attrition on this team? Are they going to get rid of us? And I hope this isn't the case. And I hope the stars aren't thinking this way, and the supporting players on both sides of the line, because, we know what this team can do. And meanwhile, Seattle has already slipped under the wire and headed for the forest. The great escape, It's time for this team to stand and deliver, Guru. Edward James Olmos. And that's all I got to say.
Nice.
Wow,
that's a 4,
that
Will.
is a 4.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Evan said 5.
I agree completely. Think about this for a minute. And I always use the phrase wound up. The 49ers play like they were wound up yesterday. Were they flying around the field? No. Were they congratulating other guys after a nice play? They just didn't have any edge to them. It didn't seem like to me. It didn't feel like, especially after they got the lead, they just were, They were just playing football. That's it. They weren't doing anything to stop the Rams. I don't think the question I have is there anything you can do defensively to put some pressure on the Rams to at least do something different when Stafford's dropping back there and kind of picking you apart?
Yeah, that's Nick Sorensen's job, right?
Yeah.
And when something doesn't work, you got to get creative. You got to disguise it. And, I got to slow my jets here because I wasn't calling Nick Sorensen's name out in the first quarter,
even at halftime, Stoney. It was 14-7. Then guess what? It was 21-7. So I hadn't thought about what you and the caller brought up about body language and the juju and the jumping around, but I know you're missing, Debo, McCaffrey, and Kittle, but there's no excuses, right? The Rams were missing everything, but they felt like they were playing for a greater good. I hadn't thought about that till you just brought it up, but I'm like, at the end of the day, did it really, what you guys say you didn't see, mean diddly squat when the Niners, for so much of this game, were in control? So in essence, they were doing their job, right?
Yeah, I'm just talking about the emotion that they played with or didn't play with. It seemed like they went out, they punched the clock, they got up 21-7, they just kept playing, and the Rams were playing with more and more urgency, and then either they tried to play with more urgency or they didn't. But
wow,
I'm kind of
that's the coach's job.
I'm kind of with everybody on the defense. It's they're not making any big plays on defense,
and we need to know why. Because if we're just going to say Bosa and Warner, who's a big boy outside of those two?
I think Floyd's a big boy.
Well, Steiner, he's Claude Rains right now. And if you're asking who that is, I know you know. He's the original Invisible Man. I mean, is he, Steiny?
I mean, Hargrave was another guy they paid some money for last year.
And he goes Karate Kid when he gets one sack. And I'm like, that was emotion, but I'm like, you gotta be a disruptive.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the other thing I'm going to bring up, and I've noticed some people have been bringing it up, and I think it's worth bringing up. Now, is there something to it? You guys can tell me. But Brandon Aiyuk doesn't go to training camp, and we expect him to have a slow start. And sure enough, he has a slow start. But I'm starting to think there's more going on than just physical rustiness. Something just doesn't seem right with Brandon Aiyuk. I don't know if it's his body language. I don't know what it is.
But he got paid. What could it be?
What it could be is residue from a cantankerous contract negotiation, maybe. Maybe he signed that contract for whatever reason. He still doesn't feel respected. Now, I know that's going to sound crazy, but the other thing is maybe the minute he got $30 million, he thought, okay, I better get 12 targets a game. I think he had 10 yesterday, but maybe he doesn't think he's getting the ball enough. Maybe he thinks he's open and Purdy's not hitting him. I don't know, but
no, he dropped 2 in the first quarter. So just to your point, Stoney, he had the chance to get up out of Dodge, to leave the Bay Area. So I'm just saying, I can't tell you you're wrong because we don't know. But if he really wanted to leave and somehow felt trapped because he couldn't leave, I would be ready to say, you know what, you're on to something. But Steiny, he won what I deemed the negotiation. You got paid. You got paid more than I thought you were going to get. So I don't know what now. It's just
now he wants the ball.
No, you got to catch the ball because the ball's coming.
I'm just,
and if I'm him and I'm watching Jawan Jennings do that, I'm being honest, guys. I'm happy for Evan balling out on the show, but I'm driving home lightweight embarrassed. I'm lightweight embarrassed about my play. Dude, there were 2 balls he had, Stoney, and one was negated on a holding call or whatever. But Brandon Aiyuk, I love that thought that you have, but what could he be PO'd about or disrespected about?
What is every receiver PO'd about?
He got the money.
That's not it. It's getting the ball. It's getting the ball.
You think?
He's got $30 million. He probably wants to get the ball thrown to him more. He probably thinks he's open, and he's not getting it.
Man, I hadn't even, like you said, he had 10 targets yesterday, Steiny.
I mean,
10 targets.
It feels like
and caught 5 balls.
Let's go to Ryan in Irvine. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, man?
Hey, good, guys. Nice to talk to you. Yeah, I think I said this before, but I think all this falls at Kyle's feet. The defense looks terrible, and they went with an in-house candidate. This was Kyle's guy, right? I really wish they would have picked a defensive coordinator that was going to challenge Kyle's defensive scheme. Because think about it. Every defensive coordinator they've had fits a certain mold, a certain type. The same defense with the personnel that they have. But you have to adjust at some point, right? And Kyle took the conservative approach while also handcuffing him with Brandon Staley, which is going to be interesting because I could see him becoming the defensive coordinator if they have another game or two like this with the same problems week in, week out, with slow coverage on the backside, no pressure from the defensive line. But one thing I wanted to ask you guys was, there's a I don't know, he's a credential.
No, sorry, Ryan, we're losing you. But it sounded like he was on a treadmill.
Yeah, Aiyuk one catch after halftime, and then also I know this video's making the rounds. We hadn't brought it up, Stoney, but there was a 1st and 20, and Aiyuk was running down the sideline wide open. Purdy didn't see him or throw him the ball, but I'm not saying you're saying it, but that still doesn't give him a license to, if he's feeling the way you think, what's going on upstairs. And I'm watching my brother get 3 touchdowns. I don't know. I'm just watching Aiyuk, man, and I hope it's just rust.
I mean, I think the issue with Sorensen, the defensive coordinator, and the last caller just said, boy, if this continues, I could see them making a change. If they make a change this season with Sorensen, to me, that indicates a much bigger issue than what they're having right now. Because you can't do what the 49ers defensive players kind of did, which is kind of make Wilkes the scapegoat. Then you get a guy in-house here, and all of a sudden nothing changes. Maybe we're asking the wrong questions.
Or what if I told you the fact that Staley's supposed to be the eyes in the sky and this is happening to the defense gives me less confidence? Because right now, Stoney, the rat on the table through 3 games, this is not a playoff defense right now. It's just not. And I know it's early, but I'm like, that's heavy.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Michael. Michael's in Concord. Hey, Michael, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing? I know it's not a victory Monday, which I wish it was. I'm just frustrated because this is not the team that played week 1. I agree with you guys that the defense has been, I don't know what happened. They used to have a little pep in their step week 1, and then I don't know what happened yesterday. It was frustrating to watch. And along with your point where you're talking about Aiyuk, I mean, he was open a couple of times, like the last drive where he checked down to Jennings and Brock didn't see him. But I think a lot of it has to do with maybe because he wasn't in camp, so he didn't get that rep with Brock. So maybe it's a little bit of that, too, where they haven't developed the chemistry. You look at Jennings and Darnold and Jefferson and Darnold last week, and Jefferson was balling out from the first play out of scrimmage and burned us for 97 yards and found ways to get open. So I don't know why Aiyuk is not finding a way to get open, and I don't know. I'm just frustrated. I wish we would have won that game, but it's still early. I hope that we're going to turn it around, but I think this week is a get-right game for sure. I think Aiyuk needs the ball out, and everybody needs the ball out this week.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I need a loan. I'm done with the get-right games. I thought this was the gettest of right games in the world. Back-to-back at Minnesota. Now that looks crazy. Darnold and Vikings balling. But this one, I mean, you had a more wounded than you were, Ram team. You dominated them, but you couldn't get the biscuit. You baked it, you put it in the oven, but you couldn't taste it. I don't get it. And the 707 saying, hey, I know what's up with Aiyuk, Steiny. He played great in a contract year. He got paid, and now he's not as hungry. I just know balls are coming Brandon's way, and he's not catching everything, Steiny. And I know you don't catch them all, but you know what I mean. It goes back to the Jet game, that beautiful pass in the end zone by Purdy, and that let me know, it's just me doing my Jedi mind. Maybe it is on his mind that he needs to live up to something, and that's throwing him off. I don't know.
People might not like to hear this, but it's kind of the way I think of Brandon Aiyuk, and I understand his average yards per catch is high. But you know what? He's a possession receiver.
He ain't a star?
He's a possession receiver.
How?
He's a possession receiver.
Well, what would you call Jennings?
A possession receiver. Although it looks to me like Jennings is more explosive than Aiyuk.
Man, that catch, did you see that catch? He went and contested over, I believe it was Clark, whoever. I mean, that was snotty. But why would you pay that much for a possession receiver? See, that's why I'm thinking we differ on Aiyuk. I'm waiting on him. I'm disappointed, but I wouldn't limit him to say he's a possession receiver.
Well, he averages 4.5 catches a game. I mean, those are just the numbers. And
there was nothing to see yesterday. He got that. He got 4.
Yeah, so he's worth his money. He got 5, actually.
That's not. No, you're right. That's not good enough, though, partner.
Damon's in San Francisco. Hey, Damon, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of something that you guys had mentioned. Kind of caught my attention about how the Niners, their defense compared to other defenses, is just kind of basic, where other defenses use different stunts and things like that to kind of mix things up. And the Niners just go with the basic defense, the bring 4, and that should be enough. So, can it be that the league has kind of caught up with the Niners? Because, I mean, you have additions like Hargrave, who did good things in Philly, William Floyd, who was good in Buffalo, who was good with the Rams. But then they get here and they're, kind of quiet and not putting up that big production after we just paid him. So can it be that our defense hasn't evolved to, and the league has evolved around us, and so it's not as effective as it once was? Bosa's been quiet. Bosa's also been someone who's been relatively quiet since he's gotten paid.
Yes, he has.
I don't want someone that's just going to bring pressure. I want someone that's going to bring the house down like T.J. Watt does and with the Steelers.
Yeah.
He's a home wrecker. He's a wrecking ball. He's bringing it down. Every Steeler game I watch, he's forcing fumbles, recovering fumbles, sacking, and we got pressures. We're satisfied with pressures, but it's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. So that was it.
Appreciate the call, Damon.
And when you got the likes of a Bosa, Stoney, the highest paid defensive player in the NFL of that caliber, is it up to the D coordinator to figure a way to get him off if somehow he's not being as disruptive as we like?
I don't know. I mean, you'd like to think that Bosa is the kind of guy you don't have to do a lot of coaching with.
But he blamed Wilkes. He was the loudest one on Wilkes. We're not prepared. It's the scheme. We're prepared in the back end, but not the front of the back end. That's why I'm a little disturbed at him. Like, dude, you ran that, but you were people. You got a loud voice, Bosa. You got all the equity in the world, and you ran that man out with your words, knowing when you said them how it would sit. And Wilkes was the fall guy, and now you're not doing enough, and it's all quiet on the set.
If Brandon Aiyuk reacts to his big contract the same way Nick Bosa reacted to his big contract, they're not going anywhere. Wow, man. They're not going anywhere.
This is not a playoff defense right now. And I know it's 3 games. It's not.
Billy Bones. Billy Bones is in San Francisco. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, so check this out. I'm piggybacking off the last caller with that 4 down versus 5. Yeah, I think they might be getting a hold on, or the league is transforming around that. But come on, do the math. 4 on 5. They were running that same look the whole game. And we was doing that with Wilkes too. So it's like the scheme needs to change. We need to switch, man. How about put Bosa on the other side? How about put Bosa and them on the same side and then stunt something like that? They was doing it to us and getting pressure on Purdy. And then as far as Aiyuk go, this is the thing, man. He messed up in the contract. He could have got the same bread. Just take the 24. What did he get? Take the same thing and then just put an incentive on his performance, and he gets that same bread. Easy work. Now you get the full camp, and you ain't coming in rusty looking like you are doubting your capability. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
It looks like he's thinking, Stoney, no doubt, man. 2 drops early in the first, and he caught some balls. But again, 10 targets. But I'm sitting there thinking, and I'm being selfish, but I'm being real, right? Life is about emotion and thoughts. Here he is watching Jawan Jennings just put his name up in the book, Niner history book with Jerry Rice. But yet you had 10 of your own targets, and you caught half of them.
Yeah.
Dropped a couple, too.
Let's go to Manny in San Mateo. Hey, Manny, what's going on, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Sure.
Yeah, that was a pathetic game yesterday. Honestly, horrible loss. Quick 3 things. The special, it's always been a problem. It cost us the Super Bowl when that ball hit Luter in the heel. And I'm not talking about missing the field goal. I'm talking about our coverage team, and I'm talking about our punt returners. Why do you have Cowling in there returning punts, but you don't have him out there running routes instead of Ronnie Bell dropping wide open passes? Second, the coaching. Everyone's talking about it, the defensive scheme or whatever. When was the last time we saw a corner blitz, an exotic blitz? I mean, they're blitzing Fred. They're putting them up right on the D-line. They know they're coming, and the Rams just audible to run away from them.
Man.
So coaching, and then just the big money players, man. Nick Bosa ain't doing a damn thing. But Javon Hargrave, our D-line, we're getting diced up by Matthew Stafford and a bunch of, no-name receivers, man, because the D-line, they got that all day to throw the ball.
Yeah.
So they're going to pick on Yadam out there on the outside, that rookie corner. They're going to pick on him all the time. How I don't understand how these impact players like T.J. Watt get 2-3 sacks a game, but Nick Bosa doesn't. I don't understand how these impact players like Justin Jefferson go for 100, but Aiyuk can't get open. I blame it on coaching. Kyle Shanahan's offensive. He's supposed to be a genius. You're getting 4 or 5 yards a pop with Garendo and Mason. Run the damn ball. If you can't scheme no exotic plays, no end arounds, nothing. Run the damn ball till you can't no more. Like, I blame it on coaching. I blame it on special teams. And the players just, I know it's early, but that was a pathetic loss yesterday. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that one hurts. No doubt about it.
It was a bad one.
That's one of those games where felt like 6 things went wrong in the third and fourth quarter, and if one thing goes the other way, the 49ers sneak out of there with a win. But then they sneak out of there with a win, and maybe we're not even talking about all the issues that were still going to be there anyway.
But you had the game in total control, Steiny.
You thought you did.
And guys, again,
maybe that's the problem. They thought they had the game in total control.
But Hargrave and Bosa, it's not about making one play or me saying you were super terrible. It's about holding you to the standard you created. And in money time, the Niners' defensive line, what do they always say, Steiny, the old adage? Secondary's best friend is a pass rush. And the Niners aren't getting anything. So, and we're wondering why the secondary's getting carved up?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I can blame a defensive coordinator for Nick Bosa's play over the last 20 games or whatever. What
guys running right at you and up the middle, Steiny. They were handing to Williams, and he's just running up the middle for 6 yards, 5 yards. I know he averaged 3.7, but he was falling forward on a lot. It's just like, damn, you can't do that to the Niner defense.
I mean,
but apparently you can.
What did he have, like 20-some sacks 2 years ago?
Man.
And 10 or 12 last year.
That was the contract year. He got that big number.
Well, maybe that's a theme for the San Francisco 49ers. All right, I see full lines. We'll get to you on the other side. That segment brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
Rams gets picked up. Purdy out of the pocket looking for Aiyuk, and it's juggled and dropped. And Tre'Davious White did enough defensively to prevent the catch, which would have been good for a first down.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Adam Amin, Fox Sports.
I remember that
Brandon Aiyuk drops.
He had it, and your boy just kept yakking at it, and got it out of there, man.
We've been talking, obviously, about the San Francisco 49ers, and there's been a lot of criticism, and rightfully so. But are there people with this sentiment out there? And this is from the 707 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Everyone needs to chill. If Moody hits the field goal, it's game over. If Bell catches a perfect ball, it's game over. I actually was impressed with how we played and how Brock played, which is the most important aspect. Everyone said he needs all this talent around him. Well, he proved otherwise. He did his part and was the most impressive quarterback in the NFL on Sunday. Silver lining.
But that's not reality. Reality is you shouldn't have been in that situation, or they shouldn't have been in that situation. You had that game going away. And Purdy did ball his ass off. And again, so did Jennings. Why did they stop running? But why was that game so close? And on top of that, how did you lose it?
So I watched a lot of the Eagles-Saints game yesterday.
And so did I.
And if you're an Eagle fan, you're coming out of that game saying Nick Sirianni made about 6 mistakes in that game. But you know what? They made a play or two at the end. They won the game. And sometimes that's just what it comes down to. If you give the other team enough life, then all of a sudden, all the mistakes you make can get you beat. It didn't for the Eagles, but you know what? They were lucky yesterday, plain and simple. And yesterday, the Niners took a lead, and then they just seemed to get complacent. And they ended up losing to the L.A. Rams, a team that was just as hurt, if not more so, than they were coming into the ballgame. Let's go to Rich in Fremont. There he is. What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
Atco.
Hey, what's up, fellas? You know me, I'm Atco, so we're going to put the rat on the table right away. I called in last week, and I think it was on Willard and Dibbs, and I told him, I said, John Lynch made it very clear. He said, look, if you want to win the Super Bowl, you got to earn it. No different than this game. It's like, hey, when Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp came on the scene, we didn't know who they were. All of a sudden, they became the guys, okay? And I told him, I said, look, in this game against the Rams, there might be some no-names that come out of nowhere in this game, and if the Niners don't play D like they're supposed to, they could lose this game. And guess what? Lo and behold, here we are. And why we have this problem? We have this problem because Nick Sirianni, man, do something with that defense, man. Come on.
You mean Nick Sorensen? Nick Sorensen.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, Sorensen. Sorry.
Yeah, that's
Sorensen.
I got you.
But do something with that defense, man. You gave up 20 points. 20 points. You were ahead. You couldn't stop them from scoring.
Yeah.
If you want to win a football game, you can put up points, but if you can't stop the other team from scoring, you're going to lose. And that's just what happened yesterday. I can't believe they lost that game.
Yeah.
It's incredible what we're dealing with today.
And Rich,
out of this world, what we dealing with.
And Rich, I'm emotional just about how bad the defense was. Like Minnesota, I was like, okay, nothing to see here. But yesterday, like they got problems, and people are accusing me every time I bring up Wilkes, I'm bringing up race. I'm not. I just want the same energy that was on Wilkes' head after that Minnesota debacle is what we're seeing now, because this is not 49er standard defense. This is not, Steiny, what we're used to seeing from the red and gold on the defensive side of the ball.
No. Anything else, Rich?
And if I'm John Lynch, I am talking to Sorensen today. He's in my office. We're looking at each other eye in eye, and I'm telling him, you know what? You got to do something, sir, because we got standards here, okay? Wilkes may have lost his job, but Wilkes wouldn't have the defense play like that. Come on.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call.
I'm just, wow, man. I started, like when I say right now it's not a playoff defense, it's not. And the injuries, the guys coming back are on the other side of the ball.
Yep. 888-957-9570. Eddie's in San Mateo. Welcome, Eddie. How are you? What are you thinking?
Hey guys, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, why can't we just chalk this season or this whole year as they're just having a Super Bowl hangover? They were mentally spent after that Super Bowl. I mean, even I as a fan, I'm like, WTF, what happened? And I'm still trying to gather as a fan what actually happened in the last Super Bowl. So there has to be a mental aspect to where they're just psychologically just spent or tired, you know?
You think there's something to that, Steiny?
Absolutely, positively.
He said spent. Mentally.
Absolutely. I don't think, I shouldn't say I don't think there's any doubt, but the bottom line is 2 years in a row, they knocked on the door. Last year, they got to the Super Bowl. You got to play 20 games. You got to play 17, essentially, in the regular season. And all summer long, they were thinking about the loss to the Kansas City Chiefs and probably how long a slog it was going to be to get through the regular season and to be a playoff team again. And I just think this team's had so much success over the last 5 years, even though it doesn't include a Super Bowl, that they're just not playing with urgency right now. And maybe it's because, or one of the reasons is because they know they're really good. And they've also gotten off to bad starts and made up for it. So I do think that you can call it a hangover, you can call it complacency, but I do think some of that is absolutely going on.
Wow. I'm thinking of the word malaise, but I don't think that's a good enough. What do you do with that if you think your team's in that? And I'm not saying you or the caller is saying that's a good enough excuse, but you got to rally the troops if it is that. And what I'm seeing on defense or what I'm not seeing on defense is bigger. It's like, that's scary. I wish I felt like, you know what, they're just kind of half-assing and, I just feel like, Steiny, they're not getting home. And it starts with 97.
Yeah, they're not. They're absolutely not. I just think it's a long season, and I think they're realizing how long it is right now. And I don't know. This is one of those things where, okay, if they're not playing with urgency, who gets them to play with urgency? You're a veteran-laden team. So to me, that's coaching on the one hand, but it's also your veteran leadership's got to take over at this point and make it clear to the entire team that what's happened the last 2 weeks isn't going to be good enough. Waterman in Corte Madera. Hey, Waterman, what's going on?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
So just real quick, if you had told me without telling me the score that Brock Purdy was going to go 22 for 30 with 3 touchdowns and almost 300 yards and 6 drops, and Stafford was going to be 16 to 25 with 1 touchdown, I'd assume the Niners would have won this game 31-34 to 17 at the most. No doubt. I mean, Jennings, amazing. Balls out. I have been dying and waiting for the Niners to finally have a receiver that fights for the football, and that man showed this entire receiving corps how you get thrown the football by fighting for the football. Brock was willing to throw it up for him because right now Brock's got no confidence with him and Aiyuk. They have no chemistry right now. Whether we can say that's from Brandon not being there for training camp and then building that, I guarantee you Brock saw Aiyuk in the middle of the field on that last drive, and because he's dropped balls this year, Brandon probably was like, Brock probably just went, I don't know. But last year, I guarantee you that ball gets thrown up because he knows Brandon's going to come down with it because Brandon had to fight. He had a different mentality. So, guys, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's still early in the season. This team has done this before. This isn't
true.
This really shouldn't be shocking to us, in the Shanahan era at all. They start slow, except for 2 years when they did go to the Super Bowl. That's where they did start good. All the other years, they've had these rough starts in the beginning of the year, and then it seems like after the bye week, they turn it on and they get into the playoffs. Now, of course, they're going to make it harder on themselves if they don't get home field advantage for something or win the division. But look, right now this team is out of sync. And the last caller, I think he said it best. We are in Super Bowl hangover. We just are. You cannot you cannot go through the 2 years they had in a row being so close in Philly, then Brock's arm gets twisted behind him, and thinking they were gonna maybe get past that game, and then actually getting to the Super Bowl and getting close, and then having it slip away again. But just last thing, you guys, we have seen this from Shanahan where he sits on a lead. This guy, I want the foot on the throat. He sits on this lead. He builds it in the first half, and then they sit on it. And I don't understand that. It clearly hasn't worked in the Super Bowl, and it's now not working in the regular season. So something's got to change. Something's got to perk up, emotionally in these guys. But I think they're emotionally spent. I think it's going to be a rough year, fellas.
Hey, a lot of great calls. I'll just respond to him, Stoney, because he hit me. I'll say this. You can't have a Super Bowl hangover in the Super Bowl. And there's one thing about getting beat, but yesterday, like just me, I felt like they gave the Super Bowl away. They gave yesterday away kind of the same way. And that's a pattern, Stoney. So that's what makes me uncomfortable about Kyle Shanahan is you're in these positions and you kind of just, like yesterday, I don't think the Rams beat you. You let them stick around. You made errors, and then they beat you. It's one thing on losing and then giving it away, and they gave yesterday away.
From the 415 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, call it what you want, but if you're a Niner fan, you have to realize now a whole lot more teams can take you down. They are one of many and need to hope other great teams get banged up late in the season. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, I'll bet if we look back at and this doesn't mean it's going to happen for the Niners, but I mean, there were some teams that got off to great starts last year and then didn't finish strong. So
Philly was one of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if you're gonna have struggles, it's better to have them in the beginning of the year, I guess.
Let me run this by you to calm everybody down. I guess if McCaffrey plays in that game, Debo and Kittle, Niners we looking at 40, 50 points maybe.
Why?
And nothing to see here? Because they're three of your best players on offense.
I mean, to me, it was...
I'm just trying to... That would be some positivity. You would think, right?
Okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you want.
No, just...
If you want. I mean...
Crack it open.
To me, the Niners threw the ball well. They ran it well. I didn't like their balance.
Yeah, they didn't call it
Their special teams really hurt them. Their defense wasn't very good. So, yeah, I think they probably would have won with those other guys, but it's not like, to me, it's not like the offense was terrible. It's just that they didn't capitalize enough.
Starting in the first half to only have 14 points, Donnie, that wasn't enough.
Yeah.
In the first half.
Frankie Eyelashes in San Rafael. What's up, Frankie? How you doing?
It's too stressful or fucking on, just never gonna get done. Well, it's gonna. And I fucking walk away. Which if he let me gamble, I would have.
Frank, you got to call back. Frank, you got to call back. Anybody else I couldn't understand.
No, it sounded like he was having domestics.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's go to Mark's in San Francisco. Oh, okay. We'll get to Mike in a sec. 49ers get beat 27-24. 27-24. 925 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Niners have one of the easiest schedules in the NFL. They'll be favored to win in 80 to 90% of their remaining games. They will be fine. All right. 669, the NFC's caught up to the Niners. It's time to get back to the drawing board and figure things out, especially on the defensive end.
Well, I can't wait this week to hear what Sorensen and Kyle asked about the effort from the defense, Donnie, because that's unacceptable yesterday.
Dante Whitner on NBC Sports Bay Area after the game had this to say about the big picture of the Niners. What do you think?
Cold red. I'm ready to hit the red button.
Ooh, wow.
And mainly because they're not doing anything well. They're not stopping the run. They're not setting the edge. They're not getting consistent pressure on the quarterback. They're not stopping the explosive plays. They're not tackling well. They're not communicating well. They're not playing leverage. They're not doing anything well right now. And the margin for error is very slim in the National Football League. And when you're not right where you're supposed to be, you don't have the continuity on defense, it's easy for teams and quarterbacks like Matthew Stafford and of his caliber to dissect you. So they're going to have a players-only meeting this week and get back to basics and get back that championship DNA and identity and play physical within the trenches.
Wow. Tell us how you really feel. Stotty, did I hear him say code red?
Yeah.
Man.
Team meeting.
Oh, we're a big fan of those.
Team meeting.
See, I don't think this is about meeting. I think it's about talent.
Wait a minute. I thought they had the best roster in the league.
Well, hey, they had it. Yeah. What's going on the D line? I don't know if it's, did we overrate Hargrave and the rest? Floyd has been invisible. Unless you got an antidote or a team meeting or something that's going to, a phrase that's going to get them guys to get after and turn them into pit bulls. But I'm just going off of what we've seen thus far.
Do they have the best roster in football or not? And maybe it's not right now. But they have essentially their same defense that they're going to have all year. So
Armstead's gone and Greenlaw's gone.
Right,
but
they're gonna be without Armstead all season long. He's gone. So what I'm asking is, okay, so you don't think they have the best roster in football?
Well, they're not playing like it.
Well, no, but my point is, whose fault is it? If again, we always just throw this line out. It's the best roster in football. It's the best roster in football. Okay, so then is the roster not playing up to their ability? Is Kyle Shanahan not getting the most out of them? Are they not playing as a team? If they're either the best talented team in football or they're not, and if they are, then you got a reason to be upset.
Well, it's twofold, Stoney. Offensively, they got excuses, and they're still the offense does not concern me like the defense, especially when you got a first-year defensive coordinator. He's new. I don't think this is working out, and I wonder if the players are saying whatever he's calling, it's not jiving with what they do. That would be a cop-out. It sounds like it, but Stoney, I don't know how to answer, do they have the best on the defensive side of the ball, do they have the best roster? Because right now, it's confusion city.
Well, I mean, they have the best.
Okay, you got Bosa, you got Warner.
But my point is 3 weeks ago, we were calling it the best roster in the NFL. We weren't calling it just the best offensive roster in the NFL. So were we premature?
How do you feel?
I don't think they're
defensively.
They're the most. Well, they don't look good now, but their defensive backfield's not great. That's obvious. They're not getting any pressure on the quarterback. That's obvious. I mean, the only guy who's standing out on defense is Fred Warner. I haven't noticed Bosa very much at all. So maybe that's something we gotta look at more objectively.
And we come in here last week. It was a great play. Nobody can deny it by Fred Warner on Aaron Jones at the goal line. But Scotty, up until that point, Jones was in the process of completing a 20 to 25-yard run to go in the end zone. You know what I mean? So the defense got cut.
Yeah. 669, Hargrave has been a massive disappointment.
What is going on there, man?
If you turn back the clock 1 year, everybody says he got off to a great start last year. Hargrave was a find. He was a find. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Alex in Richmond. He says there's some overreaction going on. What's up, Alex? How are you?
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Alex.
Hey, what's up, man? First of all, I want to say thank you guys for having me for the show.
Sure.
This is my take on your guys' season so far, because I'm a Raiders fan. I think you guys hit the panic button way too early. It happened last year, too, and then next thing you know, you guys get off into a good run. First of all, you guys don't even have all your star players. If you playing, your defense going to be on the field more than, you want them to be, because you don't have you're not scoring as much. You guys are not building off the momentum. And like I said, maybe if you guys are losing with all of your star players, like how you guys lost, then you start hitting the panic button. But for now, I don't think you need to really worry about it. But I feel like that's also the difference with the quarterback like Purdy and Stafford. They both didn't have, full team, full lineup. And, at the end of the day, Stafford, they find a way to win. And one more thing about Brandon Aiyuk, I think he's a really good receiver, but not like Jefferson, CD Lamb type receiver. I feel like he's just a little bit below. And I feel like if he was there at training camp, he would have probably not missed a beat as much. But, it's different when, you're practicing by yourself and when you're practicing with the whole team.
Yeah.
And, same thing because I play music. I could practice by myself, but if I'm not practicing with the whole team and if we play a show, it's going to sound like ass. So,
great analogy.
That's how I put it to that perspective.
Great analogy, Alex. Appreciate the call. A lot of one-man band stuff going on, maybe.
And again, how many games do you see an offense have receivers that put up 100 yards and have a big day like Jawan Jennings did? And the reason I bring him up, Steiny, is he was Brandon Aiyuk. He did what Aiyuk was supposed to do. So offensively, the production was there as a whole, but they couldn't score. They couldn't take advantage. And they let a porous Ram team hang around. And I know each Sunday's different, but the fact that the Cardinals just embarrassed the Rams and they come back from 14-0, 14-point second-half lead and a 10-point fourth-quarter lead is just, yike. That's yuck.
Let's go to Mark in San Francisco. Hey, Mark, what's going on?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
You guys, great show.
Oh, thank you.
I don't want to Shanahan, I think he's a great offensive coordinator, but as a head coach, especially yesterday, special teams defensive coordinator, they report to Shanahan. And he created Mahomes, really, in my opinion, back at the Super Bowl. But other things like player apathy, I would say that's on Shanahan. Timeouts at end of halves. He's always got one or two. It's never three. It's because I don't know whether he's unprepared or what. The 2-minute offense doesn't exist oftentimes because they don't have the timeouts. Yesterday, his decision-making under 2 minutes, too, is not good. But yesterday he had those two plays, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1. It's obvious he's going to run. Disguise it somehow.
Are you talking
back to creating Mahomes? One other point real quick.
Yeah.
Get back to creating Mahomes. Guru, this was funny. Last week, Steiny said you were asking really good questions. I love how you guys get each other's goats. But you had a great point that day when that first Super Bowl at the end of the first half. My dad and I were sitting on a recliner saying, what are they doing when they started to sit back and not go for it?
Wow.
It was huge. Not only that, the Chiefs saw what he was doing. He showed fear. They let them in that game. If Reed doesn't win that game, he still has a monkey on his back, and Shanahan has no monkey on his back.
Man.
Thanks for the call, Mark. Appreciate it.
History.
All right, we got one more segment left before the crossover. I'm going to get to all your calls, I promise. I see everybody lined up. The San Francisco 49ers, they get beat yesterday, 27-24. They blew a 14-point second-half lead. We'll be back to talk about it more on the other side on 94.7. 95.7. I'm looking at 94 something else. My bad. 95.7. Stop on 95.7 The Game.
Williams. Oh! Somersaults in to the end zone to get Los Angeles on the board.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Adam Amin, courtesy of Fox Sports. That score made it 14-7 right before the end of the first half. After the block punt, it changed things.
If you can do a somersault in football gear, you, my friend, are athletic. That was incredible. And I saw a guy from the Bengals do it last week, Steiny, a somersault with a helmet and pads on, damn it.
The boss apparently wanted a penalty on the last play on Brandon Aiyuk.
I talked him out of it,
by the side. He got crunched.
He never had possession of the ball. It's a free-for-all. They were running the Cal Bear play against Stanford, so it's all fair in love and war. He got popped.
Yeah, he did.
He got hit. Shouldn't have needed the play, Steiny. So he would have felt good if they would have thrown the flag. Niners kick it to send it to OT. Yuck.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that, let's just say that last play, they get a cheap penalty and Moody makes a field goal.
The Chiefs would have got that flag, right?
But it wouldn't change the first 59 minutes and 45 seconds of that game.
That's a problem.
Orlando. Orlando's in Daly City. Hey, Orlando, how you doing, man? What's up?
All right, man. Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think everybody needs to calm down a little bit. 49ers are going to be all right. I've been watching this team since 1970. It's the way they work. They're up and down. Last year did the same thing, just a little bit into the season difference. They're going to be all right.
All right.
I think everybody.
All right. Thanks, Orlando. Did not for a reason.
Yeah.
Just said they were going to be all right. Craig's in Los Angeles. He's a Rams fan.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Craig, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Okay.
Listen, I was there yesterday, and I watched everything. And let me tell you, what I saw yesterday with the Niner fans was incredible. They thought they won the game. Now, come on now. You know that. Don't laugh. I see you laughing. I see you laughing right now. Come on. I see you laughing. But your defense is overrated. And your back end needs work. I grew up in Fresno. I'm a Fresno State guy deep at heart. My parents are Niner fans, and I love them. But let me tell you something. That's why I became a Rams fan. Okay? But listen, your back end needs help. Bosa. Where was he posted? Where was Bosa?
Man.
Where was Bosa? Come on now. Nobody was around. And at the end of the day, coaching is key. And you know that. You both know coaching is key. When you have a 14-point lead and you have an offense like that, you run the ball. Come on. We both know that. You know that. And let me tell you something.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you had home field advantage. This was yours to win.
Oh, because of the fans. Gotcha.
Yeah. Listen.
Yeah.
God bless America.
Sure.
And go Rams. Love you.
Thanks, Craig. Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
So he was the Rams fan there yesterday. Thanks, Craig. Appreciate it. And you do know coaching matters, Goo.
Yeah,
you know that.
I'm waiting for you to say thank you today when the show's over.
For what?
Not bringing up consistently. It was a 10-point fourth quarter lead that the Niners had.
Well, there it is.
Good God, you can't but blame me.
Let's go to, Frankie Eyelashes is back. Frankie, what's up, man? Sounds like a mob guy. What's up, Frankie?
Oh, gentlemen. He bought a 56 truck. Did you see it? Oh, no, you haven't been around it 2 months. He bought a 56 truck.
Yeah, I can't. Frankie.
You sound like Sal Palantonio a little bit. Yeah.
Frank, I can't understand you.
Come on, Frankie.
It's a connection thing. It's not a...
But where do you... forget Frankie. Real quick here. Where do you come out
Kyle didn't miss a kick. He didn't drop the pass.
Well, I never blame one person. He's in on it, though.
But I know it comes with the territory. He's in on it.
Of course he is.
But his biggest blunder was going away from the run and bleeding that clock.
And not bleeding the clock.
Oh, talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game they let get away. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. They had multiple opportunities. And, I mean, the one thing that is a little concerning, I would think, is, man, it just seems like really good quarterbacks give them trouble. You know what I mean?
That is a major problem.
I know.
Jared Goff gave him problems.
Yeah.
Jordan Love gave him problems. And I don't even got to bring up Patrick. Stoney, I think
Burrow gave him problems last year.
Man, that was
Cousins
a clinic.
gave him problems last year.
Do we put Sam in there? 3-0?
I mean, this year you do, at least for now.
Sammy! Hey, I think you misheard me earlier. And you just be honest if you had. I was bringing up the Pearsall draft pick because the caller said, when was the last time the Niners had a corner, worth their salt like a Dion or, a star. My thing was, should the Niners had known that Jennings was capable of doing what he did yesterday, not to that degree, did you already have Pearsall with Jennings and you could have used that first-round pick on somebody in the secondary? Or is that too Monday morning quarterback?
I don't know why they wouldn't have thought they had something in Jennings. He's been reliable as hell.
In the playoffs, he saved you.
Exactly.
Just a thought I had, man.
Hey, the bottom line is a lot of 49er fans didn't think Debo and Jennings were, with Pearsall coming along as a rookie, were good enough. You had to have Aiyuk. Otherwise, things would fall off. And now Aiyuk is off to a slow start, which we all expected.
Let's hope it's just that.
We all expected, but we didn't, until you see it, you don't really know. And now we know.
A lot of people coming down Purdy's road for that first and 20. Aiyuk running wide open. I don't think Brock would have threw it if he saw him, but yeah, that ain't a demerit from Brock.
If you're a supporter of a receiver, that's what you do. You just say, well, he was open and the quarterback didn't hit him.
So that's like with the interceptions. Oh, it tipped off the hand. It wasn't the quarterback's fault.
I mean.
Wow, that's not that playbook.
Yeah. Ian on 101. What's up, Ian? How you doing, man?
Hey, that Aiyuk play is what I was about to bring up.
Okay.
Actually, Sanchez pointed it out because Purdy did see him. He was but he was already so far down the field. I think Purdy thought by the time the ball was going to get there, the safety was going to come over and get it. But I'm not panicking. It was definitely a game we should have won. There was a ton of plays. I mean, one other thing is that, we were probably more injured than the Rams, if you think about it. I mean, having Ronnie frickin' Bell in there I don't know. I'd rather have Tutu Atwell.
Well, of course.
That's all I got.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a tough call to make today.
How'd he get that first name, Tutu? Boy, he got past your boy. I mean, Stein, he burnt him to where he fell on the ground.
Adrian Gutierrez on the YouTube chat saying the Niners can't win a Super Bowl without Aiyuk. That's all we heard in the offseason. Yeah. And I'm with this guy. Billy Hangouts. Brock missed one play and people want to trash him for it.
Well, no. Well, I don't know. I ain't been on X, so I don't know if they're trashing him for it. I don't know. How can you trash him after that performance? Stoney, and he really, those 10 rushes, 8 of them were, I'm running for my life.
Yeah.
But he looked like Fran Tarkenton.
Skinny Bob.
Our man.
Hey, Skinny, what's going on?
Yes, guys. That game yesterday, I went gardening after 14-0, and I came back right before at 14-7. But I tell you, the good news, I'm so impressed with Jennings. Always have been since that Super Bowl showing. And Brock Purdy, we got a gem there. And as far as the way money is distributed in football, it's a team sport, but I see a lot of problems with giving guys money they'll never spend. So let me lay it on the line.
Yeah.
Football, NFL has to change the rules. Let's tax some of that stuff. Let's give everybody a good share, and maybe they can do teams by first place. It's a team sport, so, I'm not knocking them. It's just every time 10-point lead, that's, it's upsetting, but hey, it's a game. So love Purdy and Jennings. That's how I feel.
Thanks, Skinny Bob. Appreciate it. Man of perspective.
Yeah, no doubt.
As
Scotty,
always.
Can we put it right? I'm going to put it right on the table.
All
Brought
right.
to you by ATCO. I'm just listening to the fans, to the calls. I was listening to the fellas last night, Grandy, Sterling, and Kyle on the post game. All this YouTube stuff. In a crazy world, is Aiyuk looking worse because Jennings is having success? Or would one look at it from the team that they love? I don't care where it comes from. Forget the politics of it. As long as a receipt. Is there anything to Aiyuk not putting up the numbers and somebody getting paid way less than he is doing? Is that turning the fans on Aiyuk?
Aiyuk's making $30 million or whatever he's making.
So
he's now one of the highest paid receivers in the league.
That's my answer.
This is where
answer.
It's funny. And I'm not doing this I'm just doing this to mess around. Yeah. But Aiyuk all off season, well, you can't let him go. Be careful what you wish for.
We said
okay, well, guess what? You just paid him 30. Be careful what you wish for. It can work both ways. It can work both ways. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Keith in L.A. What's up, Keith? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Niners had got off the bus. They had already marked this down as a win. They were looking at a team that they had dominated throughout the years. They're looking at them without Puka Nacua. They're looking at them without Cooper Kupp, a patchwork O-line. They was very apathetic the way they played. They already had this one in the books. Look, there's something going on between the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk. Okay, I'm telling you guys, he's been open a lot.
What?
I know you guys don't look at all 22, Stanley. I heard you say you don't. There's a breakdown going around on YouTube of the Minnesota game. They isolating Aiyuk. He's open a lot in the deep zone. He was open a lot, and Purdy didn't even look his way. And Stanley, that's disrespectful to call him a possession receiver because he hits averages 4.5 receptions a game. He only gets like 6.
What happened?
8
Let me ask you this: what happened to their big connection? I thought they had a big connection, and they were going to be They were going to be on the same team for the next 4 years. You couldn't let go of Aiyuk because they had a special bond.
They did, Steiny. That's why I'm saying something's going on.
Well, I got to say this.
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, let me jump in because I can't wait to see that video. But the bottom line is Aiyuk, and I'm an Aiyuk guy. He had 10 targets yesterday. That's a lot of targets. My point is, and I want to hear your answer, you have to admit he's been dropping a lot of balls through 3 games. That's what's odd to me, and I don't know if it's because he's trying to live up to the contract. But have you seen that too? You gotta admit that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. He's dropped way too many balls. I think it's a concentration issue. I think he and there's something to that body language thing.
Man. I got to agree with you
celebrating. See him celebrating with the receivers when they score like he always does. I don't see him mingling with the team. He seems to be off to himself and everything. There's something there.
Wow.
That's why I said there's something going on. I don't know what it is, but there's definitely something going on. And why isn't anybody talking about Chris Kasarik?
Well, I think that
what a great
call us tomorrow. Good boy, man.
No, I agree. I agree with that part of it, that there's something going on.
But I guess I'm asking, Stoney, call me naive. They just paid you like you were almost damn near a Justin Jefferson. What could you be bitching about?
Who knows what was said during negotiations?
Who knows what? But what was said was, here's the check.
Look, I mean, I'm not standing up for the guy. I'm not saying he should. I'm not saying he should have a bad attitude.
Right.
I'm just telling you what I'm noticing.
And I'm
trying to figure it out.
You guys aren't the only two I've heard that from. Body language.
Dave's in El Cerrito. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys?
Doing
How are
well.
you guys doing?
Yeah.
It's kind of a launch maybe it happens tomorrow, but you guys were talking about quarterbacks last week and, comparing guys like Dak and other guys and how important they are. And I think it's really important to compare quarterbacks to closers in baseball, guys who are just not rattled, because I just think there are so few guys who a lot of guys can kind of get you to a certain point of the game and maybe keep you competitive and help you win games throughout the season. But it comes down to who in the NFL is really a closer when the chips are down and there's 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes in the game. I think that truly defines, what a quarterback is. Because again, Dak is clearly not a closer.
Right.
I mean, that is what's been proven time and time again.
Right.
And so, and then I don't know if Purdy is or isn't a closer yet. And we were getting to the conversation about what you're willing to pay a guy. But it's like, for my money, I want to pay a closer. I just, we're going to find out if that's really what this guy is or he isn't. And as far as not throwing to Brandon Aiyuk, some guys have vision and some guys don't. He's a very accurate passer when he sees the play. He's very quick on his feet. Maybe he just doesn't have amazing vision. Maybe he's a pretty good accurate passer. Maybe he lacks a certain level of anticipation and peripheral vision. Maybe he sees a guy he can hit him. Maybe he doesn't see the guys he doesn't see.
Hey, before you go, you got me thinking, is Kyle a closer? Because McVay is. He hadn't had as many opportunities, but McVay got the Super Bowl ring. Kyle doesn't. He got me thinking, Stoney, is Kyle a closer?
Dave? That's a great question, Gib, because he has not closed much. This door might be closing.
Man. Well, this defense like this, Donnie, it ain't, yeah.
Appreciate the call.
Let's just hope it's just a blip on the – like Kyle called that play if they're in San Francisco down 21-7. Does he call that fake punt? And I'm not saying that makes him a better or lesser coach, but does he have the cojones to do that?
I don't know. Maybe if he felt like he was a big underdog, he might have.
Right.
But if he thought he had a better football team, then he might just try to let the game play out.
That was perfect timing, man.
Sushi Steve, what's up?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
So I'm just responding to the caller that was saying something going on between the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk.
Sure.
You guys, okay, so there was a contract hold up. I get it. He didn't get the money that he got the contract number that he was offered initially. So him and his agent, did a bad job. But to say that there's something going on, like football plays are 2 to 4 seconds long, and you're telling me that it's Brandon.
Steve, you get
but
call
I'm
back.
with him, Stoney.
Call back, Steve.
There can't be anything going on.
Okay.
They paid you handsomely. And you had a chance to leave if you were really, you know what I mean? So you guys could be right. That dude got paid more than I thought he was going to get.
So did Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins got paid. Does it look like he cares? Are you okay? Or are you just thinking about
No, I'm
something?
thinking about it like, this is different, though, because you guys are not.
No, it's actually not. It's if we were in another city and we saw this happening, we would say, yeah, he played great in a contract year.
But when a guy he won the battle, he should not be having any ill will.
Maybe,
and he had a chance to say, oh, I'll go to Pittsburgh or I'll go somewhere else. So he should be in hog heaven.
Again, if a receiver from another NFL team held out like Aiyuk,
okay,
and started out like this, we would say, oh, he got his money. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Wow.
He got his money. We don't say that here because we're here. That's all. But I guarantee you people in New York might be saying, oh, looks like a guy got paid and now isn't producing.
If I knew Juwan Jennings was this good, again, this was...
I feel like I did know he was not this good.
You shouldn't have drafted a receiver because you had one that could just have a bigger role.
Well, maybe
that should have been somebody on the line, a backer, somebody in the secondary. I know it's 3 weeks in and I'm bringing that up, but If you knew this dude could take on a better role or that's the last thing you needed to go get.
Yeah. Doug's in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. It's a sad afternoon, but I got a couple thoughts. And Goo just hit on something that he took the wind out of my sails. The first thought is that all the other high-paid receivers in the league, they're number one and number two options. Aiyuk is on a team with a boatload of options.
Right.
So that raises a big question, and it might be why they were somewhat hesitant and why the negotiations went on so long. And, it was just kind of highlighted yesterday, with Jennings performing so well. So that's one observation. The second observation is we're always talking too often in the last 4 years about this guy or that guy or Aiyuk or is Purdy this or is Purdy that. There's a common denominator here that doesn't close, that makes decisions at the end of a game that are questionable, that gets out-coached by the defensive coordinator in the last Super Bowl. What about Shanahan? Goo just hit on it. Is Shanahan a closer? I've been, and I still like him as a coach, but I'm just some of the decisions he made yesterday and some of the decisions that he's made over the years when cheeks get tight. Yesterday was the first day I started to feel like, are we ever going to win a Super Bowl when Shanahan is a coach? It's the first time I ever thought of it.
Wow.
And you can't. I would imagine the thought has crossed your mind too. So that's what I have to say today, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate the call. There's probably going to be more and more people like that if they continue to play games like that.
Yeah, but again, he didn't miss the kick. And what are we saying? And what is that caller saying if they pull that out and Ronnie Bell makes the catch?
Well, we're saying they almost let one slip away, but we're the best team in the NFC, and we can play half a game and still beat an undermanned team, and that's what we did. That's probably what would have happened if, and then we would have been talking about Purdy's great game, Jennings' great game, and how they got up, the Rams made a run, and the 49ers were able to close. But that's not the way it was. All right, we got the crossover on the other side with Willard and Dibbs. The San Francisco 49ers dropped to 1-2 with the Patriots coming in next Sunday to Levi Stadium in a game that the 49ers now really need to take advantage of. Crossover time on 95.7 The Game. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
2 seasons in the league, creep up there. Could not hang on to that ball that hit him in the hands.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Adam Amin, Fox Sports, the Ronnie Bell drop that would have put the 49ers in position for a game-winning field goal or maybe touchdown, drops it. 49ers end up losing 27-24. It is crossover time with Willard and Dibbs. Gentlemen, how are you?
Are you as shocked as your boy?
Yeah. Shocked is one word.
All right, because I am shocked.
That's pretty frustrating. I'm like...
But it's only the defense for me, Will.
It's sports. It doesn't stick with me.
Sports,
that
man.
Right? It doesn't. This one, I'm not. I'm not.
But is it 50-50? How are you divided? Because to me, it's the defense is the problem.
Of course
right
it
now.
is. And the special teams.
And
the special teams.
All right.
I guess
Xavier Smith.
Wouldn't it be a completely different frustration if the Niners lost this game for the reasons that we thought they might lose the game when we went into the weekend? Everybody's got like biting fingernails because no Debo, no Christian, no Kittle. And if you came out of this and the offense had sputtered, you'd look at it and we would all be talking about Brock Purdy. The whole thing would be about Brock Purdy. That was the only thing that went well. And it went excessively well. So that for me, and I told Dibbs this over the weekend, if you lose that game for other reasons, now I have much larger concerns.
It's hard to argue with that.
What the hell? How do you fix this?
Man.
You can get mad at Nick Sorensen, and we are, and we should, and we will.
Yeah.
But
how do you
could just give him a tool set?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dean's not walking through that door.
Right? You guys were talking earlier, team meeting. What was it, Dante Whitner?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go talk to each other, and now it's okay?
He said he's a code red alert. That's how frustrating.
We have 1 and 2. It should be a little bit of a code red,
but just the defense of that component to the team.
Well, this is something I said on our thread as we were all getting ready, and I watched it again this morning. And the beauty of doing afternoon drive, I dropped baby girl off at preschool at 9, and I went home and I watched it, and I did my notes like I like to do. I did a full play-by-play with commentary, and what I looked at the entire time was Matthew Stafford looked at the defense on every single snap, and he knew what they were going to do. And he either audibled or he ran it, and they totally dominated the Niners defense after halftime.
Wow.
Dominated.
Yep.
He was unfettered. He was unfazed. And KW.
He was unflinching.
I got a lot of KWs on my sheet. Kyron Williams, and he got 5, and he got 4 and 5 and 3 and 8 and 6, and the Niner D had nothing.
But the definition of a fake punt and when you use it was when McVay used it, and to me that changed everything.
Yeah, but Kyle Shanahan...
they were ready for... What does that mean?
That's what I mean. It means that you're not executing. You're not executing. Like if you're...
I said that. That was our thing. One big thing. Execution's done.
These defensive players, this system... whatever, it's all together, right? I'm not like, it's not about who to blame. It's the whole picture doesn't work. And it looks like, and Dibbs was just saying this when we were chatting about 10 minutes ago, it looks like on defense, it lacks all kinds of imagination. And what that makes me think of is the conversation between Brock Purdy and Brian Flores last week. That's what I want. I want one of the other quarterbacks to go say that to Nick. Wow. Wow, all those disguises were really hard.
Yep.
Matt went over to him and went, wow, that was easy. I knew what you were doing on every play.
You had a caller earlier who used the word bland, and you had another caller who used the word exotic. They're not doing a lot of exotic blitzes, and their defense is pretty much bland. And those are two words that kind of stuck with me, and they resonated because that's kind of what I saw when I watched it again this morning.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. And again, I'm not an X's and O defensive wizard, but it feels like they just play. And maybe they did this in the past where their personnel was just so much better they could play basic. But they don't seem to do anything out of the ordinary. They don't seem to do anything to put any kind of different pressure on the offensive team or just take something away by blitzing a guy who they don't think's coming, or just get them out of some kind of rhythm, or make them make a play on the run rather than a play that they call, and it just seems to be there.
Well, I'll say this: like they missed the hell out of Dre Greenlaw.
That was my biggest fear coming in.
They really, really missed Dre Greenlaw, and that's, I think, to your point, Steiny, a big part of this to me is that people look at the Niner coaching staff or the whole organization and often use the word arrogance. The defensive structure right now, to me, reeks of arrogance because you're calling your game as if your players are just all better than the other team. So we're just going to give you vanilla and we're going to beat you. And they've got spots. They've never really fully figured out the end opposite Bosa.
Wow.
Devondre Campbell is all kinds of capital N-O-T, not Dre Greenlaw. Charvarius Ward now all of a sudden is playing like crap. Isaac Yiadom is a problem.
Got him.
Right? They're so you can't just go base because they're not as good right now. Their personnel is not as good as they seem to think it is.
Hey, and this is why it's good to have three guys, my comrades, smart friends. This is from my boy, and I got to read it. He didn't pay me $49 Frankie. He's hurt. Defense is just too damn simple. Any veteran quarterback knows what's coming, and they make adjustments. We only rush 4. Any blitz is just Warner or Lenore. Too predictable. We don't hide anything defensively. Spags, Flores, and McDonald keep you guessing.
Yeah,
wow.
Warner and Lenore. And I'm looking at the sheet, and they came out of halftime. LA gets the ball, 1st and 10, their own 30.
They stopped them.
They blitzed. And it was Flanagan Fowles who blitzed, and they got 15 on that play. And then they eventually got off the field because of Jair Brown with an unbelievable pass breakup, which forced the punt. That would be the only time the Rams punted in the second half.
Was it Flanagan one, the one where he fell down?
No, that was later.
Flat.
And I actually have that in my notes where
that was so ridiculous.
That was when LA got their field goal, and it was on 1st and 10 at the 30. Right. And I wrote down DFF fell down. But it was illegal block, and so it came back.
That's true. Yes. But from the spot. He tried to crawl. He tried to make the crawl tackle.
Then he just put his head down.
Not a great way to go about it. But,
it's a struggle.
But we got to mention Jennings, though, right?
Well, sure.
And they twisted my mind. I didn't come in here with this, but I feel it. I'm feeling worse for Aiyuk by every catch that Jennings is getting. Like, I wanted Aiyuk just for his sake to have that type of game, but it's almost like, did you pay the right guy? And did you need to pay him? Now, I know that's too early, but that's the rat on the table for me.
It's not too early. Let me take it.
Oh, my God. Here it comes.
Man, Brandon.
Let me take it in a little bit of a different direction, and we'll do that. We're not going to come out with this, but
this is great. And I want to make sure that you get a lot of space for this because this may be your best take of the month.
Y'all ready? Okay, if you're an NFL team and you paid your wide receiver $30 million, you got done. You got absolutely positively hoodwinked.
That's the word.
Look around the league.
Yeah.
You didn't even pay Jamar yet, and he's already crowed in a way that's ruining the start of your season.
CD.
You know CD Lamb. I don't need to tell you the numbers.
I don't know what he's doing.
Brandon Aiyuk is sitting here doing what? He's dropped as many balls as he's caught. And then in Miami, your quarterback got hurt, and you have $58 million wrapped up in useless players. Meantime, $7 million Jawan Jennings looks like Jerry Rice. Yeah. Why?
He joined him.
Why?
Wow.
Why? Because he has a really good quarterback and an offensive system that is known for producing points. It doesn't mean wide receivers are all bad. Justin Jefferson may be an exception, even though 35 is absurd. I get it. They're fun. They're fantasy. They're really recognizable. They're good players. I'm not saying that they're totally unimportant, but if you want to attach directly to wins and losses, this is flat out the wrong place to put your money.
And none of those guys you mentioned won a bowl.
None. Meantime, the Kansas City Chiefs are like beepity-boppity 3-0.
Sure.
And when Rashee Rice gets to his fifth year, bye.
Right.
See you later, dude.
And the Packers with all those guys on rookie deals, and their quarterback is a backup, and they're 2-0 with their backup. And look at yesterday with the Rams. And I have to look it up every time because I can't remember the names of these guys who beat them. But there's a Parkinson, there's a Whittington.
From Texas.
There's a Tutu.
Well, fine. And we've heard of Tutu Atwell.
Sort of.
We've heard of him.
Sure, we've heard of him.
He was wide receiver 4 on that team for a long time.
I think DeMarcus Robinson is on the team.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, I think he's on the team.
But to your point, you don't necessarily need all these name caliber guys. And you watched Juwan yesterday. and I'm just looking back at the notes.
He was great, man.
That field goal drive that they had the last time that they would score in this football game, and he had the Randy Moss catch where he goes up and over, pulls it in, and then he has the sliding catch a couple plays later.
And one call was a holding on Trent who would have had more yardage.
Exactly. And he was amazing. And we'll get to Trent. That's right.
Check in for me. Someone, I was so wrapped up in the Niner game, I just haven't been able to pay attention. Remember the team that had no wide receiver core that was begging for Brandon Aiyuk? Reporters screaming all over social media.
Philippone's down.
I'm sorry, what's their record?
3-0.
Oh.
Yeah.
Forgot.
Wow. Boy, could you imagine with Aiyuk?
They'd probably be 1-2.
Well, I mean, imagine the Niners if they had that kind of a leader up front. And I'm just going to say this now, and I'll say it 5 more times on the show, but if you know that a fake punt is coming, you either put your defense back on the field or you call timeout. You don't see it coming and just go, you know what? I'm going to let my punt return team go out there and try and stop a fake punt. But he said he was ready
for it. He said, Kyle said they were ready for it.
Then that to me is more of an indictment than anything.
I agree actually on that one.
I said I would have kept that to myself.
You agree on which part?
I agree on if you knew it was coming and you said, watch the fake. I mean, I've been on enough sidelines, high school sidelines. Fake, watch a fake, watch a fake.
So when we say he knew it was coming, I think he
sensed it.
Yes,
his words, not ours.
I think it was that they expected. They were.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't see it coming. I really didn't because
I wasn't thinking about it.
The broadcast didn't see it coming because the broadcast, Mark Sanchez is still running material. Which I'm going to do 5 seconds on this because I'll put the ponytail aside, which is ferocious. But Mark, just go ahead and lay off the material for a minute. You're not that funny.
The material master's telling them to
No, but
I can hear it.
You know what to do.
I'm 25 years in running material. Mark, you're better than that. You're not that funny. He's running. Watch the fake. It's a fake. It's a fake.
What's unbelievable is I did not see it coming. And then right after they did it, I thought that was a perfect time for it.
Perfect.
Well, not just perfect, almost a necessity. I think that's what Kyle was getting at.
That's what I think he was too.
Here's what's amazing that was my reaction after the fact is McVay is looking at this and he's going, we're going to get run out of the building.
Exactly. If we don't get this.
If we punt this ball, if we punt it, it's 21-0. If we don't get it, it's 21-0. So let's go for it. And the next thing you know, it was 14-7.
There you go.
And he saved the game.
I know. And the other thing was I was thinking the same thing after it happened. I was thinking there's 6.5 minutes to go, and he's not punting it to them at their own 15 so that they can drive and either get get a field goal, use all the clock in the first period.
It's a 3-score game. The Niner offense was humming. They weren't going to stop them. They weren't going to stop them.
I've been calling out Sorensen, but what if it's bigger than the scheme?
It has to be.
Man, then that's not good.
It's not good.
No,
it's not good. It is a scheme issue. It is also a personnel issue.
Wow, man.
That's what I said earlier, that and I'm going to look at you and Mark and Steiny and everyone in this room and everyone in this market, we overrate this roster. This roster on defense, it's overrated.
I have visions of Detroit 24, like they were doing what they wanted when he started to figure it out. And if you're not going to get, sorry, go ahead. No, if you're not going to get home, you're in trouble.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
So, way too early for this. We'll wait for Thursday and Friday, but just a little teaser. Everyone's going to feel better a week from today, but it's going to be a Hollywood set. The Niners will be 2-2.
Okay.
And this will be, the defense can play now because they're going to go against some form of Jacoby Brissett or Drake May, and it'll be at Levi's Stadium, and it'll look just like last Monday or 2 Mondays ago did. And the Niners will be 2-2. And I hope that the team doesn't wait for 3 weeks until Kansas City comes to town to start tightening screws and looking at themselves like, come on, D. Winters, can we check that out for a sec?
You need a tune-up now.
I would, absolutely. Don't take next week as we're back. Don't do that because you probably can use vanilla and beat that offense.
Maybe.
Well,
if I'm scheming against this defense and Devondre Campbell's on the field, I'm going to try to run a route where he has to actually cover somebody. And Isaac Yadam, and I'm looking at the notes, and I'm seeing Yadam beat, Yadam PI.
Yeah.
And,
the PI was a killer.
I don't know if the Patriots can run routes.
Yeah.
I really don't. Ramondre Stevenson would scare me if I'm the Niners because they're running the ball on you.
Yep.
So that scares me a little bit. But the Patriots passing game.
Long week for the Pats.
Yep. Extra
long
3 days.
week.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Rest advantage.
Yeah.
No doubt.
But I asked Steiny, I know his answer. When did you really think, oh my God, the Rams got action? I thought once he missed the
field goal.
Yeah, I was like, still I didn't.
Right.
But when did you say, oh my God, this thing could get away?
I don't think until Tutu caught the ball down at the 3 did I go, like, we're literally hitting the parlay of blowing this. It was a 7-pick parlay.
Thank you.
It was a
6 plays go another way, they win the game.
You needed Banana Land 7 times in a row in order to lose.
That's amazing.
And the Rams hit the parlay.
They really did.
180 to 1 or whatever the hell pays out.
As soon as he missed the field goal, I thought, oh, Schmidt.
Well, sure.
Shout out Jake.
Well, now, at least at that's the point where it went, well, now it's reasonable.
First play, let's go up top.
Right, it's a 1-score game, and they've got good field position.
At the best field position of the day.
Yeah.
And so you think, okay, Stafford, now, I don't think that he had any timeouts. Maybe he had one, but they had the 2-minute warning. There was 2:43 to go, and I thought, this is not good because your defense has been on the field a long time, and it's a 1-score game.
But even if the Rams go tie it, and they did it so fast, that I was very, very confident that the 49ers would at least end up in field goal range. Ronnie Bell is pick 5 of the 7-pick parlay.
Some coaches, Bell will never get another chance. I told the boss that, like a Jimmy Johnson. You probably would be done. I'm not advocating for that with Bill, but that you got to catch that, man.
Ronnie Bell.
Did he have a catch?
Hey,
No.
what's my man's name? Yeah, actually, he did.
Oh, did he?
The last play of the game, he was the one who caught it to start the play.
That doesn't count. Look at you. Look at you.
3 targets. That's the one he held on to. Thanks a lot. Anyway,
It's funny you say that because we had that in our fantasy matchup where my guy in a game had that catch on one of those okey-doke
and then
plays.
they give it up.
Whatever, and my guy got like 30 yards out of it on some BS.
So they give it all to just the one first guy?
Well, you get whatever you
get the catch.
You get those yards. But then any further yards go to whoever. Anyway, ridiculous.
I'll have to remember. I'll look it up because I saw. I was like, oh, look at that bloop.
I'm blanking on my man's name, the Warrior with the big hair that got the 2-way contract 2 years ago, and it
Lamb.
Thank you,
Tiny
Anthony Lamb.
Oh, the Golden State
Anthony
Warrior.
Lamb is Ronnie Bell. I'm getting the same exact vibe, which is like, what are you doing here? You drafted somebody.
Yeah.
You drafted someone at that position. You go public and say you're going to see that guy this weekend, and then that guy does not play. And I got all those vibes of people with Steve Kerr and Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga, and damn it, you hate the young people.
Yeah,
and I know
Jacob Cowing.
I know Ronnie is young too.
Yep.
But what are we doing? Yeah. You threw the ball to Lamb on the last play of the game. You threw it to Lamb to win the game, and he dropped it.
Yep.
And Jacob Cowing watched the game. And I don't know. Look, the Niners have their reasons, I'm sure. They have their reasons. But, I mean, hell, if you want to go with an old guy, go with Chris Conley.
Man.
Have him run
was
that
catching
route.
in preseason.
Bell had 30 snaps. Conley had 20 on the game.
Yeah.
So he out-snapped Conley. And you talk about your seven play parlay, missed field goal. Atwell goes for 50 over the top. Bell the drop. The punt return. Xavier Smith goes for 38, and then Campbell with the 25-yard PI.
Man.
Those are 5 of the final 13 plays
That's
of the
amazing,
game.
man. Seriously.
Where did the Yadim? Oh, that was in the third quarter.
Yeah.
And that was
he's just been bad for 3 games.
That was a 48 yard.
It's a 48-yard penalty.
Yeah.
Correct.
Night.
There was no question. That was a bad call. It was like, you got it right.
No,
right.
The one thing that stuck out to me, and I was telling Guru this, it felt like, okay, so it's a game where they were up 2 scores for a chunk of it, not all of it, but they played from ahead. I feel like they were throwing a lot. And you look at, so the run pass ratio broke down 34 rushes, 30 passes.
Okay.
But Purdy scrambled 8 times. Man. He had 10 rushes. I know he had one quarterback sneak.
Yep.
But that means those were 8 or 9 plays that were designed passing plays. And I was just thinking, man, you're up 21-14. Your running back's doing well. Just, use some clock. See if you can, matriculate up the field. And I just seem to remember, man, he's dropping back again. He's dropping back again.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm just going to try to refute it gently because when I watched it back, I realized that a lot of these situations called for a pass, and that field goal drive, when you're talking about all the scrambles, it was 1st and 18. They throw to Jennings. Then Bell has a drop. Imagine that. 3rd and 4, Purdy scrambles. Remember, he dove for the first down, and he got it.
This was the one where he ran around in circles on both sides of the field.
This was the one where
the Moody miss.
This was the one where he ran out left, and he absolutely dove and held the ball.
Okay, he got it. Yes.
Then they go Garendo, and then Purdy sneaks, and he fumbles it.
Right.
And it's overturned. 4th and 1, he sneaks again.
They get it.
And at 1st and 10 at the 17. Now you're thinking a touchdown, and they put this thing to sleep.
Over.
And that's where he scrambled for 8. And it's 2nd and 2 at the 8.
They ran the same play twice, it felt
Mason
like.
for 1, Mason loses 2, and you settle for the field goal. So they did run it. Now, whether or not you liked the way they ran it, and I didn't love the way they ran it because they went heavy formation, they went I formation, and it was pretty clear they were going to run it.
Right.
And the Rams were up to it.
And Baldy did a breakdown on the Rams D-line in that game being disruptive at the most opportune times of giving them kudos for they did shut down when they needed to, kind of in the money area.
Yeah, but I agree. Like there was no deception in the run at all. It just
I don't know. Sometimes when it's 3rd and 1, I'm not. No, but
this was two third and goals.
It was 2nd and 2 and 3rd and 1.
Yeah, 2nd and 2 from the 8, 3rd and 1 from the 7. Did you watch the Sunday night game?
Yeah.
Okay. How do we feel about how the Falcons handled 4th and 1 at the end of the game?
Wow. Kicked the field goal.
Well, no. End of the game. They're down 5 with a minute to go.
My point was you kicked the field goal before that. They went for on 4th down 5 with 4 minutes to go. And you had a full rack of timeouts.
Yeah, no doubt, dude.
Yeah, back in the day, you would kick that field goal
in a second.
And think you're going to get the ball back, and then a second field goal wins the game.
They ran a stretch play with Bijan.
I couldn't. Yeah,
and it's like, come on, man.
No doubt.
Like just go up the middle.
Come on. What do we do? You got cute at the wrong time.
Yeah. If you and I like Jordan Mason with 2 runs up the middle to get 2 yards. I like our chances.
Man.
I like our chances. They stopped him, and I thought it was the right play in that moment to kick the field goal too. Once you're at 4th and 3,
you got
to get a 2-score lead.
12 minutes to go.
Yeah,
so you kick the field goal, you go up 10. And the other one was on the last drive where, again, field goal puts you up 10. You had the use check hold.
That was a big one.
You remember on that one, which I think was a questionable hold. They called it.
It was shady.
It was a little ticky-tack.
Yeah, it was.
But that went from 1st and 10 at their 42 to 1st and 20 back in your own end. So then you're behind the chains. You can't really run it. Anyway, I'm not here to be a Shanahan.
It was that next play that I like. The only thing I would quibble with Purdy the entire day is that next play was the play where Aiyuk ran by himself down the middle of the field. And Purdy either didn't see him or just didn't feel comfortable pulling the trigger. And instead rolled out and hit Jennings for 6 yards.
Let's just say he didn't see him. He still saved your ass, Purdy.
He was phenomenal.
He was awesome for that. I didn't see it in real time.
He was restaurant quality, man. He was absolutely
there's
incredible.
2 scoreboards. They lost the game, but the one that we want to see without boy.
No, Purdy and Jennings everybody just keep them out your mouth today. We're talking about anything else.
You got to think you might have overpaid number 11 to see Jennings do that. I'm not trying to hate or segregate.
No, they did whether Jennings has 2 catches or 12. This is not. By the way, I got the receipts so that I'm not being reactive to these first 3 games because I was here all August saying this. This is a pain in the rear, and I'm out. And I said
you're done.
Don't do this. This is not what's key to the 49ers winning football games. They did it. Okay. He's a good player. I'm not upset that he's on the team, but that is not the best use of your resources.
One catch
As
after
Steiny
intermission.
brought up is maybe there's something going on. I'm like, how can Aiyuk have any beef? He got overpaid.
Well, you know what?
But could something be going on?
Did y'all hear when Christina Pink did the sideline report and said she spoke to Trent Williams?
Yes.
And Trent was, I was like,
Trent said, yeah, I'm really behind.
Can you make a bigger deal out of this? Like,
I miss
they
it.
just she's like, so I talked to Trent Williams, and he's just like, I can't believe I had no idea that it would be this hard without camp, and I'm really winded and just need some IVs, and I'm sitting here like pulling my cheeks off of my face. I'm like, if I hear Nick Bosa or Blake Snell or Brandon Aiyuk or Trent Williams tell me one more time,
you gotta be ready to go.
I had no idea that I should maybe warm up before this. It's like, hey, get your asses to camp.
You had that caller earlier who said ass like 4 times.
As a woman?
Yeah, it sure was.
Why? I don't know.
By the way, Grandy, did you get her number?
Why you do Grandy like that?
Well, because he's the first guy I saw.
That was actually great material.
Like, why is this a revelation for everybody?
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I missed that.
Like, what? Oh, gosh, that was killing me.
They've been doing camp for a while now.
Yeah, this is not, and you're 36. We're not new here.
Yeah, I thought this was one of those games where, if it were a basketball game, you're up 7 with 2 minutes to go. You miss, they score, you charge, they score. Technical, every
Totally.
3 point one play goes different.
You'll love this. Do you remember when the Lakers against Portland to go to
in the fourth quarter?
They're down by 15. That fourth quarter was exactly what just happened to the Niners.
In and out.
It was like 18 times in a row you needed something ridiculous to happen. And then Shaq dunks and you're like, it's over. Night.
This was the Warriors season like all last year in a nutshell. How many of those games did they blow early?
They had a few of these for
so many of those where, they're up 18 with, 8 minutes to go. And you can't get a bucket.
Nikola Jokic from half court.
There you go. Chet Holmgren from 3.
Yep.
And then you should have fouled him, and then you didn't foul him, and then you shouldn't have fouled him, and you did foul him. And that's kind of the way this went. So, line them up. Everybody, 888-957-9570.
And I'll just say this to everybody, because I got this tweet multiple times from people going, I'm too mad to tune in tomorrow. And so all I want to say is, look, we're gonna get to next week together.
Yep.
And I've been looking forward to 2:00 all day because I want to get it out. So
therapy.
Get it out.
Yep.
Okay? 888-957-9570.
Get it out.
Let's get it
on
out.
95.7, the game.
Thank you, Steiny.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guy on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's do this together, okay? Let's just do it together.
Let's.
Let it out. Let it out. Oasis, who has gotten back together recently, one of my favorite old rock bands, has a song called "Go Let It Out," and let's do that together, okay? 888-957-9570. Truly, Dibs, I've been looking forward to right now all day because that's after a loss like that. That's what I feel like I need. I need some of my people.
Yep.
Let's all just, we got time, and time. There's nobody coming on the show today except for you. That's it. 888-957-9570. It is all a huge clear runway to let it out. Fire away.
Yeah, I mean, pick your target, and it's easy to Devondre Campbell, Isaac Yiadom, and Ronnie Bell, and we could do that as far as scapegoats because those 3 players made gigantic mistakes that ultimately helped to cost you the game, and you could throw in Jake Moody if you want because I sent out the tweet a little while ago The 50-plus field goal is a 73% proposition this year.
Yep.
He's 2 of 3, and you would like him to make the one that gives you a 2-score lead. But as far as who you want to rat-a-tat-tat, if you want to go after the defensive coordinator and the special teams coordinator, you can. Kyle Shanahan's play calling. And this is, again, why I try to watch the game a second time, because I was telling my father-in-law that I watch it once, I watch it like you watch football, as a fan. And then I try to watch it again as a journalist and as a commentator. That way I can get a little bit more detail on what I saw the first time and either confirm what I saw or to change my opinion of what I saw. And at first, I thought that Kyle Shanahan play calling was an issue, but upon further review, that to me was the least of their issues. I thought he called a good game by and large. They offensively were pretty darn solid, but the thing that struck me the second time watching it is that Matthew Stafford got to the line of scrimmage and looked at the Niner D, and he was able to immediately determine what they were doing and what he wanted to do in the second half, and they carved them up.
Well, and that's why I do go to Nick Sorensen. I know how a lot of people feel about the whole Steve Wilks situation. I never thought Steve Wilks was a bad coach. We were sort of coached into the idea that it was a bad fit. And so it gets to a point where it doesn't matter if he's a good coach or not. You know what I mean? Like, if you've got a marriage between two people and they get divorced, does that mean both people are bad people or bad at marriage? Or is it just a bad fit? Maybe it's just a bad fit. I don't know. I think there are some marriages like that. And I thought Kyle Shanahan and Steve Wilks, clearly, starting with the Minnesota game last year, weren't feeling each other. So, okay, try something new. Now we're in a completely different situation. This is a first-time defensive coordinator who's being flanked by a guy who sucked out loud as a head coach. I don't even know where his name and what his role is in this, Brandon Staley. But he was absolutely terrible running the Los Angeles Chargers. Awful. So, does that transfer to this? I don't know. But I'm with you. We got to start there. I do think there are personnel issues on the defense. And yes, Kyle Shanahan is in charge of everything. So if you want to have it like trickle up, not trickle down, if you want to have it trickle up to Kyle, that's totally fair. These are his players in the end. These are his schemes. This is his handpicked in-house defensive coordinator. But I have no idea if Nick Sorensen's even up for this job. At least I'd seen Steve Wilks do it before somewhere else. But I have no idea if he's up for this job, and I'm with you. It looks, and they need to know this, because like Steiny said, we're not X's and O's experts, but we're watching on TV. One of them we saw live, and that was actually a good performance. But on television, the Niner defense looks sort of like Brandon Crawford's demeanor. That's what you look like on TV.
Or like Brandon Belt.
Or Brandon Belt.
After looking at a 3-2 pitch on the outside corner for strike 3.
You look like all of the seniors in high school when they walk to lunch.
Totally.
Like, that's what you look like. I don't know why. Is that schematic? Is it arrogance in thinking that at a vanilla base D, you're going to get home because you're not getting home? And so your linemen look like Javon Hargrave, like they're not trying. And then your defensive backs look slow because they're getting beat. And they also look out of position because they are committing penalties. And you know me, boy, I would love to come in and get your goat on the refs. I can't. The Niners aren't suffering from bad calls this year. You're out of position. Is that the players? Is it the scheme? I can only guess that it's a lot of both. And so, for me, lots to get to, but that's the front of the line.
Yes, and you want to talk about penalties. They had 7 penalties for 111 yards, and that is an eye-popping sticker shock number. But when you look at it, 2 of those penalties combined were 73 yards. 2 penalties for 73. Isaac Yiadom, a 48-yard penalty on the Rams' first touchdown drive of the second half, and then, of course, the Devondre Campbell. And that's the one where I would look at the scheme, and I can't wait to talk to Greg Cosell about this on Wednesday, our film expert, and ask him, what the Niners were doing to have a linebacker guarding Parkinson in that route, and he's trailing him the whole way, and he just runs straight through him, and it's a 25-yard PI that puts you at the 25, and it's night-night. But the scheme for me felt like a big issue, but I also look at the roster now defensively without Dre Greenlaw, and I thought Hufanga played pretty well coming back. He came back from a major injury.
4 plays in before he was doing late hit things again. I'm like, well, Hufanga's back.
No, but he's at least
I know he didn't get called, but
making the impact, and he's putting the thump in there. And I look at a defense, and we know all the names, and we know the salaries, and I look at Nick Bosa, and I thought that Nick Bosa was fine, but he needs to be more than fine.
Yeah.
And Javon Hargrave had a sack, and he had a couple of big hits, but your front is mostly ineffective. Fred Warner's doing his darn best running around as a linebacker. And your secondary, we thought Mooney Ward was better than this. Isaac Yadam's getting cooked. Diamador Lenore is actually sneaky really good.
He's
he had
phenomenal.
a really good game.
That's who I'm keeping next year. Charvarius Ward's going to be on a different team. That'd be my guess.
But my look at the game for a second time had me thinking about this roster, and I think that we overrate how good this roster is.
You're probably right. And maybe that's the residue of the Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner defense that we've come to know. And linebackers and defensive backs can make up for a lot of things. And if you're an offensive coordinator, you have to know where you can attack. And when Dre Greenlaw's out there and Fred Warner's out there, it's pretty hard to figure out where the hell can I attack.
Not the middle of the field.
No, I can't do the middle of the field. I can't do the run game. So now I've got to do up over the top, and that leaves your quarterback exposed. You get sacks. And next thing you know, you're ranked number 3 in the league for total defense. That's kind of how the whole thing works. But yeah, if you go from Dre Greenlaw to what they're getting right now to Devondre Campbell, that is a massive, massive dip and problem.
Yes, and Devondre Campbell, good in the run game, but when you're going to go to a pass set and you have him on the field, an offensive coordinator is going to look at that and lick his collective chops, knowing that he cannot cover. And so he actually was the one in coverage on the first touchdown when Kyron Williams got little choice route. He runs right at him, gives him a little wiggle fake, cuts inside, and Campbell was kind of left holding the bag, and then Williams flips in the end zone. So I don't know what you do because you don't have a lot of other linebackers, and already you're playing a ton of nickel, which means 2 linebackers on the field, and Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles is not a lot better when it comes to his actual quickness. So what are you going to play, just dime and have 1 linebacker on the field and let Fred run all over the place? They got roster problems too, Mark.
That was embarrassing. It was embarrassing.
Hashtag fade the dibber. We'll get to it.
Those of you who weren't
I'm downtrodden.
5 o'clock Friday, that did scare me. I wasn't scared about this weekend until that. I told you I was excited about the game. I told you that Brock Purdy was going to play well. I tried to tell you. But then to lose the game when you've got a double-digit lead for the majority of the afternoon, and the Rams, the Los Angeles Rams with no Puka and no Cooper Kupp.
No Higbee.
I mean, whatever.
That's for Steiny. Steiny's
but that's
go-to.
even what's one thing, right? If you lost and you're like, oh, the offense isn't moving well because they're missing all these guys, but you lost, you let a receiverless team come back on you from double digits in the fourth. That's embarrassing.
Juwan Jennings should have been carried out of the stadium and carried home to Santa Clara after what he did.
He should be getting ready for NFC Offensive Player of the Week honors.
He won't.
I'm pretty sure they're not going to give it to a loser. And by the way, let me say this about Juwan Jennings. All the compliments you're going to get today, I'd like to give you a different one. I love that you didn't talk to the media after the game. I love it. As a member of the media, I love it. You know why? Because Juwan is everything that Brandon isn't. He's all about the team, and he couldn't stand what happened out there. He had the game of his career, and he couldn't stand the result. That's my receiver. That's my man right there. That's the compliment I want to give Juwan.
First in Juwan, second in Juwan, third in Juwan. Just Juwan.
Fourth in Juwan.
Amazing catches,
Fifth in Juwan. Incredible catches. All right.
You want to go to the phones?
I do. It's time to let it out. It's all you, all day. 888-957-9570. Here we go. Willard and Dibbs.
5-7 The Game would like to remind you not to text and drive. Presented by Habas Law. Injuries happen every day. Habas Law believes that no one should suffer because of someone else's carelessness. If you've been
second time today.
That's why you don't feel better. You watched it again.
And as I mentioned, this is what I do. It's part of my process. Unless it's a total laugher, 38-7 or something, then I probably won't watch it again.
Sure.
Today, I dropped my 2-year-old off at daycare early so I could get home and lock in, and did my notes. And even watching it a second time, knowing that they were going to lose the game, I was equally frustrated at what I was seeing for different reasons. So maybe talking it out today with you today, tomorrow, we'll get to Wednesday and we'll start to pivot.
Yep.
And whatever, New England. And I don't even want to think about, like, what if they lose to New England? Because
God, let's not do that yet.
I'm not there yet. Right now, I'm still watching it a second time. I'm probably more angry than I was yesterday.
Yeah, I get it, because the closer you look, the more ridiculous it gets.
Right.
But yeah, I don't want to look to this weekend yet, because are we going to get a Tuesday update that we're not expecting again? Oh, Jordan Mason's got a hammy. Like, oh, good Lord. Please, I don't even want to think about next week until at least halfway through this week. Chris in Fremont, lead us off at 888-957-9570. Hi, Chris. Thank you for calling.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you? Can you hear me okay?
We hear you great, Chris. Let it out, man.
All right. I'm going through the Fremont grade. Ah! No, okay.
No, for real, dude. For real.
Hey, all right. Hammer Shanahan for you. Is that what you want? You want me to hammer Sorensen? You want me to hammer all these guys? You know, I was trying to call and have a dialogue. I wanted to have a little discourse with you for once, Mark. So I actually don't want to hammer everybody. I know we got some roster issues. I know that Nick Sorensen did not show up. I think long-term he's going to get scapegoated just like Wilkes did. There's personnel issues. Let's just go back a decade, 7 years since they've been here, and even 15 years back when we had Kyle Williams returning punts. What has consistently been the issue with the Niners? The coverage in the secondary. They have repeatedly been burned in big games, so they've never really addressed the secondary. Charvarius Ward is completely overrated. He was not an all-pro last year. I don't care what the PFF says. He's a big physical guy. He gets routed by these faster, quicker receivers. So the coverage has been an issue for a decade. Special teams, okay? You drafted a kicker in the 3rd round. I'm not out on Moody. I'm aware he made 2 big 50-yarders in the Super Bowl, but that's your guy that you drafted in the 3rd round. Kyle, he is a glorified coordinator. He is not a genius. He's not even the best coach in our division. And this McConnell guy coming from Baltimore, he might have something to say about that by the year's end too. So he's the head coach, right? I call him a glorified coordinator because guess what, Kyle? You are in charge of these special teams that has repeatedly cost them games since they've been here for the last 7 years. Okay? Secondary. And then you talk about the trenches. Oh, no, we're fine with Colton McKivitz. You lucked into Brock Purdy being a dynamic quarterback who can extend plays with his feet. And you're telling me that you can't get anybody on this offensive line? You traded for Trent. You're lucky you had a relationship with him in Washington. You finally drafted this Pooney kid who looks like a player. But the secondary, the special teams, and the trenches have still continued to be an issue. Every single year they have been in charge. Let me ask you a question, Mark, because I know, everyone calls you a Kyle Shanahan apologist.
Shanahan. I prefer Shanahan. I prefer Shanahan. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, all right, we'll call you a Shanahan, baby, a Shanahan. But let me ask the question, and then I'll let you guys go with it.
Yeah, man.
I'm livid. Do you think that special teams and all of do you think that falls under Kyle's umbrella as well? Or is he just the guy out here calling the plays? Because if that special teams, which to me falls under the umbrella of head coach, why is fielding punts and covering basic things such an issue? Kick the ball out of the end zone.
Well,
I know we're far away. Just don't even let them return it.
Okay, so
why is this an issue, Mark?
Yeah, of course, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
My gosh, great passion.
You asked him to let it out.
And he did.
I think that's only part of what he had in him to let out. But
we got a lot of people.
Chris.
Yeah, we got a lot of people that want to let it out. So, look, the quick answer to the question, Chris, is yes. Yes, he's the boss. He's the boss, so he's in charge of everything. It's like Sepp Blatter, the president of everything.
Nice.
Okay? Some people got that reference. But anyway, but I would also, I would come back with this. You, Chris, listen to Willard and Dibbs. If in any given moment or any given day, you think that we have a crappy show, you don't like what we're talking about, or you don't like what we're saying, do you think to yourself, Nahigian? Do you do that? Just a question. So,
I mean, you can.
You can.
Right.
And yes, he's the boss, although he's got bosses too. So does Kyle.
Sure.
The reason I bring that up is to say, again, the initial answer is yes. Yes. He is in charge of putting the people in place who then need to do their job. So the answer, and maybe it's an unsatisfying one, is just sort of an across-the-board yes. Is that on Kyle's plate? Yes. Is it on the people below him's plate? Yes. You have to be able to delegate, and that when it doesn't work, it comes back to the boss. When the offense doesn't work, we go to the quarterback, don't we? Even if somebody missed a block. So I get that, and that is fair. However, I do want to just ask that we all spend some time looking at everybody. It's all under Kyle's umbrella.
Right.
So it's on Kyle. But at the same time, like the same way we did with Steve Wilkes last year, we're going to look at Nick Sorensen. We're going to look at the special teams. And I'd also add that special teams for the Niners during Kyle is sort of like defensive athleticism for Farhan and the Giants. It's this one thing that they always talk about, and they say they prioritize, and they're going to do a better job with it, but in the end, they don't, and they think the rest of their team will cover up for it. And so, yes, I share your frustration on that.
Well, and it feels more frustrating now than ever before because you look at yesterday, and the big punt return was a huge moment in the game, and forget the fact that you saw that there was a fake punt maybe coming and you did nothing about it other than hope that your special teams could stop a running back running 6 yards, which you couldn't. I'm looking at net punting average, and they had the stat in the game yesterday, and right now the Niners are 32nd out of 32 in net punting average, which means how far does the kick go and how far do they return it. They're averaging 32.5 yards per punt net, and 31st in football is 37.7.
Damn, so this
You're
big
5 yards worse than the second worst team in football. Last year, just for reference, they were 5th in football in net punting average. So something's happened between then and now. I know it's a small sample, 3 games in, but your punt game this year has been awful through 3 games.
Yeah.
Dead last.
Yeah.
And it reared its ugly head yesterday with a 30-plus yard return when the one thing you couldn't do in that moment was give up a big return, and you did.
Yep. And those are the two. The two that get me are the late return and the fake punt that you were expecting and still couldn't cover it. I don't care who's on the field. If you're expecting something, you ought to be able to stop it. And you couldn't. The Moody miss, yes, it's part of the umbrella, but we don't come after coaches because somebody pulled a 55-yard field goal and he hadn't missed yet this year. Like, he missed a field goal. Yes, does he have a problem with missing some of the ones that really, really, really super matter? Yeah, and that's an issue. That's an issue. Justin Tucker is hooking 43-yard field goals, and he's supposed to be the greatest thing that's ever lived.
He's probably going to the Hall of Fame.
Exactly.
Which kickers don't go to the Hall of Fame very often, but he's one of them. Jake Moody, as a third-round pick, that unfortunately is part of his ledger, and it's part of his resume, and you used a third-round pick on a kicker, and he doesn't seem to have the ability to make the big kick when you need the big kick made. That was a big kick yesterday.
That was a big kick.
I know he had 2 50-yarders in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, like he's hit some big kicks, but starting with Cleveland last year, it feels like when you're like, dude, we need this one, the record's not perfect. And so, yes, that's an issue. I'm just saying, coming out of yesterday, what's like special teams offensive, the fake punt and the return are higher on my list than Jake Moody missed a kick.
But if you wanted to rank the 10 plays that were most offensive in the game, those 3 probably are in your top 10.
They all make the list. Yes,
right, and those are special teams plays. And we could talk about 2 ghastly PI plays and the use check hold, which I You know me, Mark. I'm never going to be one to criticize officials. That was one where I thought, okay, I mean, we're going to call that as a hold, fine. It might have been a little bit of a grabby grab.
Rams got hit with a couple of those too. So like that,
you get Ronnie Bell drops, Brandon Aiyuk drops. Mm-hmm. Those were, for me, bigger plays even than the Moody miss. But if Moody makes the kick with 2:43 to go and you go up 10, you win the football game.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Rob in San Jose is next. Hi, Rob. You're on with Willard and Dibs.
What's up? What's up? Yeah, you could definitely go to a host of different players yesterday, the special teams, but I'm kind of going to piggyback on Shanahan and play calling in fourth quarters, late in games. It don't look the same. It doesn't look the same as when he has them scripted. When we are in close games in the fourth quarter, we do not just consistently, continuously move the ball, be creative, scheme guys open like we do earlier in games. And when you combine that with a defense that continually gives up fourth quarter leads, gives up big plays, it's a recipe for losing to a winless Rams team. And even though Sam Darnold's having a great year, your backup quarterback last year.
So here's all I would say about that, Rob. And Rob, thank you very much. Look, he's the head coach, and I know everybody's favorite topic, similar to Steve Kerr in rotations. The day after a Niner game, it's Kyle Shanahan and play calling. I personally, this is just me, and it's not about Shanahan, it's any head coach. I personally think there's a flaw in that sort of argument. It doesn't mean that every play call is ever and always right, but like we only get frustrated with play calling when it doesn't work. And so there's a very hindsight 2020 thing where we go, oh, after the fact it didn't work, you should have done this. And I would clearly argue if what you're mad about late in the game is play calling, you don't get mad at Kyle Shanahan, get mad at Ronnie Bell. Now, if you want to get mad at Kyle Shanahan for having Ronnie Bell in the game, now I think you're having a more fair conversation. But you can't get mad at Kyle for either lack of aggression or not thinking through the process when a ball hit a professional wide receiver literally in between the hands, and if he had missed it, it would have hit him in the face. And that would have ended the game because you go from long field goal to chip shot field goal, ball game over, and he dropped it. I don't like those are the things that get me. I know that's only one play.
Yeah.
But like you've said it already today too. You want to come down the road for Kyle and play calling? Offense was moving the ball yesterday.
Right.
That's not where the 49ers lost this game.
And everybody wants him to run the ball when they get the lead. And I'm looking at the drive when they have a 7-point lead and they get the ball back after the Rams get a touchdown. And I see Mason, Garendo, couple of sneaks from Purdy, Mason. They ran the ball a ton. And, they get down to 3rd and 1 at the 7 and actually 2nd and 2 at the 8. We talked about it. 2nd and 2 at the 8. And Mason's had a pretty good game, and we all know that they're a run-first team, so we want them to run it, but they don't get it. He gets a yard. Now it's 3rd and 1 at the 7.
Try again.
Exactly. Nobody wants him to throw it in that spot, and so they run it again, and, well, the offensive line doesn't do its job, and he loses 2, and now it's 4th and 3, and you have to kick a field goal.
I did say out loud, on the 3rd and short.
Yep.
This is where you hard play action fake and slip Saubert into the end zone.
Yeah.
Would have loved to see it tried. Don't know how it would have worked. Maybe it wouldn't have worked, but I would have loved that because you're right. Everybody in the building knew Jordan Mason up the middle.
Right.
So, man, play action fake and slip Saubert through the back of the line of scrimmage. He might have been standing by himself in the end zone.
And Mark Sanchez, as much as I was critical of his, hey, look at me, I'm funny, his analysis on that play was spot on because when you look at the replay, the Rams had every single gap covered along the front. So they're expecting run, so they cover every gap between every offensive lineman, and they've got linebacker support behind it, and you run it anyway and you lose 2. You could look at that play call and say, well, maybe they should have gone play action or they should have, call timeout or do something else because that one was just a run right into the front.
Yep. 888-957-9570. It's you all day. Let it out. Just let it out. You're going to feel better. Joe in San Jose. Hi, Joe. What's up?
Hey, gentlemen. I just want to say these past 2 games, I only got 2 words.
frustration sensation.
Yes, sir.
I think
That's
sums
a
it up.
buck.
I'll pay that one for you, Joe.
Totally.
I mean, I want to talk about identity. I don't know what's going on with Kyle. I think that he appears to be a little shook ever since McCaffrey ended up being put on the IR. That first week they came out, McCaffrey wasn't officially on the IR. He hammered Mason, 28 touches in the game. Then Mason. I'm also wondering if Mason's a little bit in Kyle's doghouse after the interview debacle and all of that stuff that caused that problem. I don't know what's going on, but it seems to me that Shanahan is something's changed with the way he's operating the run game, and I don't know what's going on with that.
Joe, can I ask you what do you see in there? Because since the interview debacle, which led to nothing, no punishment whatsoever, and Mason has had 37 carries since then, and clearly been a lead dog. I'm curious as to why you think something's going on there.
Well, that's 37 carries in 2 games. When in the first game he had 28.
Well,
first game he had 28.
Yeah, you're playing with a sizable lead in that first game, so you're right.
I'm just wondering that since McCaffrey has been put on the IR, if that's caused Shanahan to have a little lack of faith and not hammer Mason as much and go to this Garendo kid a bit more because he doesn't have faith in the depth of his run game. And I don't know. I prefer Mason. I think Mason is incredible. And I agree with the first caller. Our trenches suck right now, really, really bad. And the O-line is not doing their job. Thank God for Purdy. Purdy is beautiful. But he's not getting the protection that he needs. And they're not doing what they need. We're losing that war up front on both sides of the ball. And we're paying these guys big money. I hope, with Aiyuk, for example, he got his bag. I hope we're not seeing a Jordan Poole or Andrew Wiggins thing where now I got my money, I'm going to dial down my intensity. I'm not sure what's going on. It's probably the camp thing, like you guys have been talking about. They need to be in camp, and it shows, and we're suffering because of it.
Joe, thank you so much. My guess, if Kyle is, and again, game flow has a lot to do with this, but if he is knowingly lowering Jordan Mason's carries once Christian goes on IR, it's because of the realization that you don't need Mason for 1 game or 2. You might need him for 17. He might be your lead back the whole year.
Right.
And so we're not doing 28 carries every weekend.
No, and I didn't see that on the rewatch. Yeah. What I saw was Jordan Mason at least once, if not twice, go to the sideline and give the signal of I need a blow. And I'm looking at the Niners' first touchdown drive of the second half where Mason goes for 13 and he asks out of the game, which fine. Garendo goes for 5. Garendo goes for 4. 3rd and 1. Mason comes back in.
Yeah.
Mason goes for 21.
Yeah, you got to spell the guy.
Exactly. So he took 2 plays off, and boom, 3rd and 1, Jordan.
And they like Garendo. We want to see Garendo. Garendo, by the way, his 1 carry in Minnesota we didn't like looked a lot better yesterday, right? A lot
better, yep.
Yeah.
I would say 4 of the 5 carries were good. There was one where it looked a little bit like, okay, Isaac, let's hit the hole a little bit.
Yeah, he's a
young
kid.
Player. Yeah, he looked much better.
He's a kid. I thought that was a good step for Garendo's career yesterday. How about Jonathan in the city? Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, man, I just want to say, man, I told you guys, and I've been calling this station for years, that wide 9 gap scheme is trash. Gotta go. Special team is unspecial. I don't know what's the fix, but you could start with defense. Because how are you a running team on offense and you can't stop the run on defense? You're not going to be successful being that way.
All right, Jonathan, thank you very much. Look,
he's been calling for years, telling us. He's down on the wide 9, Mark. Down on the wide 9.
I got a question for you.
Please.
Is the Javon Hargrave signing a bust?
Bust is a big word.
That's why I'm asking it.
I would say no. I'm not to bust levels yet, but I look at a front where you watch the defense break the huddle and it's 4 guys on the line You got 2 or 3 linebackers, depending on if it's base or if it's nickel. There's nothing different, nothing exotic. And you mentioned Brian Flores earlier, and Brock Purdy tipping his cap to Flores. When Minnesota breaks the huddle, sometimes you had 8 guys on the line of scrimmage. Sometimes you had 5. And the Niners yesterday tried to run some games where they would do a little bit of a zone blitz. A couple times Floyd dropped back in coverage and they brought Demo. A couple times they brought Fred. It's very vanilla. It's very bland. And so I don't know if it's the wide 9. I don't know if it's Hargrave only as the issue, but I see a defensive line when the ball snapped and you don't have a lot of forward movement. And this is an offensive line that had 3 backups. 3 backups on the Ram O-line, and you've got Hargrave making an 8-figure contract. Bosa's the highest paid at his position in football, and yet these guys can't get in there and dominate backups. That, to me, was the shocking part of it.
It's an 8-figure contract, but it's scratching the surface.
It's scratching 9. Hargrave,
4 years, $84 million before last season. There is a potential out after the first 2 years. So that would be after this year. And I wouldn't make this comment or I wouldn't ask this question if we were just 3 games into the signing. But last year, you're right, bust is a big word, but I'll tell you what's an appropriate word, disappointing. It has been a disappointing signing so far. There's no question. I remember when Baldy came on this station and said that was his favorite signing by any NFL team of the entire offseason. It has been very, very disappointing.
Well, the whole idea was that he was going to be a disruptor in the middle, and that would allow Bosa to get home around the outside. And, you know, Bosa had a pretty good game yesterday. Not good based on what he's being paid, but I don't see a lot of help from Nick Bosa or for Nick Bosa on this D-line.
We're here for you to let it out. It is a frustration sensation, but it'll feel different if you let it out, and that's what we're doing. Thank you all afternoon long, okay? So it's your show. Let it out. See if you'll feel better. 888-957-9570. You'll probably win money later tonight. We have double Fade the Dibbers, and he is handing out losers, man.
Yeah, boy, I can't even scream I'm hot anymore. 4-4.
No, you got to turn that thing around, man. Got to turn that thing around.
I'm actually going to fade myself today.
You're handing out losers. That is handing out winners.
The pick I'm going to give today, both picks are they're losers. So I'm going to go against myself today.
Don't overthink it. Just give us the pick and we'll move on. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls continue on Willard and Dibs.
Did you know that most people wait?
somersaults in to the end zone to get Los Angeles on the board.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Kyren Williams. I've had it up to here with Kyren Williams already. This kid, he's been playing for 2 years?
Yeah, good little player.
Dude, he eats against the Niners.
And Adam Amin, great game, but kind of blew the call there.
What do you mean?
That's not a somersault. That's a flip. That's a flip. Know the difference, my guy.
He got across to the audience what he was trying to say. Did he not?
Yes, but I watched it. And if you watch it, that's not a somersault. A somersault is when you tuck your chin on your chest and you roll over and your back hits the ground. That man flipped, and he could have done a complete, 1.5 in pike position, full-on gainer.
One of your sons needs to have a baby because you are ready to be a grandpa. That's what my take is on what you just said.
I'm already a grandpa. I'm a grandpa daddy.
You're not a grandpa daddy because your kids don't have kids. But I know what my grandmama used to do if I ever said, hey, me and Jenny are going down the street to the store.
Unacceptable.
Instead of being like, here's some money or have fun or enjoy the fresh air, she'd go, I'm sorry, who's going to the store?
Right.
And I would say, me and Jenny. I'm sorry, who's going to the store?
Yeah.
And my blood's starting to boil. And then after about 12 tries, Jenny and I. All right, Grandma. Okay. So you're ready. You're ready to be a grandpa.
I'm not ready. What I am
not a somersault.
is I'm a professional. And when I broadcasted, not quite at that level, but I've done professional sports, I would go back and look at the tape, and I would figure out and look at where I needed to be better. And if I'm Adam Amin and I look back at the tape, I'm kicking myself for somersault. Because that's a flip.
Adam Amin is on the line. He would like to know who you're picking tonight.
I'll give it out.
Okay.
I'll give it out here at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, no. You want to do it at 4?
I got 2 locks for you.
Yeah,
I think the first game's at 4:30.
4:30 and 5:15 tonight.
And you know what? It's a Dibber bounce back Monday because I'm 4-4 in the year. And I'm not going to say yesterday was a bad beat, but I will say that watching that game for 3.5 quarters, I was thinking, you know what, Dibs? Good pick. That was a good pick. Niners are going to win this game by 10. Moody's going to make the kick.
I was so mad that you made the pick.
Moody makes the kick. The Rams don't find a way to score. Niners win 27-17.
Yeah.
You can put it on the board, yes.
Nope.
But then when he misses the field goal, I'm thinking, oh, snap.
I'm excited that you have 2 games to pick tonight because that means we get to parlay the Dibbers.
You won't.
Oh, yes, I will. Jan in Mountain View on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Jan. Let it out.
Yes, thank you very much. This has really been bothering me, and, just like basketball, you win the quarter and you play to win the game, and you make adjustments as you go through the game. And confounded, the defense starts out real great, and they sack the quarterback once or twice, but what happens in the rest of the game? The other team, they got stronger as the game progressed, and here we are. We kind of play vanilla and don't get after Stafford or nothing. And here they are. They make a comeback and take the lead. And here we are when we think that we've got the game in our bag. And what happens? We lose, and here we are, 1-2, and it's disgusting as hell.
Well, yeah, Jan.
Thank you, Jan. Stay hot, Jan.
I don't think Jan's in the mood to laugh. I hope she feels better, though. She let it out. Disgusting as hell.
And I've never been to hell, but hell seems to me like it'd be pretty disgusting. And yeah, I looked at the win probability. Somebody put that on my Twitter, #fade the Dibber.
Oh, the win probability?
Yeah, the Niners were like dancing at the 80 to 90%, 80 to 90, and then all of a sudden, shoop.
Yep, gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the Eagles on Monday night were at 99.3%.
Right.
With a minute and a half to go in the game. And then they lost.
Yeah.
So, Yeah, look, I mean, there's a lot to get to in this one. And we started with Nick Sorensen in the defense. The next one for me is the special teams. And again, that's all I can do right now is sort of compare it to the way the Giants have handled defensive athleticism. They've literally gone into the offseason 4 years in a row, and they're like, we got to get more athletic on defense. And then they come back and they're like, look at these big, slow people that we signed. We got Jorge Soler. It's like, okay, what just will you please? And so I do feel that about special teams. I don't think that it has probably received the attention it deserves. And the scariest thing of all is the fact that you felt like a fake punt might be coming, so you set up for what might be a fake punt, and you still couldn't do anything about it.
We were expecting a fake punt there, and they still got our edge.
That's to me, that's much more concerning than we got our butts surprised. That's way worse. If you're like, this is what we think's going to happen, let's plan for it, set for it, and then you still aren't able to stop them.
Right. For me, though, and beyond blaming the 11 people who were on the field, which you could look at who was on the field, and it's the punt return team, the punt coverage team. But if you see it as the head coach and you think that it might be coming, you either put your defense on the field or you call timeout, or I don't know, both. Because for me, hearing that from Kyle Shanahan makes my stomach turn a little bit because you see it coming. And I was thinking about it in terms of my life with a 2-year-old. And, sometimes her thing now is to grab stuff off the counter. And so in the kitchen, I make sure that the knife that we use to prepare food, the super sharp butcher knife, I make sure that that's not within her reach.
Yes.
And that's like me looking at her as she's trying to grab stuff and thinking, oh, she's probably going to grab the knife. Well, hope she doesn't grab the knife. No, you move the knife. And if you think that they're going to run a fake, you call timeout, you put your defense on the field, and you make sure that if they run a fake, it's against Fred and Nick and all the fellas.
It would have been interesting. Here's Shanahan on all of the special teams issues in the game.
Today, that fake punt, it's just the momentum in the game. That's where I thought we had a chance to run away with it, not give them any hope. And that gave them a lot of hope, got them back in it. And obviously would have loved to make that field goal. And then that punt return, I didn't really see it. They got to the left on our side. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but those are 3 big plays in the game.
I always wonder about that from a head coach's perspective. When there's a big play and they're like, I didn't see it. Like, what? What do you mean you didn't see it? Well, I know there's stuff going on the sideline. I know you get blocked by things that are out there. Maybe he's saying I need to look at the film to see what happened. But I don't know. That question's not about like X's and O's. Like, don't give me a player's number who was out of position. That's a big picture question. What the hell is going on in that situation? Like, how on earth can that happen? And sort of like, and I get that this is right after the game, but it's like, in what way are you sort of feeling like you might address this? I will say that those who were on the scene at the press conference afterward came out feeling like Kyle Shanahan was very frustrated with the special teams coaching staff.
For sure.
Yeah.
And the special teams coach is Brian Schneider, who is considered one of the best in football. And he's been there now since March of 2022. So this is his 3rd year. And they were better last year on punt coverage, for example. They were 5th in net punt yardage. And this year, you're dead last. And I look at the punt coverage team, and you've got Malik Mustafa, who missed the tackle. And I give Kyle a pass for not being able to see it because you're down on the sideline and you can't really see what's going on. You clearly see that the other team ran 35 yards down the sideline. I think that was on the Rams sideline is where that happened. So he probably didn't even really get a good look at it. But something right now is broken with special teams across the board. You had a punt blocked. You missed a big field goal. You've had kickoff returns against, and your punt coverage is worst in football. So I'm not saying it's the coach's fault, but somewhere either the personnel's not right or the attention to detail, something has to change.
We are wide open all afternoon for you. After a game like that, we're going to do this together. We're going to get back on the horse together. You'll feel better if you just let it out. So whatever it is that's frustrating you, we're right here for you. Those of you on hold, we're coming straight to you. Got a couple open spots if you want to get in. 888-957-9570. Let it out. You'll feel better. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. This is Willard and Dibs.
At Shane Company, we believe everybody is made to shine. So put on earrings that make you sparkle.
and talks in about 10 minutes.
Look forward to that.
Yep.
Possibly.
No, probably.
Really?
Yeah. We'll see how it goes and stuff.
Just looking at his face in the fourth quarter, toward the end of the fourth quarter.
Disgusted.
He looked sick to his stomach. Like ashen and ill. Well, he knows, but also you're watching this all happen. A missed field goal, 55-yarder, no chippy, fine. And I mentioned before, it's a 73%er, over 50 yards. I'm sure the 55-yarder is lower than that. That was not a gimme kick, but you would have liked to have it be closer. You couldn't get there. And then the 50-yard bomb on top of your highest paid corner, and then a drop from a guy who, deep down, you probably, if you're Kyle Shanahan, you don't want to play Ronnie Bell, but you don't have a lot of choice. I know you have some choice.
I mean, I know that all of us decide that whoever's new and shiny and you drafted him, that's who should be playing. And this goes back to conversations we had about Trey Lance years ago. It's like, look, just because he's a rookie and you saw him do something in the preseason, there's probably a reason he's not on the field. So why did Jacob Cowing not play? I don't know. I would just suggest that if he's not ready, then don't gas everybody up on Thursday and Friday and say publicly, I think Jacob Cowing's going to have some plays run for him. And then you go out there and you send who already feels like a journeyman, even though he's young too. You send him out there, he's not really, really like a talented NFL roster player, and he ends up with the opportunity of the day, and he drops the football. Brock Purdy had 8 incompletions, 6 drops. I mean, yes, part of the frustration today for you 49er fans, and I'll count myself among those, huge Brock Purdy fan, huge Brock Purdy admirer, he got robbed of what today's story should have been. Today's story should have been how Brock did all the things like that was it. That's the end of the story. That was the last chapter of the book. Oh, let's go see you go out there with all your fancy toys and let's see what you do then. Well, how'd he do? What was his QB rating yesterday? $130 or something?
Yep.
And 6 of his 8 incompletions were drops. And Juwan Jennings making $7 million as a third/fourth receiver goes for almost 200 yards and 3 tutties like Jerry Rice. That's what we should be talking about today. But the other 2 facets of the game completely failed him. And so everybody should be mad. Like everybody should be really mad.
I think everybody is mad.
Yeah.
And I know Pro Football Focus is not the end-all, be-all, but I do think it gives you a look, a measurement of how an individual player does in an individual game. Yesterday on offense, Juwan Jennings, 90.5. Brock Purdy, 91.1. He was a 91.1. And nobody on defense was any higher than a 77, and that was Malik Collins. And I don't even want to get into some of the low numbers that were doled out because they were deserved. And tomorrow we'll do Grandy's grades. And I know that the red pen was out. And I heard you, Grandy, yesterday on Overtime with Kyle and Sterling, and you guys were amazing, breaking it down and doing it with just the right level of anger. I mean, not too much anger, but the C was angry yesterday. You guys did a great job.
His quarterback rating yesterday was 137.1.
That seems pretty good.
And he is now officially sort of on pace now for the exact same kind of a statistical year as he had last year. Remember our conversation? Our friend Kirk Morrison, who went on the morning show and said, we'd like to see some stats. We'd like to see the 49ers win because of Brock, not in spite of him. Well, I mean, again, the questions are all answered now. And so that's the only thing I want to say about Brock Purdy, because today's not a Brock Purdy day. He's one of the 2 or 3 people who should not be talked about today, but we actually should be talking about Brock. The other parts of the 49ers robbed him and robbed Juwan of center stage. And that's terrible. That's really unfortunate.
You said 8 incompletes and 6 drops.
That's accurate.
I
can think of the 2 actual incompletions too.
I'm going through my notes right now, and I think I found them.
It was Juwan when he stepped out early and then came back in. And then it was the one where he went deep on a post to Aiyuk and just like overthrew him by a yard.
Yeah.
And it was almost PI. Like it was close. It was debatable.
Yeah.
Those are the two.
That's it.
That's it. That's your story for the day.
I mean,
there's your incomplete passes.
Right. And I mean, put aside that, and we'll go back to the phones in just a moment, but let's just close our eyes and imagine how far he ran on those scrambles. And he had 3 or 4 of them and those are like crazy video game, or it reminds me when I used to teach elementary school and I'd play against the 3rd graders. And it's like, you're juking like a bunch of 8-year-olds, and you're buying time, and the play is like 30 seconds long. That's what he looked like on those plays. It was like crazy.
Stephen Clay on a Warrior set, just switching, running, catch, shoot, boom. That's what he looked like. Yeah, man, he was fantastic. Fraser in Antioch here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Fraser. Thanks for calling.
Afternoon, guys. Willard Dibs. Yes. Very upset, more or less pissed off. That game had levels of, for us, excitement-wise, Super Bowl. And just for the air to come out of the building like that, we are totally disgusted. This guy, Brandon Staley, he's supposed to be an assistant to the DB coach. Why are these DBs not playing back enough? This is the 2nd week in a row the top has got taken off. No one's back. This is Hufanga's first game back, and we still get beat over the top. It's just unacceptable. I mean, Ward looked like he was trying to swim back there, trying to catch the young guy at will. This is so frustrating, and it seems like everyone that's so far wearing that number 10 jersey is trash. It's just no way to cut it. Ronnie Bell is not a good wide receiver. We should have never kept him. He was dropping balls in the preseason last year, in the Super Bowl run last year. I have no idea why they kept this guy for a roster spot. He has no hands. You cannot even, like Stephen A. said, you couldn't put a tissue to this guy and he can catch it. This is just unacceptable. I would have just left him there. He wouldn't even got on the bus with us last night. That's how frustrating this guy had us. He had 3 drops that game. The pass to Juwan, they actually didn't call that a pass or incomplete pass because he was out of bounds and it was a illegal touch, so they didn't even call that.
Good point. Good point, Frazier. You're right. But a few calls back with guy Joe. I'm not blaming Cal for any of this. Cal was just as red as anyone on the field. I mean, you can't call these plays no better and have an in-depth depth or aptitude to even play the play. As they see on that end play, when the guy came in from the edge, our guy wasn't even, he looked like he turned all the way around when that guy broke off with a fake play. And I mean, he looked lost in his headlights. Same with the center from last season that cost us the Super Bowl. You getting told the plays and you don't execute. I'm feeling like Antonio Pierce now. People are out there making business decisions. Brandon Aiyuk, you had 11 targets. You catch 4 passes. Guy, you got your money, and now we're seeing that the training camp did you no justice. Trent Williams also, you're getting called for holding calls, and you're one of the top linemen in the game. Now you're getting called for holding calls. All you guys sitting out for all this extra money and all this stuff hurt our team. And now we have a special teams issue. Moody having a leg issue. I mean, Purdy can't do anything better than what he did yesterday. I mean, he played his tail off. I mean, that was MVP status yesterday. That was Mahomes status yesterday, what he was doing. He was in the pocket for 15 seconds, not even able to throw the ball because no one can detach from a guy. I mean, if we would have had Debo, maybe. McCaffrey, maybe. But everybody's making this big deal about the run game when Jordan Mason is averaging 100 yards a game, which McCaffrey would have done. I don't see a drop-off in that. So everyone that's blaming the run game and how we changed up, no. It's called flows and dictation of how the game is going. I'm so frustrated with hearing some of these callers call that don't understand football and how it's getting called. If I'm a coach on the sideline, I send a play into one of my guys and he don't execute, that makes me look bad, but yet it's an execution. I'm just frustrated with our team right now. There's no way we should be 1-2, losing to Sam Darnold and losing to Matt Stafford. No pressure on none of the quarterbacks whatsoever. I don't understand. I was better off with Wilkes being our defensive coach, at least through the first 5 weeks.
we was top 4, 5 last year
with no losses. Yeah, with no losses.
And here we are now. DB's getting beat. They're letting the top get taken off. We got guys that can't catch. We got a guy who got his money. He's not catching. His head ain't in the game. That focus was on them 2 wide receivers. Jawan Jennings played like a number 1 wide receiver, which he should get paid like one.
Frazier, thank you.
Great call, Frazier.
It's a phenomenal call. I had forgotten that Ronnie Bell was dropping balls throughout the preseason last year. He's absolutely right. And that is, look, that's an example of some of what I'm getting at. There's plenty of stuff with Kyle Shanahan yesterday that's worthwhile. It's worthy talking about. But if you want to get after him on something, why don't you get after the idea that Ronnie Bell's on the field? That's a worthwhile sort of position with regard to Kyle Shanahan. To me, it's not a worthwhile position to scream about play calling because you get mad at play calling when it doesn't work. And when it doesn't work because guys are having balls bounce off of all 10 fingers, how is that the play call? To me, that means the play call worked.
Right.
The play call worked, and the player dropped the ball. And you all could look something up for me. This is an underrated moment. Ronnie Bell's first drop. It was right at the first down marker.
Yeah, I have it right here.
When was it? What did the Niners end up doing on that drive?
I believe they wound up with a field goal.
Okay.
I have it at 2nd and 4 at the 32, and he dropped it. And that was right before the Purdy Superman scramble, where he did the Superman dive on 3rd down.
Okay.
And he got the first down. Unless I'm missing a drop in the first half.
No, yeah, like I think it was in the first half.
Oh, yeah, here it is.
Did they end up with a touchdown anyway?
He had a drop on a play where Trent held. That might be the one that Frazier's talking about. It was 1st and 10. Ronnie Bell with his first drop of the game. It was holding on Trent, which made it 1st and 20 anyway. So that drop actually came off the books. He's only credited with 2 drops in the game.
No. That's what I'm talking about the other one.
That was the one on the 2nd down play, right before the end of the 3rd quarter.
I swear there was a first half right at the marker. Maybe even it was at least 2nd down. It might have been 3rd down. It was an absolute right in the breadbasket 1st down, and it just bounced off him and went to the ground. The drives chart gets all muddy in my brain, but like I'll look back at it. Anyway.
I see an Aiyuk drop on 3rd and 4 at the 40, which then they had to punt the very next play.
We're going to get to the wide receivers.
Bell's targets were 1st quarter, 3rd quarter, and then the drop in the 4th quarter.
So the first quarter one. The first quarter one is
that's when Trent held.
Okay.
So that one came off the books anyway, but that was on a 1st and 10 play.
So how's he credited with a second drop if a penalty overtook it?
Well, that he actually had 3 drops, but that one doesn't count because there was holding on Trent.
So what's the other one that was counted? We all know the one at the end of the game.
It was on in the 3rd quarter, 2nd and 4 at the 32. That was the one I think you're thinking.
And it came just before the Brock Purdy crazy scramble where he dove to get the first down on 3rd and 4. That drop led to the 3rd and 4.
Okay, and the drive ended up doing what?
Field goal.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that's when they fizzled out. They had 3rd and 1, and they ran Mason into a 34-man front.
Yeah. Maurice in Sacramento is next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Maurice. Thank you for calling.
Hey, man. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
All right. I had a couple things. First thing I wanted to talk about was Bosa. It's getting weird how this guy has. I don't know. It's weird how he doesn't get any smoke. He's making $35 million a year, the highest paid player outside of any other quarterback. 122 guaranteed, and he is invisible in the 4th quarter. Invisible in the 4th quarter. We have a lot of smoke for Aiyuk. We got a little bit for Trent Williams. Bosa is invisible. Don't tell me about sacks that happen in the 1st, 2nd quarter. This man has not been a closer for us since the Browns game when Baker was drafted. That was the last time that dude actually closed a game. He's invisible in the playoffs. He's invisible in regular season games in the fourth quarter when you need him. And he's the one player out of all the positions. Receiver, I need the quarterback, I need the offensive line, I need the play call to go to me. All those things need to work. Bosa, you just got to beat your man. Don't tell me he's getting doubled because I was watching him. He wasn't getting doubled. He is on the green all game long. He has one move. He bull rushes. We paying $35 million, $122 million guaranteed for that. It's ridiculous. Give me the Watt brothers over Bosa brothers right now, because the other one's hurt. And it was an interview that happened, I think, last week or the week before. He basically praised Aaron Donald for getting his 10 years in and getting his money. That dude is, if there was a guy who wasn't a team guy, it's Bosa. He has showed you that time in and time out. You throw the defensive coordinator under the bus last year because you ain't getting to the quarterback. This year, what's your excuse? What's your excuse this year, man? Like, you need to get to the quarterback when it matters. Don't give me no second quarter sacks. When it's fourth quarter, give me sacks. And I'm sorry, Purdy was great yesterday. He was 9 out of 10. Stafford was a 10 out of 10 yesterday. Stafford had less working, and he was going up against a better defense. Purdy should have walked away with that game feeling really, really good about himself. But the defense just gave it up. One other thing I want to point to is Kyle Shanahan. In the press conference, you guys keep talking about, oh, we knew it was a special teams and we didn't get anything done and they still got our edge. To me, he's throwing the special teams coach under the bus. Kyle has, and I don't like to say this about men, but Kyle has a little bit of coward in him, where he will throw guys under the bus to save himself. Case in point, last year when they fired Steve Wilkes, he had to do that on a Wednesday. I caught that. I used to work in PR. I caught that. You took heat that whole first week after you lost the Super Bowl, and the beginning of that second week, you threw him out there on a Wednesday like chum in an open sea full of sharks. You could have fired him on a Friday. It's something about Kyle where it's just, he has that rich kid vibe where if you screw me, I'm going to make you pay for it, and I am not going to take any blame for it. I'm going to make sure I pass this off to somebody else. But those are just the two things. Bosa and Kyle, to me, it's a lot of things attitude-wise that they embody that's wrong with this team. But yeah, that's all I got to say, guys.
Maurice, that's a hell of a call.
Thank you
very
Maurice.
much.
And I appreciate you showing restraint when referring to Kyle, because you and I looked at each other like,
I'm like, what's the word going to be? And what's the word going to be?
There's a couple 5-letter words.
What's it going to say?
There's a couple of those 5 letters that I thought were coming.
And then he went coward.
You better be careful.
Coward's a 6-letter.
Okay.
And I appreciate his restraint.
Yeah.
And he's not wrong about Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa has 2 sacks on the year, and his point was fourth quarter. And he's right. In the fourth quarter, the defensive line
looked gassed.
They looked gassed. They looked like a ballroom dancing class. They were dancing with the offensive linemen.
And you pointed out that Nick Bosa did not take a snap off in this game.
Right.
And I wonder why, because that's not normal. That's not the typical way that they use Nick Bosa. Now, the other thing about Kyle Shanahan, listen, I'm going to let everything that he's just said, I'm going to let that sit there for y'all to marinate in and think about. I don't think that his comment was throwing the special teams coach under the bus, though. I think that he's calling out the players. And I will say this, it's hard for a head coach to do that and not have that resonate in a negative way in the locker room. So the reason I say that is when he says, oh, we felt it coming and they got our edge anyway, that's simply saying you're not executing. Now, players can handle that to a degree. They can handle that to a degree, but you only get a few of those before they're going to feel like they're getting sold out.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Kyle Shanahan is on his conference call with the media right now. You'll hear it coming up in a little bit here on Willard and Dibs. But the big news so far, Kyle Shanahan has said that Javon Hargrave has partially torn his triceps and will be out for the season. There is a chance he could return for the postseason. But his regular season is over.
Javon Hargrave, out for the year.
Torn triceps, yeah. out for the year, and that's
there was concern about this after the game yesterday. Kyle kind of threw some water on it by saying that he goes, I don't know, but the initial sort of response that we're getting is it doesn't sound like it's a huge deal. Obviously, it is a huge deal. And while Hargrave has been disappointing for the 49ers, that doesn't make it any less of a problem that you now have a gaping hole right in the middle of your defensive line, which was already struggling.
Right. And, Malik Collins, who was really pretty good yesterday, one of the better defenders, now he's going to have to shoulder more of the load going forward. And you also are going to have to look at, adding some bodies in there. And I'm just looking at other things that are coming out from the presser. David Lombardi, friend of the program, says Brock Purdy has back soreness. He's day-to-day. Now, I wouldn't anticipate that, back soreness is, Monday after a Sunday game. I get it. Nothing really too alarming from that tweet. But the Javon Hargrave one?
I don't know that I agree with you on that. Because NFL players, look, there's nobody on the Niners that's not sore.
Sure.
The Rams are all sore. If they're reporting it, that's just the way I process NFL injuries. If you tell me about it, I'm going to assume it hurts like hell.
Right.
I'm going to assume it hurts like hell.
What's not in the tweet is what I perceive is the fact that he had to carry the whole team on his back, which is why he has back soreness. Anyway, and other Niner reporters are now echoing the same thing. We'll hear more from Kyle Shanahan coming up, but the big news, Javon Hargrave, torn triceps, and we'll get Doc Pandia's thoughts on that tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Cleared to play, but it doesn't sound like that he will be cleared to play at all with a torn tri.
Yeah, doesn't. There's really not a whole lot to talk about. He's gone. He's gone. The question is not how's Javon. The question is now who's playing his position. And D. Winters also comes out with an ankle injury. I don't know about his availability because I really would love to see him play a lot more.
He played 7 snaps yesterday.
I would love to see play more because Devondre Campbell has been a problem.
Right.
So I would love to see a lot more of D. Winters, but he's got an ankle injury now.
Yeah, now you look at a defensive line, and we all talked about it today throughout the course of this day here on this radio station, and the D-line wasn't good enough yesterday, and we all have been questioning Javon Hargrave, and well, maybe that's why. And so now it doesn't even matter why he was mostly ineffective because now he's not going to be able to play football for a long time.
Well, to me, and look, no celebrating injuries ever. There could be a silver lining here, which is sort of conceptual. Hargrave was known, as far as defensive tackles, as a much better pass rusher than a run stopper. I would argue the Niners need a run stopper. I don't know if there's a high-level one out there. I don't know about the guys on the bench. We're going to see them step up. Or you're going to see the 49ers try to make an acquisition on the market. Is DJ Jones still in Denver? Is he still in Denver? Call those chumps. They're going nowhere. Get DJ Jones back here because he was a phenomenal run stopper.
Right.
And right now the Niners can't stop the run. I don't want any more Kyron Williams up the middle for 7, for 2nd and 3. I don't want any more of that. It's the whole key to defense. 2nd and 8, not 2nd and 4. It's the whole key to defense.
ESPN had mentioned the Bengals as a possible landing spot if the Broncos had traded DJ Jones. This is a report from a day ago. So if DJ Jones is at all available, I'm with you.
Get him.
You've seen him as a guy who can go up there and eat up a couple of run blockers.
All right.
Really quick before we head out to a break, Shanahan has also said that Christian McCaffrey is headed to Germany to get his Achilles looked at. As well.
Well, that means he's getting PRP.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what that means.
Yeah.
And the platelet-rich plasma therapy.
Injection.
He's
going to need the needle.
he's going to be there for a while. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We got a lot to talk about, okay? So let it out. Those of you on hold, here we come. 888-957-9570. We're also 20 minutes away from Fade the Dibbers ×2. Willard and Dibbs.
This is the day of the big sale at your gift shop.
Welcome in.
So this isn't just a big day.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Kyle Shanahan is still in the process of talking. We will play it in its entirety in 20 minutes. Okay, between now and then, it's all you except for when we dive out for about a minute so Dibs can make you money by making bad picks on both Monday night games. That's coming up.
It's coming up. I wish I could refute it, but your boys are running cold. I'm 4-4, coming off a bad loss yesterday.
Yeah, bad beat. But
and I'll stop picking the Niners, everybody, okay?
Appreciate it. Like, hello. Anyway.
My other pick was the under, which also would have lost, if that makes you feel any better.
Lord. It does, actually.
Okay.
And then, if you're just joining us, Javon Hargrave is out for the year because of a partially torn tricep. Brock Purdy, back soreness. D. Winters, an ankle injury. There's your updated injury report, and we are still working through yesterday, which was horrible defensively, both schematically and in terms of personnel. Special teams continues to seemingly not get the look that it needs. And then let me just throw this real quick into the conversation as we go to the calls. I'm in the process of drafting a tweet. You ready to hear it before I send it?
Go ahead.
All right, here it is. Brandon Aiyuk has almost as many drops as catches. Debo is hurt. Hill and Waddle have been rendered useless. CD has 13 total catches and hasn't gone for 100 yet, but does have a fumble. A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith are both hurt. Meanwhile, Jamar Chase is busy cratering his team's season. If you paid your wide receiver big money, you screwed up.
Well, and think about how much money in total, if all those contracts come to fruition, like the total money that was spent on wide receivers and just the guys you mentioned right there, it's almost $1 billion. And right now your ROI, your return on investment, Justin Jefferson and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Like, there are exceptions. I understand sometimes when someone is so key to what you do that you're like, well, if that's the going rate, I guess we'll do it. Like, Amon-Ra is if not, he's if not the key to their offense. Same with Justin Jefferson in Minnesota. But let's look around at who's doing well. Okay? Sure, the Vikings are 3-0, though Jefferson has been a little in and out of the lineup as it's happened. Seattle is 3-0. They paid DK, but that's not necessarily. I mean, he had just like Justin. He had one really, really wonderful long play yesterday.
The speed on DK Metcalf.
That's great.
You
right?
forget how fast he is.
Right? New Orleans off to this great start. Who's their wide receiver? Pittsburgh's 3-0. They spent all offseason screaming about how they don't even have wide receivers. And oh yeah, I forgot. The team that wins the Super Bowl every year is also 3-0. Paying no receivers. They were the first trendsetters to send their receiver out of town when he wanted $30 million. Everyone called him crazy, and they haven't lost the Super Bowl since.
Right. So maybe this is where the market gets reset because everybody talks about how, you don't need a running back, and the running back is going the way of the dodo bird. And then you watch Baltimore yesterday with Derrick Henry, and suddenly looks like they've kind of figured out how to use him, and Baltimore in a must-win situation maybe. They kind of have finally figured it out.
Another team that's not paying wide receivers.
Exactly.
Another team that's not paying. And I know that they're 1-2, but a very quality run organization that has won repeatedly, won a lot of games.
A 2-0 team coming up here in 40 minutes that sent their wide receiver out as well, Buffalo.
Yes, and I know the Chargers lost Justin Herbert yesterday, but Jim Harbaugh comes in. They get off to a 2-0 start, and what was his clear design as he arrived? Get rid of both of your high-priced receivers. We'll draft some people and whatever. Grab some running backs off the scrap heap, and we'll go 2-0. So, listen, this is not a catch-all, but I was out on it then, and I remain out on it now. This was a bad contract by the San Francisco 49ers.
And right now, that's not the least of their worries, but it's further down the list of their worries because Javon Hargrave now is added to the list of wounded 49ers, and he probably won't play again this year.
Yep. Out for they said maybe by playoffs, and I think you have to get there first for that to even matter, and you're 1-2. Edgar in San Antonio on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Edgar, thank you for calling.
Hey, how you doing, Willard? How you doing, Dibs?
We're hanging in there, Edgar.
We're good, brother.
Well, Well, I just wanted to, man, that's bad news about Hargrave, man. That hurts a little bit. But I just wanted to just talk about how impressed I was with Purdy. What's interesting is that a lot of people said, well, including 49er fans, well, I want to see Purdy and see how he's going to do with no receivers, or if he doesn't have Debo, or if he doesn't have Trent, or if he doesn't have, whoever. And I was so impressed by him yesterday. He stepped up. He actually looked like a quarterback that we can keep for years to come. I don't know about you, but that's how I felt. He was dropping dime after dime. When the pass rush was coming, you saw what he was doing. The way I see it, guys, is like this. Surround Purdy with what he needs to be successful. Give the man an offensive line. Give him some receivers that are going to get open, that are going to beat press coverage. That's what we need. That's what we need. And for the defense, I know that we need a lot of help on defense and special teams. But right with anything that Shanahan should be thinking about, he should be thinking about surrounding Purdy with the weapons that he needs, beginning with the offensive line. You saw what it would look like if the man has time to throw the ball. A lot of stuff can open up downfield. He can throw the ball 30-plus yards down the field. The intermediate, the layered throws, he can make it work, guys. All I'm asking for Kyle to do is just kind of get out his way a little bit and make sure that his franchise quarterback is successful.
Edgar, thanks, man. Appreciate it so much. That whole idea, surround Purdy with what he needs to be successful, sort of changes a little bit. I mean, we spent so much time this on, oh, gosh, you can't get rid of either of his receivers. Edgar's right. Like, this whole idea of the window is closing. I've been trying to make this point. No, the window is opening. You're about to have a franchise quarterback for a long time. He's 24 years old. What's the first thing he needs? Phenomenal play on the offensive line. And the offensive line is getting a lot of heat today. Like Jordan Mason is getting holes. They're good against the run. They've not been great against the pass. They've not been great in pass blocking. And that's a problem. Brock Purdy now has back soreness after 3 games. Just let that hopefully be the warning shot. But yes, I agree. He needs a wonderful pass-blocking offensive line, and he will make plays for the next decade.
Right, and if it is with Juwan Jennings, and you don't have Debo, and Brandon didn't do a ton yesterday, and so you hope that Cowing, if he eventually gets a chance to play football for this team, and Ricky Pearsall, when he gets healthy, the window can stay open if you have a quarterback who looks to be as good as this quarterback looks to be, and Brock Purdy had a great game yesterday. It wasn't good enough, not because of Brock Purdy, but because of the defense, which was porous yesterday.
Let's keep moving here. 888-957-9570 to Coach Duran in Union City. What's up, Coach?
Hey, Willard and Dibbs, my 2 guys. What's up, fellas?
Come on, Coach. Bring it now.
Man, yesterday's game, I watched the full Niner-Rams game. Niners choked. The Reggie Miller to Spike Lee. Oh, man, they are going to look back in a couple of weeks and really regret that game. It's just like the Baltimore Ravens with the Raiders. A 3-point win is a 3-point win. Niners should have got that win. Moody would have had that field goal. They would have went to overtime, but it happens. The Rams make a comeback, and the Rams did a good job.
Coach, thank you very much. I mean, we were talking last week about the anatomy of the word choke. And, I always we use it now like every single time that something doesn't.
A lead is blown.
Right. Anything that's blown, it was a choke. Again, to me, choking is when you're sort of overwhelmed emotionally by the moment. Did Ronnie Bell choke? Did the special teams collectively choke? I don't know. They were just awful. I don't care if they were emotionally overwhelmed by the moment or not. Their execution is off, and there's not a lot of time to fix it.
No,
this is the easy portion of the schedule.
It should be, but it's getting harder now when you've got these injuries and you don't have McCaffrey or Debo. We don't know if George Kittle is going to be able to go. next Sunday when you take on a New England team that's going to have more rest than you have. So you don't know who's going to be on the field. Javon Hargrave won't be with the torn triceps. And I was just looking at the quick WebMD, and it was saying 6 months is usually if you have a complete tear of the triceps. And that's obviously not applying to pro football players, but I think that puts you about March with the torn triceps, right? I think the Super Bowl's in February.
You'll be ready for the game in March.
Yeah.
Have we gone to the 25-game schedule yet?
Unfortunately, not quite yet.
That's too bad.
The word choke it's a trigger for so many people, but if you look at the last 13 plays of the game yesterday, there were 5 plays where if you don't want to use the word choke, you can use whatever word you want, but you made horrific plays offensively, defensively, on special teams over the last 13 plays of that game. You blew it 5 different times.
I agree with you. Like, I'm not going to be bothered by any word you want to use. It was absolutely brutal. Just an absolutely brutal performance that's going to have a fallout, I believe. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Fade the Dibbers in 5 minutes. Let's go to Alan and Campbell. Hi, Alan. Thank you for calling Willie and Dibby.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you so much for taking my call. Let's save Dibley a little bit early. I wrote a little verse yesterday as I was watching this game, which ended up being prophetic, which I'd like to just share with everyone. Willard, you made this point a moment ago and just hammered it from a rational side as far as overpaying Brandon Aiyuk and all these other receivers. So here's my contribution. Brandon Aiyuk caused such trepidation during his contract negotiation. Indeed, there was much speculation. Were his skills worthy of such compensation? Thank goodness for yesterday's clarification. No need for further cogitation. 5 catches on 9 targets for 48 yards. Sounds like a market inflation sensation. And with that, boys, I'm out.
There you
That's
go.
just somebody rack him.
Yeah,
that
please.
was just incredible.
And Alan, send us $6. But other than that, that was a phenomenal phone call.
Yeah, there's no need for further cogitation because you look at what you have and 10 targets I think was the official number.
Was
and
it 9 or 10?
5 catches.
Whatever it was.
Depends what you look at. And either way, that was a game where, Guru's got me on the prize picks, and so I'm betting a lot of these props. And I was looking at the Brandon Aiyuk 5.5 catches. To me, that was an easy over. I put that in a bunch of my different prize picks plays, and how'd that work out for me?
Well, you got to hedge.
Great.
You got to hedge with the over 1.5 drops.
Yeah,
because he should have had over 5.5 catches, but he dropped 2 or 3 of them.
Yep.
So
no doubt.
888-957-9570. Let's do one more, then we'll fade the dibs, and then we'll keep on going. Vinny in Motown. Vinny, yo.
Hey, what up, fellas? How you doing?
What's good?
Got a couple things. I'm choosing to look at the opposite side of the coin here. I'm thinking that we got a 24-year-old quarterback that's helped take us to an NFC championship in the Super Bowl in the last 2 years. I think the front office got lucky with that after we blew a lot of our picks on the Trey Lance situation. So I feel like we could be in a lot worse situation than we currently are in. I feel like there's a little bit of that Super Bowl funk. These injuries are not helping. The holdouts that were happening in the beginning of the season didn't complement the energy. I know the guys say, hey, new season, let's start over fresh, new mentality. It's a different year. But I think there's a little bit of a carryover after losing in a dramatic fashion as they did last year. So I'm choosing to believe that it's barely game 3. If we can get our guys healthy, if people want to start counting this out now, I think that's one of the greatest things that I've noticed about the Shanahan teams in the last few years is when we've come up from behind, when we made the playoffs in the last game of the season versus the Rams, when we went wild card, and I think we're much better with that underdog mentality. And I think somebody like Greenlaw coming back, leading that pack mentality of him and Warner just out there causing havoc. I know Hargrave's going to be down, but it's next man up. I think if McCaffrey can get back, and that's the good thing you've seen yesterday is Brock has the ability to do it without a lot of the ones. So if you're looking at a 24-year-old guy that everybody's like, how do we pay him? Do we not pay him? I think you pay the guy. I think the guy's perfectly made for the Kyle Shanahan system, West Coast quarterback, that he can run that. He's smart. And his back hurts yesterday from diving for first down, scrambling just to try to make a play to give his team a chance to win. And that's the kind of mentality you need. I see a lot of these second and third year guys out here throwing pick sixes and stuff. So I think everybody just needs to calm down. It's a long season. We got a lot of games to go. If we can get healthy, that's the biggest thing. Get healthy going into that second half of the season. You saw the Philadelphia Eagles go 10-0 and lose 6 straight and then get bounced out. And that's how quick a season can change. But it just takes a team to be healthy. And I think Brock's got what it takes. So I think we all just need to calm down. I think we have a little bit of that spoiled, Giants winning World Series, Warriors winning championships, Niners were the 80s and 90s. Was like, hey, man, like, that's great. But we're tasting it. We're hungry for it. But I'd rather be the Niners in that Super Bowl than Detroit looking for their first Super Bowl in 50-plus years. You know what I mean?
Of course. Yeah,
it's good perspective, Vinny.
It's good perspective, and it's all true. But I don't know that anybody today is saying that the season is on the brink. It's not. And within locker rooms, I've been told this repeatedly by people who have played in locker rooms, which is that coaches look at each 4 games as a quadrant of the season. I know it's now a 17-game season, so one of these needs to be a 5-gamer, but they coach up the idea of, let's win this quadrant. Let's win. Let's try to go 3-1 in these 4 games. If you're able to do that 4 times, you're going to have a really special season, 12-4, 12-5, something like that. And if you can't do it, at least make a par and go 2-2. And the 49ers, I firmly believe, will do that. We'll get to this weekend this week. But I firmly believe they will still go in 2-2. And the season has plenty of time. But this isn't about Brock. And it's not even, to me, about the injuries. Like, I would love it if yesterday felt like it was because of the injuries. Oh, the Niner offense is hampered. And so they struggled, and they only scored 19 points. That's not what happened. They looked fine. They threw the ball well. They ran the ball well. They moved the ball up and down the field. And all kinds of other mistakes by fully healthy groups totally messed the game up. And you're looking at groups now and wondering if this is just them. Is this the 49er defense? Is this who they are?
Well, it might be. And you're going to be without Javon Hargrave. And everyone's talking about Dre Greenlaw when he comes back. We don't know if he's going to be able to come back off the Achilles. You hope around Thanksgiving, but that still is about 8 or 9 games away. So this might be the group. And you have a brand new defensive coordinator. And you don't look like your defense is that good right now. And you mentioned, the injuries and the offense and the rest of it. You went up against a team that didn't have its 2 top receivers, didn't have its tight end, and 3 of the 5 starting offensive linemen were not there. So this was a game where you can't even use we were so injured as an excuse, because the team you played against was as injured, if not more injured than you.
No doubt. And how many sacks did they get in this game?
The Niners got 3 sacks, I believe.
3 sacks.
3.
That is
and one of them was Okawanyu.
Correct.
Unblocked, who just strolled down the middle of the offensive line and barely got a hand on Stafford. It counts, but that was one of the 3.
Okay. 888-957-9570. You'll feel better if you let it out. So keep coming. We'll keep going to you. Kyle Shanahan's press conference coming up in 5 minutes. Let's spend a minute with this, though, because you got a double Monday Nighter tonight. The Jags are at the Bills, and the Commanders are at the Bengals. And if nothing else, if the Niners aren't going to win games, the least you could do is make a bunch of money. And that's what we provide when we fade the dibbers.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain.
Nostradiblis gives out his pick. You bet against it, you make money.
Cash me out one time.
It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your picks stink.
Dibs, what's the lock of the day?
Well, actually, we got 2 today. Double Monday night action. And I'll tell you what, Mark, I'm ready to get back on the beam here and get some wins. I'm sitting at 4-4 on the year, which you and I talked about it. That's the worst thing for me to be in this bit.
That's not good.
It's dead 500. But I'll tell you what.
You've reestablished yourself with your bad picks.
Oh, I'm ready to get hot again.
Well, what does hot mean is the question. So the Bills are -4. This line has just changed.
Yeah, I just saw that.
The Bills are now -4 against the Jags, and the Bengals are -7.5 against the Washington Commanders. I know both of the correct picks. Let's see if you make them.
Well, you don't know. You don't know squat.
I do.
You think you know, but you don't know, and you may never find out. I'm going to win both these games tonight, and those of you trying to fade me, This one's going to hurt you because I like a favorite and I like a dog. I'm going to take the Bills, given just 4. The sharp money's all over Jacksonville now because the money's pouring on the Jags. I'm not buying it, you sharps. You don't know anything. Give me the Bills -4, and I'm taking the Commanders on the road in the 7.
Bay Area and beyond, listen to me very, very closely.
Don't go deep voice on me now.
Fade the Dippers.
You're against me on both of these?
Fade the Dippers.
All right, we'll see.
Fade the Dippers.
Your boy's ready to get hot.
Your parlay tonight is Jacksonville and Cincinnati.
I didn't know Joe Burrow had dyed his hair. That changes everything.
Jacksonville and Cincinnati. That is your parlay tonight.
You take Buffalo and you take the Commanders. Brian Robinson's about to fantasy football all over you.
I knew you were going to do it. I knew it.
I made these picks 5 days ago. I'm sticking with it. You laugh now and cry much later.
Yeah, I do laugh now. Jags and Bengals. Trust me.
Oh, trust you.
Trust me.
Guy over there betting $6 a game.
I bet way more than that. I bet 10 on it. Major. And I think I might go put some more money on it now.
You should.
I think I will.
Yeah.
I think I will. All right. Okay, so Kyle Shanahan is coming up here in just a moment. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Mike and Tony and Ian, stay right where you are. We're going to keep coming again all day, all the way up until 6. We are simply here for you, and I feel like we can do this together. That was, to me, that is right up there, certainly at least in the regular season. That is among the most frustrating losses in the Kyle Shanahan era, period. And so I know a lot of people came out yesterday and they're like, I don't know if I can listen. This is too frustrating. This is annoying me too much. No. That's when we need togetherness. That's when you need, and you will. You'll feel better when you let it out. Dibs, do you feel a little better now?
No,
don't you?
Not
you
at
don't?
all. Nope.
You've been laughing. I feel like you're smiling a little bit.
I'm laughing because I see the world in a certain way. And I'm laughing because sometimes laughter is the best medicine.
There you go.
Angry Jeff.
That's awesome. That's what I'm talking about.
Nobody wants angry Dibs.
We've come to get used to it.
He hasn't been around in a long time now.
Yeah, but I can see him when he's in there.
That's not true.
He hides in there.
You try to find him. You're trying your best to get there, but you won't.
All right, 888-957-9570. More of your calls next. Plus, Kyle Shanahan's press conference in full, including his announcement of the injury report, which includes a player out for the year, and it includes one of the 49ers on IR heading on a long vacation. All of that coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Shop Organics on sale at Whole Foods Market. Save on organic heirloom tomatoes through September 24th. Get cozy with a bowl of heirloom tomato and basil soup to get in the mood for fall. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which is my bank and has been for more than 6 years, and I love it because it's a family-owned bank, and when you go in there, you do get that family-owned feel. When you deposit your money with Fremont,
to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we are here for you. We want you to let it out. We want you, though, to be fully informed on what to say when you let it out. So there's a quick and easy way to do that. You got questions for Kyle Shanahan? I bet you do. The assembled media had questions for Kyle Shanahan as well. And he just held his Monday conference. And so we're going to take a full listen to that. And then we will immediately dive right back to you so you can let it out and get it off your chest and try to start feeling better. 888-957-9570. The conversation between the media and Kyle Shanahan started with him giving out the injury update after yesterday's loss.
All right, guys, injuries from the game. D. Winters with the ankle, just aggravated his previous injury. Brock Purdy has some back soreness. He'll be day-to-day. And Javon Hargrave, we were wrong about. He partially tore his triceps, so he'll likely be out for the season. That's it from the game. Go ahead.
Kyle, obviously surprised by the Hargrave injury. How was he playing, and how big of a loss is that right now?
I mean, it's a big one, and I thought he had his best game yesterday. I thought he was a huge factor. Really affected the quarterback in that game, and it's a big loss. And he's one of our better players, and he's definitely going the right direction. He's going to have a big year.
What do you guys do now to compensate for the losses, Javon?
I mean, we're still working through that. We got a couple guys on practice squad that we'll most likely bring up. We got some outside guys who are good inside rushers, as far as pass downs and things like that. But we'll always look out at what's available out there. But usually you go to your practice squad. And hope to get Kalia Davis back soon, too, which would help. Not this week, I don't think, but hopefully soon.
For the season, is there a chance he could get back to the playoffs?
I believe so. But whether you partially tear it or tear it, I think we're recommending surgery. So when you get surgery, that's usually it's a few months at least. So, I mean, if there was a chance, it'd have to be late in the playoffs.
And Kyle, as far as Brock, is there any concern there about anything structural or anything of that nature?
His MRI was good, so we feel good about that. But just sore today, and hopefully he'll feel better by Wednesday.
Turning to the game, I have a question about how you guys handled the end of regulation. We've seen you in the past at the end of the first half make a major priority to not allow the other team to get the ball back. Why wasn't that the thinking toward the end of regulation when you guys took over with 151 left?
I think it is the thinking. It's not the number one goal. The number one goal is to try to win the game right there, which I believe we had every opportunity to do. But that's why we didn't get in the 2-minute on that second. And I think it was 2nd and 6. We threw a curl route to BA, and we huddled up after it. So that was totally the thought process. And then the next down, we had an incompletion, and then we had a drop. And then it was 3rd and 10, and they had one timeout left. So, by that time, then it's over. You got to move the chains, or they're going to be able to use their timeout and go. And Brock ended up scrambling on it, so we had them use their timeout. But there wasn't a time that we could run out the clock. Obviously we didn't get it done, didn't make the catch, and you could come out and run it the first couple of downs and things like that. But we were trying to win it with that in our mind, and that's why when we were in bounds, that's why we huddled up and didn't go into 2-minute mode.
Kyle and Noah, how was it having him back out there from an energy standpoint, and what did you think of his performance in his first game back?
I thought it was good first game back. He wasn't at the point of attack too much, but he definitely had made some plays in it, had a good tackle on the sidelines. And I think he held up pretty well. I haven't got to talk to him personally, but the film looked good, and hopefully it was a good step in the right direction, and he'll build off that going forward throughout the season.
Kyle, Christian traveled to Germany over the weekend, I believe, and is that to visit with Dr. Wheeling, and what's your understanding of what he's hoping to accomplish there?
I'm not sure what doctor it is. I know he's going to see a specialist that I believe can help him with his Achilles process, and I think he's doing that over these next few days, and hopefully it'll help.
One more Achilles question about Dre Greenlaw. Is there a timeline yet on approximately when he might be able to come back?
No, I mean, when I set out at the beginning of the year, I was hoping mid-season, so I haven't asked here in the last couple weeks, but that was what it was at the beginning of the year, and still hoping that. So but midseason still a ways away.
Why did D. Winters enter for Campbell on the Rams' third series?
Just planned on it before the game. He wanted to do that early going into this year also, but D just got hurt there, I think, in that last preseason game, so that set that back a little bit, and he's gotten healthy, and we planned on doing that early, just like the week before we planned on doing it with Gio and Malik. So we started that, and he got hurt he re-aggravated his ankle on the fake punt.
Is that any reflection of kind of a dissatisfaction with Campbell's performance?
No, we want to keep working to get the best guys out there, and he's had a good camp, and he showed that he deserves the chance to push them, and he did good on the plays that he did when he was in there, and hopefully he'll get healthy so we can keep doing the same stuff.
Kyle, where is Jacob Towing on his, progression in getting involved in the offense, and were there thoughts about getting him any snaps on offense?
He's still working to get out there. He's trying to get more comfortable with the offense and just earn a role with it, and gets closer and closer each week. Still got a bit to go, though.
Yeah, how has he been looking? I mean, he's obviously back, not off the injury list, but does he look like he's normal health-wise other than that?
Yeah, he's totally healthy.
Is it more mental understanding of the offense and where he needs to be?
There's lots of reasons that go into it, but he hasn't been able to make his way into that group yet, and the more he gets comfortable with the offense and the more consistent he gets, then he'll earn those opportunities.
Kyle, there was a play late in the game where it looked like Brock had Brandon open late and saw him and kind of hesitated to throw it and ended up coming back to Jennings. What did you see on that play? What was kind of the reason that Brock maybe didn't let that one go?
They busted a coverage, and BA had a deep curl route, and they busted the coverage, so BA did the right thing and just took off and went to that hole, and it kind of caught Brock by surprise because, BA was number 2 in the progression. When he looked to him, BA wasn't in the right spot because they busted a coverage, and then he went down the field, and Brock thought about it. He just wasn't sure where the rest of the safety was or anything, since he wasn't anticipating that to happen. And it would have worked, obviously, if he let it go, but that happens sometimes. Defense busts a coverage, and if you're not looking at the guy the whole time, who all of a sudden turns it into a go route, you can't always just let it rip.
Can you explain that a little bit more? What coverage were they supposed to be in, and what did they end up doing?
They're supposed to be in 2 sky weak, and the corner safety is supposed to be a half player, stayed in a cloud and didn't play half.
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
Kyle, last year you had, pretty good injury luck, or that's the term, particularly with your star players. Obviously totally different so far this year. I mean, I don't know, stupid question, I guess, but do you have a sense of this may not happen back-to-back years going into this?
What may not happen back-to-back years?
Well, just having guys stay healthy, and particularly your star players.
Injuries are always a part of it. We've had to deal with it a number of years, sometimes more than others. I think last year, just mainly with some of our main guys, we were very fortunate. They didn't miss too many games. This year has been totally different to start out. So that's been real tough. I'd like to try to stay positive with it, that, all of them eventually are going to come back, but that probably changed with Hargrave today, so that was a tough pill to swallow there. But, yeah, we definitely haven't had the luck that we had last year.
Kyle, what did you see from your secondary after looking at the film?
From who?
From the secondary in pass coverage.
I thought the biggest thing was, when you give up 3 deep balls for 130 yards and only one of them was a completion, that was tough right there. We got the 2 PIs, I think one 50-yard PI, another 30-yard PI there at the end, and then the one that they got by our defense on the one they completed inside the 4-yard line. So I thought that was the toughest part about it. And that's what gave them a chance to get back in the game and eventually beat us.
Do you have any updates on Mooney and Kittle?
Let's see. Kittle, hope to get him back at practice this week, and Mooney's good to go.
As far as special, is there a common thread that runs through where the issues have been? I know they've come in different areas these last couple of weeks, but what do you need to see from that special teams unit as a whole that hasn't been out there producing so far?
I always love the special teams to help win, but my biggest thing is to not help lose, and it's not by making mistakes. And we had a bad one in Minnesota with the blocked punt, and then we had a bad one this week with giving up the fake punt. So those are two things that we got to shore up. I mean, I would always love to make plays and stuff on special teams, but the biggest thing is to not be one of the reasons that you lose. And those were two huge things, one in Minnesota and then yesterday on that fake punt. And that's stuff we got to be more prepared for first as coaches and get our guys ready for that a lot better than we did yesterday.
And there was also the long punt return. Is that just a matter of the young guys not fully embracing their roles or not having enough experience in those roles?
Well, I mean, you'd love to be able to make the tackle at the gunner. I loved how I think Malik shot his guns, which slows the guy down a little bit. And you need a contained player on that play when he gets to the sidelines. There was a clip in the back which would have negated him from getting the sidelines. But once they did end up clipping us, he got to that edge, and our contained player who was supposed to be there was not there. He was sucked up in the middle, and they didn't get to that, which led to a huge play. And that's coaching, that's playing, that's everything. But that's why it happened, and we got to make sure that we get a guy there, because if they do get to the edge, however they get to the edge, you better have a guy in contain, and we didn't.
Hey, Kyle, is Yetur Gross-Matos a possibility to play on the interior?
Yes, he is. All right, guys. You went there. Thanks.
All right, guys. Thanks for the fun chat. There it is. Kyle Shanahan on all the ins and outs of yesterday, including the injuries. And again, if you're just joining us, Javon Hargrave is out for the year. D. Winters has an ankle. I don't know the extent of what that means. Brock Purdy, back soreness. Charvarius Ward, good to go. Came out of the game fine. And no one even asked about Nick Bosa, who didn't even miss a play. And they hope to get George Kittle back at practice this week. And also said, as a coaching staff, they need to do a better job of getting everybody in the correct position on special teams. Gee, you think?
Well, it was coaching. It was also the players, and he explained it on the punt return there at the end how they didn't have the proper containment after Malik Mustafa fired his gun and dove in there and tried to make the big hit as the gunner and was unable to. So yeah, it was coaching, and it was also execution. And interesting, the first question he was asked about replacing Javon Hargrave, and he talked about a couple of guys off the practice squad, which is usually where you look first. Evan Anderson is a rookie, undrafted rookie, 325 pounds. And T.Y. McGill is a guy who's been in the league for 8 years, and he's been on the practice squad, so maybe he gets elevated. But he also mentioned Kalia Davis as somebody they're hoping to get back. He had a knee injury, and he's probably going to be gone for a handful of games still yet to go. And you heard Jennifer Lee Chan ask at the end about Yetur Gross-Matos. Can he be a guy to move to the inside? And Kyle said, sure. Either way, they're going to have to find somebody to come in and play in the interior and the defensive line, because a unit that has already been a little thin is just getting thinner.
888-957-9570. It keeps going with you. What do you want to get off your chest after that one yesterday? Let's keep rolling. Tony in Santa Rosa, thank you for calling Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Tony. How are you?
Yeah, good. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
On this show. I just wanted to say I'm not going to complain too much because that's been going on a lot, and I could, but I just want to say Jauan Jennings, what a beast that guy is. And you know what? I wasn't very surprised. I mean, I hear people talk about game plans and all that and say, Jauan's good on third downs, good on first downs. He's not really that kind of guy, not fast, but I don't know. I've kind of always seen him in this. Now, where can he take that if he was the number one? But I just feel like he's always just been a solid, great wide receiver that makes plays. I mean, just with more opportunities, I figure more of that would come to him.
I get what you're saying, Tony. Thanks very much. I like the one thing that sort of is frustrating about the Jauan Jennings thing for me. He got robbed of his moment. Today should have been just absolutely fawning over an unbelievable performance. But I also don't want to now just decide, which I'm hearing a lot of people do, that this is what Jauan will do anytime he goes out there and gets an opportunity. I have no idea about that. The whole fun thing, and I get that people are tongue-in-cheek here, but, they paid the wrong guy. Let's not start talking about Jauan Jennings making $25 or $30 million a year. That's not good for the 49ers. That's not good for anybody. These receivers are making too much money. This market got tilted in a way that it should not have. That's my opinion on that. Jauan, let's just keep it where it is. This was a wonderful performance, a wonderful day. Love that he's getting a lot more of his opportunity, and super bummed that the rest of the Niners ruined what should have been his day.
Yeah, he's had days before, and there was many people who thought that he could have been the Super Bowl MVP. He had 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl, so it was not the same game in terms of volume and stats, but his impact in that game was huge, and I don't even really want to entertain the conversation about Brandon Aiyuk and his money because you did it. You paid him and you signed him, and now you get to have him. So if you really wanted to, draw a hard line, and if you think, and you've made a good case for, all these teams who are paying their wide receivers, and a lot of these guys aren't already living up to the billing. Well, if the 49ers are really, the kind of team breaking the mold and they're, light years ahead and whatnot, then they shouldn't have paid him, but you paid him, so now you get to have him, and you got to deal with it.
I don't disagree with you at all. Yeah, for me, this isn't even really about the 49ers and Brandon. It's sort of a larger issue about the wide receiver market, and I know, and I said, there are exceptions out there. The Lions are not going to not have Amon-Ra. The Vikings are not going to not have Justin Jefferson. But this whole thing has gotten out of hand, and this isn't the way you win. And if you want to have a concern about the 49ers' finances going forward, stop making it about Brock Purdy. It's about Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel, for that matter. That's your concern going forward. That's your $60 million you need to worry about. Not the one that you're going to give to your sparkly quarterback who just showed everybody what he can do even without all of his weapons.
And it's not even an issue because you are number 1 in football as far as cap space goes. So you've got the cap space really to be able to deal with it. And if you want to talk about other high-price guys on your team, well, you've got Nick Bosa, who is 25th in football in sacks, and an earlier caller talking about fourth-quarter impact, which hasn't been great. Trent Williams just got a new contract, and he can't make it through a game without needing an IV. That's 2 games in a row where he's been so exhausted or so depleted that he needs an IV, and your top-paid cornerback gave up a 50-yard pass when you couldn't give up a 50-yard pass. So, yes, Aiyuk is making a lot of money and not producing, but you can go all across the roster and look at the highest paid guys on your team, and a lot of them aren't really pulling their weight right now.
That's fair enough. Mike in San Jose next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Mike. We appreciate your call.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? So, basically, what I'm gathering from this is absolutely nothing. Because a couple years ago they went to the Super Bowl and they started out 3-5, and everybody was freaking out. Then we railed off 10 wins in a row, and by the end of the season we were flexing, and everybody said we don't want to see them.
I do want to correct you, Mike. I do want to correct you. They did not go to the Super Bowl when they started off 3-5. They scratched and clawed and barely made the playoffs on the last week of the season, and then they went to the NFC title game. They did not go to the Super Bowl, but I hear your point.
Either way, they start out slow, they get hot. It's just kind of their style. I mean, it's not something that's surprising. It's not sneaking up on us. We've seen ourselves losing these games. The writing was on the wall. You knew that everybody had to be here in order for it to work. So the fact that guys were missing, we already had that doubt in our mind. So this isn't a surprise to anybody. Now, it is not a surprise that Kyle Shanahan is getting in a situation where he's keeping the team kind of in the knowing of where he's going. And that is completely stupid to all of us as Niner fans. We all know you run that ball, you don't get exotic. And he did exactly what he did in the Super Bowl, and he started passing that ball around, being an idiot, trying to use these schemes when sometimes just do the basic. And that's all we need as Niner fans from this man. If we get that, we'll be fine. But if he keeps doing what he did this last game, he's going to end up seeing that door, and we ain't going to want him here. I understand the winning's great, but it's going to get us to a certain point like he got with the other places.
I don't know when. When he got exotic, Mike. That's the part where I don't really get it.
Talk to him.
He got exotic, and you look at the way they ran the ball on their field goal drive to put them up 10, and they ran it almost every single play. There was a 32-yard pass on the first play from scrimmage in that drive to Juwan Jennings when he did the Randy Moss. He jumped up and went over the defender and caught it.
Incredible.
You had another pass to Juwan for 14, and you had a Ronnie Bell drop, which I know is a shock to some people. But other than that, it was Garendo, sneak, scramble, Mason. Those were your plays. And yeah, the scrambles were pass plays called, but they weren't exotic pass plays. No. They were plays where he went to look and make a throw, and then he ran it. Look, so I don't understand the idea of him getting exotic. And on the last drive, Juszczyk held, which made it 1st and 20. You're not going to run it 3 times in a row when it's 1st and 20 and you're out of field goal range.
No, absolutely not. I mean, look, yesterday was not a great day for Kyle Shanahan. It was not. But it is funny to me how many people, whenever the 49ers lose, that call right there, and Mike, we love you, but that's the call I referenced earlier today when I said that there's like this Pavlovian response when the 49ers lose. It's no different than the Warriors losing. Steve Kerr and his rotations. And it's Kyle Shanahan and those damn play calls. The play calling was fine. They moved the ball wonderfully. Jordan ran the ball great. Juwan had his best game ever. Brock Purdy was sparkly. This was not a play calling issue. It's all of the other stuff that lost that game. The defense was brutal. The special teams was awful. The situational awareness by certain players and coaches absolutely deserves question marks. You can ask Kyle questions in this game. They just shouldn't be about play calling.
They had 425 yards of offense, and they averaged, wait for it, 6.5 yards per play.
Yeah.
So you're getting 6.5 yards of play. For me, that doesn't come down to play calling. And I think if you want to really give Kyle Shanahan his flowers, as I will do after yesterday's game, now I don't think that his coaching was a big issue. Remember the halfback pass that they threw, and they called it in at the 3-yard line, and then they ran to the line. He challenged it. He challenged it not knowing fully whether or not that was a completed pass or not.
And he was right.
So if we're going to continue to go down the Kyle Shanahan road, and yes, the attention to detail from his defense and his special teams, they were bad. So there's a lot of things that you can look at that I don't think you want to put on Kyle Shanahan's plate.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. 888-957-9570. That is the number. There's a question I would say about Juwan Jennings that we haven't asked yet. It is speculative. It is projecting. It is all of those things. But I think it's worth asking. And we're going to ask that coming up next. Plus, 888-957-9570. Let it out. Just get it off the chest. Yesterday was a very, very, very frustrating game. You point at special teams. You point at Nick Sorensen / Brandon Staley, certain players. You want to get into the Kyle Shanahan conversation about other stuff. Why is Ronnie Bell on the field? Did you hear the answer that he gave about Jacob Cowing? That was interesting. We'll sort of reboot all of that coming up in just a second, okay? We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dip.
Yeah, you're coming off a weekend, and the best way to get your week started is to feel good about yourself. And so when you want to do that, you want to lose a little bit of weight because you probably got some size around the waistline, and you can get it started by following the program at Abundant Life Weight Loss. You could find the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. All you have to do to get started is call for a free consultation. The phone number is 925-854-5140. That's the phone number that you call, and you get information on how to change your life. You can find out how to lose 20 to 30 pounds in the first couple of months. I did. I dropped 25 pounds in just 2 months, and I lost 2 inches off my waistline and a couple of sizes on my T-shirts just by following the plan. There's no injection, no surgery, no prepackaged meals. It's a good, solid weight loss plan, and it's one that's pretty easy to follow, and I encourage you to get started. Give us a call today and find out how you can get started on your weight loss journey. The number again, 925-854-5140, or you can go online for more information at abundantlifeweightloss.com.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $20 a month for 2 years with no annual contract when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Actual speeds vary.
Terms and conditions apply. For full details, see unlock.com/legal. Actor portrayal.
Lisa, thanks for having me over. Your new kitchen is gorgeous. How did you find the money to do it?
We worked with this great company, Unlock. They help you unlock the future value of your home to get the cash you need today.
So it's a home equity loan?
No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get started?
It's easy. Just go to their website.
Go to unlock.com/radio to unlock the value in your home and get up to $500,000 in cash with no monthly payments and no interest ever. Pay off debt, improve your home, add to your retirement fund. It's up to you. Go to unlock.com/radio right now to see if you qualify to unlock the value in your home. That's unlock.com/radio. Go to unlock.com/radio.
Save on premium protein at Whole Foods Market. Get 25% off no antibiotics ever bone-in beef short ribs with Prime through September 24th. Make a fall-off-the-bone dinner with this tender cut of beef. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them. And they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Punt. Here comes Smith. Oh! Here he comes. Xavier Smith, the first touch of his NFL career, takes the Rams out near midfield.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
The whole thing's nauseating. The first touch of his NFL career. Nice shot.
Thank you. First touch. I think he had a fair catch earlier.
You nailed the trash
Number
can.
one.
Yeah.
Trash can for you is about a 12-footer. Is that what that is?
A little tougher. Right? Yeah. A little blind.
Yeah.
But I do think that he had another touch. I think he had a fair catch earlier in the game. I don't know if a fair catch counts as a touch, even though you do touch the football.
If you drop it, it's a fumble.
Yeah.
So
shout out Jacob Cowing.
Speaking of Jacob, what'd you hear in Kyle's answer about that? Because the media, and I think it was Jennifer Lee Chan, she did a good job of sort of like not putting Kyle in the defensive position. You know, I know that there's some media out there that why not Jacob Cowing instead of Ronnie Bell?
That's a great question.
Not really, because you're going to get a defensive snooty answer and then you're not really getting anything.
Right.
I thought it was asked in a way that was productive. Hey, can you let us know where Jacob Cowing is in his development process? I hear Kyle Shanahan, without using these words, saying, he's not ready.
I hear him say he's not close to ready.
Correct. I agree with you.
He played 4 snaps of special teams football. So I think that right now all he is the punt returner. And I'd have to confirm it, but I think that was it. I think the Rams punted 4 times, and that is the summary of what Jacob Cowing did.
That is the end of your TED Talk.
Yeah, there's one. I'm seeing 2 punts, and there's a 3 punts. So there was another special teams snap where he appeared, apparently.
Great.
Maybe it was on the actually, you know what it was? The fake punt.
The fake punt.
Of course, that was his 4th snap. He was the guy.
He was the man back.
Wasn't me.
Yeah.
Wasn't my fault.
No, he was Shaggy.
Right.
He was Shaggy
Totally.
way back. Yeah. Okay. So
4 snaps. So what I heard Kyle say is that he's not ready. So everybody who wants Ronnie Bell run out on a rail, let's think about what we have right now from a wide receiver standpoint. Deebo Samuel, unable to play, status unknown, probably going to be out again on Sunday, I would guess.
No, they said last week it was at least a couple weeks.
Okay. So you've got Juwan Jennings, you've got Brandon Aiyuk, who's rusty, you've got Chris Conley, who played 20 snaps, and you've got Ronnie Bell.
I don't know what decides who is rotating in and out over there. I would much, much rather see Chris Conley. But if you really want to zero in on that play, I'm sorry. I really don't care who you are or whether or not the 49ers should have kept you at the beginning of camp or whatever the process is. I don't care if you were the 14th guy and you were just a camp body. You're going to catch the ball. You're in the NFL. You got to catch the ball.
What position does he play?
A wide receiver. Pass catcher.
Exactly.
Pass catcher.
Your job is to receive the throw.
You're a pass catcher.
Right.
And you didn't catch the pass.
Right.
I'm going to have a hard yes, we can have conversations about the process that led us to this moment. But blaming Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch or anyone else for Ronnie Bell's drop pass, I think is a tough putt. I think that's hard to do. I think you're going back weeks now, and with wide receivers all injured already. Come on, man. Come on. Well, that's on Ronnie Bell.
It is.
Yesterday's game, his performance is on him.
His performance is on him, but they were the ones to draft him.
Yep.
They are the ones who continue to keep him. And I wonder if they don't make a move, because you do have Trent Taylor and you also have Terrace Marshall Jr. on the practice squad.
That's an interesting name.
Some are clamoring,
not really.
Some are clamoring for Terrace Marshall Jr. to get a chance to run out there and potentially catch or not catch the football.
Sure.
And that's something that you may look at, because right now you don't have a lot of other options. Like I said, you've got 4 healthy wide receivers, and Ronnie Bell is one of them. And Jacob Cowing is clearly not ready in their eyes. Ricky Pearsall is at least a game away after being shot. So I don't think that the plan was for Ronnie Bell to be this big a part of the pass game, but you've got no choice right now.
888-957-9570, and what we're doing is talking to you for the rest of the afternoon/evening. So for a full hour plus, let it out. Let's do this together. Get your frustration out. We feel like you might feel better after you do that. Let's do that. Is this Kevalation in Oakland? Is that the name? Did I get that right?
Definitely a Kevalation sensation.
That's what I figured.
Okay.
I figured.
What's up, M-Dub? What's up with M-Dub and the Silent River Dibber?
What's up, kid?
Yeah, what's up, dog? So, look, listen, I hear everybody, and I don't want to be like boring with it, but, yo, chill out, man. Look, like, if guys can't get excited about what we just saw from Purdy and I mean, Juwan Jennings, like we kind of all knew Juwan. I wouldn't say we knew he had this particularly in him because that was a big game. That was a big game from him, right? Especially when we were expecting that from Aiyuk. But, dude, listen, like Purdy was looking Mahomes-esque with the type of escapability he was showing in that game and just the accuracy and his calm and his composure. Dude, I'm happy. Like, after seeing that, like, it's no way I can be unhappy overall. Now, there's plenty of things to focus on, but Kyle is not one of them, right? Like, we keep doing this back and forth week-to-week thing. And it's like, listen, we got one of the best coaches in the game. It's going to work out. He has not had a quarterback like Purdy since he's been there, and now he does. And it's going to be an adjustment period for Kyle, too, calling plays for a quarterback who actually can control the game with his talent and his arm and his composure, his mind, his thought process. So I just think we should all chill out. It's a little bummer that we lost Javon, but he kind of was, playing like he was hurt anyway.
Yeah.
So, like, I feel good. I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all think, but I think we should just relax. I think we'll be all right when the year starts to wind down.
Kevin Nation, thank you very much for the call. Here's what I'll say, though. Like, I love the demeanor. I love what you're saying. It's still very early. Nothing has been lost yet for the season. They've been put in a little bit of a hole that they didn't need to be put into. But the other thing to say about that, though, is that it seems like your take is that we all need to be more patient with Kyle calling plays for Brock Purdy. And I am still going to continue to be mystified that that's where anybody's head is coming out of yesterday's game. There are no concerns. There needs to be no patience with Kyle Shanahan calling plays for Brock Purdy. That's the part of the day that worked.
Agreed.
It's the only part of the day that worked. My concerns right now are that they have elevated an in-house new defensive coordinator to the position for the first time in his career, and so far, the defense looks like it's not even trying anything, let alone doing anything.
Right. That, for me, that's a part of it. It's also something I said earlier in the crossover, and I'll repeat it for those just joining us, but I think that this roster, especially on defense, is overrated. And Javon Hargrave is now out for the year with, and Kyle said it, it's a partially torn triceps, and I'm glad I didn't pile on Javon Hargrave like some when they highlighted just one play where he was kind of standing around in the fourth quarter. Well, Turns out he had a torn triceps. And so that's something that you don't know in the moment. And that's why sometimes during football games, I won't tweet because you don't know the full story if you want to come out and bury somebody. But I look at a defensive roster that with injuries, of course, but looks a little thin to me. The defensive line, Nick Bosa doesn't have a lot of help and he's not wrecking games. Fred Warner's out there as a lone actor running around in the middle of the field, and his help is not great. Flanagan Fowles is a special teamer who's been forced onto the field more than you would want. And Devondre Campbell, my goodness, a couple of high-profile mistakes yesterday. And the secondary that should be helped by a great pass rush is not being helped by a great pass rush. And Charvarius Mooney-Ward got cooked in a spot where you can't get cooked, and Isaac Yiadom got burned a few times. Diamond Lenore was great, but in general, I think that many of us have overrated this defense, and then you add in a brand new coordinator as well, and it makes it tough.
Yeah, I wonder, what about this? Has Javon Hargrave played his last snap for the San Francisco 49ers?
What's his contract status?
Well, his contract is a 4-year deal. This is only year 2, but there is a potential out at 2025, which would be after this season. There is a dead cap hit, absolutely, and it's not tiny. But if he's now coming off injury, now he's into his 30s, and they weren't loving the way that he was playing before that. I don't know if we're going to see Javon Hargrave suit up for the 49ers again.
Just depends on if they feel like they have his replacement. if they have his replacement in-house or if they can find his replacement. If you do decide to cut him at the end of the year and you eat his dead cap number, do you have the financial wherewithal to go out and pay another high-priced defensive tackle?
I don't know. And then I wanted to ask this Juwan Jennings question before we continue with the phones. And it's this, like, if he's going to do, let's say you get another, man, I don't mean 12 catches, $175, 3 scores, but let's say that this kind of performance continues for another week or two. What do you do when Debo gets back? You're going to put Juwan back on the bench, essentially?
Well, Juwan still is going to be out there for the 3 receiver sets.
Out there for 3 receiver sets, but I'm about 1 to 2 weeks away from 2 more Brandon Aiyuk drops from saying, I don't know, how about Debo and Juwan? But you have a money problem now.
Of course, and you also have a situation where if you do that to Brandon Aiyuk, if you decide that he's now wide receiver 3, what does that do to a guy who we've already seen maybe has a little bit of a fragile ego when it comes to that stuff? Whether it's a TikTok 2 days after a Super Bowl, or they say they don't want me, or all the rest of the feelings. He's been in his feels a little bit, and we saw it in his exit interview last year where he got emotional. He could barely speak. So now you're going to take Brandon Aiyuk and have him be wide receiver 3 and he's not going to be a starter.
I don't know.
That's very delicate when you're dealing with this individual player.
And we're way too early to get into this, but Juwan caught everybody's attention. Obviously, Juwan caught everyone's attention and was fantastic. And if you're going to get performances like that and Brandon's got a case of the dropsies, then yeah, we got something to talk about. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online. Or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also want to let everybody know the Niners are back home this week, which means pregame coverage is live from the Hilton Santa Clara Sunday. Don't miss the kickoff show with Lo Neal, Evan Giddings, live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara. Great food, great drinks, best pregame show in the Bay. You already know that. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
You see the number for that game? The opening number? Niners Patriots?
I believe I did.
10.5.
10.5.
10 and a hook.
10.5.
So, for everybody who is pulling out their hair over yesterday, and I clearly have because I don't have any left, but the level of panic, we can get there as the week rolls on, but you're still seen by the odds makers as a pretty comfortable bet to go out there and win that game.
Let me pull this up. I looked at it last night to see if anything had changed. I would like to check it right now. Who do you think the NFC favorite is now?
There's a new fave?
Who do you think the NFC favorite is now?
It couldn't be Detroit.
No, it's not Detroit.
And I don't think Minnesota would have climbed all the way up there yet.
No, it's definitely not Minnesota.
And Seattle, that's a little bit too hot still.
No, it's not Seattle.
Could it be we survived by the skin of our teeth Eagles? I'll go with the Eagles.
Yeah, no. I definitely, with my tone, I led you in the wrong direction. It is still going away.
The Niners.
The San Francisco 49ers.
Okay.
They went from plus 650 and careened down the board to plus 700.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet it.
And they are, in fact, still, if this is even a way of doing it, but 500 points, if you will, plus 700 all the way down to plus 1,200. Still that far clear of the second favorite in the NFC, which is a tie between the Lions and the Eagles.
Yeah. That's, for me, that's crazy. And because I certainly would not bet the Niners right now to win the NFC at plus 700.
Well, it's just the number hasn't gotten good enough. I would still bet on that. I want the number to be better.
I don't think the Niners are going to win the NFC.
Oh, don't go there already. Really?
You look at so you lose Javon Hargrave, one of your best defensive linemen.
Yeah.
You've got a running back who is yet to play, and he's on his way to Europe to get treatment.
That is true.
You've got a wide receiver who has had injuries in his past, and he's hurt again. You've got a pass rusher who's been relatively quiet thus far. You've got a secondary that is a question mark.
That's all fair.
I wouldn't bet it.
Listen, there's plenty of concerns. I just don't think yesterday, if you thought they were on their way before yesterday, I don't see yesterday as a full-blown October, November, December, January, I'm out kind of a performance. There's clearly some problems, and now we get to see if they'll address them or how they address them. But, I mean, are we that far off of the Niners stink after yesterday that
they should still be a playoff team.
Okay.
But you look at yesterday, and yesterday highlights problems that go deeper than Javon Hargrave being gone for the year.
I don't disagree with that.
You've got a defensive coordinator who plays a milquetoast, bland style of defense.
Yeah, they're going to have to make changes.
I just don't know personnel-wise, and I think that your roster has been overrated by many, including myself.
Maybe.
Many people have said they have the best roster in football. I'm not sure if that's true anymore.
No, maybe they don't. I mean, I know, and for most of us, when we say stuff like that, I think most people are getting wooed by the offense. You know what I mean? And look, there's stars on the defense, but largely, who's getting paid on the defense? Fred's getting paid, Nick's getting paid. And those are
Mooney Ward's getting paid.
Yeah, paid-ish.
I'll see where he ranks on the corner list. I'm sure he's top 10.
He's been there for a minute now. He might be. He's getting paid for a corner, but he's not getting that kind of a contract. When we talk about a stacked roster, you know the NFL fandom, we're largely, just like fantasy football, we're talking about offense. We're talking about the best left tackle, the best tight end, the best running back, and now 2 paid receivers and a quarterback we love. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Yes, especially with Dre Greenlaw out, this defense, from a personnel standpoint, is probably not what we've cracked it up to be. I'll agree with that, at least so far.
13th, Charvarius Ward, in average annual salary. He's 13th among corners.
Okay.
So not quite top 10.
And in the final year of his deal.
Right.
And not off to a great start on that extra next bag that he said he wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570. How about Murph in the 925? Hi, Murph. Thanks for calling.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I appreciate you taking my call. Little frustrating after, obviously, the loss yesterday, but even more frustrating is dealing with our delusional Niner fans. I am just shocked at how I've had 2 arguments today. One about Kyle's play calling, which I want to thank you guys for very strongly straightening people out on how we were running the ball yesterday. We didn't execute on the field. But I had another conversation today with a long-term Niner fan who says Purdy's the problem and can't see the field. I'm dumbfounded. I'm a long-time Niner fan going back to late 70s. This is the best play calling we've had since the Walsh-Holmgren, tree left the team, and by far the best quarterback play we had since, Steve Young took the shot from Aeneas Williams back in '99. So maybe you guys can help out a little bit more with my frustration and keep telling these guys how it really is. I'm frustrated. Our fan base doesn't know what they're talking about.
Murph, thanks. Here's what I would say, because there's no way, when you have a performance like that, look, the boss is going to take hits, and he's the boss. He's the boss. So I think there's a fair conversation to be had. But here's where I'll agree with Murph and Dibs. I'm almost 100% sure you agree with me, because we've been having this conversation today. If you want to criticize Kyle Shanahan for yesterday, do it. Maybe think of something a little bit more intricate than I didn't like the play calls. And that doesn't mean that you have to love every single play that he called. But the Niners moved the ball. Purdy was phenomenal. Jennings was generational. And the things that really cratered your game offensively were drops with nothing to do with the coach whatsoever. So there's a Shanahan conversation to be had. I just don't think that's it.
Well, I don't think it's play calling. If the discussion is, kind of in Steve Kerr-esque mode where he won't play the young guys, he's so stuck with Ronnie Bell. He won't play Kuminga. Why won't Kerr play Kuminga? Why are we playing Ronnie Bell 30 snaps and Conley gets 20 and Cowing gets 0? If you want to have that conversation, you can, and you can have any conversation you want. But Kyle said earlier in his press call that he doesn't think that Cowing is ready.
Yep.
And so he may be right. He may also be wrong.
Well,
but we're stuck with watching Ronnie Bell make drops. And the thing about the play calling, let's talk about that for just a minute.
Go ahead.
So Ronnie Bell goes on 2nd and 10 from the 43, and the play is for him to go double move, and he's the primary in the route, and he runs a double move, and he's open. So for me, the play call was brilliant, and the execution of the route was incredible. Now, Kyle can't catch the ball for Ronnie Bell. All he can do is scheme up a play, which he did. You know, he'd been going to Juwan Jennings a ton, and Aiyuk had 3 targets in the second half, including the 2 previous plays, by the way, were both Aiyuk-centric. So you go into your bag and you think, I'm gonna go to Ronnie Bell here off a double move, and I bet you it's going to work. And Bell with a do-do-it, it works.
Yep.
He's open. The throw is there, and he drops it. Kyle Shanahan's play calling.
Yeah.
That's where, and again, Mark, this is why I watch games twice, because I don't want to get wrapped up in the emotion. And I see that play call, and just from a play calling standpoint, that was brilliant.
I just don't know how the hell you come out of that game screaming about play calling. And how many times have we heard from people, I can't believe they stopped running the ball. And then you go look at the game tape and you're like, oh, they did. They did. They ran the ball.
Right.
They did.
Except when it was 1st and 20 and coach.
You don't run the ball.
And if he did run it there 3 times, people would be infuriated.
If you want to be mad at Kyle Shanahan for how he handled Steve Wilkes last year and the fact that he replaced him in-house with someone who's never had that job and flanked him by someone who was fired by the Chargers for making poor decisions, and now they go out there and look like a bucket of vanilla ice cream, if you want to do that, that's buggy. Now that, to me, there's a conversation there. That's fair. If you want to, as you have today, if you want to question the fact that Kyle Shanahan is over here going, saying this about the fake punt.
We were expecting a fake punt there, and they still got our edge.
Why didn't you do something to stop it then? Now, you could, again, go to players, but I think that's tough. If you're expecting it, then there needs to be something done to really button up exactly what you think is going to happen. And it didn't happen. Those, I think, are fair conversations. This absolute cookie-cutter reaction of Niners lose, yell about Kyle's play calling, to me is just, it's just that. Like, your response is as vanilla as Nick Sorensen's calls.
Basically.
It's
a default,
yes,
right? It's a default.
There's got to be more to it than that.
Like you said about Steve Kerr and his rotations, how is Steve supposed to know going into a game who's going to actually play well that night? And that's where people default to Steve Kerr's rotations. And I think a lot of fans here, it's Kyle Shanahan and the play calling. And I look at a team that had 425 yards of total offense. And again, you won the time of possession battle for the 2nd straight week. And the 2nd straight week, you lost. And it wasn't because of the offense, which had almost everything it wanted all day long. But it was the defense.
What a weird thing to do, which is wake up today and go, Brock Purdy was amazing. And Jordan Mason was fantastic.
Juwan Jennings?
And Juwan Jennings was just generational. And the play calling sucked. What? Again, plenty to hold Shanahan's feet to the fire today. If that's what you need to do, let's do it. Let's do it. We are doing it.
And he's the CEO, so everything lands on his desk.
Of course. Just it's not play calling. It's just not play calling.
Brock Purdy had 8 incompletes, and 6 of them were drops. When you said that earlier, I scanned my notes, and I was, okay, drop. And, I mean, is that bad play calling? You're scheming up plays for guys who can't catch the ball, Kyle. Call a better play.
It's like me talking about my LA days. Drop. Boop. Drop.
Momo.
Drop.
Michael Thompson.
Thank you.
JB Long. Hey, Orny, how you doing? Whatever. All your various.
Orny will come on later this week.
I love that, man.
Sure.
Rich Ornberger.
For sure he will.
The burger.
It's Patriots week. Jeff in Rhode Island. Hey, Jeff, thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
It's coming out of yesterday. Obviously living in Rhode Island, it's all Patriots, Niners talk this week, which is great for me. But anyways, coming out of the game, I mean, I felt obviously we all knew Jennings was a beast, and he proved himself. I feel bad that he had his day and it was taken away from him. But now I have no concerns anymore about Brock. My concern is with this defense. It's like we have holes in every level of this defense. And you sit back, I'm sitting back watching yesterday, and it's like, all right, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, they're going to get the first down. And it's a consistent thing every week. And it's like, is Greenlaw the reason why we're having some of these issues? Because it seems like he's been such a piece to that defense with Warner that they kind of direct everything, but there's just so many holes at this point. And this is this part of the schedule we're supposed to be getting fat with.
Yep. Jeff, thanks. Yeah, that's, to me, these if you really want to come out of yesterday with concerns, I certainly do. I have concerns about who they've hired as their defensive coordinator. I have concerns about whether or not the defensive personnel is what it's all cracked up to be. I have all kinds of concerns about the play calling. The special teams coaching and playing. And then I have all kinds of concerns about whether or not losses like this sort of help determine your playoff positioning in the end. This is the stuff that gets you when you're at the end of the year and you're like, well, they're 12-5 and we're 12-5. And you're like, for God's sakes, how did you lose that game back in September?
12-5.
Or whatever.
No, but
or whatever.
No, you're not wrong, and I
might be. I'm just throwing out a number.
I'm with you in principle, but then when I start thinking about playoff seedings, I think about how important divisional games are. And the Rams last year were a playoff team, and right now they hold the tiebreaker over you, and you're sitting at 1-2. So, yeah, 12-5. I think I had them at 11-5-1 was my official final prediction. But even that, 11 wins, this team's going to have to turn a lot of things around.
Oh, yeah.
And you'll have to get healthy, because I don't know how sustainable a full season of Mason and Jawan Jennings and Saubert is, as opposed to McCaffrey, Debo, and George Kittle.
Well, and I mean, just I know right now, especially with the way the 49ers look in this moment, it's hard to wrap your head around them doing well in this. I mean, look at this now. You still got to go to Seattle. You still have to play the Chiefs. You got to play the Cowboys. You have to go to Tampa.
Buffalo and Green Bay.
You have to go to Buffalo. You have to go to Green Bay. You have to go to Miami. The Detroit Lions are coming to town. You got to do Arizona a couple of times, including in a week and a half. Kyler Murray, who looks different, and you're going to just, I don't know, win 10 of those 13 games or whatever?
Right.
I mean, maybe.
Well,
maybe.
You're allowed to.
They are. They're allowed to.
One of my favorites of yours. Right now, through 3 games, you are 30th in the league in third down defense. You're allowing a 53% conversion rate on third down.
Yeah. That's bad. Yeah, Grandy,
one of
the
teams you do have on the schedule later on, the Detroit Lions,
yes.
They got a little bit of a blow earlier today as well. Their all-pro center, Frank Ragnow, has suffered a partially torn pec, making him week to week. So it doesn't seem to be season-ending, but he's likely going to miss a good chunk of the regular season.
A torn pec is a season-ender. This is a partially torn pec, so that's got to be multiple games.
Yeah,
multiple games.
I wonder if it's his hiking pec or if it's his non-hiking pec.
Oh, wow.
Because I don't know if you have to hike it, if that's the pec. I can't imagine you're able to hike it.
For a minute, I went wait a minute, use your pec when you go on a hike? I was like, what are we going?
He's the center.
Are we going somewhere?
And Kyle did say, and I know we want to go back to the phones, and I appreciate the patience of everyone, but he did say that Javon Hargrave has a partially torn triceps, but they have recommended surgery to repair it. So that's what is, because if it's only partially torn, sometimes you can just sit out for a handful of weeks and come back, but he's going to get surgery, so he's going to be gone.
Okay. Real quick, before we do go back to the phones, want to let everybody know about something that's coming up on Wednesday night, right here on 95.7 The Game. Very, very important. At 7 o'clock Wednesday night on 95.7 The Game, we'll be airing a 2-hour special on mental health featuring some of the biggest names in music, news, and sports, and some of the most respected mental health professionals. I'm Listening is our 2-hour special spreading awareness about mental health and the message that talk saves lives. The show will be hosted by Carson Daly and available, as always, on the Odyssey app. For more information, visit imlistening.org. And we're listening to you. Let's go, Ugly Timmy in Oakland. Hi, Ugly Timmy. What you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? On the way home. So, as a disclaimer, as a conductor who literally drives the Cal hate train, I'll kind of back it off for Cal from yesterday's game, take some of the pressure. However, we have a defensive coordinator who calls the plays on the field, who is deemed Cal's quote-unquote fit. All of that said, this defense is still trash. So my biggest issue with Cal, like you said, Willard, is the way how he dealt with the Steve Wilkes situation last year. He got his guy in there that was, his fit, and his defense still has no results shown on the field. So you guys know how the team works. You guys kind of know how Cal works. So I guess my question to you guys is, given 2-3 more games that this defense really looks the way that it looks now, what do you think the team and Cal goes?
It's a very good question. And Ugly Timmy, thank you for calling. And that's the criticism that I think is fair. Or at least that's kind of the comment that to me sparks thought, which is, okay, you kind of threw Steve Wilkes under the bus. If it was a bad fit, okay, I think we can wrap our head around that. So, Kyle, what do you want to do? He does this, they look worse. Let's call it what it is. Now, they don't have Dre Greenlaw, and Steve did. That's a piece of the puzzle. But let's call it what it is. They look worse than they did last year. And that is not arguable. And that's a huge problem. So 2-3 more games, if this hasn't buttoned it up, I don't think you fire a brand new defensive coordinator after 5 games into his first year. I don't think you do that. But you absolutely have to have like a conceptual change. Again, right now, what we see is that the Niners believe that they can get things done in a very base package because they have so much wonderful talent. Well, maybe not. And so you've got to get a little bit more gimmicky. You're going to have to make changes to the way you try to disguise what you're doing on defense and start seeing if that stuff works. And oh, by the way, based on that timeline, you're going to be doing that against Patrick Mahomes and Dak Prescott.
Probably.
Have fun.
Yeah, and I do think that the change, if it came, would be more of a structural change between Brandon Staley and Nick Sorensen. Maybe Staley takes on, maybe not the defensive play calling duties, but he takes a bigger role in the defensive design and the schemes, because right now, what you see from the 49ers is pretty vanilla, pretty bland, and you have them at 6.5% blitz percentage. They don't blitz very often, and when they don't blitz and they play with just 4 down trying to get to the quarterback, they don't get to the quarterback. Matthew Stafford yesterday in the second half was pretty darn comfortable, and it was, Adam Amin on the broadcast said it perfectly. It was pitch and catch. He and Mark Sanchez, pitch and catch with guys you've never heard of, and you're not playing a lot of close to the line of scrimmage coverage, and your pass rush is not getting home. So it's just easy for a quarterback as good and accurate as Matthew Stafford to pick you apart.
Connor and San Leandro are next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Connor. We appreciate your call.
Hey, guys. I appreciate the conversation here. I'm listening to everyone, and frankly, this is not even close to as angry as this fan base used to get during the Jimmy Garoppolo era. And part of that is that even in our losses, we have an embarrassment of riches and an embarrassment of surprises against the conventional wisdom. Look, Brock Purdy is a leader of men. At the peak of everyone talking about how we need to cut Ronnie Bell, the first thing that he stood up and addressed was that, saying we're going to stick with our man. I sort of do hope that we don't have an Andy Reid with the Eagles situation, right? A perfect segue with that mental health spot. how does a coach year in and year out do this without having some kind of fatigue in September? Brian Baldinger talks about you don't really know what your team is until there's frost on the pumpkin. I sort of wonder if that fake punt, gaffe is just evidence of the fact that he's not just a head coach. He's also in charge of personnel after a really, really tough offseason. But even despite that, we re-signed Juwan Jennings, if I'm not mistaken.
That's true.
He's really a leader of men. And Brock Purdy, I feel like, and I'm not saying that this is going to happen, but I feel like if we did need to strip it all down and we did need to cut Hargrave and we did need to do some of these bigger picture moves, Gibbs said, what's the number with the Pats game next week? Maybe it's $30 million, and we resume talks on trading Aiyuk if he doesn't figure it out to the Pats. But I do think that even if we just started with Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy, and Juwan Jennings, I'd want to do it all over again with those three. So, frankly, I really hope that Kyle doesn't need to find his way to a new city just to have a complete vibes reset before he goes on his legacy run. I really hope that we just give him the grace of, yeah, man, I can't imagine doing 2 Super Bowl runs like you've done with 2 different quarterbacks, with everything that you've gone through and doing personnel, and to still face this kind of aggression from the fan base, even though you beat the Jets in week 1, just because you had 2 losses in a row and you made some dumb plays. I got all the critique for him. I'm not an apologist completely here, but I do think that in September, sometimes you do have to give the guy a little bit of a grace, even in the loss.
Well, Connor, look, it's a great call. And what I would say, as far as the anger of 49er fans, look, Dibbs and I have been watching this for a long time, too. And maybe that was the anger more back then. Now, I think social media changes the sound of all of this. Yeah. So going back to a Walsh or a Seifert era, it doesn't necessarily sound lesser. It probably sounds more, but I don't know if that's real. But here's what I'll say. Tucked into all of that, you all have to admit that that's a compliment. So you're ticked at Kyle because Kyle blows leads that you think he should have because the roster's amazing and he's in charge of all of that too. In other words, Kyle has along with others, John Lynch, Parag, and the ownership, Jed York, like the whole group, they've built something that now deserves our expectations. So when they don't meet your expectations and you're mad, we can have that conversation. You can criticize. I just don't think that we need to consistently talk about Kyle not being here as often as we do. That is the furthest thought from anyone's mind.
Right.
Because they've built something that you find worthy of expectation. So while you're mad, you're tucked into your anger is that you think he's done a great job.
Well, so far, yeah.
And I know for a lot of people that's hard because you're like, no, I don't. And I would argue, yes, you do.
Well, the expectations are built not only on his ability to coach, but the roster. And so now you sit at 1 and 2. And so the anger comes from them falling short of the expectation. And that's where the frustration starts to build because you go to Minnesota and you lose, and you go down to LA and you lose. And, the Minnesota game was a little different. Yesterday was just a straight up collapse. And his offense was not the big problem. There were some plays that they left out there, plays that had they been made, you win the game. If Brock Purdy sees Brandon Aiyuk down the middle of the field and throws it, and Kyle spoke to it today in his press teleconference, and, the coverage busted, and Brandon did what he's supposed to do, which is run down the middle of the field open, and Brock just didn't see him. And Brock had been running around a lot over the last 3 or 4 plays, and so he wasn't really set back there. And that's a play that they should have had, the Ronnie Bell drop, that would have led at least to a field goal, and you would have been able to bleed the clock all the way down, and you kick a field goal, and you win that game 27-24. Instead, it's a drop, and you lose. So, yeah, the frustration is based on a lot of things. Part of it is the expectation that your team is supposed to be good, but it's also because what you talked about, the schedule coming up, it gets more difficult as you get down the road here.
Yeah, no doubt. This was some time to make some hay. And now all of a sudden also, when you lose games like this, it even starts making you look at the ones that are quote unquote supposed to be easy, and you start questioning those. You know, I still have the utmost confidence in them against New England this weekend. But how about Arizona the following week? How you feel about that game in this moment?
Not as good.
Not good.
No,
not great.
The Seattle game as well.
Well, going to Seattle's always tough.
Right.
Always tough.
Well, and the division is a lot more balanced this year than it was last year, so those games are automatically going to be more difficult.
888-957-9570, the number. How about a little Matt in San Rafael? Hi, Matt. What's cooking?
Hey, guys. So it's interesting hearing people's thoughts and opinions because it just seems like people are angry because the team isn't meeting whatever sort of criteria everyone set in their own minds at the beginning of the year. I want to talk about a couple of things that I think are potentially problems or that should be looked at. And the first one is I'm going to commit sacrilege, and that is I think Chris Kaceric's defensive line scheme isn't working. I think the wide nine is potentially problematic. I think the players come upfield too aggressively, and against the run, they can be sealed or trapped by single blocks a lot of the time, leaving guys free to pick off Warner. I think Campbell is a huge downgrade from Dre Greenlaw.
Yep.
The second thing is that I think it's harder for a defensive back or a former defensive back to be a good defensive coordinator because I think they look at things from kind of like 10,000 feet. And it's a generalization, and I know Flores was actually a DB, and he's a great coordinator. But when you look, a lot of linebackers make good DCs, and I think part of that is because they look at it from the middle out. I think that what happened last year with Wilkes and what's happened so far with Sorensen is they're looking at trying not to let anything get behind them. It's not working because the safety play has been inferior, but I don't think they want to take chances. The last thing I want to say is, you know, everyone's talking about how the defense is so bad and how the Niners are so, you know, problematic and all that. So yesterday, everyone's favorite defensive coordinator's team got absolutely woodshedded by the team that the Niners almost beat last week. I think that the Niners are really close to being good. I think they got to change some stuff. I think they got to work on some scheme issues. And I think guys just got to play, you know, a little smarter. But I don't think this team is anywhere near going down the toilet.
Matt, thanks. I
wouldn't say down the toilet.
No.
But they're in the bathroom.
Well, yeah. After yesterday, of course they're in the bathroom, and it's not a clean one either.
No,
it's like a outhouse or porta potty.
It's
something like that.
But they're not going down the toilet. I would agree with that. But they're, you know, you're used to being. Last year you were 5-0. You were up in the master bedroom with your feet getting rubbed and getting a massage. This year, you're not.
I will say this. I agree with Matt. I have the same emotion about what we watched Minnesota do to the Houston Texans yesterday. They essentially shut them out. They they shut them down. Minnesota's good. Minnesota's defense is really good. And so I don't know if that makes you feel any better. It's still a game that the 49ers could have won, / also could have gotten blown out.
Should have won.
Well, no, I'm talking about Minnesota now.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Could have won, could have gotten blown out.
Yeah, good point.
But so that makes you feel better about that one. That does nothing for yesterday.
Right.
Yesterday was an embarrassment.
Yesterday was a collapse. And, the word choke is overused, and it's probably too strong. But if you look at the last 13 plays of that game, and 5 of them that were made were a missed field goal, a 50-yard pass play given up, a Ronnie Bell drop, a 38-yard punt return, and a 30-yard pass interference on your linebacker who was in coverage, ?
Yeah,
all that happened in the last 2:43 of the football game.
Yeah.
5 big mistakes and the 55-yard field goal. Whatever, it's probably a 60% chance. So that's not a, quote, big mistake, but you should have never had to settle for a 55-yarder.
No, that's correct. But it feels like a mistake because it was a game ender. Like a 55-yarder, I know now is not like yesterday's 55-yarder that used to be an incredibly long kick, and now it's something you're supposed to make, and he had plenty of leg and all that stuff. But I don't know. I bake that into watching football games. Like, kickers are going to miss. they're going to miss 1 out of 10. And Jake's been perfect until yesterday. 888-957-9570. How about let's go to Kurt in Hayward. Hi, Kurt. What are you doing?
Well, fellas, I'm just a little disappointed about yesterday's game, but everybody's talking about Purdy this and Purdy that. But let me tell you something about Purdy. He had a good game yesterday. He shined. Even though Brandon Aiyuk didn't do much, he still doesn't look good enough for all the money that we're paying him. But Purdy shined. He did everything possible to win that game. And the bottom line is the defense is not any good. And that's what I'm pointing out. I don't see a problem with the offense. We're out of many other players, but the defense is not good. And the coordinator of the defense, where did they pick him up from?
Here.
Does he have any good background?
He was
where did they pick him up
from here. He'd been on the Niners staff for a while now, Kurt.
You're kidding me, and he can't get the defense together?
I wish I was kidding you, Kurt. I'm not kidding you.
There's something wrong here. Somebody that's been on that staff watching last year, you're telling me he can't pull the right strings? There's something wrong.
That's what I'm telling you, Kurt.
Something rotten in Denmark, Kurt.
That ticks me off.
Appreciate it. He's been on the staff since 2022. He was a defensive assistant, then the passing game specialist in charge of Nickelbacks, not the band, and then this year he became the defensive coordinator.
I hate it.
Yeah, the thought is that they were going back to the way they did things under D'Amico and Saleh. And so far, they are not.
He's never been a defensive coordinator in his time. He was in Seattle with Pete Carroll for a long time, but he's never coordinated, even when he worked at Youngstown State.
Yep. It's so
it was a leap.
It's all off. And then his point about Purdy, which everybody knows, Purdy was fantastic yesterday, and that I think furthers the frustration for 49er fans, especially if you're a Purdy supporter, which is to say. That's what today should have been about. Today should have been about celebrating Jawan Jennings and celebrating the fact that Brock Purdy just told "I told you so" to half the world who thinks that he's a product of the good teammates that he has. And all of those teammates were out, and Brock Purdy was phenomenal.
Yeah.
So 888-957-9570. How about Jeff and Marin? Hi, Jeff. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. So I couldn't agree with you more, Mark. About your comments about Purdy. The flack that some fans have been calling in with about Purdy is so misplaced. First of all, he's got a tremendous pocket presence. Normally, he has tremendous vision of the field. He knows where his players are going to be. He throws accurately. He's able to scramble. The play last week where he looked like a bee sending a signal to the rest of the hive where the flower was, where he's doing a V8 and he ducks, a pass rush. And he still manages to step up and throw that sideline pass to Debo was phenomenal. And so I think it's nonsense to be critical of him. He had a great game. Jennings, as you said, had a generational game. If we'd won the game, that's all we'd be talking about.
Yep.
So, again, fans are not watching the game well if they're critical of Purdy. The criticism is obviously the defense, and nobody seems to figure out what the hell's going on there. And I'll tell you, I think part of the frustration is kind of twofold. One, I'm an old Niner fan going back to Kezar days. And when I was a kid growing up here, every year it was I was always hopeful. Okay, this year's Super Bowl. And then we went through the Walsh era, and it was wow, we did. I was there, when we beat Dallas in the NFC Championship game in '81. So our expectations came up very high. And the other thing that I think happens is going into this season, I'm listening to all the commentators, the folks that, are good, that are talking about, this is really improved secondary. This is a really better defense than we had last year. And I want to believe it. And I think most fans go, yeah, this is a better defense than we had last year. So our expectations before the season starts are high normally, but they're even jacked up even higher because of the reports that we're all kind of listening to and thinking, yeah, that's right. It's going to. And then they come out and they look flat. It's just, I don't know. Maybe somebody called about maybe we shouldn't be using the spread 9. I don't know, but maybe we should try stunting with Nick, right? I don't know what the solution is. Obviously, they miss Greenlaw. The secondary did not look that great. And I agree with this principle. We got to do something to do on the defense, something unexpected. Whatever it is that that Sorensen is doing ain't working, and you got to fix that. And the person I felt most badly for was Jawan Jennings. They showed him on the sideline at one point. I don't know if you remember this. He's had this incredible freaking game, right? And he's sitting on the sideline. The game's gone out of hand, and he's sitting on the bench, and he looks so dejected.
Yep.
On his best game as a pro, and we got nothing to show for it but a loss to LA. And one last final comment, if you'll let me. I think Kyle is a great coach. There's no question about that. But it doesn't mean he's not subject to some criticism. And two
Jeff,
points.
Jeff, we got to run. I don't know who's saying that. Who's saying that Kyle's above criticism?
No one. He's, of course.
No one's saying that here.
He can be criticized.
Of course he can, and he should be for yesterday. Just not for the thing that a lot of you are bringing up.
Just keep the play calling out your mouth is what I would say. And just to further his point about the defense, they're giving up 6.1 yards per play, which is 29th in the National Football League. So you talk about the defense. This defense is overhyped and overrated. And whatever the reason is, the coordinator, the scheme, they need to stunt more. They need to get rid of the wide 9. Something has to change. 6 yards a carry.
They're
a play.
running a very similar system in theory that they did under D'Amico and Saleh. And none of you had an issue with that. I
can honestly say you kind of miss me.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit more in depth than that. Is all I'm saying. This is not like overarching scheme. I think that this is calls within the scheme, and the fact that the best analysis I can give is that it feels arrogant. It feels like they think their players are good enough to where they can just go base all the time and they'll win one-on-one matchups, and they're not. They're losing one-on-one matchups all over the place.
At the line of scrimmage.
And that's leaving out the position that they put their safeties in against Justin Jefferson at the 3-yard line, which was also a miscalculation. Sensation.
Thank you. Don't leave me hanging.
No. All right. There's some more phone calls coming up. It's Willard and Dibs.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Good thing is they were able to move it over to the right-hand shoulder, very small right-hand shoulder, so there's a little bit of brake tapping there.
You can rely on your local Honda dealer's traffic center.
Lanes are open, but you're still going to be slow.
From your traffic leader.
2 seconds left.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Guess what's happening really soon? Guess what's happening, Dibs?
I can't imagine. Tell me, Mark, as he plays along, knowing full well what's coming up in 12 minutes. I try to do that. It's better for the conversation.
The football hour.
Yeah.
The football hour.
A couple of my favorites. And I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. You guys were hot yesterday. It's Kyle Madsen, Mark Grandy,
and Kyle
Sterling
Madsen.
Bennett in the overtime, but football hour, no Sterling, Kyle and Mark. And I'd imagine that the blood is still somewhat boiling, even though it's been a full day since you did it. How long were you guys on the air yesterday? Because you said you'd stay as long as there were calls, and I was thinking he might actually have to sleep here tonight.
We were on until 7:30. So we were on for 3 hours.
Okay.
I just got a text from Kyle Madsen about 10 minutes ago. You want to know what it says?
No.
Okay. All right, let's move on.
Tell me. What did it say? Tell me.
Anyone blaming Purdy for anything that happened yesterday is a bleeping dunce.
Yeah.
But he didn't say bleeping.
He didn't bleep it.
No, he didn't bleep it. He texted it.
Yeah.
It starts with an F.
Jennings and Purdy, and that might be your only players on the exempt from criticism list.
I mean, Jordan Mason didn't do anything wrong.
Fair.
Jordan Mason didn't do anything wrong.
And I think that Diamondor Lenore had a good game.
Yep.
But outside of that,
that's who I'm paying next year at the defensive back position. Not Charvarius Ward.
Yeah.
That's who I'm paying. Lenore.
Well, you're going to have to come up with at least another corner. And in the meantime, you've got an Isaac Yiadom problem, and you've got other problems that you need to address.
Yeah, you've got a Devondre Campbell problem. You've got now a Javon Hargrave problem. It's a different problem than you had when the game started. Your problem when the game started was that he doesn't play very well. Your problem now is that he's not going to play again. So both of them are a problem. 888-957-9570. Ali in San Ramon. Is it Ali or Ali?
It's Ali.
Ali.
The boxer.
What's good?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Big
Great.
fan. I'd like to start off with some positives. Like you guys said, I think Purdy played a great game. He is the future. I think we're going to have many years to come to watch this kid grow and have some fun football games on Sunday. So excited about that. Jennings played a hell of a game. One thing I don't know if anybody touched on is, I mean, we're all talking about the coaches, we're all talking about the players, but I go back and say the front office, like, why do we take until the first week before the season to get any of these contracts done? Some of this goes back to Lynch and team trying to, whether it's trying to get these contracts done or not completing the trades. It seems like we're like the only team maybe this year with the Dallas Cowboys that waited until the end of the training camp to get their players signed. But to me, that was just very frustrating on that part. Like you mentioned, Ward giving up that big play in the fourth quarter. Bosa, who got paid and didn't show up in key moments of the game, kind of frustrating on that. But just wanted your thoughts on the front office a little bit. But thanks, guys.
Yeah,
I like it, Ali.
Ali, this is a really good question.
I do think you're right in many ways because Parag Marate, the financial guy, he wants to win the deal. And whether or not you won the deal or not, you wound up with two key players who came in not ready to play football.
I have been very, very hard on Brandon Aiyuk, and I will not take my foot off the gas, not even a little bit. I will add that what Christina Pink said during a sideline report yesterday about Trent Williams, admitting that he is really struggling with his wind and different things because he didn't go to camp, was very, very triggering. However, I will also add, it is completely fair to bring the 49ers as a team into this. And everybody's going to get blame here. Everyone's going to get blame. Whoever is still contributing to players missing August, you're wrong. You're wrong.
The player, the agent, the front office,
absolutely.
Everyone. Agreed.
So, like, if you want to go individual by individual, how about this? Let's talk Nick Bosa. He missed camp. You guys, you knew you were going to pay him. You knew you were going to pay him. You knew you were going to pay him, so you need to do that earlier. Okay?
Agreed.
That's on you. Now, I don't know exactly what the Trent one is a little bit more mysterious to me because I don't know exactly what was being asked for at what point, but I also know, again, you knew you weren't going to play games without him, so stop waiting until the last week. That I lean more on, that's on you, 49ers. Brandon, that's different. That's different because they did move their offer the first week of August. Brandon got absolutely nothing, not another dollar, not another dime, by waiting, then admitting that he was a pain in the rear, and the Niners almost traded him, and then he begged his way out of it after demanding a trade. That's on both sides, but it's more on Brandon.
I think it's on the team just as much because they had a chance to trade him multiple times, and they didn't.
Well, the part for me that's on the team is that I wouldn't have given him that offer in the first place.
And they did.
And they did.
And, if you really wanted to keep him, you would have proactively done it in March or April. You would have gotten the thing done before any other contract hit the market. It was much more doable at that point, yet you didn't get it done. And so it dragged and the price went up. And we know the rest. And the rest, unfortunately, is ongoing history. And now you're in a spot where you've got two guys making big money. One's hurt and the other one's not playing very well. Yeah. So and I'm not even going to go too far down the road about the future and the roster and all the rest of it. But right now you're in a spot where thank God for Juwan Jennings yesterday and his Superman act in the receiving game. Otherwise, you might have gotten run out of that game too.
Absolutely. Although I don't, you say thank God for it, and it's not like it didn't get him a victory.
But imagine if Juwan Jennings didn't have that type of a game, what your offense would be doing. Because a couple of those catches, 2 or 3 of those catches were, oh my God, highlight of your life type catches.
Yes, at least one of them was all Juwan. Like Brock put it in a spot. It was one-on-one. He put it up there, but it could have been picked. Juwan absolutely stole it from the defender. So, that's fantastic. And I'm just happy. I'm happy for him that he was able to show that he has that capability.
Yeah.
How much better do we feel about this weekend with, again, no Debo, now knowing that Juwan has that in his bag?
Yeah, that's
what I would say. Like, it still feels like they've got a receiving core.
Right. And, hopefully Kittle's able to go. We don't know what his status will be. And as we get deeper into the week and we can put this abomination in the rearview mirror, we can start to focus on a New England team that comes in with extra rest, but 10.5-point underdogs as it sits right now. But, man, it's going to be tough to even get over this tomorrow. The more you look through and you start to highlight all the little things that did not go their way.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one, the residue from this one sits for a little while. It also, though, it ramps up the intensity and the importance of the immediate. Like, this was going to be a sleepy game this weekend. Let's be real. That's what this was going to be. You win that game yesterday, 27-14. Dude, just sticking your feet up. You're like, we'll wait for Kyler. Classic look-ahead game, what have you. Even though I don't think for 1 second that the Niners have the capability of overlooking anybody right now. But I don't know, man. Like, I could also be convinced that a few weeks from now, you could end up looking at this as one of those proverbial wake-up calls. That the 49ers, if they are in a Super Bowl hangover or they are reading press clippings or they do think they're just better at every position, well, hopefully this will help because they're not.
Right. This also could be a harbinger and a sign of things to come for a team that doesn't get the same amount of injury luck and, has a coordinator who maybe doesn't do as great a job as you would hope and a defense that might be overrated. And even though the quarterback looks like he is the real deal, this could be just one of those years where, you're not as good as you have been over the past few.
Football Hour. Grandy, Madsen. I forgot to tell you something about it, that it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. I look forward to listening to that on the way home. Would you like to do this again tomorrow?
Big time, yeah.
Okay, let's do it again tomorrow, okay? Great job, everybody. Great interaction. I hope everybody feels a little bit better, just a little bit better. Like, not a lot, Just a little bit. That's all we were looking for. But we'll talk to you again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her